The Lord's Empire Chapter 2741 to Chapter 2822. Book 1, Chapter 203, Sword Intent. Sword intent was quite ethereal and was a type of mental power. Before, when Zhao Fu had just entered the heaven-awakened world, it had been quite difficult for him to comprehend sword intent. However, now that he had all sorts of terrifying powers and a shocking constitution, comprehending sword intent was incredibly easy. The Clear Breeze Sword Sex Clear Breeze Sword Intent was quite ordinary, and Zhao Fu was able to grasp it in just a few moments. A green wind blew around Zhao Fu, and it was like the morning breeze. It was quite refreshing, and the countless sword intents that were rushing over were gently blocked by this wind. Shing, 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 countless sword hums sounded out as an even more massive sword intent flooded towards Zhao Fu from all directions. However, the cool breeze around Zhao Fu continued to blow, and the ferocious sword intent seemed to have hit soft cotton, unable to do anything to it. After attacking for a while, the sword intent felt that it was unable to break through Zhao Fu's clear breeze sword intent, and it dissipated. The sword images in the surroundings also disappeared, and Zhao Fu looked at the others. Some people also looked at Zhao Fu and successfully blocked the sword intent. Some people were hit by the sword intent, and blood flowed out from various parts of their bodies, making them look like people made of blood. Zhao Fu looked at those geniuses. These people were indeed more powerful than Zhao Fu in the way of the sword, and the sword intents they grasped were also quite powerful. The sword intent was unable to get close to them. Tai Chingfeng's sword intent was a massive and heavy sword, and from Zhao Fu's point of view, it looked like a massive sword had been stabbed into the ground. Tai Chingfeng's expression was grim as he stood beneath the massive sword. Linghua's sword intent was quite special, and there were all sorts of things around it. There were people, beasts, birds, trees, rocks, and flowers, and Linghua was at the center of all of them. Jian'er's sword intent was a beautiful woman who gave off the aura of the heavens and earth. She wore a white palace dress and had a pink ribbon tied around her. She was most likely the heavenly daughter, as she appeared above and behind Jian'er. There were lions, tigers, wolves, crocodiles, rhinoceroses, black bears, and so on. Those fierce beasts were either standing or lying around Beast Bai. Beast Bai stood there like their masters. Seventh Swordsman's sword will was countless sharp swords scattered around him. His sword will and the sword will on the platform seemed to be the same. To be more precise, Seventh Swordsman's sword will of 10,000 swords originated from the platform. But with Seventh Swordsman's own comprehension of sword will, there were some differences. Netherheaven's sword intent was like a demon. It had a slender body and well-proportioned muscles, and there was a metal horn on its head. It did not have any facial features, and its hands were like sharp claws. Its body gave off a large amount of gray aura, making it look quite terrifying. The sword wills of these few geniuses were very strong and covered a very wide area. Not only Zhao Fu, but the others also felt the terrifying sword wills of these geniuses. They were like 6 huge bonfires in the dark, extremely conspicuous. As time passed, the shadows of the swords gradually disappeared. A small number of people had passed the test of the 6th level, but most of them had been injured by the sword intent. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they had more or less benefited from it, and their comprehension of sword will had also been enhanced. After passing the test of the 6th level, Zhao Fu followed the others and walked to the 5th level. Brother Tianba? Because the number of people had decreased, Linghua also noticed Zhao Fu at this time. His expression was a little strange. He did not expect Zhao Fu to really come. Zhao Fu turned his head to look at Linghua. Smiled and nodded. Seeing that it was really Zhao Fu, Linghua smiled and walked towards Zhao Fu. I did not expect you to really come to participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. Now that you have passed the 6th level, how do you feel? Zhao Fu replied, I feel good. Linghua was not surprised that Zhao Fu had been able to reach the 6th level. This was because Zhao Fu was the young master of the demonic dragon sect, and his talent was also very terrifying. Even if he had not practiced swordsmanship before, his high talent allowed him to quickly master it. Linghua smiled and said, Is that so? However, I feel that these tests are quite easy. I was not able to unleash my full strength. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I can't compare to a genius swordsman like you. These tests are a little troublesome for me. Linghua laughed and said, Brother Tianba, don't make fun of me. Other than swordsmanship, I believe that your strength is not weaker than mine. Let's have a good spar later and see who is stronger. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the 5th level. As one of the geniuses, Ling Hua was actually so polite and friendly to a cloaked, seemingly ordinary person. Everyone felt that it was strange. Who is this person? Does he have a higher status? I'm not sure. I didn't even notice such a person before. I didn't notice him either. I wonder who he is? I'm curious as to who knows his identity. For Ling Hua to be so polite, he should be a genius as well. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they started to discuss Zhao Fu's identity. Those who had seen Zhao Fu before also quickly recognized Zhao Fu and said, "He's the Demon Dragon Young Master." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What is the Demon Dragon Young Master doing here? Not only were the people below shocked, even the higher-ups on the viewing platform were shocked. They had heard of this Demon Dragon Young Master before. He was the greatest genius in the history of the Demon Dragon bloodline. Why would he participate in the trial of 10,000 swords? With his identity as the Demon Dragon Young Master, Zhao Fu would not be weaker than anyone here. Yet, no one had noticed such a terrifying genius. They felt that they had misjudged him. The crowd continued to discuss Zhao Fu's purpose. A handsome youth laughed and said, "The Demon Dragon Young Master's body is extremely terrifying, and he doesn't like to fight with weapons. Yet, he's also a powerful swordsman?" Another young woman said, "Since he was able to reach the 5th level, I feel that he must be quite powerful." An ordinary-looking youth said, "I don't feel that he's powerful, and he can't compare to the other swordsman geniuses. I feel that he's here to join in the fun." A relatively short man said, "Yes, I feel the same way. However, it's impossible for him to become the Lord of 10,000 swords. I simply can't imagine a dragon young master becoming the Lord of 10,000 swords. It feels too strange, and it has never happened before." Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu, and they felt that Zhao Fu's swordsmanship was very ordinary. He could not compare to the other geniuses, and they did not believe that he could become the Lord of 10,000 swords. Feng Yao and the others stood by the side and listened to everyone discuss Zhao Fu, feeling quite happy. Finally, there were people who had noticed a genius like him. However, they did not believe that Zhao Fu could become the Lord of 10,000 swords. After all, they had been paying attention to Zhao Fu. He had only comprehended sword intent at the 6th level, so he was evidently a newbie. Book 1 Chapter 204 He arrived at the 5th floor. Because the number of people decreased once again, everyone stood in different positions, making the 5th floor look even more spacious. Ling Hua smiled at Zhao Fu and said, "Brother Tianba, I wonder which level you can reach?" Zhao Fu turned to look at Ling Hua and smiled. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ling Hua chuckled. "Of course it's the truth." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "First floor." Ling Hua was surprised. "Brother Tianba, I have to remind you that it's not going to be easy from now on. You'll need to possess a very strong sword Dao or you won't be able to pass." Although Ling Hua knew that Zhao Fu was very strong, and that he was not weaker than him in terms of strength, he still did not believe that Zhao Fu, who had just started cultivating the way of the sword, would be able to make it that far. It was simply impossible. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Of course I know that." Ling Hua was a little puzzled. Since Zhao Fu knew about it, why was he still so confident? Could it be that he was hiding something from her? Was he an extremely skilled swordsman? But that did not seem to be the case. Boom, a massive explosion rang out as the 5th level shone with intense sword light. Large amounts of sword energy continuously condensed in the air, forming different sword beasts. Some of them looked like tigers, some looked like cows, some looked like lions, some looked like eagles, and some looked like cranes. However, their bodies were all made up of different swords, and they were all real, not like their previous incorporeal bodies. The sword energy they emitted was very terrifying. In that instant, Zhao Fu felt that aside from the power of his way of the sword, everything else was suppressed by a wave of sword energy. Even his physical attributes were greatly weakened, causing Zhao Fu to fall into a state of weakness. Sensing the change in Zhao Fu's aura, Ling Hua kindly reminded him, "Brother Tianba, I advise you to quit as soon as possible. It's not that the higher your cultivation level, the weaker you become. with Zhao Fu's personality, he naturally would not back down. He said, "Thank you, but I still want to try." Ling Hua smiled and said, "Be careful then." Zhao Fu grunted, and his expression became somewhat serious. He took out a wind attribute sword from his storage ring, and walked towards a sword bull. Roar! Seeing that Zhao Fu was walking towards him, the sword bull felt provoked. It roared and ferociously charged at Zhao Fu, bringing with it a sharp sword wind that left gashes in the ground, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Fu waved the sword in his hand and used the clear breeze sword intent that he had mastered. A gentle wind blew towards the sword bull. Boom! The fierce sword wind brought by the sword bull collided with the cool breeze brought by Zhao Fu. Although the sword bull's sword wind was very terrifying, Zhao Fu's cool breeze was very tough. The collision of the two created a gust of wind. In the end, the sword bull used its strength to bring the sword wind to tear apart Zhao Fu's cool breeze. At this moment, Zhao Fu had already jumped into the air, and his sword slashed down with a green sword light. The sword bull's forehooves forcefully stomped on the ground, and the ground instantly shattered. The sword bull jumped into the air and slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The two collided with each other, creating a loud sound. The sword light shot out in all directions, and the sword bull's body was pushed back to the ground. Zhao Fu was also pushed back a few steps. Zhao Fu was flabbergasted. His strength had been weakened by so much. Boom! The sword bull once again ferociously charged towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression became even more serious. Relying on the current clear breeze sword intent might not be able to block the sword bull. Zhao Fu still needed to improve his clear breeze sword intent. Clang! At this moment, the sword bull had already rushed in front of Zhao Fu. A pair of sword-like horns brought with it a sword light as it pierced towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu did a front somersault and dodged the attack. The sword bull immediately changed its direction and continued to charge towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to attack. He dodged while comprehending the clear breeze sword intent. Ling Hua also retracted his gaze and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He had thought that Zhao Fu was hiding some powerful sword force, but he realized that Zhao Fu was only using a very ordinary clear breeze sword intent. Moreover, the level of the sword intent was very low, and he had to comprehend it as he fought. It seemed that he had overestimated Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was really someone who had just started cultivating the sword. Ling Hua looked towards a sword tiger. The 5th level was his home ground, and it was also the level that was most suitable for him. This was because his sword intent was very similar to the attributes of the 5th level. Ling Hua stretched out his hand, and numerous sword forces gathered in front of his hand. Very quickly, a sword tiger was formed, and it was a few times bigger than the previous one. Roar! This sword tiger brought with it an oppressive force as it charged towards the smaller sword tiger. The result of the battle was very obvious. Ling Hua's sword tiger was stronger. The sword tiger pounced towards Ling Hua's sword tiger, but Ling Hua's sword tiger used its claws to send the sword tiger flying. It then pounced over and bit down on the sword tiger. The sword tiger howled in pain, but Ling Hua's sword tiger bit down even harder. Finally, the sword tiger died and turned into numerous sword chi that flowed into Ling Hua's sword tiger's body. Ling Hua was surprised to find that his sword intent had become stronger. He understood that this was because he had devoured the sword beast's power, and that the sword beasts could strengthen his sword intent. Ling Hua did not hide his strength anymore, and this was to increase his chances of becoming the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Ling Hua's body emitted countless rays of sword light. His body gradually rose to a certain height before stopping. The sword light emitted from his body became even more intense. Clang clang clang, countless sword hums sounded out as massive amounts of sword energy flowed towards Ling Hua, forming different sword beasts. There were also lions, tigers, eagles, and other different forms. They looked exactly like the sword beasts on the stage, and there were hundreds of them, giving off a shocking sword aura. The terrifying sword aura that Ling Hua gave off immediately attracted everyone's gazes, and his aura suppressed the other geniuses. Roar, roar, roar! The sword beasts around him roared and rushed towards the sword beasts around the stage, causing the surrounding area to descend into chaos. By now, Zhao Fu had comprehended a higher level of sword intent, and he slashed out with his sword, causing a green gust of wind to strike the sword bull that was charging towards Xiao Fu. The gentle wind did not seem to cause any damage to the sword bull, but it was accompanied by a gentle force that sent the sword bull flying far away. The sword bull staggered to its feet, but it did not die. Instead, it was heavily injured. Xiao Fu slashed out again, and a green gust of wind once again sent the sword bull flying. This time, the sword bull's body was sent flying, and its body turned into many streaks of sword qi that shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not refuse and allowed the sword qi to enter his body, causing the power of his way of the sword to increase slightly. Because of Ling Hua, some people started to pay attention to Xiao Fu. However, seeing how weak Xiao Fu was and how he had only killed one sword beast after so long, they could not help but feel disappointed. Was this the Demon Dragon clan's young master's strength? It felt very ordinary, and his sword intent was also very ordinary. It was not as strong as the others, and it could not compare to the other geniuses of the Way of the Sword. Book 1, Chapter 205 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Not only were the spectators disappointed, but the experts on the stands were also disappointed. They had heard of the Demon Dragon young master, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. After thinking about it, they could understand. As a member of the Dragon clan, all the power in his body had been suppressed, and his proud body had been weakened. Even if he was a genius, he would only be an ordinary person. However, wasn't it a little too arrogant for someone who had just started cultivating the sword Dao to participate in the trial of 10,000 swords? It seemed that he didn't care about the trial of 10,000 swords at all. Did he really think that he could easily become the master of 10,000 swords? The others looked at Xiao Fu with disappointment, but Feng Yao and the others were very surprised. From the time Xiao Fu had comprehended the clear breeze sword intent to the higher level, it had only taken him 10 minutes. Because they also cultivated the clear breeze sword intent, they were even more surprised. Now that Xiao Fu had grasped the clear breeze sword intent, he was no weaker than them. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Xiao Fu didn't care about the gazes of others. He held the azure sword in his hand and walked towards another sword beast. Since he could only use the power of the sword Dao, Xiao Fu would increase the power of the sword Dao. The sword beast was a large snake formed by many swords. It was much stronger than the previous sword bull. The large snake stared coldly at Xiao Fu and hissed. Xiao Fu rushed over. Xiao Fu swung his sword and an azure wind beam shot towards the large snake. The large snake twisted its body and nimbly dodged Xiao Fu's wind beam. It emitted many sword lights and shot towards Xiao Fu like a huge sword. Xiao Fu blocked with his sword in front of him. A wave of sword force surged out, forming a gentle wind wall. Clang, the gigantic sword struck the wind wall, and numerous sharp sword lights shot out in all directions. The green wind wall protruded and changed, but it was very tough and did not break. In the end, the gigantic sword dissipated and turned back into a huge snake. Before Xiao Fu could continue, the large snake raised its head and opened its huge mouth, emitting a terrifying aura. Clang clang clang, countless swords shot out from the snake's mouth and quickly hit the wind wall. The wind wall withstood for a moment before being pierced by the swords. The swords continued to shoot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu hurriedly retreated. The snake's mouth continued to shoot out swords, stabbing Xiao Fu's back. If Xiao Fu had been any slower, his body would have been pierced by the swords. The attack lasted for more than 10 seconds before the swords shot out from the snake's mouth stopped. Xiao Fu swung the sword in his hand and an azure sword energy flowed out, bringing with it a clear wind as it lashed out at the snake's head, sending it flying. The snake got up angrily and continued to rush towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu gave off a wave of sword energy and a cool breeze blew around him. Xiao Fu's body floated forwards like the wind. The snake quickly arrived in front of Xiao Fu and bit towards Xiao Fu. However, Xiao Fu's body was like the wind as he brushed past it. Xiao Fu came to its side and slashed out with his sword, causing countless sparks to fly as he slashed out a gash on the snake's body. The snake turned and continued to bite towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's body once again brushed past the snake like a cool breeze, once again avoiding this attack. This time, Xiao Fu wanted to attack the snake, but the snake dodged. Seeing that it was so difficult for Xiao Fu to deal with the snake, the others were disappointed and did not continue to pay attention. They looked at Tai Ching Feng, who was also dealing with a snake like Xiao Fu. The snake brought with it a powerful sword energy as it slammed towards Tai Ching-feng. Tai Ching-feng swung his heavy sword and slashed towards the snake. Shing, a massive sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. A sword wind blasted out, and the snake was sent flying, a deep gash appearing on its head. Tai Ching-feng slashed out again, causing a powerful sword light to slash towards the snake. Before the snake could react, its head was chopped off, and its body turned into countless traces of sword chi as it shot towards Tai Ching-feng. Everyone could not help but cheer. This was the true power of a genius. How could someone as weak as Zhao Fu be? However, the area around Ling Hua was the center of attention. Bang! Bang! Ling Hua gave off intense sword light as he stood in the air, controlling many sword beasts to fight with other sword beasts. Both sides continuously clashed, causing explosions and sparks to fly everywhere. Roar! A sword bear clawed at a swordhound's body, killing it. The swordhound turned into many traces of sword chi as it flew towards Ling Hua and fused into his body, causing him to become even more powerful. The sword bear continued to attack another sword beast with a ferocious aura. Ling Hua's sword beasts continued to attack other sword beasts, killing them. Sword chi shot towards Ling Hua from different directions, causing his strength to continuously increase. Seeing Ling Hua getting stronger, the crowd became excited. More and more people supported him, believing that he could become the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Many experts on the viewing platform were also full of praise for Ling Hua. As for Zhao Fu, not many people were paying attention to him. Although Zhao Fu was the demon dragon young master, the strength that Zhao Fu had displayed was simply too weak. Shing, after a while, a sword hum could be heard as Zhao Fu finally stabbed his sword into the head of the snake, successfully killing it. The snake turned into countless traces of sword chi that flowed into Zhao Fu's body, increasing the power of Zhao Fu's sword Dao. After dealing with this sword beast, Zhao Fu took a fancy to another sword beast and walked towards it. Although it seemed easy for the geniuses to deal with the sword beasts, they were now using weapons that they had not used before. The others were also fighting with the sword beasts. Some barely won, while others were injured by the sword beasts. Wounds appeared on their bodies, because the sword beasts were made up of many swords. Once they attacked you, there would definitely be a lot of wounds. Apart from a few extremely powerful people, the others were more or less injured. Bang! A sword tiger sent a woman flying with a swipe of its claw. 5 wounds appeared on the woman's body, and blood continuously flowed out. At that moment, the surrounding sword beasts all stopped. Their bodies slowly collapsed, turning into countless traces of sword chi that dissipated into the void. Ling Hua descended from the sky in disappointment. He could have absorbed a portion of the sword chi, but his body was not full. If he had absorbed a portion, he would have been even stronger. Of course, now that Ling Hua had absorbed a large amount of sword chi, his strength was much stronger than before. The sword chi was of great help to him, and Ling Hua's confidence in the Lord of 10,000 Swords increased. Now, those who defeated a sword beast could proceed to the 4th level, while those who were not defeated could only stay. There were already very few people heading to the 4th level, only about a few tens of people. Zhao Fu kept his sword and walked towards the 4th level. Peak Book 1, Chapter 206 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. When they reached the 4th level, the sword runes on the ground lit up once again. The crowd did not know what was going on. Countless beams of sword light condensed in the air, forming figures of people. Waves of terrifying sword power spread out. What was surprising was that these figures were the people on the 4th level. Among them were 7th swordsman, Tianming, Ling Hua, and Zhao Fu. They were probably formed from the power that the platform had absorbed. Their powers were about the same as the original, and they would not be easy to deal with. Among the many figures, Zhao Fu looked at his own figure. There was a breeze around him. He felt that he was the weakest of the many figures, because the platform had only absorbed a part of Zhao Fu's breeze sword power. The crowd also noticed that Zhao Fu's figure was the weakest, and they immediately smiled. They only needed to defeat one figure on the 4th level to enter the 3rd level. It did not matter if they defeated a strong or weak figure. It was naturally easier for them to defeat the weak ones. Those people rushed towards Zhao Fu's figure, fighting to be the first to kill Zhao Fu's figure. Ling Hua could not help but laugh. Brother Tianba, your sword power is a bit ordinary. Jiaofu smiled awkwardly. Yes, it is. Linghua said, alright, you can ask me if there is anything you don't understand. I know a little about swordsmanship. Jiaofu nodded. Linghua walked towards her, wanting to test the strength of her figure. The other figures did not dare to provoke the figures of the geniuses. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Jiaofu also found the figure of a young man. That young man's figure held a sword that was burning with flames. His body also emitted a fiery sword will, and he looked very powerful. Clang, the young man waved the sword in his hand, and a flaming crescent slashed towards Jiaofu. Jiaofu also waved the sword in his hand, and a green sword light slashed forward with a breeze. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the azure sword light was slashed apart by the flaming crescent moon. The flaming crescent moon continued towards Jiaofu, bringing with it a wave of hot wind. When the flaming crescent moon slashed in front of him, Jiaofu swung his sword again and slashed the flaming crescent moon apart, causing it to turn into flames and scatter in all directions. Whoosh! The young man suddenly appeared in front of Jiaofu, raised his flaming sword and slashed at Jiaofu. Jiaofu immediately used his sword to block, but was still pushed back by the attack, sliding 7 to 8 meters. Jiaofu furrowed his brows. The sword intent this young man grasped was of a higher level than his. The young man immediately took out his sword and rushed towards Jiaofu. Flames were emitting from all directions, and the young man was like a swordsman in flames. Jiaofu simply closed his eyes and focused on comprehending the clear wind sword intent. Jiaofu's body also gave off a faint green light. The young man rushed in front of Jiaofu, and the flaming sword in his hand slashed towards Jiaofu, creating a flaming arc. Jiaofu still stood there with his eyes closed. Wind Song and the others had been paying attention to Jiaofu, and when they saw this scene, they were shocked. They did not understand why Jiaofu was just standing there in a daze. Whoosh, just as the flaming arc was about to hit Jiaofu, Jiaofu's body turned into a few gusts of green wind and dissipated, causing the attack to miss. The gusts of wind formed Jiaofu's body on the other side. The young man held his sword and quickly rushed towards Jiaofu, slashing towards Jiaofu again. Jiaofu's body turned into a few gusts of wind and dissipated before condensing into another body. The young man immediately rushed over again. On the other side, Jiaofu's image was fighting with a valiant-looking man. He was the first to attack Jiaofu, so Jiaofu became his opponent. The result was quite tragic. The man's sword brought with it a sharp sword light as it slashed towards Jiaofu's image. Jiaofu's image sword blocked in front of him, and a green sword intent formed a wall of wind. Bang, the wall of wind was split open by the sword light, and Jiaofu's image was sent flying, falling to the ground. The man once again slashed out with his sword, and an azure sword light slashed towards Jiaofu. Just as Jiaofu's image started to slash out, it was immediately hit by the sword light, and its body was once again sent flying, a gash appearing on its body. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious. This Jiaofu's image was too easy to deal with. It would be great if it was given to them. When everyone saw this scene, they became even more disappointed and couldn't help but discuss. This young master Mo Long only has this much strength? Is this for real? I heard that he's very powerful, a genius of the demon dragon bloodline that only appears once in 1,000 years. Now that I see it, I'm really disappointed. It's as if anyone can bully him. The rumor must be false. He's so powerful. Let alone his image, even if it's his real body, I can easily defeat him. Doesn't that mean I'm even more powerful than the young master Mo Long? Ha ha ha, that's also possible. The geniuses of our city of 10,000 swords are much more powerful than the geniuses of the dragon race. In terms of sword Dao, they simply can't compare to us. Amen, that's right. I also feel that way. This time, our city of 10,000 swords has suppressed some of the desolate ancient dragon race's luck. The demon dragon bloodline has always been tyrannical and unreasonable. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Everyone, be a bit more polite when discussing. The desolate ancient dragon race is the strongest dragon race in the primal chaos world. What? Can't you say that you also have the bloodline of the dragon race? Or are you his subordinate? Otherwise, why are you so protective of him? When Feng Yao heard this, she felt uncomfortable. Although Zhao Fu's performance was very weak, he was still their benefactor. Clang, the man slashed out with his sword, and a huge sword light slashed apart Zhao Fu's image, which turned into countless sword lights and dissipated. The man had a smile on his face. He did not defeat Zhao Fu's real body, but he did defeat the image of a genius. This was also something to be proud of. From now on, even the young master Mo Long is not my opponent. I can easily defeat him. On the other side, Zhao Fu's body continued to transform into a few gusts of wind, dodging the young man's attacks. As Zhao Fu's comprehension grew higher, the green light emitted from his body became stronger. The gusts of wind he transformed into became larger and more ethereal, making it impossible to trace him. Bang bang bang, Ling Hua and his image were engaged in an intense battle. Ling Hua summoned many sword beasts, and the image also summoned many sword beasts. The sword beasts from both sides clashed fiercely, releasing loud sounds. Gusts of wind blew in all directions. It was clear that Ling Hua was slightly stronger. The sword beasts that the image summoned were continuously defeated, turning into numerous sword chi and dissipating. Ling Ye's illusory figure looked at Ling Yi with a sharp gaze. He raised his arm and slapped it towards Ling Ye's real body. A terrifying psychic sword intent shot towards Ling Yi. Ling Ye's real body raised his hand and slapped it out. A huge psychic sword intent shot forward. Bang, the two sword intents clashed together, causing a huge explosion. Sword light scattered in all directions, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Book 1, Chapter 207. What drew the most attention was the battle between 7th Swordsman and Tian Ming and his own shadows. 7th Swordsman controlled thousands of flying swords to shoot at his own shadow, and the shadow was not weak either. He controlled many flying swords to shoot at 7th Swordsman as well. The flying swords from both sides collided with each other, making sounds and sparks. Tian Ming's shadow turned into a demon. This demon was the same as Tian Ming's sword will demon. It could be said that he had completely turned his body into sword will, so that he could use even more terrifying attacks. The demon swung its claws and brought many cold sword chi to slash at Tian Ming. A large amount of evil grey chi also came out of Tian Ming's body. The grey chi wrapped around him, making him look like a demon. The two of them controlled their sword chi to collide, and the sounds they made were equally loud. Whether it was the sword chi or Tian Ming, neither of them had used their swords yet, which meant that neither of them had used their true power. Some of the geniuses had already begun to use their true power against their own shadows. Many mighty ones in the stands felt that these two were the strongest, and the master of 10,000 swords should be one of them. As for the other geniuses, they were not bad either, but they were still a bit weaker than 7th Swordsman and Tian Ming. The outcome was almost set in stone. Many mighty ones looked grim. Most did not want Tian Ming, the heir of the chaotic sky evil sword, to become the master of 10,000 swords, but there was a 50% chance that Tian Ming would become the master of 10,000 swords. If he became the master of 10,000 swords, the consequences would be even more severe. But the problem was that they could not stop him. Now, they could only hope that 7th Swordsman could suppress him. Everyone had a lot of confidence in him. From all aspects, 7th Swordsman was the most suitable candidate for the master of 10,000 swords. In the past, the master of 10,000 swords had mostly been the young master of the city of 10,000 swords. Roar, a massive explosion sounded out as Ling Hua ferociously slammed into the ground, sending out a terrifying energy. A massive bear appeared behind Ling Hua's image and opened its mouth, devouring him in a single gulp, successfully defeating his image. Clang, there was a loud sword sound as Tai Chingfeng swung his heavy sword with terrible power, cutting the shadow and his sword in half. They turned into sword chi and dissipated. Bang, Jian controlled her celestial sword slave and smashed her shadow into the ground, creating a huge crater. Her shadow also slowly collapsed, turning into sword chi and dissipating. Roar roar roar, similarly, Shoubai did not use any weapons. Many ferocious beasts were biting and tearing his phantom image apart. He defeated the shadow rather easily. He turned to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's clear breeze sword intent had reached an even higher level, and his body gave off an intense azure sword light that continuously turned into gusts of wind that floated around him. Swordsmen of the sword of many of them. Swords of, Zhao Fu of the swords, appeared in the swordsman of. Appeared. By swordsman of Feng, one of swords of at that moment, Zhao Fu's body once again appeared to the side. The young man came before Zhao Fu, his sword burning with flames as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu suddenly opened his eyes, which shot out 2 rays of sword light. His body turned into a sword chi and blew towards the swordsman. This time, Zhao Fu did not blow past the swordsman. Instead, he blew into the swordsman's body. A few gusts of sword chi passed through the swordsman's body and reformed Zhao Fu's body. However, the swordsman's body was cut into a few pieces, turning into sword chi and dissipating. Zhao Fu smiled. He had successfully dealt with this swordsman and was qualified to enter the next level. Ling Hua walked over and said, "Congratulations. Brother Tianba has grasped a higher level of sword chi." Zhao Fu smiled happily and said, "Brother Ling, you must be joking. My talent is lacking, and the sword chi I've comprehended cannot compare to yours." Ling Hua smiled and said, "Brother Tianba, you flatter me. I'm not that powerful." At this moment, the female swordsman walked past and glanced at the two of them. "Ling Hua, don't be so hypocritical. You're much stronger than him, and his sword chi cannot compare to ours." Hearing this, Ling Hua's expression became awkward. As a genius in the way of the sword, his sword chi was much higher than Zhao Fu's. However, he wanted to be friends with Zhao Fu, so he would not say such words. The female swordsman looked at Zhao Fu. "You're the young master of the demonic dragon clan, don't look for trouble. Find a way to back out now, or else the ones who will lose face will be your desolate dragon clan." Zhao Fu's expression was also somewhat awkward. He understood that the sword chi he had grasped could not compare to these geniuses, and he said, I know, but I think I'll lose to you." The female swordsman said with a hint of arrogance, "Below the sword platform, as the young master of the demonic dragon clan, you might not be weak, but on the sword platform, you have no right to compete with us." Ling Hua frowned. "Female swordsman, your words are a bit harsh. Aren't you afraid that the demonic dragon clan will find trouble with your swordland?" The female swordsman was also quite wary of the demonic dragon clan behind Zhao Fu, and she looked at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed, "If you have the ability, come find trouble with me alone. Don't look for the angel swordland." Zhao Fu looked at the female swordsman's beautiful face and smiled as he said, "I understand, you can rest assured. I also don't like using the demonic dragon clan's power to bully others." Hearing this, the female swordsman looked at Zhao Fu with admiration and headed towards the 3rd level. Ling Hua said, "Brother Tianba, let's go as well." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the two of them headed towards the 3rd level. The 4th level's trial had once again filtered out a portion of people. Originally, there were tens of people who had entered the 4th level, but now, there were only tens of people who had the qualifications to enter the 3rd level. Those who had the qualifications to enter the 3rd level were all geniuses in the sword Dao, and their achievements in the future would definitely not be low. When Zhao Fu and the others arrived at the 3rd level, they were even closer to the huge sword, and they could feel the pressure from the huge sword even more clearly. Everyone felt a sense of insignificance. Numerous sword lights started to condense in front of everyone's chest. A small blue sword that was as wide as a finger condensed in front of Zhao Fu's chest, a small red sword condensed in front of Ling Hua's chest, and a small silver sword condensed in front of Tian Ming's chest. The 3rd level's rule was that one had to defeat someone here to qualify to enter the 2nd level, and the small sword would automatically match the opponent's mark. Ling Hua looked at a muscular girl, and a small red sword also condensed in front of her chest. In other words, she was Ling Hua's opponent. Zhao Fu looked around and discovered that the small sword in front of Tai Qingfeng's chest was blue, and Tai Qingfeng was Zhao Fu's opponent. Tai Qingfeng's gaze also turned to Zhao Fu. When the crowd saw that this weak demon dragon clan's young master's opponent was actually a genius in the sword Dao, they couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how Tai Qingfeng would torture the demon dragon clan's young master, and the result was obvious. This time, the demon dragon clan's young master was unlucky. If he was matched with someone else, he might have a chance to enter the 2nd level, but he was matched with a genius in the sword Dao. Apex Book 1, Chapter 208, End of Book 1. The faces of some of the geniuses who were matched up against them became pale. They knew that they would definitely lose. Everyone started to walk to the side, preparing for the one-on-one duels. Tai Ching-feng said, "You're not a match for me, it's best that you withdraw." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "How would you know if you don't try?" Tai Ching-feng said coldly, "Very well, I'll let you experience the mysterious heavenly heavy sword's power." Tai Ching-feng took out the heavy sword on his back and slashed towards Zhao Fu, and a massive sword wind ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked in front of him, and his sword gave off a faint sword light. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the sword wind collided with Zhao Fu's sword. Even though Zhao Fu had blocked the sword wind, he was forced back 4 or 5 steps, and his sword-wielding hand trembled. As a genius of the way of the sword, Tai Ching-feng could be proud. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as his body turned into a few gusts of wind and shot towards Tai Ching-feng. Tai Ching-feng condescendingly laughed and slashed out with his heavy sword, sending a massive wave of sword chi towards Zhao Fu. This wave of sword chi was incredibly powerful, and it forced Zhao Fu to retreat. Only by reforming his body was he able to dodge this attack. Tai Ching-feng disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu, slashing towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Zhao Fu could not block the sword attack, and he could only dodge to the side. Tai Ching-feng immediately changed his attack and continued to slash towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu was struck by this attack, and his body flew back and heavily crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of his mouth. Tai Ching-feng felt quite surprised. This person had only received such a light injury from his attack. The dragon race's constitution was indeed powerful. Everyone understood the disparity between the two sides, and Zhao Fu would definitely lose. There was no chance of him winning at all. Tai Ching-feng said with a trace of arrogance, "I already said that I want you to leave." Zhao Fu stood up from the ground, his expression cold. He once again closed his eyes and his body immediately turned into several gusts of wind as he shot towards Azure Steel Peak. Tai Ching-feng disdainfully slashed out with his sword again, sending a massive sword arc towards Zhao Fu. Some of the gusts of wind were sliced apart by the sword arc, while the last one passed through the sword arc and transformed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu arrived in front of Tai Ching-feng and slashed at him. Tai Ching-feng stood in place. Boom! A thick wave of sword chi exploded out from his body, forming a thick sword barrier. When Zhao Fu's sword slashed against it, he was unable to break through the thick sword barrier. Tai Ching-feng once again swung his greatsword, sending out a powerful sword energy towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body turned into several gusts of wind, circling behind Iron Ching-feng and slashing out with his sword. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slashed against Tai Ching-feng's sword barrier, but he was still unable to break through it. Tai Ching-feng slashed out with his sword, forcing Zhao Fu back. Now that Tai Ching-feng's defenses could not be broken, Zhao Fu had no chance of winning at all. Song of Wind and the others started to worry. At that moment, Zhao Fu's consciousness was immersed in that azure sword energy. That azure sword energy was the Cool Breeze Sword School's legacy, and Zhao Fu had relied on it to raise his Cool Breeze Sword intent. Tai Ching-feng turned to look at Zhao Fu, who had his eyes closed, and slashed down with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Zhao Fu, leaving a gash in the ground. Zhao Fu's body once again turned into several gusts of wind and dissipated. Tai Ching-feng no longer had any interest in wasting time with Zhao Fu. He stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of sword intent slammed towards Zhao Fu. With such a large area, even if Zhao Fu turned into several gusts of wind, he would not be able to dodge it. At that critical moment, the gusts of wind gave off intense azure light and gathered together, turning into an azure whirlwind that flew into the sky. Tai Ching-feng raised his hand, and the terrifying sword intent slammed towards the azure whirlwind. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as the azure whirlwind in the sky once again scattered, condensing into many azure sword lights that quickly shot down towards Azure Steel Peak. Tai Ching-feng controlled the sword intent that flowed out from his hand, forming a thick wall of sword intent. Bang! 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 The azure sword lights stopped when they hit the thick wall of sword intent, but they only managed to penetrate an inch and were unable to pierce through it. Tai Ching-feng pushed out with his hand, and the wall of sword intent turned into a wave that gave off a terrifying aura and slammed towards the azure sword lights. The cyan sword light immediately turned into many cyan sword chis and fled, dodging that heavy sword intent. The azure sword chi once again condensed into Zhao Fu's body. With his eyes still closed, Zhao Fu turned into an azure ray of light and shot towards Tai Ching-feng. Tai Ching-feng swung the heavy sword in his hand. Shing, the sound of metal colliding rang out as the two swords collided, causing sparks to fly and a gale to spread out. Tai Ching-feng felt quite surprised. He could clearly sense that Zhao Fu's sword intent was even stronger than before. However, this was still not a match for him. Tai Ching-feng vigorously swung his sword, sending Zhao Fu flying back. He then chased after Zhao Fu, sending a powerful sword light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword, and countless gusts of wind blew out from his sword. Bang! The gusts of wind were still slashed apart by the sword light, and Zhao Fu was still sent flying. However, the gusts of wind had weakened the majority of the sword light's power, so Zhao Fu was not injured. Tai Ching-feng leapt into the air, and his sword gave off a massive black sword light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body shined with azure sword light, and he also vigorously slashed out. Shing, the sound of metal colliding rang out as the two swords collided. A sword energy spread out, and Zhao Fu's body was once again sent flying. Tai Ching-feng's expression became serious. He could sense that Zhao Fu's sword Dao's power was becoming stronger, and this rate of growth was simply too fast. Tai Ching-feng's sword slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body turned into several gusts of wind and dissipated, and the gusts of wind gathered in another place, forming Zhao Fu's body. However, in the next instant, Tai Ching-feng appeared above Zhao Fu, and his sword radiated intense sword light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu was struck to the ground, causing the ground to crumble and dust to spread out, obscuring everyone's vision. No one was surprised. Zhao Fu's sword Dao's strength was far inferior to Tai Ching-feng's. After withstanding such a terrifying attack, Zhao Fu should have lost. However, when the dust settled, Zhao Fu's body was enveloped by a gust of wind, floating above the crater. He hadn't suffered any major injuries. This time everyone was completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to withstand this attack. Tai Ching-feng was also quite shocked. Firstly, he hadn't heavily injured Zhao Fu, and secondly, he could sense that Zhao Fu's sword Dao's power was continuing to grow. However, this sword Dao's power was still not a match for him. Tai Ching-feng raised his sword, and a few terrifying black sword lights containing terrifying destructive power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Apex. Book 1 Chapter 209 Zhao Fu's body turned into a blue stream of wind, nimbly dodging in all directions, ethereal and untraceable. Those terrifying black sword lights bombarded the ground, blasting out a large pit, but they couldn't hit Zhao Fu. Tai Ching-feng did not believe that he could not hit Zhao Fu, and he sent a massive amount of power into his heavy sword. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as 100 black sword lights shot out from the heavy sword, bringing with them destructive power as they slashed towards Zhao Fu from all directions, giving off a soul-shaking aura. Looks of shock appeared on everyone's faces. They understood that Azure Peak was serious. Zhao Fu stopped and held his sword in front of him, sending a massive amount of power into the sword. Countless traces of green wind blew out from the sword, turning it into a wind tunnel. Boom! The 100 sword lights smashed against the cool breeze. The sword lights were extremely terrifying, but the cool breeze was extremely gentle. When the two collided, a shocking shockwave spread out. Bang bang bang! In the end, the sword light was even more powerful, piercing through the countless gusts of wind and creating large craters in the ground. Rocks flew everywhere and dust once again filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. I should have defeated him this time, right? That was what everyone thought. They couldn't believe that Zhao Fu would be able to withstand such a terrifying attack and still remain undefeated. They had all assumed that Tai Ching-feng could easily defeat Zhao Fu. The dust slowly rose up, and a few streams of azure wind gathered together, condensing into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's eyes were closed, and he had not suffered much damage. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to survive. Tai Ching-feng's expression grew even more solemn. Once again, he could feel the power of Zhao Fu's sword Dao growing stronger. Many of the experts in the spectator stands became interested. They could also see that Zhao Fu's sword Dao power was constantly increasing. Boom! Tai Ching-feng sent large amounts of power into his sword and pointed it at Zhao Fu. A massive sword image gave off immense power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body once again turned into several gusts of wind that quickly dispersed. The massive sword image slammed into the ground and easily stabbed into the spirit platform, causing the third level to tremble. A powerful shockwave rippled out, dispersing the gusts of wind and turning them into azure sword chi. The attention of the spectators on the third floor was drawn over as well. They hadn't paid much attention to the battle between Zhao Fu and Tai Qingfeng, believing that Tai Qingfeng would be able to defeat Zhao Fu easily. However, they hadn't expected Tai Qingfeng to use such a terrifying force. The spectators were also shocked. Tai Qingfeng was truly enraged this time. Using such a terrifying move, even experts of the way of the sword would die. As for ordinary people like them, there was no way they could block it. Could this strike defeat Zhao Fu? The scattered green sword chi quickly gathered together, condensing into Zhao Fu's body. He was still not defeated. Boom! Tai Qingfeng exploded out with all of his power as he shot towards Zhao Fu from the sky. His terrifying aura was like a mountain crashing down. Before the azure steel mountain even landed, that terrifying aura pressed down on the ground, causing the ground to crack. That terrifying aura caused everyone in the distance to feel a sense of fear. Tai Qingfeng arrived in front of Zhao Fu and ferociously slashed out with his sword. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes. Countless rays of azure sword light shot out as he vigorously slashed out with his sword. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two swords clashed together. A terrifying sword energy instantly blasted out, causing the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters to collapse. The two people in the center were both sent back 5 or 6 meters. Tai Qingfeng's body gave off a powerful and thick black sword chi, while Zhao Fu's body gave off a gentle sword intent. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Everyone fell into a state of shock as they stared at Zhao Fu. Sensing the powerful sword energy coming from Zhao Fu's body, they were witnessing the birth of a genius in the way of the sword. From a newbie in the way of the sword to a genius in the way of the sword, such a rapid change was hard to accept. They only felt that this person was too monstrous, the most monstrous person they had seen in a long time. No one could compare to him. Zhao Fu's azure eyes looked at Tai Qingfeng. His body turned into a few gusts of wind and disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Tai Qingfeng and slashed towards him. Tai Qingfeng blocked with his sword, blocking Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu immediately twisted his body and kicked out, hitting Tai Qingfeng's abdomen and forcing him back a few steps. Tai Qingfeng raised his sword with both hands and slashed down with all his might. A huge beam of sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body turned into a few gusts of wind and disappeared. In an instant, the gusts of wind formed Zhao Fu's body behind Tai Qingfeng and sent him flying with a single slash. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. It seemed that Zhao Fu was slightly stronger now, and the situation had been completely flipped. The experts on the viewing platform all had solemn expressions. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to be true. Not only was this person's way of the sword improving too quickly, but he was also abnormally strong, suppressing a genius in the way of the sword. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. He had become so terrifying in such a short time. If he was given a bit more time, just how terrifying would he become? Everyone couldn't imagine this. Was this the sword genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years? Tai Qingfeng had just used the mysterious heaven sword to block most of Zhao Fu's power, so he was only slightly injured. He got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhao Fu and seriously said, "I admit that I underestimated you. With your current strength, you are qualified for me to fight you at full strength." Zhao Fu coldly said, "Make your move." Boom! Tai Qingfeng erupted with his full power and countless strands of mysterious heaven sword energy flowed out from his body and spread out like a tidal wave. The ground was unable to withstand this heavy sword energy. Clang! A sword hum rang out and Zhao Fu's body gave off a faint green light. Countless gusts of wind surrounded Zhao Fu, making him look like a god of wind. Swish! The two of them turned into rays of light and shot towards each other. Bang! 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 Thunderous rumbles echoed as the two of them fiercely collided in the air. A terrifying power spread out and the ground continued to collapse. Countless rocks flew out like bullets and the entire platform trembled. This affected everyone else, causing them to stop what they were doing and look at the battle between Zhao Fu and Iron Green Peak. Everyone was excited as they watched the destructive battle between the two of them. Their hearts beat rapidly. The battle between these two geniuses was simply too terrifying. Wind Song and the others had joyful smiles on their faces. They had seen Zhao Fu's sword and their clear wind sword sex power had reached its limit. Boom! Boom! Book 1, Chapter 210, Xing, Tai Ching Feng slashed out with his sword, and the massive sword image once again appeared, slashing towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Zhao Fu quickly dodged. The massive sword image slashed through the ground, easily leaving a deep trench in the ground. There were still traces of dense black sword chi left behind. Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and a clear wind wrapped around the sword. A wind whip containing immense power lashed towards Tai Ching Feng. Tai Chingfeng's heavy sword blocked in front of him, blocking Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu's body flew forwards and turned into countless rays of green sword light that gave off sharp power as they shot towards Azure Steel Peak like raindrops. Tai Chingfeng sent some of his power into his heavy sword, causing it to continuously release black sword chi, forming a black semicircular barrier. Bang, 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 streaks of cyan sword light rained down on the black barrier. It looked terrifying, but it was unable to break through the black barrier. The azure sword lights turned into countless azure sword chi that surrounded Tai Chingfeng, wanting to attack him from all directions. Boom! Tai Chingfeng vigorously slashed out with his sword, and the massive black sword chi quickly slashed towards the azure sword chi around him. The azure sword chi was continuously pushed back, and it gathered together, forming Zhao Fu's body. Tai Chingfeng immediately appeared in front of Zhao Fu and raised his heavy sword, slashing towards Zhao Fu with a mountain-splitting aura. Zhao Fu also vigorously swung his sword, giving off an intense azure sword light as he slashed towards Tai Chingfeng. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and a terrifying force spread out in the air, as if a gust of wind was blowing. Bang, Zhao Fu's body was sent flying, and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Zhao Fu immediately raised his sword and stabbed out, sending a gentle sword chi towards Tai Chingfeng. Tai Chingfeng used his heavy sword to block in front of him, but he was still sent flying by the gentle sword intent. The two of them continued to fight in the air. Ling Hua looked on in shock. The current Zhao Fu was too different from the Zhao Fu he had seen before. It was hard to imagine that Zhao Fu had also become someone who could rival the prodigies of the sword. The female Jian heir was also very shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's talent would be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he was able to obtain such a terrifying power of the way of the sword. If he was given a certain amount of time, he would definitely surpass her. The funny thing was that she had thought that Zhao Fu was very weak, so she had asked Zhao Fu to withdraw earlier. If they were to meet again, she was not confident that she could win. Beast Boy also cared about Zhao Fu. Before, he had looked down on Zhao Fu, but now, Zhao Fu's change surprised him. As for 7th Swordsman and Tian Ming, they did not care too much because Zhao Fu's current power was not enough to threaten them. The spectators all around watched the two of them fight. Their faces were filled with excitement, and they discussed enthusiastically. Both of them are so powerful. I'm so excited. This is indeed a battle between two geniuses. I have to apologize. I underestimated the young master of the Demon Dragon sect. I did not expect him to have such insane potential. He has caught up to Tai Chingfeng in an instant. Only someone like him deserves to be a genius. Now, who do you think will win? I think that Tai Chingfeng has a slight advantage. Really? I think that the young master of the Demon Dragon sect might win. He is still growing very quickly. I support the young master of the Demon Dragon sect. I believe in his power now. Some of the cultivators in the stands looked even more serious, while others began to admire Zhao Fu. Bang, there was a loud noise. Tai Chingfeng was cut into the ground by Zhao Fu's sword, creating a large crater. However, he was not seriously injured. Tai Chingfeng looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. If he had had an advantage before, now that his swordsmanship power was almost the same as Zhao Fu's, he no longer had an advantage. Tai Chingfeng raised his sword, and the sky began to change color. Spiritual power quickly gathered, and he shouted, "Black Heaven Sword Aura!" Boom, there was a loud rumble, and a black beam of light that looked like metal fell from the sky. It landed on Tai Chingfeng's body, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The beam of light scattered, and a black sword light wrapped around Tai Chingfeng's body. He gave off an extremely powerful sword power, and he looked like a human sword. Clang, 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 Tai Chingfeng swung his heavy sword, and 10 or so sword lights slashed towards Zhao Fu, leaving behind 10 or so gashes in the ground. In that instant, Zhao Fu turned into a few gusts of wind and quickly gathered behind Tai Chingfeng. He slashed at Tai Chingfeng's back with an azure sword light. However, Tai Chingfeng did not dodge and allowed Zhao Fu's sword to land on his back. What shocked everyone was that it was as if the sword had struck metal and was unable to injure Tai Chingfeng at all. This was the power of the Black Heaven Sword Aura. Tai Chingfeng immediately backhanded his sword and slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately retracted his sword and used it to block in front of him. Bang! Zhao Fu was still sent flying by the sword. Tai Chingfeng immediately shot out a few rays of sword light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately swung his sword and turned it into a massive azure whirlwind that pulled the rays of sword light into the whirlwind. The rays of sword light were corroded by the sword intent and immediately collapsed. Tai Chingfeng rushed into the azure whirlwind and roared. Countless rays of black sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the azure whirlwind, causing it to dissipate. Zhao Fu's body reappeared and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tai Chingfeng revealed a trace of a smile and continued to rush at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as his body gave off countless rays of azure light and he flew into the sky. The spirit force around him quickly gathered and a cool breeze blew. Scree! A massive bird cry sounded out as countless rays of azure light shined in all directions. A massive and elegant azure bird appeared in the sky. This massive azure bird gave off an azure light, but its body was transparent and slender. There was a single feather on its head, and its eyes were gentle. Gusts of cool wind surrounded it and gave off a powerful sword energy, making it seem like a spirit of the wind. Tai Chingfeng dragged his heavy sword as he flew towards the azure bird in the sky. The azure bird in the sky also wanted to charge towards Azure Peak. It spread its wings, sending countless gusts of wind towards Azure Peak. It was like a super azure tornado, tearing everything in its path to shreds. The scene was extremely terrifying. Tai Chingfeng's body shot out countless rays of sword light, which were like a hail of bullets towards the azure bird, wanting to destroy it. Bang, 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 countless gusts of wind collided with the astral swords, giving off loud sounds. The gusts of wind and sword chi shot about chaotically, creating craters in the ground. Soon, the ground was riddled with holes. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing everyone to feel fear. Apex Book 1 Chapter 211 The youth beside Feng Yao exclaimed, "Azure Swordbird. This is the move of our ancestor. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes." Windsong was equally shocked. The Cyan Swordbird is a sword spirit condensed from the Clear Breeze Sword Will's domain to its limit. It is one of the most powerful moves of the Clear Breeze Sword sect's founder. Even the current sect leader has not mastered this move, but Zhao Fu has done it by relying on the legacy of the Clear Breeze Sword sect. The key was that in Zhao Fu's hands, he was able to display such terrifying power. He was not at a disadvantage when facing the mysterious Heaven Sword head-on. The mysterious Heaven Sword was one of the most powerful sword energies in the Chaos world. It had the power to destroy everything. Was their Cool Breeze Sword sect really that powerful? Even Windsong herself had some doubts. The people in the surroundings were quite curious as to what power Zhao Fu was using, and hearing the young man's words, they said in shock, "No way. Is that the power of your Cool Breeze Sword sect?" Someone said, "I know that your Cool Breeze Sword School is just an ordinary sword school. It's impossible for you to be so powerful." Someone else said, "Yeah. How can your Clear Breeze Sword energy block the profound heavenly sword energy? I'm asking you if you believe that your Clear Wind Sword sect has the ability to do so. Also, he's the young master of the demonic dragon sect. How could someone from your Clear Wind Sword sect be related to such a noble person?" Everyone turned to look at Song of Wind and the others. That young man said proudly, "That is the power of our Cool Breeze Sword faction. This move is our patriarch's move. Also, feel the sword chi on our bodies and see if it's the same as his. Hearing those words, the crowd carefully compared them, and they were exactly the same. Wow. This time, your Clear Wind Sword sect is really proud to be able to face the mysterious Heavenly Sword head-on. Once this gets out, your Clear Wind Sword sect will be famous. Yeah. I didn't believe it at first, but after comparing it, it really is the same. Is your Cool Breeze Sword sect really that powerful? I can consider joining your sword faction. I want to know what is the relationship between you and young Master Demon Dragon. Why would young Master Demon Dragon use your sword faction's power to fight? If young Master Demon Dragon has a close relationship with your sword faction, then I will join your Clearwind Sword faction. Your Cool Breeze Sword sect is too powerful. After this battle, your sect's name will definitely shake the world. When the people from the Heavy Sword School heard this, their expressions became unsightly. From now on, they would have to suffer, and they started to feel regret. They should not have provoked the Clear Wind Sword School. When the spectators saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This battle had exceeded their expectations. At this time, a young man said, I heard that the sword intent used by the young master Mo Long came from a very small sword sect. A white-haired, black-robed old man said, I noticed a long time ago that the sword intent he used was extremely ordinary. However, the most surprising thing was that he was able to use such an ordinary sword intent to fight the mysterious Heavenly Sword head-on. Also, his sword intent has risen so quickly, which is quite strange. I can't see through him either. That's right, the woman in a red dress said, looking quite valiant. The youth said, he is the young master of the Demon Dragon lineage. His status is similar to that of the Myriad Sword's young master. He must have made some preparations before coming to the trial of Myriad Swords. Moreover, with the foundation of the Demon Dragon lineage, they have the ability to do this. A slightly chubby man said, now, it seems that this young master Mo Long has a chance of becoming the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Hearing this, everyone's minds trembled. They had never thought about this before, but based on Zhao Fu's strength, which was not any weaker than other geniuses, it was possible that he could become the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, interrupting everyone's conversations. The massive azure bird in the sky suddenly flapped its wings, and an enormous azure gale containing world-destroying power blew towards Tai Ching-feng. The ground first cracked before being lifted up by the gale, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. The terrifying power caused everyone's bodies to tremble. Arg! Tai Ching-feng loudly roared and stabbed out with all of his strength. Countless black sword lights shot out, bringing with them terrifying power as they shot forwards. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two terrifying powers collided, causing countless blinding lights to shine out. A powerful gale blew over with countless rocks, causing the platform on the third level to violently tremble. The terrifying aura caused everyone to fall into despair. When the blinding light dissipated, there was a 10,000-meter wide crater in the ground. Tai Ching-feng stood at the center of the crater, holding his sword. There were a few wounds on his body that were bleeding. Zhao Fu had returned to his human form and was holding an azure sword as he stood in the sky. Zhao Fu had finally broken through the mysterious heaven sword light, causing Tai Ching-feng to suffer some injuries. Zhao Fu had to admit that the mysterious heaven sword light was very powerful. Tai Ching-feng gripped his sword with both hands and began to send all of his power into it. Tai Ching-feng wanted to use this to decide victory. The mysterious heavenly sword continued to spread out from the heavy sword, giving off a terrifying force. It was as if a terrifying gravity was pressing down on the ground. The surrounding ground could not withstand it and began to crack, and the cracks continued to spread. Zhao Fu understood what Tai Ching-feng wanted and raised his sword. Countless gusts of wind gathered around Zhao Fu and wrapped around Zhao Fu's sword, forming a vortex that gave off a power that could stir the world. Clang! Tai Ching-feng vigorously swung his sword, and a 10,000-meter-long black crescent gave off destructive power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu in the sky. The sound was heaven-shaking, and it was as if it was going to split the sky in half. Boom! Zhao Fu raised his sword and slashed down. The massive vortex contained enough power to shatter the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Tai Ching-feng. The terrifying aura it gave off was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Bang, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out as the two powers collided. A massive shockwave spread out like a bolt of lightning, distorting the space around it and causing the ground to collapse. The terrifying shockwave covered the entire platform. Ling Hua and the others were also affected and immediately used their defensive barriers to block the shockwave. Feeling this terrifying shockwave, their expressions became serious. When the shockwave dissipated, 1/5 of the platform had collapsed and the surroundings were filled with rubble. There was an aura of destruction in the air. At the center of the crater, Tai Ching-feng knelt on one knee, one hand holding the sword that was stabbed into the ground. There were many wounds on his body that were continuously bleeding, and his aura had become very weak. Zhao Fu stood in the sky with a wound on his body that was bleeding, but it was not serious. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The result was obvious: Zhao Fu had won, and Tai Ching-feng no longer had the strength to fight. Book 1, Chapter 2 12-inch. I really didn't expect that he would win. A person who had just stepped into sword doctrine defeated a genius of sword doctrine. Yes. What surprised me even more was that he used the Qingfeng sword will to defeat the Xiantian sword will. He won fair and square, without any tricks. The demonic dragon young master's power is beyond our imagination. What other terrifying powers is he hiding? He is very powerful. As a member of the dragon clan, he chose an unconventional path and has such a powerful sword will. He will be famous after this battle. I really admire him now. I want to see how he becomes the demonic dragon young master. It will be a very exciting trial. As the first person to defeat a genius of sword doctrine, I think he can become the master of swords. As supporters of Zhao Fu, Win Song and the others were ecstatic when they saw Zhao Fu defeat Steel Peak. On one hand, it proved the strength of the Qingfeng sword will. The people around them could not help but envy the people of the Qingfeng sword sect. Ling Hua looked shocked. He didn't expect Zhao Fu to be so terrifying. He didn't take Zhao Fu seriously at first, thinking that Zhao Fu was no match for him in sword doctrine. But now, Zhao Fu has the power to threaten him. The Jian heir's expression was serious as she said, "Now that Zhao Fu has defeated Iron Green Peak and proved himself, we have another powerful competitor." Beast Bai looked at the destroyed platform and also felt a strong threat from Zhao Fu. Seventh Swordsman and Tian Ming were also concerned about Zhao Fu, but they still had a lot of confidence. The experts in the stands fell silent. After a while, the white-haired city master said slowly with a serious expression, "I can't see through him either. His background is not simple." The city lord was a half-step celestial existence, and with his strength, very few people could escape his eyes. It could be seen that Zhao Fu was not ordinary at all. However, everyone already knew that he was the demonic dragon young master. This identity was not ordinary, but it was not surprising. Why was the city master so serious? The white-haired old man noticed. "You mean that person is not as simple as the demonic dragon young master?" The city lord of 10,000 swords nodded. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. The demon dragon young master already had a very noble identity. Among the demon dragons, he was above tens of thousands of people. Who else had such a terrifying identity? The red-robed woman laughed, "I knew it. How could someone from the desolate ancient dragon race possess such a powerful sword intent? So this kid's identity is not simple. However, this means that the person is even more terrifying. This trial of 10,000 swords might exceed our expectations." A white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "I also feel that it will exceed our expectations. This young master Mo Long might be the biggest variable." The beautiful woman in the red dress said with a smile, "I also want to see what kind of shocking changes there will be this time." The news quickly spread to the dragon territory. At first, everyone was surprised that Zhao Fu was participating in the trial of 10,000 swords. Almost no one from the primordial ancient dragon race had participated in the trial of 10,000 swords. They were not proficient in the way of the sword. Most of them thought that Zhao Fu was just going to join in the fun. But now, Zhao Fu had displayed shocking talent in the way of the sword. He had even defeated the inheritor of the mysterious heavenly heavy sword. This was enough to shock everyone. The people from the demon dragon bloodline were pleasantly surprised. This time, Zhao Fu had brought glory to the demon dragon bloodline again. A genius in the way of the sword had appeared in the demon dragon bloodline. The people from the other bloodlines began to pay more attention to Zhao Fu. To them, the threat that Zhao Fu posed was no less than that of Long Shiwu. Although Zhao Fu was arrogant, he had the strength to be arrogant. Zhao Fu descended from the sky. Ling Hua smiled as she walked to Zhao Fu's side. Brother Tianba, your power of the way of the sword is so powerful. I was wrong. Zhao Fu smiled, it's not as powerful as you say. Ling Hua asked curiously, Brother Tianba, let me ask you. How did your sword will improve so quickly? Ling Yi had gone from a novice to a genius in the way of the sword. In such a short period of time, Ling Yi could only admire Zhao Fu from the bottom of his heart. He could not compare to Zhao Fu in this aspect, and he was quite curious as to how Zhao Fu had improved so quickly. The others were also very curious about this. Zhao Fu replied, this has something to do with my talent. Also, I have grasped a type of sword will a long time ago, but I have never been interested in cultivating it. This time, I used the power of the sword will to comprehend it. Now that my sword will has increased to this limit, I can't improve as quickly as I did before. Hearing this, Ling Hua felt a little better. Otherwise, he would have suffered too much of a blow. It was as good as before, when he felt that Zhao Fu could soon become a god of the sword, surpassing countless sword cultivators. Ling Hua said, let's go to the second level. Zhao Fu nodded. Now, there were only 6 people qualified to enter the second level. Ling Hua, 7th swordsman, Tian Ming, Jian Beast Bai, and Zhao Fu made a total of 6 people. Tai Qingfeng, who was originally a genius, could not enter the second level because he had lost to Zhao Fu. Everyone was looking forward to it. Those who could enter the second level were all geniuses of the way of the sword. The battles between them would be even more intense and terrifying. Zhao Fu and the others walked up to the second level. Countless sword powers gathered together to form 2 doors. Only 2 people were qualified to enter the first level. Moreover, the platform did not match opponents, it was up to everyone to choose. Beast Bai was the first to speak, 7th swordsman, I want to fight you. This time, I came to defeat you. 7th swordsman said calmly, sure. The 2 of them flew to the side and prepared to fight. Ling Hua looked at Tian Ming and said with a smile, Brother Tianba, what do you think are my chances of winning? Zhao Fu looked at Tian Ming and said, he is very dangerous. It will be difficult for you to beat him. Ling Hua said with a smile, I feel the same way, but I want to try. Zhao Fu said, be careful. Ling Hua smiled and nodded before walking towards Tian Ming. Tian Ming also understood that Ling Hua had come to challenge him, so the 2 of them flew to the other side and prepared to fight. In the end, only Zhao Fu and the sword lady were left. The sword lady walked up to Zhao Fu and said, you are very strong. I apologize for what I said before. Zhao Fu chuckled, no need, I didn't mind. The sword lady said, you used up a lot of energy fighting Tai Qingfeng, and I don't want to take advantage of you. Hurry up and recover your strength. However, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I have no interest in fighting you. Only 2 people could pass the second level of the trial. No matter what method they used, the 2 who survived would be the ones to pass the second level. As such, Zhao Fu did not want to fight the sword lady. Even if he won, it would be meaningless. The sword lady said angrily, why? Do you think that I am not as good as you? Zhao Fu looked at the sword lady and said with a smile, you don't mean that? You can save your strength for now and use it to challenge others. That way, you will have a higher chance of winning. Apex Book 1 Chapter 213 The swordswoman's expression softened. Sure. Beast defeated would fight against 7th swordsman, while Ling Hua would fight against Tian Ming. 7th swordsman and Tian Ming were undoubtedly the strongest too, so it was very likely that they would emerge victorious. The 2 of them were Nu Jianer's greatest opponents. Nu Jianer also wanted to experience their strength. Beast defeat and the 7th swordsman were the first to fight fiercely. Roar, Shoubai raised his stone sword, and a huge white tiger let out a deafening roar. It pounced at 7th swordsman with a terrifying aura. The 7th swordsman stood there calmly. 4 swords floated around him, and they were distributed in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. They emitted slightly different sword lights. The moment the tiger pounced, the 4 swords around 7th swordsman moved in 4 different directions. They emitted a powerful sword power and formed a square sword shield of 4 colors. Bang! The white tiger collided with it, and countless white sword chi scattered in all directions, but it did not break the square-shaped sword barrier. Shobai snorted coldly. Don't think that you can stop me with the square sword world. Beast Bai sent a massive wave of power into the stone sword, causing it to give off a massive suction force, causing the surrounding spirit energy to quickly gather. Beast Spirit Sword Devour. Shobai roared and swung the sword in his hand. A huge beast-like black mouth ferociously bit the square-shaped sword cover and tore it apart. Beast Defeat then rushed up to the 7th swordsman and slashed at him with his sword. The 4 swords around Sword 7 turned their tips towards Beast Defeat, and they shot towards Beast Defeat with immense power. Clang! A massive sword hum sounded out as Beast Defeat sent the 4 incoming swords flying back, exploding out with countless sparks. Beast Defeat continued to attack the 7th swordsman. 7th swordsman raised a hand, and 8 swords flew out from his hand. They lined up in a row, and the swords shot towards Beast Killer with great sword power. Shobai waved the sword in his hand and deflected the incoming sword. At that moment, Beast Defeat was already in front of the 7th swordsman. He was about to slash at the 7th swordsman, but the 7th swordsman did not panic. He put his sword in front of his chest. Boom! A massive sword energy landed on Beastly Bai's body, causing his body to stop. It was as if a massive sword weighing down on his body was weighing down on him. Beast Defeat turned his head and saw that the 8 swords that he had sent flying had stabbed into the ground, forming a terrifying sword formation. The 7th swordsman's fingers, which were placed in front of his chest, moved slightly, and an invisible sword force was emitted. Boom! An even greater sword energy weighed down on Beast Bai's body, causing him to bend over and the ground to crack. Ah! Shobai loudly roared and a golden aura flame exploded out from his body. The terrifying power sent the 8 swords stabbing into the ground flying and the sword formation was broken. The golden aura flame seemed to contain the figures of 10,000 beasts, and it gave off an extremely terrifying power. Beastly Bai's hair had been dyed gold. This was Beastly Bai's 10,000 beasts sword intent, an extremely terrifying sword intent within the primal chaos world. After igniting the golden flames, Beast Defeat slashed out with his sword, sending a golden sword light towards 7th swordsman. But the 7th swordsman still had no intention of dodging. Shing! A massive sword hum sounded out as 7th swordsman's body gave off strands of rainbow-colored sword chi. His body gave off a faint light, and he looked incredibly powerful. Bang! The golden sword light hit 7th swordsman's body and dissipated, but the sword light was unable to harm him at all. The strands of sword chi that had appeared protected him. Beast Defeat looked furious and sent massive amounts of power into his sword. The sword ignited with a golden aura flame, and Beast Defeat raised his sword and slashed towards 7th swordsman. It was as if the sword could sink the ground, and nothing could stop it. 7th swordsman understood that it was very difficult to deal with geniuses like Beast Defeat, so he drew the sword at his waist and blocked. Boom! Beast Defeat's sword collided with the sword, and a wave of golden light spread out from beneath 7th swordsman's feet. The ground within hundreds of meters instantly collapsed. However, 7th swordsman was still not injured. He swung his sword and sent Beast Defeat flying. Beast Defeat stopped and looked at 7th swordsman with a serious expression. He understood how powerful 7th swordsman was, and the golden flames burning around his body continued to grow stronger. They gradually formed a massive and mighty golden lion that gave off a massive sword force. Beast Defeat gripped his sword and rushed towards 7th swordsman. The golden lion also gave off a terrifying aura as it quickly ran towards 7th swordsman. 7th swordsman sent some power into his sword, and it gave off many rainbow-colored sword chi. Beast Defeat rushed in front of 7th swordsman and swung his sword. The massive golden lion raised a paw and swatted towards 7th swordsman with great power. It seemed as if it could shatter steel. 7th swordsman swung his sword, sending out a rainbow-colored arc of light that sent the paw flying. The beast was defeated by a swing of the sword in his hand. The golden lion raised its other paw and swatted towards 7th swordsman with great power. 7th swordsman swung his sword again, sending out a rainbow-colored arc of light that blocked this attack. Beast Defeat continuously swung his sword. The golden lion seemed to have gone berserk, and its claws gave off terrifying power as they clawed towards 7th swordsman, creating gusts of wind. Seventh Swordsman's expression was calm as he continuously swung his sword. He sent out rainbow-colored sword light, sending back all of the paw attacks. Beast Defeat looked furious, and he raised his sword and slashed downwards. The massive golden lion opened its massive mouth and gave off a ferocious aura as it leapt towards Seventh Swordsman. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow Seventh Swordsman. Seventh Swordsman raised his sword and slashed out. Xing, a cross-shaped rainbow sword light slashed out, hitting the golden lion's head. The massive power sent the golden lion flying, and Beast Defeat's body flew backwards as well. In the end, the massive golden lion collapsed, and Beast Defeat was only slightly injured, but it was not serious. Everyone watched the battle between the two with excitement, and they were not disappointed. Their battle was very exciting. Seventh Swordsman's power was obviously stronger than Beast Defeat's, but Beast Defeat was not weak either. Now, it all depended on whether or not Beast Defeat had any tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he could defeat Seventh Swordsman. Many of the cultivators in the stands were very impressed with Beast Defeat and Seventh Swordsman, and they could not help but praise them. The Jianer watched the battle between the two seriously, and she gradually realized that there was a huge gap between them. Seventh Swordsman was extremely powerful, and even if she went up, she might not be able to do as well as Beast Defeat. She might end up in an even worse situation, as Beast Defeat was only slightly more powerful than her. Jiaofu watched for a while and lost interest. He turned his attention to the battle between Ling Hua and Tian Ming. Ling Hua was his friend, and Tian Ming's power was terrifying. Jiaofu was more interested in their battle. Book 1, Chapter 214 Pa, Ling Hua slammed his palm on the ground, causing a silver energy to spread out. The stone tiles on the ground absorbed the silver energy and gave off a wave of spirit energy. Swish, 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 in that instant, countless bricks flew up from the ground and flew towards the black sky in an orderly manner. Tian Ming stood with his hands crossed, not showing any fear in the face of the stone tiles. A gray sword chi flowed out of his body, forming sharp claws. Bang, bang. Bang, the stone tiles were shattered by the sharp claws, causing rubble to fly everywhere. The stone tiles that shot towards Tian Ming were unable to harm him at all. Suddenly, Ling Hua's body appeared in front of Tian Ming, his sword bringing with it a powerful sword light as it slashed towards Tian Ming's waist. Tian Ming immediately leapt backwards, dodging this attack. Ling Hua immediately rushed towards Tian Ming with his sword. Tian Ming raised a hand and slapped towards Ling Hua. The gray sword chi quickly formed a demonic claw, bringing with it an evil and cold power as it slammed towards Ling Hua. A sword eagle formed from many swords appeared behind Ling Hua. It spread its wings, bringing with it a sharp sword chi as it flew towards the demonic claw. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided. The sword eagle and the demonic claw both shattered into sword chi. Ling Hua rushed in front of Tian Ming and once again slashed out with his sword, bringing out a silver crescent. Tian Ming raised a finger and gathered power within his finger, giving off a gray sword light. He slashed forwards, cutting the silver crescent in half. At that moment, Ling Hua stomped on the ground, causing a massive silver sword to shoot out from the ground, shooting towards Tian Ming with immense power. Tian Ming did not react and continued to retreat, dodging this attack. Xing, Ling Hua stabbed her sword into the ground, and three huge swords made of silver spiritual energy shot out from the ground, flying towards Tian Ming at high speed. Tian Ming was unable to dodge, so he could only stretch out a hand. Countless streaks of gray sword chi gathered, forming a semicircle barrier. Bang, the three silver greatswords collided with the gray sword shield, creating a loud sound. Darksky's body was also sent flying more than 10 meters. Ling Hua looked at Tian Ming and said seriously, "Can you use your weapon to fight with me now?" Tian Ming's expression became serious. "You have the right to make me use my sword. Now, I will let you experience the power of the chaotic heaven evil sword." Tian Ming drew his sword from his back and waved it. Boom, a terrifying sword energy slashed out, bringing with it a gray shockwave that blasted out in all directions. Some small rocks were blown away, and the surroundings became quite dangerous and were filled with an evil aura. Sensing this power, Ling Hua's expression turned even more solemn. She then wielded her sword and charged towards Tian Ming. Tian Ming raised his sword and slashed. Roar, a huge demon shadow roared and pounced at Tianming. The power it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was not a power that ordinary people could resist. Ling Hua's body gave off many sword lights, and a massive tiger formed from many swords was formed. It also gave off a massive sword aura, and Ling Hua charged forward with this sword tiger. Boom, the demon and sword tiger clashed together, and a powerful gust of wind blew out in all directions. The sword tiger's body collapsed, and Ling Hua's body was also pushed back by a wave of power. Tianming waved his sword again, and a gray sword light slashed towards Ling Hua. Ling Hua used his sword to block, but he was still pushed back a few steps. Tianming was much stronger than Ling Hua had expected. He was able to suppress him with just the chaotic heaven evil sword. Ling Hua did not hesitate, and he placed his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Heaven Earth Spirit Sword." Boom, a massive silver sword chi exploded out of Ling Hua's body, shooting into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Tianming's expression became serious as he sensed the strange changes in his surroundings. Ling Hua waved the sword in his hand. Illusory figures holding swords appeared around him. There were old and young, male and female, and each of them held a sword in their hands. Each of them exuded a powerful sword force, and there were over 1,000 of them. With Ling Hua at the center, they all flew towards Tianming. Tianming raised his sword and continuously infused it with power. The sword gave off many sword lights and a terrifying evil power. Clang, Tianming slashed with all his might, and a huge sword light slashed out. It seemed to be able to cut a mountain in half, and it was extremely terrifying. Many of the flying shadows were slashed into nothingness by the sword. Ling Hua suddenly appeared in front of Tianming, and slashed again, aiming for Tianming's throat. Tianming used his sword to block Ling Hua's attack. A few figures wielding swords immediately appeared beside Ling Hua and attacked Tianming from another direction. Countless gray sword chi gathered behind Tianming and formed a pair of wings made of sword chi, blocking the shadow flying over. Xiao xiao xiao, Tianming waved the gray wing, and countless feather-like sword chi shot towards Ling Hua like rain. A defensive barrier immediately appeared around Ling Ye's body, blocking off all the gray sword chi that shot towards her. However, the gray wing collapsed and turned into an evil sword force that slammed ferociously into Ling Hua's defense. Bang, the defensive barrier was shattered by the evil sword energy, and Ling Hua's body was sent flying back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Hua's expression turned cold, and a silver power spread out. Many sword shadows appeared around him, and Ling Hua brought these sword shadows with him as he gave off a massive sword aura and rushed towards Tianming. Tianming pointed his sword at the charging Ling Hua and stabbed forwards. Boom, a massive gray beam of light containing terrifying power shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. Nothing could stop it, and it could destroy everything. The many shadows around Ling Hua all rushed forwards. Bang, a massive sound once again sounded out as the shadows were destroyed by a massive evil sword energy, and Ling Hua's body was once again sent flying. Seeing this, everyone was certain that Ling Hua would not be able to defeat Tianming. Tianming was much stronger than Ling Hua. However, Ling Hua would not admit defeat so easily. He sent all of his power into his sword and stabbed it into the ground. Clang, 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 tens of massive swords formed from silver sword chi shot out from the ground, bringing with them massive sword energy as they shot towards Tianming, as if they could destroy everything. Boom, a massive gray sword chi flowed out from Tianming's back, forming a massive pair of gray wings that blocked in front of him. The massive swords hit the wings, and a shocking power spread out, but the silver swords were unable to break through Tianming's wings. Book 1, Chapter 215 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Ling Hua quickly pulled out his sword from the ground and pointed it at the sky. Boom, countless silver sword lights gathered in the sky and formed a huge silver sword. It slashed towards Tianming with a soul-destroying power. Tianming's expression changed and he quickly used his sword to block. Bang, the silver sword quickly slashed down, sending Ming Tian's body flying and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Tianming smiled, "Not bad. You actually have the ability to injure me." He was complimenting Ling Hua, but Ling Hua felt that he was insulting him. He was a genius in the way of the sword and yet he couldn't injure him? This person seemed to be looking down on him. Ling Hua's expression turned furious and he stabbed the sky. Countless silver sword lights gathered again and formed a huge sword that was even bigger than before. It gave off an intense light and slashed towards Tianming with the power to split the earth. Tianming didn't move from his original spot. He injected a terrifying power into the sword and slashed forward. 1,000-meter-long gray sword light slashed forward, giving off a hair-raising evil sword chi. Boom, the two waves of sword energy clashed together, causing a terrifying sword chi storm to blow out in all directions. The ground was instantly shattered by countless traces of sword chi, and the rocks that were flying out were also reduced to dust. The sound was incredibly loud, and a large crater covered with sword gashes appeared. The sword chi storm dissipated and Tianming looked at Ling Hua. He turned into a gray sword light and shot forward. Ling Hua knew how terrifying Tianming was and immediately chose to defend. He placed his sword in front of him and the surrounding stones and soil were pulled by a huge force, blocking in front of Ling Hua. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out and the soil and stones were split apart. Tianming's figure appeared in front of Ling Hua. Tianming raised the sword in his hand and a huge demon shadow appeared behind him. It gave off a demonic aura that shook the surroundings. Ling Hua immediately activated the power of heaven and earth. An ethereal power flew out from the sky and a heavy power surged out from the ground. The two powers gathered in front of Ling Hua and formed a circular shield. One side was imprinted with the sky and the other was imprinted with the ground. This was the strongest defensive technique of the Sword of Communication with Spirit. Heaven and Earth Sword Shield. Tianming slashed down with his sword, roar. The demon let out a deafening roar and charged forward with an aura that could destroy the world. It gave off a feeling of despair. Bang, the demon slammed against the shield, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. The demon continued to slam against the shield with immense power, and the shield was gradually unable to hold on any longer. Cracks started to appear on it, and more cracks appeared before it shattered. Boom, the demon slammed into Ling Hua's body with immense force, causing the ground to crumble. Ling Hua's body was also sent flying and she spat out a mouthful of blood. This attack had severely injured Ling Hua, and he could no longer fight. Everyone sighed. They had already expected this outcome, but they still felt a little regretful. Everyone could clearly see Tianming's strength. He was stronger than ordinary geniuses of the swords way. Many cultivators in the stands felt a little more pressure. With such strength, it was very likely that he would become the master of all swords. Now, they were not sure if the seventh swordsman had the ability to stop him. Tianming glanced at Ling Hua, who was lying on the ground. He sheathed his sword and walked to the side. Ling Hua stabilized his injuries and looked at the departing Tianming. He sighed and stood up from the ground. He had long expected that he would lose, but he had not expected to lose so miserably. He had given it his all, but he had still been defeated so easily. Zhao Fu walked over and asked with concern, "Brother Ling, are you all right?" Ling Hua looked at Zhao Fu, who was walking over, and replied with a smile, "I'm fine now. I'm just a little ragged. Please don't make fun of me." Zhao Fu said, "Don't worry, I'll help you defeat him." Ling Hua was stunned. He had just fought with Tianming and knew how powerful Tianming was. Now, Zhao Fu was saying that he could defeat Tianming. Ling Hua asked seriously, "Brother Tianba, do you really have such strength?" Zhao Fu smiled confidently and said, "I've told you before that I'm here to become the master of all swords. I will defeat anyone who stands in my way, no matter who it is." Ling Hua looked at Zhao Fu. When he first met Zhao Fu had said that he wanted to become the master of all swords. At that time, Ling Hua had thought that it was a joke. But now that Zhao Fu had shown such powerful swordsmanship skills, it was possible that he could become the master of all swords. Zhao Fu had said it so confidently, so he must have the ability to defeat Tianming. Now, it seemed that Tianming's strength was terrifying, but perhaps Zhao Fu was even more terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence had he met? Ling Hua smiled and said, "Brother Tianba, I support you too. If you really become the master of all swords, I'll treat you to a feast." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. On the other side, the battle between Beast Bai and Seventh Swordsman was also coming to an end. On the ground, Beast Bai's body was glowing with golden sword light. Huge golden beasts kept emerging from his body. Seventh swordsman, who was in the sky, was surrounded by a hazy layer of sword light. Sharp swords floated around him, making him look like a sword immortal. Hiss! A huge golden python shot out from the ground towards seventh swordsman like lightning. It came in front of seventh swordsman in an instant and opened its mouth to bite him. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow him. Seventh swordsman pressed his palm against the golden python. Countless sharp swords shot out, piercing through the body of the golden python. The golden python turned into countless sword chi and dissipated. A fierce tiger appeared on the other side of seventh swordsman. It opened its mouth and tried to bite him. Seventh swordsman stretched out his hand, and countless sharp swords shot out at once. They easily pierced through the bodies of the 8 golden tigers. Seventh swordsman's body floated down towards Beast By. There were also many golden beasts that tried to bite him, but their bodies were all pierced through by the many sharp swords. Boom! Beast By raised his sword and roared. He slashed with all his strength. Thousands of golden beasts around him rushed towards seventh swordsman with a terrifying aura. It was like a golden beast tide that could destroy everything. Facing the ferocious beast tide, seventh swordsman stopped. He put one hand against the beast's hand, and a rainbow sword matrix appeared in front of his hand. It gave off an extremely sharp aura. Clang, 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 countless sharp swords shot out from the matrix like a flood. They brought with them waves of sword power as they shot forward. It was as if they were going to cut through the world. Puff, 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 the golden beasts were pierced through by the swords one by one. Their bodies turned into golden sword chi and dissipated. The ferocious beast tide quickly collapsed, and the many sharp swords continued to shoot towards Beast By. Beast By gave off intense golden sword light to defend himself, but his body was still cut by the many sharp swords. He was covered in blood and looked very wretched. In the end, seventh swordsman stopped attacking. Otherwise, Beast By might have died there. Apex Book 1, Chapter 216 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Everyone was quite shocked by their battle. They had expected seventh swordsman to be very powerful, but they had not expected him to be this powerful. He was like a king of swords. It was no wonder that Shou Bai had lost to him. In just a short amount of time, 2 swordsman geniuses had been defeated, and only 4 people were left. Jiao Fu and the sword heir did not fight. The sword heir had seen how powerful seventh swordsman and Tian Ming were and knew that she was no match for them. She hesitated and wondered if she should continue with a challenge that she would definitely lose. After thinking about it, the sword heir decided to give it a try. After all, it would be too embarrassing to admit defeat without fighting. The sword heir looked at Tian Ming and said, "I want to compete with you." Tian Ming looked at her and said, "You're no match for me." The sword heir replied, "I know, but I still want to try." Tian Ming said with a trace of pride, "Go ahead then." Clang, the sword heir drew the sword at her waist and swung it forward. 3 white crescent moons containing great power slashed towards Tian Ming. Tian Ming casually swung his sword, destroying the 3 white crescent moons. Scree, the sword heir stabbed forwards with her sword, and a white sword light shot out, turning into a white holy phoenix. It flapped its wings and rushed towards Tian Ming with great power. Tian Ming slashed out with his sword, and a demon appeared, leaping towards the white phoenix. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the white phoenix and demon collided, turning into a massive shockwave that blew out in all directions. Boom! A massive white figure appeared behind Tian Ming. It was the sword heir's guardian spirit, the heavenly sword slave. The heavenly sword slave raised its hands, which were like 2 massive white swords. It slashed towards Tian Ming with great power. Tian Ming stood where he was and did not dodge. A grey sword chi barrier appeared above his head. Boom! The 2 massive white swords slashed against the grey sword chi barrier, causing a shockwave to spread out. However, it was unable to break through Tian Ming's sword chi barrier. In the next second, one of the heavenly sword slave's legs turned into a massive sword and kicked towards Tian Ming. It brought with it an intense white sword light, which was incredibly terrifying. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Tian Ming's body was sent flying. When he stopped, he was not injured. The celestial sword servant's other leg turned into a massive sword, and both his hands and feet became massive swords. The celestial sword servant charged at Ming Tian with a powerful sword aura. Tianming was about to attack. The female sword girl suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at him with a sharp white sword light. Tianming quickly dodged to the side and avoided the attack. The female sword girl looked at Tianming and said, "Although I'm not a match for you, I can still injure you. Don't underestimate me." At this moment, the celestial sword slave was already by Tianming's side. It raised a large white sword and slashed at Tianming. Tianming's lips curled up into a smile. Interesting. As he spoke, Tianming extended a hand towards the sky sword slave, who was about to attack. Boom! A massive gray sword energy shot out from Tianming's palm and instantly sent the heavenly sword slave flying into the distance. Tianming smiled and said, "I'm quite interested in you. How about becoming my partner?" The female sword girl coldly harumphed, "Don't even think about it." She slashed out and dozens of white crescents containing immense power slashed towards Tianming, giving off shocking sounds. Tianming slashed out with his sword and a straight gray sword light slashed out. The scene seemed to freeze, and the white crescents were shattered by the sword light, turning into motes of white light and dissipating. Tianming smiled as he said, "With my status as the chaotic sky evil sword's legatee, you won't lose out if you become my woman, and your faction will be happy." The female sword girl did not reply and she once again slashed towards Tianming. Tianming used his sword to block the female sword and continued to say, "There's a limit to my patience. You should know that very few women can interest me." The female sword girl said coldly, "Wait until you become the master of 10,000 swords." The female sword girl's body retreated, and the heaven sword slave came to Tianming's side. It raised its two massive white swords and slashed towards Tianming. Tianming vigorously slashed out with his sword, slashing out a massive sword light that sent the heaven sword slave flying into the sky. He laughed and said, "This time, I came for the master of 10,000 swords. No one can stop me." The female sword girl coldly laughed as she said, "Don't be too confident, seventh swordsman's not any weaker than you." Tianming lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, I'll let you see how I defeat him. How about we make a deal? As long as I become the master of 10,000 swords, you'll become my woman?" The female sword girl coldly laughed as she said, "All right. If you become the master of 10,000 swords, I'll give you a chance." Tianming laughed as he said, "Then, wife, is there a need for our battle to continue?" The female sword girl said angrily, "Don't call me that, of course we have to continue." After saying this, the female sword girl raised her sword and pointed it upwards. A white sword light shot into the sky, and massive amounts of spirit force quickly gathered. White petals started to fall from the sky, making it seem as if it was raining flowers. It was beautiful and dreamy. Sky flower slash. The female sword girl vigorously slashed out, and a massive white sword light brought with it countless white petals as it slashed forwards, looking beautiful and terrifying. This was a famous sword technique from the fairy sword land, and only very powerful sword cultivators could use it. Tianming sent massive amounts of power into the sword and vigorously slashed forwards. Countless demons roared as they rushed at the female sword girl. Each demon gave off a powerful aura, and their cries were deafening, making them look quite terrifying. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two sides collided, resulting in a massive crater in the ground. A shockwave mixed with white petals and demonic chi rippled out, making everyone feel quite afraid. After the shockwaves dissipated, the female sword girl and Tianming stood on one side. The female sword girl was slightly injured, but Tianming was not. Tianming had held back, or else the female sword girl's injuries would have been even worse. Tianming laughed as he said, "Let's not continue." The female sword girl coldly harumphed. A massive figure jumped down from the sky, giving off countless traces of white sword chi. It was the heaven sword slave, and it gave off massive amounts of sword energy as it smashed towards Tianming. Tianming raised his sword and sent massive amounts of power into it, causing a terrifying sword light to shoot into the sky. The gray sword light was incredibly fast, and as soon as it flashed past, the heaven sword slave's body was split in half, and it turned into sword chi before dissipating. The female sword girl also suffered a backlash, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tianming laughed as he said, "Wife, do you want to continue? Don't waste your energy." Apex, Book 1, Heaven's path. The sword heir did not return to Tianming, and a massive wave of sword energy spread out from her body. This energy was filled with profoundness and contained the power of the heavens, causing her body to slowly rise and hover half a foot above the ground. Swish, the sword heir's body turned into a ray of white sword light that gave off terrifying power and shot towards Tianming. Tianming dodged to the side, and the white sword light immediately turned and shot towards Tianming. Xing, Tianming once again slashed out and his sword collided with the white sword light, resulting in a metallic collision sound. Tianming's sword blocked the white sword light, and the white sword light once again shot into the sky. The surrounding spirit energy once again quickly gathered and the sky gave off an intense white sword light. A massive might descended, causing everyone to feel as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on their bodies. Xing, 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 countless rays of white sword light descended from the sky like a rain of swords, seeming as if they were going to destroy the entire world. They looked incredibly terrifying and could cause people's hairs to stand on end. A massive wave of evil sword chi flowed out of Tianming's back and turned into a massive pair of wings. Tianming closed the wings and a gray barrier of light covered Tianming's body. Bang, bang. Bang, the rays of white sword light landed on the gray barrier of light, resulting in massive sounds. Some of the white sword light landed on the ground, opening up craters. After this wave of sword light, Tianming was still uninjured. Tianming spread his wings and looked at the white light in the sky. He ferociously stabbed forwards, bringing with him a massive sword energy. A heaven-reaching sword light shot out, shooting into the sky with unstoppable momentum, causing the sky to tremble. The white light dissipated and the sword heir's body fell from the sky. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looking quite injured. Tianming smiled as he walked over. "Wife, are you all right?" The sword heir glared at Tianming and said, "I lost." Tianming said apologetically, "You can't blame me, I didn't want to do this, but I tried to persuade you many times." The sword heir frowned, "You didn't do anything wrong. Also, don't talk to me anymore." After saying that, Jianer walked to the side. Zhao Fu and Ling Hua stood at the side. As they watched the female Jianer walk over, Zhao Fu said, "Actually, it would be better if you didn't challenge them." The female sword girl snorted, "None of your business. That person is the successor of the chaotic heaven evil sword. Offending someone like that would be a huge problem." Ling Hua said softly. Jianer replied, "I know." Ling Hua asked, "What do you plan to do? If he becomes the master of 10,000 swords and the successor of the chaotic heaven evil sword, your forces should be more than happy to betroth you to him." New Jianer fell silent. With Tianming's conditions, it would be difficult for any force to refuse. After thinking about it, New Jianer said, "There is also the seventh swordsman. He will not become the master of all swords so easily, and I will not marry him so easily." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "There's still me. I'm here to become the master of 10,000 swords." Jianer rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Stop joking. I admit that you are very powerful and talented, but you are still far from being comparable to the seventh swordsman, Tianming." Ling Hua laughed and said, "I don't think so. Brother Tianba also has a chance of becoming the master of 10,000 swords." Jianer said, "I don't believe it. If he becomes the master of 10,000 swords, I will marry him." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "There are many prettier women around me. Even if you are willing to marry me, I will not be willing." Jianer said angrily, "Then call her out for me to see." As the strongest genius of the angel sword land, coupled with her beautiful appearance, any man would be attracted to her. She was also very confident. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "She is not here. I can show her to you when we return to the Dragon Land." Ling Hua was a bit surprised. Jianer was also a famous beauty in the chaotic world. Zhao Fu said that he had many around him, and he did not seem to be lying. Jianer said, "All right." At that moment, seventh swordsman walked up to Tianming and said, "Can we fight?" The battle between the two of them should be at the end, but seventh swordsman could not wait. He was going to fight Tianming anyway, so he decided to start on this level. There were 3 people who were qualified: seventh swordsman, Tianming, and Zhao Fu. Seventh swordsman and Tianming did not want to fight Zhao Fu, who was weaker than them. Hearing this, Tianming smiled and turned to Jianer and said, "My wife, look at me. I will defeat him now." You must remember your promise. Jianer's face was cold and she did not pay attention to Tianming. Zhaofu smiled and said, I think he is quite strong. You will have many benefits if you marry him. Jianer glared at Zhaofu and said angrily, don't force me to fight you. Zhaofu smiled and did not say anything. Linghua also said with some anticipation, I did not expect their battle to start so early. Brother Tianba, who do you think will win? Zhaofu looked at seventh swordsman and then at Tianming. He replied, I am not sure. Both of their powers are terrifying. Jianer said, I think seventh swordsman will win. Zhaofu smiled and said, of course, you will definitely support seventh swordsman. If Tianming wins, you will marry him. Jianer said angrily, you bastard. Linghua laughed and said, let's just quietly watch the battle between the two peerless geniuses. This battle is definitely going to be a world-shaking one. Zhaofu was not very excited, but he was confident that he could defeat both of them. Jianer also focused. She also wanted to watch the battle, and she wanted to see both of them use their full power. After her battle with Tianming, she felt that there was a huge gap between them. She had attacked with all her might, but Tianming did not seem to be using his full power. Not only Linghua and the others, but the others also did not expect the battle between Tianming and seventh swordsman to start early. They also thought that the two would fight for the title of Master of Swords on the first level. They were also looking forward to the battle between the two, and now that it had started early, they were very happy. The crowd also began to discuss who would win. Some supported Tianming, and some supported seventh swordsman. Many thought that the winner would become Master of Swords. As for Zhaofu's existence, he was accidentally ignored by the crowd. Many cultivators in the stands were also excited. They also valued this battle very much, and they did not pay much attention to the other battles. They also thought that one of them would become Master of Swords. Seventh swordsman and Tianming walked to an open and flat place. They looked at each other with serious expressions, because they both knew how strong the other was and that he was their greatest opponent. Roar! Tianming was the first to attack. He raised the sword in his hand and a huge evil power spread out. A huge demon that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind Tianming. It let out a loud roar and emitted a terrible pressure. Everyone felt the pressure and felt their bodies fall into darkness. All the hair on their bodies stood on end as they felt a strong fear. This power was far stronger than when he fought Sword Girl. It seemed that Tianming had only used part of his power to fight Sword Girl from the beginning. He only used his true power when facing a strong opponent. Whoosh, the two of them made a loud noise. The huge demon waved its claws and slashed out 10 huge black arcs of light at seventh swordsman fiercely. They seemed to be able to break a mountain. Clang, clang. Clang, 8 swords flew out of seventh swordsman's body and flew in front of him. The tips of the swords formed a circle and emitted strong sword light, forming a round shield. Bang, bang. Bang, loud noises were heard as the 10 huge black arcs of light slashed on the shield. They turned into many black sword auras and scattered. Seventh swordsman's sword shield was not damaged. Tianming was expressionless. He had just been testing the waters. Boom, the demon leaned forward and raised a demonic claw. The claw emitted many black sword lights. It slapped towards seventh swordsman with the power to break the earth. Bang, there was a muffled sound as the claw slapped on the sword shield. A huge force pressed down on everything within a radius of 100 meters. The sword shield slowly began to crack. Bang, the sword shield shattered, and seventh swordsman's body turned into several beams of sword light that shot in all directions. The claw slapped the ground, and gray sword light seeped out of the ground. The ground within a radius of 100 meters was instantly shattered. Seventh swordsman came to another place and looked at the huge demon with a serious expression. He took out the sword that was tied to his waist. Then, many swords flew out and surrounded the sword that seventh swordsman was holding, forming a huge sword made of many swords. Seventh swordsman swung the huge sword at the huge demon, bringing with it a sharp sword wind. The demon stretched out one of its claws and emitted a sword light, blocking the huge sword that was coming at him. Then, it grabbed at seventh swordsman with the other claw. The seventh swordsman immediately took back his giant sword and swung it to the side, deflecting the demonic claw. The demon once again raised a hand, and the demon claw gave off intense sword light that shined in all directions, giving off shocking sword energy. Boom! The demonic claw brought with it terrifying power as it slammed down, bringing with it an intense gale that blew the rocks in the surroundings away. The seventh swordsman immediately raised his giant sword in front of him. Bang! The demonic claw struck the huge sword, and the huge sword turned into countless swords that shot out and stabbed into the ground. A series of sword cries rang out. A smile appeared at the corner of Tianming's mouth. He controlled the demon behind him to extend a pair of demonic claws toward the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. His posture was steady. Xiao xiao xiao, the sword stabbed into the ground gave off countless rays of sword light, and rays of light containing shocking power shot forwards. The demon's claws were pierced through by the sword light, and the massive demon gave off a massive howl. Seventh swordsman began to fight back. His body turned into a beam of sword light that shot into the sky. He stood above the demon and stabbed forward with his sword. Clang, 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 sword cries rang out, and countless swords shot out, quickly shooting toward the massive demon below. It was like a sharp rain of swords. The demon raised his hands in front of him, and gray light shone from above, trying to block the rain of swords. However, the many swords that shot down did not attack the demon. Instead, they slid past the demon and landed on the ground next to it. Soon, the demon's body was covered with swords. Tianming immediately felt that something was wrong. The swords stuck in the ground gave off faint sword light, and a massive sword matrix appeared. With the demon at the center, a shocking sword power also spread out. Boom! There was a huge roar, and countless rays of sword light gave off terrifying power. They shot toward the demon from all directions, drowning out the demon's voice in an instant. Arg! The demon screamed in the sword light. Its body was cut by countless rays of sword light, and the pain was extremely intense. In the end, the demon's body collapsed, turning into countless gray sword chi that dissipated. Countless rays of sword light continued to shoot toward Tianming. Tianming's expression was serious. He poured all of his power into the sword and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A massive wave of evil sword chi erupted like a volcano, rushing out in all directions like a flood. It blocked the countless rays of sword light that shot toward it. Seventh swordsman poured some power into the sword, and it gave off a faint rainbow sword light. The massive sword matrix on the ground gave off even more powerful rainbow sword light. It was even more terrifying as it shot toward Tianming, who was at the center. An even greater wave of gray sword chi surged out of the ground, surrounding Tianming in layers. The rays of sword light that shot toward him were blocked by the gray sword chi, and they were still unable to harm Tianming. Seventh swordsman pulled back his sword and cut his palm. The sword absorbed seventh swordsman's blood, and a formless sword power spread out. The sword stuck in the ground trembled slightly. Rays of sword light shone from them, and sword power flowed into the sword matrix. Clang! There was a massive sword hum that shook the heavens and the earth. The vast rays of sword light brought with them a power that could destroy the world, and they shot toward Tianming, who was at the center. The terrifying rays of sword light easily pierced through the layers of gray sword chi and shot toward Tianming, who was at the center. In that moment of danger, Tianming grabbed the sword stuck in the ground with both hands and shouted, "Chaotic evil sword!" Boom! A shocking sword energy exploded out and a terrifying power spread out, sweeping away the countless swords stuck in the ground and causing the ground to crack in that instant. A massive amount of evil sword power surged out of the sword and poured into Tianming's body. A pair of black demon horns appeared on Tianming's head, and his long hair turned gray. His eyes became black, like the eyes of a dead man, and there was no life in them. His nails also turned gray. The terrifying power that Tianming gave off covered the entire area, and everyone felt an unprecedented fear. Some of the weaker people felt their legs turn to jelly, and they almost fell to the ground. Is this all of Tianming's power? Countless people looked at Tianming in shock. This power was simply too terrifying, and no one had expected it to be like this. Many of the experts in the stands looked at Tianming, and their expressions became serious. That evil power made them feel a chill in their hearts. This was the power of the absolute evil sword. If Tian Ming had used this power against other swordsman geniuses, those geniuses might have been defeated by Tian Ming within a few moves. This was because this power was above that of swordsman geniuses. Book 1 Chapter 219 Tian Ming looked at 7th Swordsman and said in a proud tone, 7th Swordsman, you let me use all the power of the chaotic sky evil sword. You can lose now. Tian Ming swung his sword as soon as he finished speaking. A huge gray flash of the sword brought with it terrifying power and slashed at the 7th Swordsman. It seemed to be able to split a dozen mountains in half, and its momentum shook the surroundings. It made people feel the fragility and insignificance of life. 7th Swordsman also lashed out with his sword. A beam of colorful sword light with great power slashed toward Tian Ming. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the rainbow sword light was shattered. The gray sword light continued to slash towards the 7th Swordsman with terrifying might, bringing with it a cold sword wind that sent chills down people's spines. 7th Swordsman quickly swung his sword again. The colorful sword light and the gray sword light collided. The impact spread out, and 7th Swordsman's body was knocked back a few meters. Tian Ming's body instantly appeared in front of the 7th Swordsman, and he wielded his sword again. The 7th Swordsman immediately put his sword in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and 7th Swordsman's body was sent flying far away. He stopped, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tian Ming flew toward the 7th Swordsman with a confident smile. Swish swish swish, there was a cold look on 7th Swordsman's face. Thousands of swords flew out of his body. They were so dense that it was hard to tell how many there were. The swords split into 2 streams, like 2 rivers, and they shot toward Tian Ming from 2 directions with great rewards. Tian Ming sneered and swung his sword. A huge sword light slashed away the 2 swords as easily as sweeping away the gravel on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Tian Ming had already rushed in front of the 7th Swordsman. He swung his sword again and sent the 7th Swordsman flying. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and surprised, and they couldn't help but start discussing. Tian Ming is so strong. The 7th Swordsman is completely suppressed. Yeah. The chaotic sky evil sword's power is beyond our imagination. Ordinary sword prodigies might not even be able to take 3 moves from it. It seems that Tian Ming is the master of all swords. The 7th Swordsman is no longer able to resist him. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I've always been rooting for Tian Ming to win. Tian Ming didn't disappoint me. Sigh. I thought the 2 of them were about the same, but after Tian Ming used all the power of the chaotic sky evil sword, the gap became very big. This time, 7th Swordsman may lose. It's a pity. It looked exciting before, but now Tian Ming is almost crushing 7th Swordsman. I feel that even if an ordinary person had the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword, they would not be any weaker than a genius of the Sword Dao. This Chaos Heaven Evil Sword is too terrifying. Many experts in the grandstand looked at the scene in front of them with different expressions. If the 7th Swordsman doesn't have any other powers, then he will definitely lose this battle. The white-haired elder nodded. The Chaos Heaven's Evil's Word is the 2nd Evil's Word of the Primal Chaos world, and its power has surprised all of us. In the future, this person's power will surpass mine. That handsome young man said. This type of utmost evil energy can only be resisted by another type of utmost evil energy. Otherwise, it will be suppressed by this utmost evil energy. The slightly plump man said, are we just going to watch Netherheaven become the master of 10,000 swords? I really don't want him to become the master of 10,000 swords. It is very likely that it will cause a catastrophe. The rules cannot be broken. If the 7th Swordsman cannot stop it, then he will become the master of 10,000 swords. The handsome young man said, he must have come prepared to participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. If we make a move, not only will we break the rules, but we will also be laughed at. In the end, it might not even be effective. Actually, I also want to see how terrifying the power of the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword combined with the legacy of 10,000 swords will be. I also want to see this power. This person might become the #1 swordsman of the Primal Chaos world. The slightly plump man sighed. Then I hope that he will remember the kindness of the city of 10,000 swords in the future and not cause trouble for the city of 10,000 swords. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome in the future. Netherheaven flew towards the seventh swordsman as he said with a smile, "Just admit defeat. There is no need to continue fighting." The seventh swordsman said coldly, "You are too arrogant." Netherheaven laughed loudly. "This is not arrogance, this is the confidence of great power. You no longer have the power to resist me when I use the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword." The seventh swordsman did not speak. He threw the sword in his hand, which gave off countless colorful sword lights. Roar, a dragon's roar sounded out, and the sword turned into a massive colorful dragon. Its body was made up of sword chi, and it gave off an extremely powerful sword power. Seventh swordsman stretched out a hand and channeled all of his power into the rainbow dragon. The rainbow dragon shone with blinding light and gave off an even more powerful sword force. It created sword winds that blew in all directions, causing the sky and earth to change colors. Netherheaven stopped and watched as the seventh swordsman used this move with all of his power. The seventh swordsman stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Roar, the rainbow-colored divine dragon let out a massive roar and charged forward with world-destroying power. The space around it trembled, and its terrifying power struck fear into everyone's hearts. Netherheaven had a trace of a smile on his face as he raised the sword in his hand and slashed forward. Arg! The image of a massive and ferocious demon face appeared and let out a cry that pierced the soul. It floated forward with massive evil sword power. Boom, there was a huge roar as the colorful dragon and the demon face collided. A vast power spread out, and the wind and clouds around them suddenly changed. The earth shook and the mountains shook as if a disaster was coming. The demon face gave off endless evil gray light, and the colorful dragon gave off intense colorful light. The two powers continued to collide in the sky, and an even more terrifying wave spread out. The platform on the second level could not withstand it, and a long crack appeared. It seemed to have split the platform in half. One half belonged to Netherheaven, and the other half belonged to the seventh swordsman. Everyone sensed this terrifying ripple and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Some of the weaker people collapsed to the ground, looks of terror on their faces. Suddenly, the demonic face opened its abyssal mouth and swallowed the colorful dragon in one gulp. The seventh swordsman stretched out his hand and clenched it. Boom, there was a dull sound, and countless sword lights shot out from the demon face, giving off a powerful sword power. The demon face began to dissipate. A voice suddenly sounded behind the seventh swordsman. "You lost." The seventh swordsman's expression changed. At that moment, Netherheaven had already appeared behind the seventh swordsman. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed out with the power to split the sky and earth. A huge gray sword light cut into the seventh swordsman. Bang! The huge gray sword light hit the seventh swordsman and he fell to the ground. There was a violent explosion. Countless gray sword lights shot out, and the ground cracked in an instant. Rocks flew everywhere. Boom! Boom! Book 1, Chapter 2. 20-inch. Did Tianming win? I think Tianming won. He's too strong. Seventh swordsman is no match for him. Tianming deserves to be called the King of Swords. No one can be stronger than him. I'm so happy. I've been supporting Tianming. I'm a little disappointed that seventh swordsman lost just like that. I thought his power was no weaker than Tianming's. It's not seventh swordsman's problem. Tianming is too strong. Anyone who goes up against him will end up the same. That's right. Tianming's power can crush many geniuses. Seventh swordsman's loss is not an injustice. Ling Hua said in surprise, I didn't expect seventh swordsman to lose so easily. The difference in power between the two is huge. Jianer also said, yeah. I didn't expect him to be so strong either. The few of us are no match for him at all. Ling Hua smiled and said, we all lost to him. Seventh swordsman is also stronger than us. He has the ability to force Tianming to use all his power, but we can't. This time I'll go back and focus on training, or the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. Before I came here, I didn't think I was weaker than seventh swordsman. Now that I've seen the gap between us, I'll go back and train as hard as I can. Although I can't catch up to them, I can't be too far behind. Many cultivators in the stands were a little disappointed, but they could understand the result. However, the city lord's expression did not change. The others were a little confused. Why didn't the city lord react to seventh swordsman's defeat? Tianming also prepared to put away his sword. He thought he had won. Clang, a loud sword sound pierced through the sky. Countless dazzling colorful sword lights shot out from the dust, illuminating the surroundings. A terrifying sword power spread out. The swords of countless people present began to tremble violently. Everyone looked at the place where the sword light came from with a stunned expression. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as countless people's swords left their hands and flew towards the stage. A figure giving off rainbow-colored sword light slowly rose up, and tens of thousands of swords revolved around him, seeming quite excited. Seventh swordsman stood in the void like a god of swords. He made people want to kneel and worship him. The aura he emanated was no weaker than Tianming. Tianming looked surprised. He did not expect the seventh swordsman to be so strong. The seventh swordsman's voice was cold, like the sound of metal. This is my real power. Are you still so confident? Tianming smiled, of course. Tianming held his sword and rushed toward the seventh swordsman with great momentum. Clang clang clang, sword chimes were heard as the swords around seventh swordsman gathered together and shot towards Tianming with powerful sword power. The Nethersky sword slashed out a large amount of gray sword light. Clang clang clang, the swords that shot out were all shattered by the gray sword light. Countless shards flew out, and the sword light continued to slash towards seventh swordsman with evil power. The seventh swordsman raised his sword fingers and pointed at Tianming. Boom, even more swords gave off sword light that contained terrifying power as they shot forwards, piercing through the gray sword light and sending Ming Tian flying back. The seventh swordsman's voice was cold. The power I have now is not the power I had before. It is the real power of 10,000 swords, the power that originally belonged to the master of 10,000 swords. As the young master of the city of 10,000 swords, the seventh swordsman did not need to go through trials to obtain the power of 10,000 swords. But this power of 10,000 swords was only a part of the power, not the complete power of 10,000 swords. To obtain the complete power of 10,000 swords, one had to become the master of 10,000 swords. The seventh swordsman raised his hand, and countless swords shot into the sky. Then, he brought his hand down. Whoosh, 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 the swords fell from the sky, dragging beams of sword light behind them. They shot towards Tianming below with great momentum. Tianming kept swinging his sword, sending out powerful gray light swords that knocked away all the swords that were falling down. The seventh swordsman reached out, and the many swords gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword that gave off a shocking aura. The seventh swordsman held the sword and swung it forward. The huge sword slashed towards Tianming with terrible power. Tianming also swung his sword with a powerful gray sword light. Bang, the two forces collided, and a terrible force spread out, forming a wild sword wind that blew in all directions. The two of them were about equal in power, and neither of them stepped back. Tianming looked at the seventh swordsman coldly. A large amount of gray sword chi poured out of Tianming's back, forming a pair of huge wings. Tianming controlled the wings and flapped them. Countless evil gray sword chi shot towards the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman did not dodge. The swords around him gave off countless beams of sword light, blocking the many gray sword chi that shot towards him. Tianming immediately flapped his huge wings and rushed towards the seventh swordsman. The many swords around the seventh swordsman also shot towards Tianming with sword power, but the swords that shot towards him were all blocked by the huge gray wings. Tianming had already rushed in front of the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman held his huge sword and slashed at Tianming. The huge wings on one side of Tianming immediately collapsed and turned into a huge claw, grabbing the huge sword that was coming at him. The other wing opened, and countless gray sword chi shot out. The seventh swordsman controlled many swords to block in front of him, blocking the many evil sword chi. Tianming thrust his sword hard at that moment, and a huge gray sword light shot towards the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman quickly dodged to the side, and the huge sword turned back into many swords. An even greater sword chi surged out from Tianming's back. The wings and claws behind him collapsed, and a great deal of gray sword chi coalesced into a huge ball. It radiated a chilling power as it shot towards the seventh swordsman at high speed. Bang, there was a huge explosion, and the gray sword ball exploded. A huge sword power spread out, blowing the seventh swordsman away. The seventh swordsman stopped. He had been slightly injured, but his face was cold. He reached out a hand, and a sword flew in front of his hand. A huge power was injected into the sword, and the sword emitted intense colorful sword light and a shocking sword power. The seventh swordsman pushed forward. Clang, there was a sound of a sword, and the sword turned into a beam of light and shot out. It was extremely fast, crossing the air and shooting towards the seventh swordsman. Tianming dodged to the side, but the sword automatically turned around and shot towards the seventh swordsman from behind. The seventh swordsman's face hardened, and he slashed out with his sword. There was a huge gray sword light, and it shattered the sword. Swoosh, at that moment, another sword quickly shot in front of Tianming. Tianming was shocked, and he quickly released a defensive shield, but the sword easily pierced through it. Book 1, Chapter 221. But this gave Tianming some time. He dodged to the side and narrowly escaped the attack, but his body was still cut by the sword light. Anger appeared on Tianming's face. Boom, there was a huge roar, and a huge gray sword chi gushed out of Tianming's body. The thick gray sword chi covered Tianming's body, and his power increased rapidly. Swish, there was a sound of something breaking through the air, and Tianming rushed toward the sword chi with countless gray sword chi. Seventh swordsman held a sword, and his body glowed with powerful colors. He rushed toward Tianming with many flying swords. The two of them collided very quickly. Tianming's single sword slashed out fiercely, and a huge gray sword light slashed forward randomly as if to cut everything in front of him into pieces. Seventh swordsman attacked with all his strength, and the sword in his hand kept slashing. Bang, 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 the sword light collided with the sword light, and countless sword lights shot out in all directions. A shocking wave spread out, and the ground gradually cracked. Ah! Tianming shouted, and the sword in his hand shot out countless gray sword lights. An extremely evil power spread out, and the sword kept slashing out fiercely, so fast that people could not see it clearly. Seventh swordsman poured the power of 10,000 swords in his body into the sword, and the sword also emitted a strong sword light. A power that combined countless sword forces spread out, and the sword also slashed forward very quickly. Clang, 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 the sound of steel clashing rang out in all directions, and the world began to change color. The sun and the moon also dimmed, and a terrible wave spread out, and the ground cracked little by little. Both sides attacked with all their strength, and the sword will materialized. Everyone saw a huge demon behind Tianming, emitting a huge evil sword chi, covering half of the sky, and its ferocity deterred everyone. Behind seventh swordsman were different swords, emitting different sword lights, dyeing half of the sky different colors. There was a huge sword momentum that dominated the world. The two sword wills were like two worlds colliding, and the terrible power made people feel cold all over. Extreme fear surged in their hearts, and even breathing became difficult. The power of both of them is extremely terrible. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them. No one spoke, and no one was discussing it. Clang, there was a loud sword sound, and Tianming slashed out a sword light that split the sky, sending seventh swordsman flying. The seventh swordsman stopped and reached out a hand. Clang, 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 the swords gave off intense sword lights and gave off terrifying power as they quickly shot towards dark sky, looking quite shocking. Ming Tian continuously slashed out with his sword, shattering the incoming swords. He slashed out again, and a massive demonic face appeared, giving off an evil and cold power. Sword seventh quickly floated over. The seventh swordsman controlled many swords and continued to shoot forward. The demonic face opened its mouth and released a massive suction force, sucking the countless flying swords into its mouth. Seventh swordsman's eyes narrowed, and a huge amount of sword power gathered in his outstretched hand. He grabbed forward, and a huge arm grabbed the demon's face. He grabbed the demon's face, and then he squeezed hard, crushing the demon. However, Tianming came in front of the seventh swordsman again and slashed forward with a huge sword light. The seventh swordsman also wielded his sword. The two continued to attack each other. At that moment, the swords around the seventh swordsman flew to both sides and surrounded Tianming. Xiao xiao xiao, countless swords shot out rays of sword light, bringing with them waves of sword energy. They were extremely fast as they shot towards Tianming from all directions. Boom, a huge gray flame burned around Ming Tian's body, and a terrifying evil wave spread out, blocking the incoming sword light. The seventh swordsman raised the sword in his hand, and the swords surrounding Ming Tian seemed to have received an order. They flew into the sky and spun, forming a huge sword vortex that stirred up the wind and clouds. A power that could shatter the world spread out, making people feel fear. Ming Tian waved the sword in his hand, and a huge amount of evil sword power spread out. Many demons appeared around him, forming an innumerable number. They gave off a vast evil aura. The seventh swordsman raised his sword and slashed down. Clang clang clang, huge sword sounds rang out, and the sword vortex flew towards Ming Tian with the power to shatter all living things. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ming Tian also slashed out. Countless demons let out loud howls, giving off waves of evil aura. They surged upwards like a tide, and their power shook all directions. Bang! 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 The two powers continuously collided, making loud sounds. Sword light and demonic chi shot everywhere, and strong winds blew in all directions. Countless demons were immersed in this power, and it was as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they were as small and fragile as ants before this power. Boom! A massive rumble sounded out, and the sword vortex pierced through the demon wave with great sword power. All of the demons were instantly shattered, turning into countless strands of gray sword chi. The sword vortex's power was greatly reduced, and it continued to slash towards Ming Tian below. Ming Tian slashed out with all his strength, and a 1,000-meter-long gray sword light slashed out with power that could destroy everything. It cut open the sword vortex. The sword chi immediately controlled the scattered swords, and they continued to shoot towards Ming Tian. Ming Tian's sword continued to slash out, sending the swords flying. Seventh swordsman flew in front of Ming Tian with his sword in hand. He slashed out a cross-shaped sword light, which brought with it powerful sword power towards Ming Tian. Ming Tian's sword brought with it a sharp sword light as it cut open the cross-shaped sword light. Many sharp claws emerged from behind him, grabbing towards seventh swordsman. Seventh swordsman's expression did not change. He slashed out with his sword, and a terrible sword power shattered the sharp claws, which turned into gray sword chi and dissipated. Ming Tian slashed towards seventh swordsman, and seventh swordsman blocked it with his sword. The many swords around him continued to shoot towards Ming Tian. The gray flames around Ming Tian immediately became stronger, blocking the many flying swords that were shooting towards him. A pair of giant claws grew from behind Ming Tian, and they came towards seventh swordsman with terrible power. Seventh swordsman quickly stepped back, dodging the attack. The two claws kept growing, and they came towards seventh swordsman with terrible power. Seventh swordsman waved his sword to block the two giant claws, and he controlled many flying swords to cut towards Ming Tian, so that Ming Tian could not use his swords to attack him. Bang! Bang! Boom! 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 Not only were the claws cut open, but the flying swords were also cut open. Shocking power continued to spread. The two of them were about equal in power. Ming Tian could not defeat seventh swordsman, and seventh swordsman could not defeat Ming Tian. Although the battle was fierce, it did not cause much damage. It was difficult to tell who would win between them. The others also saw the current situation. Bang! A loud noise was heard as the two of them collided with terrible power. Both of them were sent flying backward. Tian Ming's face was cold. Very well. I admit that I underestimated you. I did not expect you to have the power to rival me. But do you still have the power to resist me in a more powerful form? Hearing that, seventh swordsman's face changed. Many thin, blood-colored threads grew out of the hilt of the sword that Tian Ming was holding, drilling into Tian Ming's hand that was holding the sword. Boom! A huge force blew like a gust of wind. Tian Ming's whole body exuded an extremely terrible, evil, and cold power. His appearance was changing. A force gushed out of his eyes, and several spells spread out of his eye sockets. Two fangs grew out of his upper and lower jaws. His skin turned gray, and so did his hair. The pair of demonic horns grew larger, with spikes growing out of them. Countless people present were stunned. They did not expect Tian Ming to have hidden such terrible power. Seventh Swordsman's face became very serious. Swoosh, Tian Ming rushed towards Seventh Swordsman with a lot of grey sword chi. He was very fast. He came in front of Seventh Swordsman in an instant and slashed with his sword with grey sword chi. Seventh Swordsman immediately blocked with his sword in front of him. Bang! Although Seventh Swordsman blocked the sword, he was still sent flying by the huge force. The gap between the two of them was immediately apparent. However, Seventh Swordsman would not admit defeat just like that. A powerful force of 10,000 swords burst out of his body. The flying swords around him kept trembling, shooting out dazzling sword light. Whoosh, 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 countless swords shot toward Tian Ming with a terrible force. They were extremely fast. It seemed that half the sky was filled with swords. It seemed that there was no way to block them. Their power shocked all directions. Tian Ming smiled contemptuously and stabbed with the sword in his hand. Whoosh, a huge gust of sword chi gushed out and rushed forward like a flood. It instantly drowned the flying swords that shot toward him. Those swords immediately lost contact with Seventh Swordsman. Tian Ming opened his eyes, and the countless grey sword chi slashed towards Seventh Swordsman even more fiercely. Each wisp contained a powerful evil power that could easily break a large stone. Seventh Swordsman controlled many flying swords to block in front of him. Clang clang clang, a series of sword chimes rang out as the surging grey sword chi continuously shattered the flying swords in front of it. Numerous fragments fell down like flowers scattered by a goddess. In the end, the Seventh Swordsman was sent flying and spat up a mouthful of blood. His aura was a little weaker, and it seemed that he had been seriously injured. Seventh Swordsman looked furious. Countless swords surrounded him, and a huge sword force spread out. Seventh Swordsman's body began to blur, and the swords around him trembled slightly, making sword sounds. A shocking sword force spread out. The Seventh Swordsman merged his body with many swords to become one with them. Boom! In the end, Seventh Swordsman's body disappeared, and a huge force spread out, making a loud rumbling sound. Swords floated in the sky, giving off different sword lights. A formless sword energy covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, seeming to rule over all things. Clang clang clang, the many swords gave off terrifying power as they quickly shot towards dark sky, and all of them made people feel terror. Tian Ming stood still in the face of the Seventh Swordsman's all-out attack. He opened his eyes, and a large amount of pure grey sword chi gushed out of his eyes. Each wisp of the sword chi contained the most evil power. It fiercely slashed forward as if nothing could stop it. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds rang out as the flying swords and wisps of sword chi clashed together. The swords either shattered or the sword chi dissipated. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, and the ground continuously cracked. The scene was quite shocking. When everyone saw this, they were greatly shocked, feeling like they were a small boat on the ocean. Clang! The many flying swords split into two groups and flew to the left and right, wanting to go around the grey sword chi and attack Dark Sky. Dark Sky controlled the large amount of grey sword chi to spread out as well, slashing towards the flying swords. The sword chi and the flying swords continued to clash, making loud sounds. At that moment, the flying swords spread out again, surrounding Dark Sky at the center. The swords shot out large amounts of sword light, and an even more terrifying sword force spread out. Clang, 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 the flying swords surrounding Tian Ming gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Tian Ming from all directions. The space around them trembled as if they were going to kill a godly spirit. A large amount of grey sword chi surged out of Darksky's eyes. The surging sword chi wrapped around Darksky's body, forming a giant grey ball of sword chi that gave off an incredibly powerful evil power. Bang! There was a massive explosion. Before the swords could reach Dark Sky, the giant grey sword chi exploded. A power that could destroy the world spread out, and countless flying swords were sent flying. The ground was instantly turned into nothingness, and a massive wave of air swept out in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. This attack destroyed most of the Seventh Swordsman's swords, and the remaining hundreds of flying swords started to gather again. Darksky coldly harumphed and raised his sword to slash. A massive sword force pressed down on the hundreds of swords like a mountain, knocking them to the ground. The swords flew down and stabbed into the ground. Seventh Swordsman's body reappeared, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He seemed to be heavily injured. Dark Sky coldly smiled and said, "Do you still want to fight?" Seventh Swordsman's mouth was bleeding. He looked at Dark Sky coldly and raised his hand. Clang! 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 The swords that were stabbed into the ground flew up automatically, turning into streaks of light that shot into the sky. They stopped high up and formed a giant sword matrix. The sky and the ground changed, and a massive amount of spiritual power poured into the sword matrix like a tide. The sword matrix gave off countless colorful sword lights that seemed to illuminate the entire world. Boom! Seventh Swordsman raised his hand and pushed it up. All of the power of the 10,000 swords of inheritance was poured into the sword matrix. The sword matrix gave off an extremely powerful sword power that covered the sky and the ground. Those who were far away felt as if their bodies were about to be cut. This was Seventh Swordsman's strongest attack, and it was also his last attack. Darksky's expression became serious. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and their bodies trembled. They felt that Seventh Swordsman was so terrifying that it made them feel despair. Seventh Swordsman's raised hand slowly fell. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a huge colorful sword finger with a power that could destroy the sky and the earth came down from the sky like a thunderbolt. The sound shook all directions, as if all things were about to meet their end. The colorful sword pillar fell on Dark Sky, and a terrible sword force spread out. The ground collapsed quickly, and countless stones shot out in all directions with a powerful force. The ground kept shaking, and the terrible force made countless people feel fear. Their bodies were cold, and they could not move at all. Book 1, Chapter 223. After a while, the terrifying fluctuations disappeared. Everyone looked in Tianming's direction and saw a badly injured giant demon kneeling on the ground with one hand on the ground. Tianming was below him, and he was not injured at all. It was the giant demon who had blocked all the attacks. When Seventh Swordsman saw this, he fell to the ground powerlessly. He had no strength left in his body. Countless people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Tianming's power was terrifying. That destructive power had not been able to hurt him. Seventh Swordsman fell to the ground. Without any strength. It was certain that Tianming had won this battle. I knew he would win. He is too strong. No one here can compare with him. Ha ha ha, Tianming is stronger than we thought. It will not be an exaggeration to call him the #1 swordsman in the future. He has that strength. Yes, he is really too strong. I did not expect him to be so strong. Seventh Swordsman's powerful swordsmanship could not beat him. Of course he can be called the #1 swordsman. Now the master of all swords has been born. I am very satisfied with this generation's master of all swords. I did not expect Tianming to really become the master of all swords. I thought it would be Seventh Swordsman, but I also recognized Tianming's strength. This battle was so exciting. We saw the strength of two great swordsman geniuses. It was worth coming here. Yes, this battle was more exciting than the previous ones. Geniuses like Tianming and Seventh Swordsman are very rare. The city master of all swords looked a little disappointed. He had believed that his disciple would become the master of all swords, but he had still been defeated by someone else. The handsome youth said in shock, "It looks like he has inherited all of the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's power. This power is truly terrifying." The beautiful woman in the red dress nodded. His cultivation is not high now, but the power he has shown is very strong. If he had the same cultivation as us, we might not be able to block a few moves from him. I don't know who he is. It would be best if we could attract him to join the City of All Swords. Actually, it is not necessary. Him becoming the Master of All Swords has a lot to do with the City of All Swords. He is half a member of the City of All Swords. The chubby man sighed and said, "I don't want him to become the Master of All Swords," but the Seventh Swordsman, who had high hopes for him, was unable to defeat him. But now there is no other way. A gentle middle-aged man said, "There seems to be another person who is qualified." The slightly fat man asked curiously, "Who else? Aren't they all disqualified?" The middle-aged man pointed at Zhao Fu, that young master in Long. Everyone's gazes landed on Zhao Fu. They had almost forgotten about him. He hadn't even fought on the second floor, so his presence was very low. Everyone was paying attention to the others. The red-robed beautiful woman said in surprise, "Him? I don't think so. I don't think even the seventh swordsman can defeat him, let alone that Tian Ming." The handsome youth also said that young Master Mo Long is indeed very talented, but it's impossible for him to defeat Tian Ming. The others nodded. They all thought that the matter was settled. Zhao Fu was no match for Tian Ming. He turned his gaze to the platform. The female sword girl looked at Tian Ming in shock. He really won. He's so strong that I can only look up to him. He's the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. Ling Yi nodded. He's also the strongest person I've ever seen. People of our level can't compare to him at all. The female sword girl thought of something, and her face darkened. If he joins our force, my mother will definitely marry me to him. I won't be able to refuse. Ling Yi said, based on his strength, following him will be very beneficial. It's just a matter of whether you like him or not. The female sword girl thought about it and said, he's very strong, and following him will be very beneficial. I admit that, but I'm not such a casual person. I don't have a good impression of him either. Zhao Fu suddenly said, I'm going to the first floor. These words interrupted the two of them. Only then did Ling Yi and the female sword girl react. Zhao Fu still had the qualifications to go to the first floor. Zhao Fu had not fought on the second floor, and everyone else had lost once. Only two people could go to the first floor. One was Tian Ming, and the other was Zhao Fu. The female sword girl said, don't go up. You're not his match. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. How can you not know that I'm not his match? The female sword girl said angrily. I'm advising you out of goodwill. If you don't listen to me, then forget it. I can't be bothered with you. I'll see how you get beaten up by him later. Ling Yi also said out of goodwill, Brother Tian Ba, you're very strong. However, there's a huge difference between you and Tian Ming. It's best if you don't look for trouble. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm here for the 10,000 swords inheritance, and I don't think I'm any weaker than Tian Ming. Is that so? You think you're worthy of being my opponent? Tian Ming's body returned to its original form and came near the three of them. From the very beginning, Tian Ming had not treated Zhao Fu as an opponent. He had been lucky to be able to go up the first time, and Tian Ming did not acknowledge him. Zhao Fu did not get angry and lightly laughed. We'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. If you lose to me, it'll be a joke. Tian Ming chuckled. All right. Let's compete then. Tian Ming turned to look at the female sword girl and smiled as he said, Wife, remember our agreement. I'll soon defeat him and become the master of the 10,000 swords. The female sword girl frowned and said coldly, I didn't agree to that. Tian Ming laughed as he said, You said that I'll only talk about marrying you after I become the master of the 10,000 swords. I don't care about anything else, it's useless even if you object. Don't worry, there aren't many women who can interest me. I'll focus on you. The female sword girl did not say anything, her objection was indeed useless. Tian Ming smiled as he walked towards the first level. He wanted to fight on the first level, as long as he won, he would become the master of the 10,000 swords. Zhao Fu also prepared to walk towards the first level. Ling Hua said, Brother Tian Ba, be careful. If you can't defeat him, immediately retreat. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The female sword girl looked at Zhao Fu and said, Even though I don't believe that you can win, I admire your courage. After seeing Tian Ming's terrifying power, I did not have the courage to fight him. If you can't defeat him, just admit defeat, that's not embarrassing at all. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised, he had never thought that the female sword girl would care about him at the end. The female sword girl faced Zhao Fu's gaze and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Also, don't think too much, I don't have any feelings for you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Got it. Zhao Fu and Tian Ming both walked towards the doors of light. Tian Ming walked into one of the doors of light and came to the first level. That door of light also disappeared, and Zhao Fu entered the first level through another door of light. Book 1, Chapter 224, Seal, Boom, an explosion sounded out as the massive sword stabbed into the first level gave off a massive aura. Two massive rays of sword light fell on Zhao Fu and Tian Ming's bodies, and a rainbow-colored sword mark appeared between their eyebrows. This was the 10,000 sword mark, and anyone who had it could become the master of the 10,000 swords. Moreover, the 10,000 sword mark also had protective effects. Sword cultivators who could reach the first level were all incredibly powerful, and the battles between them would become even more intense. Tianming held his evil sword as he looked at Zhao Fu and said arrogantly, "Attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to attack." Zhao Fu calmly smiled as he said, "Then I'll attack first." Zhao Fu swung his sword and a massive beam of wind slashed towards Tianming. Tianming looked quite disdainful and glanced at it. A massive wave of grey sword chi flowed out, bringing with it an evil power as it collided with the beam of wind. A massive explosion sounded out as a massive green-grey stream of air spread out. Zhao Fu's body turned into a few streams of green air and quickly shot towards Tianming. Tianming casually swung his sword and a massive wave of grey sword energy slashed out, forcing back the streams of green air and reforming Zhao Fu's body. With his current power, it would be quite difficult for him to get close to Tianming's body. Zhao Fu thought about it and his body gave off countless rays of green light as he flew into the sky. The spirit energy around him quickly gathered, creating a cool breeze. Scree, a massive cry sounded out as countless rays of blinding green light shined out, illuminating the surroundings as a massive and elegant green bird appeared in the sky. Zhao Fu directly used a powerful technique, the Azure Sword Bird. The Azure Sword Bird looked at Tianming with a sharp gaze and vigorously flapped its wings, causing countless rays of green sword light containing sharp power to shoot towards Tianming. A grey sword barrier floated out from Tianming's body, covering his body. Bang, bang. Bang, loud explosions rang out as the Azure Sword lights landed on the defensive barrier. They turned into countless Azure Sword chi and dissipated, not causing any damage at all. The Azure Sword Bird flew in front of Tian, its feet carrying a terrifying sword energy as it clawed at Tian. A muffled bang sounded out as the sword barrier was torn apart. Tianming was slightly surprised, but he immediately reacted. A huge grey wave slashed forward. Bang, another muffled sound rang out, and a wave of energy spread out. The Azure Sword Bird and Dark Sky both retreated a few meters. The Azure Sword Bird continued to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out a powerful azure gale, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power as it blew towards Dark Sky. The ground was easily torn apart by the azure gale. The Tianming sword stabbed forward. An enormous grey sword light pierced towards the Azure Sword Bird with an extremely evil power. Boom, the cyan wind beam and the sword light collided and the cyan wind kept blowing outwards while the grey sword light kept shooting out in all directions. Terrifying ripples spread out. Dark Sky once again stabbed forward with his sword, and an even more powerful sword energy shot out, sending the massive Azure Sword Bird flying. The Azure Sword Bird flapped its wings and continued to fly towards Dark Sky with a massive cyan wind. Dark Sky coldly laughed as a massive evil sword intent surged out. A massive demon appeared behind Dark Sky. It was even larger than the Azure Sword Bird, and it raised a sharp claw and slammed towards the Azure Sword Bird. The Azure Sword Bird quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. The demon's other hand grabbed towards the Azure Sword Bird, and the Azure Sword Bird flew backwards to avoid the demon's sharp claw. The Azure Sword Bird then flew into the sky, its body glowing with azure sword light as it vigorously flapped its wings. Whoosh, an enormous azure gale blew towards Dark Sky with a power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The sound was deafening, and the ground shook as if a massive disaster was descending. Darksky's expression became serious. He controlled the demon to grasp with both hands, and countless strands of grey sword chi condensed into a massive sword. The demon raised the massive sword and slashed forward. Boom, an extremely terrifying sword energy brought with it the power to split apart the world. Nothing seemed to be able to stop it, and everything was destroyed. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the two terrifying powers collided. An extremely powerful sword chi storm blew out in all directions, and the ground was instantly shattered by countless strands of sword chi. The terrifying aura made people feel intense fear. Clang, a massive sword hum rang out as the massive azure gale was slashed apart by the massive grey sword. The terrifying sword energy continued to slash towards the Azure Sword Bird. The azure sword bird hurriedly turned into countless strands of azure wind and dispersed, avoiding this terrifying attack. The numerous strands of azure sword chi suddenly gathered behind Dark Sky, once again condensing into Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu held an azure sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The azure sword brought with it a sharp azure wind. Dark Sky coldly laughed. He had been prepared for this, and he slashed out with all his strength. A massive sword energy slashed towards Xiao Fu behind him. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Xiao Fu was sent flying far away. The azure sword in his hand was also shattered, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No one was surprised to see this scene. I knew that the demonic dragon young master was no match for Dark Sky. I had already expected this outcome. Yes. I had expected this as well. The demonic dragon young master is also very strong, but he is much weaker than Dark Sky. I feel that the demonic dragon young master could not even beat seventh swordsman. I think the demonic dragon young master's strength is similar to Beast Bai's. The reason he was able to reach the first level was purely due to luck, not his own strength. Yes, he did not even fight on the second level. If seventh swordsman had not fought with Dark Sky, he would not have been able to reach the first level. In fact, it does not matter whether he can reach the first level or not. The outcome will not change. Dark Sky is destined to be the master of all swords, and no one can stop him. The demonic dragon young master must have realized that Dark Sky is someone he could not beat after taking this blow. He will probably admit defeat immediately. Yes. A normal person would definitely admit defeat. Staying on the platform is just asking for trouble. The female sword girl snorted. She reminded Xiao Fu to admit defeat, but Xiao Fu did not listen to her. Serves him right now. Ling Hua sighed. He did not have high hopes for Xiao Fu, but after seeing the strength of both of them, he was completely sure that Xiao Fu could not be Dark Sky's match. Xiao Fu's dream of becoming the master of all swords will not come true. The many experts in the stands were also not surprised. They had expected this. They now knew how terrifying Dark Sky's strength was. The demonic dragon young master was definitely not his match. Moreover, the sword will of the breeze had reached its limit, and it would not be able to break through in a short period of time. The demonic dragon young master had no chance of winning. Dark Sky let the giant demon dissipate and came before Xiao Fu with his sword in hand. He pointed the sword at Xiao Fu and smiled contemptuously. Now, who is stronger? Book 1, Chapter 225, Battle. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Do you think you've won? It's too early for you to be happy." Tian Ming looked quite startled. He had never thought that Xiao Fu would have the confidence to say such words. Just as he was about to say something, he felt an extreme sense of danger as one of Xiao Fu's eyes gave off a brilliant blood-red light. Clang, 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 massive sword hums sounded out as countless black and blood-red sword chi flowed out of Xiao Fu's body. Each strand contained an extremely powerful killing intent, and they madly slashed out in all directions. The ground, air, space, and time were all slashed apart. Following this, the sword chi spread out like a balloon, instantly destroying everything. The ground continuously trembled as a crazed, murderous, and twisted aura covered everyone, causing their bodies to turn cold and their hearts to feel extreme fear. After the dust settled, a 1,000-meter wide crater appeared, and within the crater were traces of black and blood-red sword chi. There was a lot of rubble and dust in the surroundings. Xiao Fu stood in the air, his body giving off traces of black and blood-red sword chi. His left eye gave off a resplendent blood-red light, making him look like a peerless killing demon, causing the entire world to feel terror. Countless people looked at this scene in shock, and the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The 10,000 Sword City Lord said in shock, "What sword intent is this? It's filled with murderous intent and madness, and it's not any weaker than the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's absolute evil sword." The handsome young man was also shocked as he said, "I've never seen this absolute killing sword intent before." The white-haired elder said in shock, "Sensing this sword intent, all of my hairs stood on end. I'm also quite curious, this terrifying sword intent should be quite famous, so why don't I have any impression of it?" The beautiful woman in the red dress said in shock, "This sword intent is the most murderous sword intent I've ever seen, and ordinary people definitely won't be able to grasp it." Just a trace of it is enough to cause people to fall into madness. How did the demon dragon young master grasp such a terrifying sword intent? What's more, we didn't sense it at all. The slightly fat man said in a serious tone, this young master Mo Long isn't like what we think. He is someone who has just stepped into the sword Dao. He has already grasped an ultimate sword intent, but he has been hiding it all this time. He only started to use it now. The beautiful woman in the red dress nodded as she said, he hid it too deeply and fooled all of us. This time, he came for the 10,000 swords master. It will be interesting, this absolute killing sword intent or the absolute evil sword intent, which will be stronger? The handsome young man smiled as he said, hearing you say that, I'm quite excited as well. The next battle will be the absolute killing sword intent. The elder looked at Zhao Fu and said, just from this sword intent, young Master Demon Dragon's strength is definitely not lower than Ming Tian's. In the end, the master of all swords will be born between the two of them. The swordswoman looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a terrifying sword intent. He had been hiding his power all this time, and the power he had just displayed was much stronger than hers. Zhao Fu had the power to become the 10,000 swords master. Ling Yi stood there in a daze, feeling a great shock in his heart. He was so close to Zhao Fu, but he had not realized how terrifying he was. It was laughable that he did not believe Zhao Fu when he said that he would become the 10,000 swords master. Now, Ling Yi finally understood why Zhao Fu was so confident. Seventh swordsman also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He did not care much about Zhao Fu at first, but he did not expect Zhao Fu to have hidden such great power. He had also misjudged Zhao Fu. If he were to fight against Zhao Fu, it was hard to say who would win. Win Song and the others looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They were speechless. At the edge of the crater, Tian Ming lay on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a pair of broken wings on his back, he had used them to protect himself as he quickly retreated. Tian Ming looked at Zhao Fu seriously. He felt a great threat, this threat was many times stronger than Seventh Swordsman's. This was his true opponent, and he had underestimated Zhao Fu. Tian Ming climbed up from the ground, and many blood-red lines stabbed into his palm. A massive evil power surged out of Tian Ming's body, and a pair of demon horns grew on his head. Tian Ming directly entered the first form of the evil sword. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and countless black and blood-red sword chi gathered in his hand, forming a black and blood-red sword. Zhao Fu could not use the Emperor Killing Sword yet, so the Killing Sword's power was concealed by the Primal Chaos Aura. Swish, Zhao Fu attacked first. His body turned into a black blur as he rushed in front of Tian Ming and slashed towards him. Tian Ming used a sword to block Zhao Fu's sword, and Zhao Fu's body quickly disappeared and reappeared behind Tian Ming. He slashed out again, and Tian Ming dodged to the side, avoiding Zhao Fu's attack. A massive wave of grey sword chi flowed out of his body, forming 10 or so swords that gave off evil power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared, causing Tian Ming's attack to miss. Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from Tian Ming, forming a grey and evil shockwave that forced Zhao Fu out of hiding. Seeing Zhao Fu appear in the sky, Tian Ming slashed out, and a massive demon face gave off immense power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze was condescending as he slashed out, and a massive black and blood-red sword light slashed into the demon face. The sword light pierced into the demon face, causing it to dissipate. Out of everyone fighting with Tian Ming, Zhao Fu was the one who had dealt with the demon face the easiest. Tian Ming leapt up and came before Zhao Fu. He slashed out with his full strength, and his sword gave off a large amount of grey sword chi. Zhao Fu also slashed out with his full strength, and his sword gave off an intense black and blood-red sword light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two swords collided. A shocking explosion blasted out, and both of them were forced back. Tian Ming took 5 steps back while Zhao Fu only took 2 steps back. Tian Ming's expression fell and he once again vigorously slashed out, and a massive grey sword light slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also vigorously slashed out, easily destroying the grey sword light. Tian Ming's sword once again slashed towards Zhao Fu, and a massive wave of sword chi flowed out, forming sharp claws that gave off shocking power as they grabbed towards Zhao Fu. The scene was quite terrifying, and the claws looked like the claws of an abyssal demon. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu quickly slashed out, and a few massive black and blood-red sword lights slashed against the countless claws. The terrifying power shattered the claws into countless traces of gray sword chi. Zhao Fu's attacks were easily nullified, and Tian Ming looked furious. He waved his hand, and massive power flowed out of his body as an enormous demon giving off an evil aura appeared behind him. It swung its sharp claws, giving off terrifying power as it swiped at Zhao Fu. It brought with it a berserk gale, and as it slammed into the ground cracked. Apex. Volume 1, Chapter 226, Seal, Xing, Zhao Fu slashed out an enormous black and blood-red light, slashing apart the terrifying wind. The sword energy continued to slash into the demon's body, causing the massive demon's body to lean backwards. Roar. The demon furiously roared and grabbed forwards with both hands, causing countless traces of evil gray sword light to shoot out, forming an enormous gray sword of light. The demon raised this massive sword of light and slashed down, seeming as if it could split apart a mountain. Boom! Zhao Fu blocked with his sword and the massive sword of light slashed against Zhao Fu's sword. Countless traces of black and blood-red sword chi flowed out, but the gray sword of light was unable to harm Zhao Fu. Tian Ming did not believe this and controlled the demon to once again raise its sword, slashing towards Zhao Fu with even more terrifying power. At that moment, Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he vigorously slashed out with his sword. A massive sword energy slashed out, dyeing the surroundings blood-red and causing a dangerous aura to spread out. Bang! The massive gray sword of light was slashed apart by Zhao Fu, turning into countless traces of sword light and dissipating, causing Tian Ming to feel quite startled. Zhao Fu raised his sword and sent a massive wave of power into it, causing an enormous black and blood-red sword light to shoot out into the sky. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed down, bringing with it a boundless power that seemed to be able to kill all creatures as it slashed towards the demon. The demon's body was slashed apart, and Tian Ming's body was sent flying back by the sword energy. Zhao Fu looked at Tian Ming and said, "Hurry and enter a stronger state, or else you won't be a match for me." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive evil power flowed out of Tian Ming's body. The demon horns on Tian Ming's head became thicker and many runes flowed out of his eye sockets as Tian Ming entered an even more powerful state. Tian Ming looked at Zhao Fu seriously. This was the first time he had been forced to use the evil sword's power like this. Bang! Tian Ming stomped on the ground, causing it to crumble. Tian Ming's body shot towards Zhao Fu like a cannonball. His sword brought with it a massive gray sword chi as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also slashed out with his sword, bringing with it a large amount of black and blood-colored sword chi. Bang bang bang, massive sounds rang out as sword energy storms continuously blew out in all directions, causing the ground to continuously crack. Tian Ming, who had entered his second form, was no weaker than Zhao Fu. Everyone was shocked to see this. This second form was the form that had defeated Seventh Swordsman, and now it was tied with the Demon Dragon Young Master. This Demon Dragon Young Master's power was too freakish. Clang! Tian Ming slashed out with his sword, bringing with it a massive sword power that slashed Zhao Fu to the ground. Zhao Fu's body quickly fell to the ground, creating a large crater in the ground. However, Zhao Fu was not injured. Tian Ming's eyes opened wide, and countless gray sword chi poured out, forming a 3-meter-long sword. It brought with it a powerful sword power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Their power shook all directions, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Zhao Fu slashed out again and again, bringing with it a blood-colored sword light that shattered all the swords. Tian Ming's body appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He raised the evil sword with both hands and poured all of his power into the sword. The sword shone with a monstrous gray sword light, covering the entire world. Countless evil auras seeped into the souls of everyone present. Zhao Fu raised his sword in front of him. Boom! Tian Ming's sword slashed onto Zhao Fu's sword. A terrifying sword power spread out, causing the ground around them to crack and spread out in all directions. A terrifying shockwave spread out. However, this shocking attack had not been able to harm Zhao Fu at all. Their gazes met, and Tian Ming continued to pour his power into the sword as it pressed down towards Zhao Fu. Xing, 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 the traces of black and blood-colored sword chi around Zhao Fu gave off pure killing intent as they madly shot towards Tian Ming, seeming as if they wanted to destroy everything. Tianming's body immediately retreated, and the black and blood-colored sword Qi closely followed him. The ground in their path was destroyed, and massive sounds continuously sounded out. The terrifying sword Qi could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu stood where he was and his left eye gave off a black and blood-colored light, causing even more black and blood-colored light to flow towards Tianming. Tianming's body dodged to the right, and the black and blood-colored sword Qi also dodged to the right. Tianming's body dodged to the left, and the black and blood-colored sword Qi also quickly slashed towards the sky. Seeing that he could not dodge the black and blood-colored sword Qi, Tianming did not try to dodge. He stood in the sky and a massive wave of grey sword Qi flowed out of his eyes. It gave off an extremely evil power as it shot towards the black and blood-colored sword Qi. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword Qi collided with the sword Qi, resulting in explosions. Waves of terrifying sword energy spread out, causing the surroundings to become incredibly dangerous. Tianming had many sword Qi, while Zhao Fu's sword Qi was pure. The two of them continuously clashed, and in the end, Tianming used his advantage in numbers to suppress Zhao Fu's black and blood-colored sword Qi. An even more massive amount of grey sword Qi flooded towards Zhao Fu. The grey sword Qi instantly inundated Zhao Fu's body. No one could see what was going on inside, but they could hear the sounds of the sword Qi colliding. The grey sword Qi was like a mist that covered the area, causing the ground to gradually turn into nothingness. Countless people watched this scene with wide eyes, feeling incredibly nervous and expectant. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a black and blood-colored ball of sword Qi spread out from the grey mist. The massive sword energy caused the grey mist to dissipate. Zhao Fu appeared in front of everyone, and he was surrounded by black and blood-colored sword light. Tianming's expression became serious and large amounts of grey sword Qi flowed out of his eyes. They turned into thousands of large swords, and a terrifying evil power spread out. The sky seemed to lose its color and become grey. Boom, boom. Boom, the large swords gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and tore through the air. Zhao Fu raised his sword and sent all of his power into it as he vigorously slashed out. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as an enormous blood-red crescent containing pure killing intent slashed out, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless grey swords were destroyed by the massive sword energy, resulting in massive explosions as a chaotic shockwave spread out in all directions. Roar. The grey sword Qi that flowed out of Tianming's eyes formed an enormous demon's body, which gave off a massive aura as it quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu, arriving in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive crater was blasted open in the ground. Zhao Fu's body flew backwards and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tianming continued to control the countless traces of evil sword Qi to shoot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he looked at Tianming in the sky with his left eye. His black and blood-red eyes slowly split open, and the world seemed to tremble. The gates of hell slowly opened, and a forbidden power spread out. Apex. Book 1 Chapter 227 Clang, 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 countless black and blood-red sword auras came out of Zhao Fu's body, slashing wildly at Tianming in the sky. The grey sword aura that rushed over was instantly drowned out by the black and blood-red sword aura. It seemed as if it was going to destroy everything. Tianming was shocked and a massive, grey-colored sword energy surged out from his back. A pair of massive, grey-colored wings grew out, wrapping around Tianming's body. Next, 3 grey-colored sword barriers appeared, once again wrapping around Tianming's body. Bang, the countless black and blood-red sword auras slashed on the grey sword shields, and a huge shock wave spread out. The sky trembled. The 3 sword shields were broken, and Tianming's wings were also broken. Blood flowed from the corner of Tianming's mouth, and he was badly injured. Zhao Fu's body flew towards Tianming in the sky. Tianming looked at Zhao Fu, who was already in front of him, and raised his hand to slash with all his might. Zhao Fu also slashed with all his might. Bang, the 2 swords clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and Zhao Fu did not take a single step back while Ming Tian took 4 or 5 steps back. Tianming was not willing to admit defeat. Evil power emanated from his body, and he slashed at Zhao Fu again. Zhao Fu also rushed. up, attacking Tianming with all his might. Their battle caused the sky and earth to change. The wind and clouds surged, and the waves seemed to destroy the world. Everyone was immersed in these waves, and it was as if they were immersed in bone-chilling ice water. Countless people were shocked by the power of the two, especially Seventh Swordsman. He looked at the two in the sky and felt very uncomfortable. Both of them were much stronger than him, and he had been too confident. Now, it seemed that these two were the real geniuses of swordsmanship. They were people who could affect the world. Tianming slashed out with his sword, and a huge gray sword aura slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and avoided the sword. Then, he slashed out with his sword, sending Tianming's body flying. Tianming raised his sword. An enormous evil sword will spread out, and many savage demons appeared around him. They were so dense that it was hard to tell how many there were. They stood beside Tianming like stars surrounding the moon. An incomparably massive evil power covered the surroundings, dyeing half the sky gray. That massive evil power was enough to harm this world. Zhao Fu held his sword horizontally, and a massive wave of sword energy also spread out. Illusory figures with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes holding sharp swords appeared beside Zhao Fu, and a world-destroying power spread out. Half the sky was dyed blood-red, causing all creatures to feel terror. The netherworld sword slashed down. Countless demons roared and gave off an evil aura. They flooded forwards like a flood, seeming to want to destroy everything. The sound was deafening. Zhao Fu also slashed with his sword. Clang clang clang, sword hums sounded out as sword images around Zhao Fu shot out. The power of killing caused the heavens and earth to fall into terror, and it was as if nothing could stop them. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as countless rays of blinding light shot out from the sky, making it so that countless people could not open their eyes. Space, time. The ground, the air, everything shattered into nothingness, and the terrifying shockwaves made everyone feel insignificant and despair. As the light gradually dimmed, countless rocks fell from the sky, and only then did everyone see the scene in front of them. More than half of the first level had collapsed, and rocks were scattered everywhere. Tianming lay on a large rock, and there was a wound on his chest from which blood continuously flowed out. He seemed to be heavily injured. Zhao Fu stood in the sky, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His injuries were not light. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but discuss heatedly. Wow! This young Lord Demon Dragon is too powerful. I'm so excited, so excited. That's right. I thought that Tianming was strong enough, but I never thought that young Lord Demon Dragon would be even stronger than Tianming. This is simply shocking. This young Lord Demon Dragon was not valued at all from the start, and I never thought that he would become the master of the 10,000 swords. This is too inconceivable. I admit that I was wrong. I've always supported Tianming, thinking that he would be the master of the 10,000 swords. I never thought that young Lord Demon Dragon would be the master of the 10,000 swords. I wonder what kind of sword will this young Lord Demon Dragon has, to be able to defeat the evil sword will of the chaotic sky evil sword. It must be a terrifying sword will. Now that we compare, young Lord Demon Dragon can easily defeat 7th Swordsman, and he can defeat Tai Chingfeng in a few moves. He was just hiding his strength before, and he has won my respect. I never thought that a master of the 10,000 swords would appear in the Dragon Clan. This is the first time in history. Wind Song and the others were so happy that they almost jumped up. They never thought that Zhao Fu would become the master of the 10,000 swords. Most importantly, they had a good relationship with Zhao Fu. In the future, the Bree Sword School might rise again and become the strongest sword school in that area. From now on, they would no longer have to fear the heavy sword school. Tai Chingfeng looked at Zhao Fu, who was in the sky, in a daze. He had lost to Zhao Fu before, and he was still a bit upset. He thought that he had not been able to make Zhao Fu weaker. But now that he saw Zhao Fu's true strength, he realized how naive he had been. This terrifying power was not something that he could withstand. Now, he did not feel upset at all, but he felt a bit hurt. Beast Boy also looked surprised. He had not paid attention to Zhao Fu from the beginning, and he never thought that Zhao Fu would become the master of the 10,000 swords. He was far more powerful than he was. Ling Hua was also shocked. He felt that Zhao Fu's power was completely above him. Zhao Fu had said that he would become the master of the 10,000 swords, and now he had realized it. From now on, he should be the one learning from him. Ling Hua felt that he was very lucky to have made a friend like this. The Jianer had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to defeat the terrifying Tian Ming and become the master of the 10,000 swords. She did not feel upset at all when she saw the power that Zhao Fu had displayed. It was funny that she had tried to persuade Zhao Fu not to go up and admit defeat earlier. Thinking about what Zhao Fu had said about marrying him after he became the master of the 10,000 swords, the Jianer felt a bit embarrassed. Seventh swordsman looked at Zhao Fu in the sky and sighed. This kind of genius of the way of the sword was his goal. He could not underestimate anyone from now on. This time, someone he could not see clearly had become a genius that surpassed him. However, seventh swordsman was still confident that if he had some time, he would be able to catch up to the two of them. He might even be able to surpass them. It was a pity that he had already lost the right. If he became the master of the 10,000 swords now, he would be able to rely on the true power of the master of the 10,000 swords. He was confident that he would not be weaker than Tian Ming and Zhao Fu. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Fu had won, Tian Ming stood up from the ground with a cold expression. Top Book 1, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. He did not think that he would be able to defeat Tian Ming so easily. After all, Tian Ming was the legatee of the chaotic sky evil sword. Tian Ming said coldly, "You're the first person to force me to this extent. Today, I'll show you the full power of the chaotic sky evil sword." Tian Ming picked up the sword and did something that no one expected. Tian Ming stabbed the sword through his own chest and countless blood-red tentacles came out of the sword and drilled into Tian Ming's body, causing a heaven-toppling evil sword qi to spread out. Countless people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Tian Ming would have such terrifying power. This power caused them to feel immense despair, and their minds went blank. The massive gray sword qi blew on Tian Ming's hair and clothes, and Tian Ming's body went through shocking changes. 2 demon horns grew out of his head, and his hair was still gray-white. His face became like a demon's, and his eyes became gray and sword-like. His hands became long and slender, and his palms were like steel. His 5 fingers were like 5 small swords. His feet became demon-like claws, and his skin became gray-white. He gave off an extremely evil and sharp aura, and the ground was gradually shattered by the formless sword energy. It was unable to withstand this massive aura, and the surroundings gradually became cold and gloomy. Tian Ming had completely become a demon. More accurately speaking, Tian Ming had fused with the chaotic sky evil sword to become a chaotic sky evil demon. Tian Ming looked at Zhao Fu and opened his eyes, and 2 massive waves of gray sword qi containing shocking power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a thin blood-red sword light that slashed apart the 2 waves of gray sword qi. At that moment, Tian Ming condensed another 3 gray balls of sword qi and shot them towards Zhao Fu. They all exploded, and a terrifying sword energy spread out, sending Zhao Fu's body flying back. However, Zhao Fu's body gave off a black and blood-red sword qi, so he was not heavily injured. Tian Ming stretched out a hand and a gray sword light shot out, forming a chaotic sky evil sword. Tian Ming quickly came before Zhao Fu and slashed towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a blood-red sword light as it slashed towards Tian Ming. Clang, the 2 swords collided, and a gust of wind blew out. Zhao Fu and Tian Ming looked at each other. Boom, Ming Tian roared as he gave off a powerful sword qi and slashed Zhao Fu flying back. As Zhao Fu's body flew backwards, Tian Ming once again grabbed at the air, causing a demonic hand to appear in the sky. It gave off terrifying power as it slammed down towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu's body quickly fell to the ground. Countless gravel shot out, creating a large pit in the ground. Zhao Fu lay in the center of the crater, his body emitting thick black and blood-colored sword qi, but he was still not seriously injured. In the sky, Tian Ming rushed down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Tian Ming, and an even more massive black and blood-red sword qi formed a massive sword that gave off berserk killing power as it slashed towards Tian Ming. Tian Ming vigorously slashed out and a massive gray sword light slashed apart the massive sword. The moment Tian Ming slashed out, Zhao Fu leapt up from the ground. The sword in his hand gave off a large amount of black and blood-red sword light as it slashed towards Tianming. Tianming used his sword to block. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Tianming's body was sent flying 5 or 6 meters back, but he was not injured at all. Zhao Fu held his sword and rushed towards Tianming. Tianming's body gave off a large amount of grey sword qi, forming a ferocious and massive demon that ferociously rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's sword gave off an intense black and blood-red light, turning into a massive black and blood-red dragon that roared as it rushed towards the massive demon. Bang! The demon and dragon collided, giving off a massive sound and countless traces of sword qi ferociously swept out. Xing! An enormous grey sword light shot out from the sword qi and savagely shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and slashed out, sending out a bloody sword wind that blew away the sword qi. By now, Tianming had already raised his sword, which gave off a terrifying sword light and a massive evil power. Boom! Tianming's sword slashed down, sending Zhao Fu's body flying back, and a small wound appeared on Zhao Fu's body. A trace of anger appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he picked up his sword, and a terrifying sword energy spread out. Sword images once again appeared around Zhao Fu, and a massive aura that seemed to be able to conquer the world spread out, causing the world to become icy cold. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and the sword-wielding images around him gave off terrifying power as they rushed towards Tianming, giving off a terrifying feeling. Tianming stretched out his other hand, and a massive wave of power gathered in that hand. Swish, 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 countless sharp grey spikes grew out of Tianming's hand and quickly spread out, shooting towards the blood-red images. The blood-red images were pierced by the grey spikes and turned into countless traces of black and blood-red sword qi before dissipating. Xing! A massive blood-red sword light slashed towards Tianming, slicing apart the grey spikes. The blood-red sword light continued to slash towards Tianming. Tianming stretched out a hand and pushed forwards, causing the grey spikes to become a massive spike that stabbed forwards and shattered the blood-red sword light. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived before Tianming, and his blood-red sword eyes looked at Tianming. A few pure black and blood-red sword qi formed a sword image that silently shot towards Tianming. An evil power flowed out from Tianming's hand, and the grey-white spikes intersected and grew, forming an enormous semicircular barrier. However, a strange thing happened. The blood-red sword image easily pierced through the semicircular barrier and continued towards Tianming's chest. Tianming's expression fell, and he understood that this blood-red sword image was a condensation of sword intent and not a corporeal object. He could not use a corporeal object to block it, so he immediately used his sword intent to form a grey sword light that slashed towards the blood-red sword image, destroying it. Boom! A massive sound rang out as the semicircular barrier was slashed apart, and a massive blood-red sword energy sent Tianming flying back. Tianming coughed up a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. He looked at Zhao Fu seriously and felt that Zhao Fu was quite powerful. He had already used all of the Chaos Sky Evil Sword's power, but he still did not have a big advantage. The terrifying sword intent that Zhao Fu had used was not any weaker than his Chaos Sky Evil Sword intent. If he did not have the Chaos Sky Evil Sword intent, he would not have been able to block such a terrifying sword intent. Now, Ming Tian was quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity, but no one could stop him from becoming the master of the 10,000 swords, or he would kill him. After this battle, Zhao Fu would definitely become his mortal enemy. Book 1, Zhao Fu. Tianming felt an intense killing intent within his heart as he raised his sword and sent terrifying power into it. The sword continuously gave off grey sword qi that condensed above, forming an enormous grey eyeball that was filled with an evil and eerie aura. Boom! The evil eyeball looked at Zhao Fu, and a massive grey ray of light shot towards Zhao Fu. The power it gave off was incredibly powerful, and the sky seemed to tremble. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and countless black and blood-red sword qi flowed out of his palm, forming a semicircular sword shield. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the semicircular sword shield was pierced through by the ray of light, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying. Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The evil eyeball once again looked at Zhao Fu, and another massive grey ray of light shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Bang! The ray of light slammed into the 6th level stage, opening up a crater that was thousands of meters wide. Many rocks flew out, and the terrifying aura it gave off made people feel incredibly terrified. Boom! The evil eyeball once again looked at Zhao Fu, and another massive gray ray of light containing terrifying power shot out, giving off massive sounds. Zhao Fu once again dodged to the side. Bang! The massive gray ray of light slammed into the 8th level stage, opening up another massive crater. Seeing Zhao Fu dodge this attack, Tianming sent an even more powerful power into his sword, causing it to give off a large amount of gray sword chi that entered the gray eyeball. The gray eyeball gradually gave off gray light, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Boom, boom. Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the eyeball shot out 10 gray rays of light, giving off immense power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. The gray light lit up the surroundings, and terrifying ripples spread out, creating a shocking scene. Bang, bang. Bang! Beams of light landed on different platforms, blasting open massive craters. Zhao Fu quickly dodged, but he was still hit by a gray beam of light. He was blasted to the ground by the powerful force and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing Tianming's terror, everyone felt immense terror. If they fought with Tianming, they would definitely die, and they could tell that Tianming wanted to kill them. Many of the experts in the stands also frowned. They could naturally sense Tianming's murderous intent. What was coming next might not be a simple battle, but a battle of life and death. Tianming looked at Zhao Fu within the crater and sent another wave of terrifying power into the gray evil eyeball. The evil eyeball once again gave off a gray light and an extremely evil and terrifying aura spread out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive gray beam of light containing world-destroying power shot out. Like a thunderbolt, it shot towards Zhao Fu, who was in the huge pit below. The sky trembled violently, and a terrifying force enveloped this place. Arg! At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a pained howl. His blood-red eye continued to split open, and half of Zhao Fu's face was torn open, leaving a black gash. Boom! A heaven-toppling black and blood-red sword chi exploded out of the ground and shot into the sky with terrifying power. It seemed to pierce through the sky, forming an enormous blood-red pillar of sword chi. Bang! When the gray beam of light hit the sword chi pillar, a terrifying shockwave swept out, causing the ground to instantly shatter. A massive gale blew out in all directions, and countless rocks shot out like bullets, seeming as if they could pierce through an iron wall. The terrifying aura seemed to drag everyone into hell. Their bodies and souls felt extreme terror, and it was as if they would not be able to endure it and would die soon. After the shockwaves settled, Zhao Fu's body gave off large amounts of black and blood-red sword chi, and he was not injured at all. In the sky, Tianming's expression was quite serious. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. Zhao Fu quickly rushed towards Tianming in the sky. Tianming immediately controlled the massive gray eyeball to shoot out an enormous gray beam of light, which gave off a destructive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Xing, Zhao Fu's body continued to rush forwards, and his sword slashed towards the massive gray beam of light, cutting it in half. Tianming looked at Zhao Fu, who was in front of him, and he slashed down with all of his strength, sending out countless rays of gray sword light. Zhao Fu also slashed out with all of his strength. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Tianming's body was sent flying back, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Tianming's expression became savage, and his body gave off large amounts of gray sword chi as he continuously slashed out. Massive rays of sword light containing enough power to split mountains continuously slashed towards Zhao Fu, and the scene was incredibly terrifying. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu continued to rush towards Tianming, dodging as he swung his sword, destroying the rays of sword light. Zhao Fu's body flashed and he appeared above Tianming, and a massive wave of power entered his sword. The sword gave off traces of blood-red sword chi, and a terrifying power spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed down, sending Tianming's sword back to the ground. It was like a meteor had crashed into the ground, and a shockwave spread out, causing the ground and the surrounding thousands of meters to shatter and tremble. Arg! Tianming stood up and went berserk. He gave a massive howl, and an incredibly powerful evil power flowed out of his body. His body gave off large amounts of gray sword chi, almost covering his body. Zhao Fu instantly arrived in front of him and vigorously slashed towards Tianming. Tianming also madly slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two swords collided, and a shocking shockwave blasted out. Zhao Fu and Tianming were both sent flying back, and the swords in their hands shattered, turning into motes of light and disappearing. Tianming did not continue to fight with his sword. He slammed the ground, and a massive gray sword pillar containing immense power shot out from where Zhao Fu had been standing. Zhao Fu leapt backwards, narrowly avoiding this attack. Tianming quickly rushed in front of Zhao Fu, and his hand gave off a large amount of gray sword light as he ferociously blasted towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu's other hand also gave off a large amount of blood-red sword qi, and he gave off an intense killing intent as he slammed towards Tianming. Bang, the two hands collided, and a massive shockwave spread out. The two of them once again flew back, and they both coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tianming stared at Zhao Fu like a demon, wanting to eat Zhao Fu. The evil sword intent around his body became abnormally terrifying. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Tianming, and he felt an intense killing intent. The sword intent around his body became even more intense as Zhao Fu's killing intent grew. Apex. Book 1, Seal, Paw. Zhao Fu put his palms together, crossed his index fingers, and crossed his thumbs, forming a sword shape. His body gave off a large amount of black and blood-red sword qi, covering the surrounding 10 meters. The black and blood-red sword qi continuously condensed into an 8-meter-tall figure with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes that were filled with killing intent. It held a black and blood-red sword and gave off a terrifying sword aura that seemed to be able to kill all creatures. Tianming looked at the terrifying figure that Zhao Fu had condensed and stretched out a hand as he slapped his chest. A large amount of gray sword qi flowed out from his back and continuously condensed into a 10-meter-tall demon that also held a gray sword and gave off an incredibly evil aura. Xing, Zhao Fu controlled sword demon to slash out, and a massive blood-red sword light slashed towards Tianming. The sword energy contained within the sword light caused a ravine to appear in the ground. Tianming controlled the demon and stretched out a hand. Countless traces of gray sword qi flowed out, forming a rhombus-shaped sword shield that blocked the blood-red sword light that Zhao Fu had slashed out. It then vigorously slashed out, and a gray crescent containing shocking power flew towards Zhao Fu. Sword demon raised his sword and slashed, splitting the gray crescent in half. Following this, he leapt into the sky and arrived above dark sky. His sword gave off astonishing power as it stabbed towards dark sky. The demon also stabbed out with his sword with great strength. Bang, the two swords collided, and a ferocious sword qi storm spread out, blowing away countless rocks. Sword demon sheathed his sword and slashed at the demon with a massive blood-red sword energy. The demon used his sword shield to block sword demon's sword while his other hand held his sword and slashed at sword demon, sending out a large amount of gray sword light. Sword demon retreated and dodged the gray sword light. He raised his sword and slashed out with all of his strength, and a massive blood-red sword light containing enough power to split apart a mountain slashed towards Tianming. The ground was unable to withstand this power and started to crumble. The demon used his sword shield to block in front of him. Bang, the blood-red sword light slashed against the gray sword shield, splitting it in half and forcing the demon back a few steps. Roar, the demon furiously roared and gave off an even more powerful aura as it continuously slashed out with its sword. Gray sword lights continuously slashed towards Zhao Fu as if they were going to destroy everything. Sword demon gripped his sword tightly and continuously slashed out. A dreadful blood-colored sword light slashed forward. Bang bang bang, sword light kept clashing against sword light and countless sword lights shot out in all directions. Shockwaves kept spreading out and large craters were blasted out on the ground, the sounds of which shook the surroundings. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone watched the intense battle between the two of them in shock. This was the most terrifying battle they had ever seen, and it had already caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Boom, the demon slashed downwards with all of its strength, and a massive sword pillar containing immense evil power slashed towards sword demon, creating a massive ravine in the ground. Sword demon raised his sword in front of him. Bang, a massive sound rang out as sword demon's body was sent flying. Just as sword demon landed back on the ground, the demon thrust his sword into the ground, and a huge evil power spread out. Boom! Boom, 8 massive waves of gray sword qi shot out from 8 directions with sword demon at the center. They contained terrifying power as they shot towards sword demon incredibly quickly. Arg! Sword Demon raised his head to the sky and roared as a massive black and blood-red sword chi exploded out. The shocking sword energy blasted the 8 waves of sword chi flying back, causing them to turn into gray sword chi and dissipate. Sword Demon raised his sword to shoulder height and an extremely powerful sword energy spread out. A massive black and blood-red sword appeared in the air, giving off boundless blood-red light and dyeing the sky blood-red. It also gave off a massive might. Boom! Sword Demon stabbed forwards with his sword, and the massive blood-red sword gave off a power that could shake gods and ghosts as it stabbed towards Tianming. It was as if nothing could stop it, and it gave off a massive sense of suppression. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the blood-red sword slammed into the demon's body. The ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters instantly collapsed and countless rocks flew everywhere. An enormous crater appeared, and the demon's body collapsed. Tianming was heavily injured and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Sword Demon once again slashed out, and a blood-red sword light quickly slashed towards Tianming. Gray blood flowed out of Tianming's eyes as he ferociously looked at Zhao Fu. A massive gray sword chi shot towards Zhao Fu, easily shattering the blood-red sword light and continuing towards Zhao Fu. Sword Demon slashed out, and a blood-red sword light slashed apart the gray sword chi. Tianming's eyes widened. Boom! An endless amount of gray-colored sword energy surged out from his body, surging forward like a majestic ocean. Everywhere it went, the ground, space, time and air were all slashed to pieces. Loud sounds rang out non-stop and it was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. Sword Demon slashed out with all of his strength, and a large amount of blood-red sword light slashed towards the incoming ocean of sword chi. However, it was not very effective. By now, the gray ocean of sword chi had arrived in front of Sword Demon, and he immediately retreated. The massive gray ocean of sword chi followed behind him, destroying everything in its path. The gray ocean of sword chi was incredibly fast, and it came closer and closer to Sword Demon. Sword Demon immediately flew into the sky, and the gray ocean of sword chi gave off boundless evil power as it rushed towards the sky. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as the massive ocean of sword chi inundated Sword Demon's body. Countless traces of gray sword chi ferociously rushed towards Sword Demon, and a massive evil sword energy slashed towards Sword Demon. Sword Demon's body could not defend for long before collapsing, and countless traces of gray sword chi flowed towards Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu was hit by this sword chi, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. At that critical moment, Zhao Fu raised his head and a black and blood-red sword light shot into the sky, quickly flashing past. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive might descended from the sky, weighing down on the countless people in the region, making it difficult for them to stand up. Countless traces of blood-red light covered the sky, and the image of a world gradually appeared. The sky was blood-red, and the sun was also blood-red. There were no plants on the ground, and there were many different swords stabbed into the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent. This was the Emperor-killing sword world. Countless people watched in shock as this sword world descended. It was not just the countless people below the stage who were shocked, but the countless experts on the viewing platforms were also shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such power. As the blood-red sword world descended, the countless traces of gray sword chi around Zhao Fu were turned into nothingness by a gravitational force. Zhao Fu's body was once again revealed. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and looked down at Tianming. Tianming also looked at Zhao Fu in the sky. Both sides understood that the next move would decide the outcome of the battle. Book 1, Chapter 231. Tianming's eyes were wide open. Endless gray sword chi surged out, almost covering the entire ground. It became thicker and thicker, and the evil power it gave off became more and more terrifying. A dangerous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world continued to spread. Countless people on the ground felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying demon. Their bodies kept trembling, and an intense fear surged out. Seventh Swordsman, Ling Hua, and the others immediately retreated. It was not just them. Countless people below also retreated in fear. They felt extreme danger, and they could not stand where they were. Zhao Fu, who was standing in the sky, raised his hand and pointed his sword at the sky. The blood-red world gave off intense blood-red sword light, dyeing the entire sky red. The sword world that was filled with slaughter, madness, and blood filled the world. The world seemed to be in fear, and it began to tremble. Everyone retreated again in fear. They felt that if they stood where they were, they might die. Boom, Jiaofu's raised hand fell. The blood-red world brought with it vast slaughter power, sinking into the ground below. It was as if it was going to kill all living beings on the ground. Countless living beings felt an unprecedented fear. Boom, Tianming looked at Jiaofu fiercely. The gray sword qi on the ground surged, bringing with it an extremely evil power that surged into the sky. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire sky. The sound was shocking, and even gods and ghosts were afraid. Bang, the world seemed to explode. The blood-red world and the gray sword qi collided. The world shook violently. Everything on the ground and in the sky shattered. The air became extremely chaotic, and a destructive aura seeped into people's souls. The barrier that protected the platform appeared, giving off countless sword lights that covered the entire trial platform. Crack, there was a crisp sound, and the barrier shattered right after it appeared. There was no effect at all. The expressions of many cultivators changed, and they quickly flew over to cast an even stronger barrier to protect the countless people outside the platform. Bang, a terrifying power spread out in an instant. From afar, one could only see a huge semicircle spreading out. Everything around it was turned into nothingness by a formless sword power. The ground shook violently, and a huge storm of sword qi blew out in all directions. It was as if it was going to destroy the world. Fortunately, the ripples were blocked by the barrier, and everyone looked ahead in terror. Just then, they had felt as if they were going to die, and their hands and feet had become ice cold. The power of these two people was simply too abnormal. It was simply not something that a human could possess. Countless people thought to themselves in shock. After personally witnessing such a world-shaking battle, their hearts were greatly impacted. In the face of such power, they were all ants. The ground was still shaking, and the loud sound continued for a while before it stopped. The entire platform had almost completely collapsed. Only the center of the platform where the giant sword was stabbed was intact. Seventh swordsman, Ling Yi, and the others were at the edge of the platform. Their bodies were bleeding and they looked like they had sustained serious injuries. They looked at the center solemnly. They were heavily injured just from being hit by the shockwave. What would happen to the two who were fighting? Cough, Jiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was rapidly recovering as he slowly stood up from the ground. Ming Tian's body was bleeding. He was lying on the ground, heavily injured. His aura had also become very weak. Jiaofu looked at Ming Tian. In actuality, neither of them had won this battle and it was a draw. However, as the son of origin, Jiaofu's constitution and recovery speed were much faster than Ming Tian's. The Chaos Sky Evil Sword was indeed powerful, and as expected from being the second-ranked sword in the outer world. Its power was definitely not inferior to the Emperor Killing Sword. Of course, Jiaofu was only using the Emperor Killing Sword's power and not the other Emperor Star Source energy. If he used that power, Jiaofu would definitely be able to defeat Ming Tian. However, this was a battle of the way of the sword, so the two of them were at a draw. Jiaofu gave off a killing intent as he walked towards Ming Tian. It was the perfect time to kill such a powerful enemy, or else he would have another powerful enemy in the future. Moreover, it was Ming Tian who had wanted to kill him first, so Jiaofu would not show any mercy. Ming Tian's expression was unsightly as he looked at Jiaofu walking in front of him. He knew that Jiaofu had come to kill him, and he wanted to immediately escape. However, he did not have any power, so he could only say, "You can't kill me." Jiaofu coldly laughed and ignored Ming Tian. He raised his hand, giving off a black and blood-red sword light as he slammed it towards Ming Tian's heart. Ming Tian looked terrified, and the 10,000 sword seal on his forehead suddenly gave off a rainbow-colored sword light that protected him. Before, it had been said that the 10,000 sword seal would protect the people in the final trial. Jiaofu stopped because of the protective sword light. The 10,000 sword city lord said, "Young Master Demon Dragon." As the legatee of the Chaos Sky Evil Sword, his identity is not simple. If you really kill him, the consequences will be quite severe. The beautiful woman in the red dress said, "Even though you're the young master of the ancient demon dragon bloodline, this is no small matter. Your demon dragon bloodline will be greatly affected." All of the experts watched this scene with rapt attention. With the 10,000 Sword Seal's protection and the 10,000 Sword City Lord's persuasion, Ming Tian's expression calmed down and he let out a sigh of relief. It was possible that he would not die, so he took the initiative to admit defeat and said, "I admit defeat this time, I admit that you're stronger." Right now, taking care of his life was the most important thing. He would take revenge for today and the future. Ming Tian would remember today's humiliation and would not let Zhao Fu off. Countless people's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body, wanting to see what decision Zhao Fu would make. Most people did not want Ming Tian to die. After all, it would be too much of a pity for such a shocking genius to die here. Moreover, Ming Tian's identity was quite terrifying, and the consequences of killing him would be severe. Some people thought that Ming Tian would die because letting him off would bring about endless trouble. Clang, 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 the sword pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye suddenly shot out 10 or so black and blood-red sword chi, slashing the space around Ming Tian. The 10,000 sword seal on Ming Tian's forehead dimmed, and the rainbow-colored sword light slowly dissipated. Ming Tian's expression fell, the connection between him and the 10,000 sword seal had been severed. The sword light that Zhao Fu had shot out from his eye had severed the connection between the 10,000 sword seal and the massive sword. With the 10,000 sword seal, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to kill Ming Tian. Following this, Zhao Fu raised his other hand and grabbed towards Ming Tian's heart. He was incredibly fast, not giving anyone time to react. Blood flew everywhere as Zhao Fu crushed Ming Tian's chest with one hand and grabbed his heart with the other. Zhao Fu forcefully squeezed, and that heart shattered. Ming Tian howled and his eyes dimmed as he lost all signs of life. Everyone gasped, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would really dare to kill Ming Tian. A shocking genius had fallen just like that. Now, things had become quite bad, and no one knew what terrifying things would happen in the future. Everyone felt that it was a pity for Ming Tian's death. No one could feel happy, even though the Lord of 10,000 Swords had been born. The experts on the viewing platforms could not help but sigh. Book 1, Chapter 232, End of Book 1. Suddenly, many blood-red threads grew out of Ming Tian's chest, wrapping around Zhao Fu's hand that had grabbed into Ming Tian's chest. Ming Tian's corpse gradually became dry and wrinkled. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as boundless evil sword chi entered Zhao Fu's body. A massive aura spread out, causing the surroundings to become quite terrifying. Everyone looked quite confused. The Chaos Sky Evil Sword is choosing its master, and the master it has chosen is Zhao Fu, who had killed its previous master. Zhao Fu could sense this massive evil sword energy, which was no weaker than the Emperor Killing Sword's power. Zhao Fu did not refuse and directly started to absorb it. Rumble, evil sword chi continuously flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and the evil aura that Zhao Fu gave off became stronger and stronger. His cloak puffed up and terrifying sounds continuously sounded out, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Everyone present stared at this scene in shock. They had never thought that something like this would happen. The current Chaos Sky Evil Sword legatee had just died, and a new Chaos Sky Evil Sword legatee had immediately appeared. Moreover, it had chosen Zhao Fu. However, everyone thought about how Zhao Fu had defeated Ming Tian and was more powerful than Ming Tian, so it was understandable that the Chaos Sky Evil Sword would acknowledge Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu already had such a terrifying absolute murderous sword intent, and now he had obtained absolute evil sword intent. Just thinking about it made everyone feel terrified. In the future, no one would be able to surpass him in the way of the sword. He would be the #1 person in the way of the sword in the outer world. Seventh Sword sighed and felt that it was a pity for Ming Tian's death. In the future, he would have one less opponent to fight against. A genius like Ming Tian should not have died here. Seventh Sword felt quite helpless about Zhao Fu becoming the new Chaos Sky Evil Sword legatee. Zhao Fu was no longer someone he could catch up to, and he could only look up to him. As Ling Hua watched the scene unfold before him, he suddenly realized how lucky and right it was to have met Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's achievements in the future would be unimaginable, and he would not be surprised if he became a sword immortal in the future. Furthermore, Zhao Fu's current status was that of the Demon Dragon clan's young master, and now he was also the Evil Sword's inheritor. It was said that the desolate ancient dragon clan was about to hold a young master selection. With the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's support, Zhao Fu was likely to become the desolate ancient dragon clan's young master, and his status would become even more respected. Jianer stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She did not expect Zhao Fu to really kill Tianming. Although she did not like Tianming, she did not have the guts to kill him. Jianer admired Zhao Fu's courage and marveled at Zhao Fu's current strength. She did not have the qualifications to compare with Zhao Fu at all. Beast Boy stared at Zhao Fu. At first, he had thought that the Master of Swords would be born between him and Seventh Swordsman, but he had not expected these two monsters to appear. In the end, the battle ended with one person dying. Beast Boy felt that it was a pity, and he was determined not to provoke Zhao Fu. This person was more terrifying than he had imagined. If this person wanted to kill him, no one would be able to stop him. Tai Qingfeng felt a bit scared. If Zhao Fu dared to kill Tianming, then Zhao Fu would definitely dare to kill him as well. Fortunately, he had fought with the mentality of a competition. If it had been a battle to the death like Tianming, he would have died long ago. Boom, the last bit of evil power entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu gave off an even more powerful evil aura. A giant demon appeared behind Zhao Fu, giving off a monstrous evil sword aura. It was terrifying. Tianming's corpse on the ground had become a dried-up corpse, and Zhao Fu pulled out his body from his chest, bringing out a grey evil sword. The sword was a meter long and 3 fingers wide. It was grey and seemed to be made of wood or iron. There was no metallic luster at all, and there was an evil demon carved into the hilt. There were many curses on the hilt, and the sword itself was cold and gave off a terrifying evil aura. Zhao Fu accepted the chaotic sky evil sword's power, and his aura became a bit stronger, and there was an evil aura around him. Zhao Fu had wanted to find a sword a long time ago, but he had given up on it for various reasons. Now, he had unexpectedly obtained one, and it was the second-ranked evil sword in the Chaos world. Zhao Fu raised the sword and pointed it at the sky. Roar! The huge demon raised its head to the sky and let out a loud roar, causing an even greater evil storm to blow out in all directions, causing the surroundings to become much colder. Because the stage's barrier had been broken, everyone could clearly sense this evil sword intent. They all looked terrified and their backs became covered with cold sweat. Some people could not help but retreat, unable to withstand this evil aura. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a pleased smile and tied the chaotic sky evil sword to his waist. The city lord said, "You are the final victor and the master of 10,000 swords. Go and accept the 10,000 swords legacy." Only now did everyone realize that Zhao Fu had not accepted the 10,000 swords legacy yet, which made them even more terrifying. Zhao Fu had already grasped the extreme killing sword intent, and now he had the extreme evil sword intent. If he added on the 10,000 swords legacy, no one dared to imagine what would happen. It was a pity that Tianming had come for the 10,000 swords legacy, but not only had he died, his sword had been taken by someone else, and in the end, the 10,000 swords legacy had become someone else's. However, Zhao Fu was also fulfilling Tianming's wish, which was to fuse the chaotic sky evil sword's power with the 10,000 swords legacy's power. Zhao Fu was quite curious about this. He had also come for the 10,000 swords legacy. Hearing the city lord's words, Zhao Fu walked to the center of the stage. Of the massive stage's 9 levels, only that place was still intact. The other places had long since collapsed or had many cracks. Zhao Fu walked over to the massive sword and sensed its weight and power, as well as the thousands of legacies it contained, feeling incredibly shocked. At that moment, the 10,000 sword mark on Zhao Fu's forehead flashed with light. The light shone on the massive sword. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive sword stabbed into the ground, gave off an enormous rainbow-colored sword energy that slowly spread out, pulling everyone into another world. There was no sky or earth in this world, and there were many rainbow-colored sword lights above and below. Different swords floated in different places, and it was impossible to count how many there were. In any case, all that could be seen were swords. The sword energy within everyone's bodies was suppressed, and apart from some extremely powerful people, no one else could resist at all. What's going on? Everyone looked quite confused. This had never happened before. The various experts looked at the city lord. The city lord's expression was incredibly serious as he said, "The 10,000 swords are using the 10,000 sword heart refinement." The beautiful woman in the red dress said in shock, 10,000 Sword Heart Refinement? How is this possible? Book 1, Chapter 233. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords said solemnly, I don't really believe it either, but this is the 10,000 Swords Heart Refinement. It has appeared twice in the history of the City of 10,000 Swords. The handsome young man said in a deep voice, the first person who underwent the training of the Myriad Swords Heart was the first city master of the Myriad Swords City. The second person who underwent the training of the Myriad Swords Heart was the sixth master of the Myriad Swords. Both of them were world-shaking figures who could shock even gods and ghosts. They had already ascended to the immortal realms, and there was no one in the world who did not know of their names. Especially the sixth Lord of 10,000 Swords. He single-handedly ended the Purgatory calamity and killed the number one evil sword master, the Purgatory demonic god, saving countless lives. One is the creator of the City of 10,000 Swords, while the other is the person who ended the Purgatory calamity. This demon dragon young master is from the dragon race. Does he really have the qualifications to compare with them? The white-haired elder said, we can't judge whether he has the qualifications or not, the 10,000 swords will judge for themselves. Moreover, even though this demon dragon young master is from the dragon race, he has grasped two powerful sword intents. I believe that he has the qualifications to undergo the 10,000 Swords Heart Refinement. The slightly fat man said, the number one evil sword master of the primal chaos world appeared 300 years ago. I have a feeling that the 10,000 swords are going to choose someone to fight against the number one evil sword master. The red-robed woman said seriously, I feel that this makes some sense. After all, the number one evil sword master of the primal chaos world is a fairy who came from the celestial world. He has pure primal chaos immortal blood, and his master is extremely famous in the celestial world. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords said, now, let the 10,000 swords handle everything, there's no need for us to interfere. Everyone nodded seriously. The people on the ground did not understand what was going on, but because they were in this world, they could feel their Tao of the sword rapidly rising. They did not cultivate the Tao of the sword, but their cultivations were rising on their own. They immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Such a good opportunity was hard to come by, and if they missed it, they would not get it again. As they cultivated, everyone revealed excited smiles because they could feel their Tao of the sword rapidly rising. Zhao Fu stood on the ground, not knowing what was going on. Wasn't he supposed to receive the trial just by standing in front of the enormous sword? Why was there such a change? Clang clang clang, at that moment, countless swords gathered above, forming a massive sword formation, and a massive sword aura covered the entire world. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive pillar of sword light containing boundless sword energy descended from above, landing on Zhao Fu's body. The terrifying sword energy permeated Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to feel intense pain. It was as if his body was being cut by countless swords. Zhao Fu looked up at the sky with a trace of anger. Boom, a massive black and blood-red sword chi surged out from Zhao Fu's body. Strands of terrifying black and blood-red sword intent shot towards the sword formation above with great power. However, as the black and blood-colored sword beams continued to rise, they were weakened by the sword beams. Before they could even reach the sword array, they dissipated. Since he could not attack the sword array, Zhao Fu planned to defend. Countless traces of black and blood-red sword chi covered his head, forming a black and blood-red sword barrier that gave off a massive slaughtering sword intent. However, it was useless. The sword energy from the sword beams completely ignored Zhao Fu's sword barrier and continued to corrode Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's defense was completely useless. What's going on? This sword energy can't be defended against? Zhao Fu looked quite confused. Boom, the sword formation in the sky gave off an even more powerful sword energy, and it blasted against Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to tremble. He took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The City Lord of the 10,000 Swords said in shock, this young Lord Demon Dragon's constitution is so powerful, he was only slightly injured after receiving such a massive amount of 10,000 swords power. Ordinary holy sons would be in life-threatening danger after receiving such a massive amount of 10,000 swords power. As Zhao Fu withstood the even more powerful sword intent, his body felt even more pain. Zhao Fu did not believe that he could not defend against it, and his body gave off large amounts of black and blood-red sword chi, followed by large amounts of gray sword qi. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had used the Chaos Sky Evil Sword's power. The two waves of sword qi fused together, forming a blood-red and gray sword barrier. An extremely murderous and evil sword energy spread out, and even the space there was unable to withstand this terrifying sword energy, causing it to distort. However, even such a massive power was unable to defend against that terrifying sword energy, and the massive sword energy continued to corrode Zhao Fu's body. The handsome-looking young man said, "Should we remind him that this is Heart Sword's power and that he has to rely on his own heart to defend against it?" The city lord of the 10,000 swords said seriously, "I've already said that we should not interfere. Even though we're reminding him out of goodwill, it could lead to negative consequences. The 10,000 swords knows what it's doing." Hearing this, the handsome-looking young man did not say anything else. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as an even more powerful sword energy flooded out of the sky, blasting towards Zhao Fu with unstoppable force. Bang, the sword energy blasted against Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to sink and a terrifying shockwave instantly rippled out. Everyone who was cultivating was immediately startled awake and felt as if countless swords were cutting at their flesh. They looked at Zhao Fu. They had only sensed a slight ripple of power, yet they felt so terrified. How could Zhao Fu, who was facing this power head-on, endure it? Zhao Fu was unable to defend against this sword energy, so he started to devour it, fusing the traces of sword energy into his body and into his bloodline. Shing, 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 the massive sword formation above started to spin, and sword hums filled the sky as an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Boom, a massive sword energy containing destructive power blasted down from above. Nothing could stop it, and in front of this power, everyone felt incredibly small and weak. Qi, the massive sword energy landed on Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to tremble and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Many wounds appeared on his body, from which blood continuously flowed out. The city lord of the 10,000 swords could not help but say in shock, he's actually able to use his body to block such terrifying sword energy. Even ordinary children of origin would find it difficult to endure. The beautiful woman in the red dress said, "I don't know why, but I feel that this demon dragon young lord's bloodline power is covered by a layer of mysterious power. Otherwise, I would be able to determine his bloodline grade. Ordinary divine bloodlines do not have such powerful resistance." The elderly man said curiously, "I was curious about this demon dragon young lord's identity from the very beginning and felt that his identity was not simple. Now, I'm even more curious, not only does he have supreme killing sword intent, but his bloodline grade is also unfathomable." The handsome-looking man said seriously, "After this is over, we need to properly investigate this demon dragon young lord and see just what kind of background he has." Apex Book 1, Chapter 234. Boom, there was a huge roar, and Zhao Fu's body emitted a huge suction force, which swallowed the countless sword powers. Zhao Fu's body was also undergoing a huge change. He was faintly becoming invisible, and an invisible sword power spread out. The city master of 10,000 swords said in surprise, "I didn't expect him to use his body to resist the power of the heart sword, and he even swallowed the power of the heart sword to form the divine body of 10,000 swords." The sword powers were constantly being swallowed by Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu's body also emitted many sword lights. The terrible sword momentum also became more powerful. Boom, after swallowing the last of the sword powers, Zhao Fu's body became half invisible, like a human sword. A terrible sword power spread out, and the ground collapsed into a big pit. The sword matrix in the sky also collapsed powerlessly, and the swords fell from the sky quickly. They were stuck around the big pit, trembling slightly, as if they had recognized Zhao Fu as their master. Zhao Fu raised a hand, and the swords stuck in the ground automatically flew up, quickly gathering toward Zhao Fu's palm. As expected, they were under Zhao Fu's control. The handsome man said in shock, "He got the divine body of 10,000 swords just like that. That is the strongest body in the city of 10,000 swords. It took 7th swordsman 8 years to get such a body. I didn't expect him to do it so quickly." 7th swordsman was also shocked. His 8 years of hard work could not compare to Zhao Fu's half an hour. The beautiful woman in the red dress said, "It is not as simple as you say. First, you have to bear that supreme sword power. Ordinary sons of saints cannot bear this kind of sword power. He did it, and then he got the divine body of 10,000 swords. I quite admire him for this. The old man said, now that he has the divine body of 10,000 swords, he also has the ability to control tens of thousands of swords. This kind of ability is no weaker than 7th swordsman's. Clang, 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 sword chimes rang out continuously as the countless swords in the surroundings seemed to be controlled by a powerful sword intent. They rapidly gathered around Zhao Fu and revolved around Zhao Fu. Every sword pointed at Zhao Fu, forming a huge ball of swords. That also gave off a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu looked at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to do next. However, although he was surrounded by countless swords, the swords that fell from the sky were still under Zhao Fu's control. Clang, a sword hum suddenly sounded out, and a sword to the left of Zhao Fu gave off a sword light, bringing with it a powerful force as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu instinctively stretched out a hand and a wave of power surged out, forming a semicircle cover. Xiao, however, the sword ignored his defenses and easily pierced through the semicircular shield like an illusion. It stabbed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to feel a wave of pain and a trickle of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So what? Zhao Fu looked at the countless swords around him with a headache. If there were so many swords piercing through his body, he would definitely die here. Clang, another sword hum sounded out, and a sword in front of Zhao Fu gave off a sword light, bringing with it a powerful force as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu then thought of the flying sword that was under his control and immediately controlled it to collide with the sword that was coming at him. Clang, there was a sound of steel colliding, and the two swords collided, creating many sparks. Both swords flew backwards, but because of this, Zhao Fu was not attacked. Seeing that Zhao Fu had found a way to deal with them, the swords did not hold back. Sword hum continuously sounded out as the swords gave off waves of power as they shot towards Zhao Fu from different directions. They were all incredibly fast, leaving behind afterimages as they streaked past. Zhao Fu immediately controlled the many flying swords around him to collide with the incoming flying swords. The many flying swords collided in the sky, on the ground, left and right, front and back, and clanging sounds continuously sounded out. Sparks exploded out from all around Zhao Fu, and a shocking aura spread out. If a sword was not blocked, that sword would not hesitate to pierce through Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to bleed. As such, Zhao Fu had to block all of them. Clang, 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 the many swords continued to collide. At first, Zhao Fu was not very proficient, and his body was pierced by a few swords, causing him to take some damage. However, as time passed, Zhao Fu became more proficient. He controlled the many swords around him to form a sword net, blocking all of the incoming swords. However, as Zhao Fu became more proficient in controlling the countless swords, the swords became even more ruthless. The swords started to give off sword light, giving off even more powerful sword energy. Bang, 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 Zhao Fu's swords became powerless to block the incoming swords. When the two swords collided, Zhao Fu's sword was sent flying. Zhao Fu immediately sent power into the many swords he controlled. The swords gave off black and blood-red sword chi, and they gave off a killing aura as they quickly rushed towards the flying swords, once again successfully blocking all of the incoming swords. A large number of swords radiating black and blood-red sword chi and swords radiating sword light continuously clashed against each other, producing a series of sounds as ripples spread out. This only lasted for a moment, and soon, even more swords gave off sword light as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Clang! Clang! The many flying swords that Zhao Fu controlled were unable to block them at all. There were simply too many flying swords, and each of Zhao Fu's flying swords had to block 2 or 3 of them at the same time. Chi, a sword shot towards Zhao Fu from a blind spot, instantly piercing through Zhao Fu's body and causing Zhao Fu to cough up a mouthful of blood. Swish, another sword shot out from another corner, piercing through Zhao Fu's body and causing Zhao Fu to cough up another mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu felt a wave of fury as he thought about the sword energy that he had devoured. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a rainbow-colored sword energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, instantly spreading out like a rainbow-colored barrier of light. It covered the surrounding 100 meters. Immediately, the flying swords within the barrier of light rapidly weakened, and they seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable. Zhao Fu immediately used the 10,000 swords power to corrode the flying swords and control them, turning them into his flying swords. A large number of flying swords revolved around Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu was like a king of swords as a massive sword aura spread out. Clang! 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 The many swords also gave off their true power as they gave off massive sword light and shot towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Bang! 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 The rainbow-colored barrier of light did not last long before being slashed apart. Countless swords gave off massive sword light as they shot towards Zhao Fu from different directions, creating a terrifying scene that shook the surroundings. Zhao Fu's expression changed drastically as he controlled the countless flying swords to fly towards those swords. Swish! Swish! The countless swords around Zhao Fu shot out in all directions, each sword giving off a shocking sword energy as they shot towards the countless flying swords. Book 1, Chapter 235 Translator, Xianxia Editor, H2DH2 Mr. The result was a huge difference. The swords with huge sword lights knocked away the countless swords shooting towards Zhao Fu. Pu. A sword-emitting red sword light pierced through Zhao Fu's chest and stabbed into Zhao Fu's body. Following that, a sword-emitting green sword light pierced through Zhao Fu's body from the back. Another sword-emitting black sword light pierced through Zhao Fu's body from the side, and another sword-emitting white light pierced through his shoulder. In just an instant, Zhao Fu's body was pierced by tens of swords. These swords were still stuck in Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu sat paralyzed on the ground as fresh blood flowed out continuously. The flying swords that were originally under Zhao Fu's control also fell to the ground powerlessly. A series of crisp sounds rang out. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but ask, did this young Lord Mo Long fail the trial? Some experts looked at the city lord of 10,000 swords. Only he knew about the refinement of 10,000 swords. The city lord of 10,000 swords looked at Zhao Fu with a solemn expression. I'm also not sure about the current situation. But if this space hasn't disappeared, then the trial hasn't ended. Pu, a sword-emitting silver light shot down from the sky once again. Once again, it pierced through Zhao Fu's body, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Clang, another sword shot down from the sky, piercing through Zhao Fu's body. The speed at which these swords shot down slowed down. Moreover, they fell one by one. There was even a period of time in between, and not all of them fell at once. Zhao Fu sat paralyzed on the ground. His head was drooping, and his eyes were closed. His body was pierced by many swords, causing fresh blood to flow to the ground. Under normal circumstances, if Zhao Fu's body was pierced by so many swords, then Zhao Fu might very well die. However, these swords weren't real swords. At this moment, Zhao Fu's consciousness entered a colorful space. This space was similar to the space he was in now, but the area was very small, only a dozen meters wide. This space was not directly created by Zhao Fu. Instead, it was created by condensing all the power of the 10,000 swords under the pain of the swords piercing through his body. Next, it was time for Zhao Fu to display his terrifying devouring power. The swords that were stabbed into Zhao Fu's body started to shatter one by one, transforming into numerous sword cheese that flowed into Zhao Fu's body. The sword cheese then flowed into the colorful space, causing the colorful space to expand once again. At the same time, swords appeared in the colorful space. These swords were not corporeal. They were just illusory images of swords. The people outside watched strangely as the sword stuck in Zhao Fu's body shattered. No one knew what had happened. Clang clang clang, sword hums sounded out as dozens of swords gave off intense sword light and gave off powerful sword energy as they shot towards Zhao Fu, instantly piercing through Zhao Fu's body. The scene from before returned. However, not long after, the sword stuck in Zhao Fu's body shattered once again, transforming into countless sword cheese that flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Clang clang clang, sword hums sounded out once again as dozens of swords once again gave off sword light and rapidly pierced through Zhao Fu's body. This situation continued for an hour. Everyone watched with strange looks on their faces. They did not understand why the swords had disappeared after piercing through Zhao Fu's body, and why new swords had pierced through Zhao Fu's body. However, the crucial point was that the trial had not failed. The handsome young man said, "City Lord, what's going on? We can't be trapped here, right?" The white-haired old man frowned. "This matter is somewhat strange. I believe that young Master Mo Long has already failed, so why hasn't the trial ended?" the red-robed woman said, I don't think it's that simple. The myriad sword heart refinement has only been done twice, and the previous two were peerless geniuses. Since the myriad sword's refinement has chosen him for the third time, he won't fail so easily this time. Everyone looked at the city lord, wanting to get an accurate answer. The city lord said in a deep voice, there's no need to be anxious, he's about to pass this trial. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wasn't Zhao Fu's body continuously pierced by swords? He looked like he was dead, so why was he about to pass the trial? Clang clang clang, loud sword hums sounded out. This time, it wasn't dozens of swords, but hundreds of swords that gave off intense sword light and shot towards Zhao Fu with even greater sword force. The terrifying aura caused everyone's hairs to stand on end, and fear rose in their hearts. Just as the swords were about to pierce through Zhao Fu's body, Zhao Fu slowly raised his head. His chest gave off countless rainbow-colored lights, and the countless flying swords shot into it. However, they did not cause any damage, and it was as if they had flown into another space. Everyone's expressions froze, and they felt that there was an additional space within Zhao Fu's body. What's going on? Clang clang clang, even louder sword hums sounded out, and the swords that filled the sky gave off terrifying sword light, enveloping the entire sky. The terrifying aura caused everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Boom! Countless flying swords surged towards Zhao Fu like a tidal wave. That terrifying power was unstoppable. The aura spread in all directions. Zhao Fu's body gave off intense rainbow-colored lights, and the countless swords that surged over seemed to have found an opening, and they quickly surged into Zhao Fu's body. In the end, there was not a single sword within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and it became an empty space. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes, and countless rainbow-colored sword lights shot out. An astonishing and terrifying sword force instantly spread out, enveloping this space. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and they felt that Zhao Fu was the master of this space. Zhao Fu stood up from the ground. The heart sword space within his body had become very large, and it was the limit that Zhao Fu's body could endure. However, compared to this space, it was still relatively small. However, now that Zhao Fu's body had produced a heart sword space, and his myriad sword divine body had improved, he did not have to worry about those flying swords. Now, those flying swords were no longer able to harm Zhao Fu. Clang clang clang, loud sword hums reverberated through the entire space. Countless swords gathered towards Zhao Fu, and then they descended, stabbing into the ground beside Zhao Fu. That scene was like a huge rain of swords. Countless swords stabbed into the ground beside Zhao Fu, and they were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted. With a single glance, one couldn't see the end of the swords. This scene was extremely shocking. A new myriad sword heart realm has been born in his body, and now, the myriad sword heart realm has obtained the inheritance. Next, he will obtain the purest and complete myriad sword inheritance, and he will become the third strongest sword cultivator in the history of the City of Myriad Swords. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Before they could understand what was going on, Zhao Fu had already passed the trial, and even inherited a portion of the Myriad Sword Heart Realm's power. The Myriad Sword inheritance that Zhao Fu obtained this time was the most top-notch, the most complete, and the most powerful inheritance. Its power far surpassed the inheritance obtained by the Myriad Sword Sovereign, and it allowed him to grasp the origin power of the Myriad Swords. Book 1, Seal. At that moment, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the countless swords stabbed into the ground around Zhao Fu slightly trembled and gave off different sword lights. Suddenly, the scene around Zhao Fu started to change. Magma flowed out of the ground, forming a boundless ocean of magma, and the sky above him became a fiery red color. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged at the center of the magma ocean, and the magma around him bubbled and gave off white smoke. It was as if his surroundings had become a different world, a world filled with magma. The heat it gave off seemed to be able to burn rocks. Even those in the distance could sense this heat, and they could sense a terrifying sword intent that seemed to be like magma, causing them to feel fear. Zhao Fu sat there cross-legged and was not affected at all. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu's body was covered by a fiery light. Traces of fiery sword chi floated out of the surrounding magma and flew into Zhao Fu's body. A while later, the fiery light covering Zhao Fu became even more intense, and even more fiery sword chi flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Magma flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and his body seemed to become a part of the magma, giving off a magma-like sword intent. The scene around him gradually disappeared, and the scene of a forest gradually appeared next to Zhao Fu. The trees there were dark gray and were abnormally tall. Each of them was over 100 meters tall, and they had very few branches. Zhao Fu sat at the center of these trees. Zhao Fu's body quickly fused with his surroundings, and his aura also became the same. Slowly, Zhao Fu's body once again went through changes. A few dark gray trees grew out of his body, giving off a powerful tree sword intent. The surroundings quickly changed, and the place where Zhao Fu was sitting became a layer of ice. There were tall snowy mountains around him, and the sky became gray-white. It was as if he had come to a world of ice, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Sitting cross-legged on the ice, Zhao Fu's body was gradually frozen, and he became an ice statue that gave off traces of icy chi. However, in just a short while, the ice that sealed Zhao Fu turned into cold air and dissipated, and the scene around him started to change. Roar! Roar! Roars sounded out, and Zhao Fu appeared on a vast grassy plain. There were many red lions, and when they saw Zhao Fu sitting there, they quickly ran over. They gathered around Zhao Fu and did not harm Zhao Fu. It was as if Zhao Fu was very close to them, and he was also a lion. Some of them intimately rubbed against Zhao Fu's body, some lay beside Zhao Fu, and some walked around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body also slowly changed, and a part of his body started to become a part of a lion. A ferocious sword aura spread out like that of a wild beast. Very quickly, the scene around Zhao Fu changed again. Everyone watched in shock as the scene around Zhao Fu kept changing. At first, it was very slow, but then it became faster and faster. The scene changed every few minutes, and the sword aura that Zhao Fu's body gave off became more and more terrifying. In the end, the scenery around Zhao Fu changed every few seconds, and it was as if someone had pressed the acceleration button. The scenery continuously changed, and no matter what happened, the only thing that didn't change was Zhao Fu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Zhao Fu kept sitting there. Sometimes, his body would grow flowers, sometimes it would turn into stone, and sometimes it would grow a bull's head, sometimes it would grow wings, sometimes it would turn into water, and sometimes it would be like the sun, giving off many rays of light. Boom, the scene around them returned to how it was before, and an ultimate sword energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, instantly covering the space. Everyone felt as if their bodies were being pressed down by a massive sword. Facing this sword energy, they were unable to resist at all, and their bodies and souls submitted to this terrifying sword energy. This sword energy was the sovereign sword energy, and its might was not any weaker than the Chaos Sky Evil Sword and Emperor Killing Sword's power. That sword intent was also a sovereign sword intent, and it was like an Emperor of Swords, able to make all swords submit. It was a sword intent on the same level as the Extreme Killing Sword intent and Extreme Evil Sword intent. The city lord said in shock, "I never thought that I would be able to see the city of 10,000 swords sovereign sword intent in my lifetime." The handsome young man said in shock, "Is this the city of 10,000 swords most powerful sword intent? It's simply too shocking. No wonder the first city lord and sixth master of 10,000 swords had world-shaking power. With this sword intent, they would not even have to fear celestials in the future." The slightly chubby young man said in delight, "Our city of 10,000 swords has such terrifying power, and I'm quite proud of it. It's a pity that not everyone has the right to have this power." The white-haired elder sighed as he said, "It's a pity that it's not the city of 10,000 swords young master seventh sword who obtained this power, but the demon dragon young master." The beautiful woman in the red dress said, "How about we think of a way to get him to join our city of 10,000 swords? As the third person to unlock the 10,000 swords heart, his future potential is unimaginable." The slightly chubby young man nodded in agreement. "I think it's possible. We cannot miss out on such a person. I want him to become the city lord of 10,000 swords in the future. With his current status, no one will have any objections." The city lord said in a low voice, "If he's willing to join the city of 10,000 swords, I don't mind giving him the position of city lord right now. As the third person to unlock the 10,000 swords heart, he has the right to do so. However, he's someone from the demon dragon bloodline, and after the desolate ancient dragon race finds out about this, they definitely won't give up on him. The beautiful woman in the red dress said, "Let's see how things develop first. Our city of 10,000 swords hearts people have to do our best to maintain a good relationship with him and not become enemies with him." The others nodded in agreement. Clang, 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 countless swords rang out, and the countless swords that were stuck in the ground began to tremble and make countless sword sounds. The swords were all happy and excited because the 10,000 swords heart had won a new master. Countless sword lights radiated from the void, and a sword made of crystal slowly appeared in front of Zhao Fu. The sword was more than 3 feet long, and the sword was as wide as a finger. It was made of crystal, and the body of the sword had many diamond-shaped surfaces. Each of the diamond-shaped surfaces contained a wisp of sword chi, and each sword chi radiated light, causing the body of the sword to be colorful. The handguard was very ordinary, and the handle seemed to be made of many small swords. The sword in front of Zhao Fu was called the Spirit of the 10,000 Swords. It was a sword heart condensed from the giant sword that was stuck in the platform. It required countless years of nurturing before it could be born. There were probably only 3 of them at the moment, because only those who had passed the 10,000 Swords heart were qualified to obtain them. The Spirit of the 10,000 Swords heart was also very strange. It would grow stronger with its master, and it would also collapse because of its master's death. Book 1, Chapter 237 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed the 10,000 sword spirits. The surrounding space gradually dissipated and everyone returned to the shattered stage. Everyone thought that things had come to an end when something unexpected happened again. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as the 3 supreme sword intents within Zhao Fu's body went out of control and instantly exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. They turned into a massive sword pillar that shot into the sky with heaven-toppling sword energy, seeming to pierce through the sky. Bang! The massive sword pillar stabbed into the sky and waves of terrifying sword energy ripples spread out with power that seemed to be able to sweep through everything. The heavens and earth seemed to be locked down by this power. Supreme sword intent, supreme killing sword intent, and supreme evil sword intent covered the surroundings, causing all living beings to feel fear. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Under these 3 sword intents, everyone felt as if their bodies had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and they felt an unprecedented terror. This sword intent was so powerful that it surpassed their imaginations. They had never sensed a sword intent of such a level before. It was not just the countless ordinary people who were shocked, many experts were also shocked. This was the first time they had sensed such a terrifying sword intent. Indeed, almost no one had ever experienced such a terrifying sword intent before because these were 3 supreme sword intents. Every single one of them had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Being able to see one was already a blessing, let alone seeing 3 at the same time. What's more, all 3 sword intents belonged to a single person. The expressions of the people in the surroundings fell and they hurriedly rushed out of their rooms. Massive sword ripples spread out, bringing with them an extremely powerful sword energy. What's going on? How could there be such terrifying sword intent ripples? This sword energy is too terrifying. I've never sensed such a terrifying sword intent before. Even immortals wouldn't be able to possess such a sword intent. That's right, the power of this sword energy has already surpassed that of the current world. Even the heavens and earth are suppressed by this sword energy. I'm curious what kind of sword energy this is and why have I never heard of such a powerful sword intent before. I sensed 3 different auras from this sword power. This sword power is formed by the combination of 3 supreme sword intents. Normally, it is rare to see even 1 supreme sword intent. Why did 3 supreme sword intents suddenly appear? Something terrifying must have happened. I also feel that something shocking has happened, or else it wouldn't have caused such terrifying ripples. In front of this sword intent, even higher beings are like ants. The ripples seem to be coming from the city of 10,000 swords. I heard that they're holding the trial of the 10,000 swords master. Could this be related to the city of 10,000 swords? I think it's related to the city of 10,000 swords. The city of 10,000 swords is a holy land for sword cultivators and might attract people with supreme sword instincts. It's a pity that I did not go, or I would have been able. Many experts of the desolate ancient dragon clan looked at the sky solemnly. The city of 10,000 swords was not far from the dragon's territory. The entire dragon's territory was enveloped by a terrifying sword intent. 4, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, and, 1, and, Chen, a emperor, the Fu out, Chen, 1, ancient, Chen, dragon. A white-robed elder, who gave off a holy aura, said seriously, that's right, only those who have opened the 10,000 swords heart can grasp the city of 10,000 swords supreme sword intent. I've long since heard that the city of 10,000 swords sword intent is very powerful, and seeing it for the first time today, it is indeed extraordinary. A blue-robed elder with a single horn on his head said worriedly, the city of 10,000 swords has most likely given birth to a peerless genius in the way of the sword. Just thinking about the first 10,000 swords city lord and the sixth 10,000 swords master makes me feel incredibly uneasy. I wonder when Dragon Voidless will be able to suppress him. A blue-robed elder with a green beard said seriously, that's right, only those who have opened the 10,000 swords heart for the third time will be able to grasp the city of 10,000 swords supreme sword intent. I've long since heard that the city of 10,000 swords supreme sword intent is very powerful, and seeing it for the first time today, it is indeed extraordinary. A blue-robed elder with a single horn on his head said worriedly, the city of 10,000 swords has most likely given birth to a peerless genius in the way of the sword. Just thinking about the first 10,000 swords city lord and the sixth 10,000 swords master makes one feel incredibly uneasy. I wonder when Dragon Voidless will be able to suppress him. The blue-robed elder sighed, the city of 10,000 swords will welcome new glory. If Dragon Voidless is inferior to him, our clan will have to avoid the city of 10,000 swords as much as possible. The blue-robed elder nodded in agreement, the city of 10,000 swords is a holy land for sword cultivators, and it's not weaker than the primordial dragon clan at all. Adding on the fact that such a terrifying person has appeared, we can't afford to offend them. The dignified-looking elder said, don't be so pessimistic. Even though the person who has opened the 33rd 10,000 swords heart is terrifying, as long as Dragon Voidless obtains the primordial dragon clan's legacy and has the primordial dragon star, he shouldn't be any weaker than that person. An elder with silver dragon horns and short silver hair said, there are 3 supreme sword intents, one is the 10,000 swords intent, while the other is filled with an extremely evil power. It seems to be the chaotic sky evil sword intent. I never thought that the chaotic sky evil sword's inheritor would appear. The dignified-looking elder said, apart from the 10,000 swords intent and the chaotic sky evil sword intent, there's also a killing sword intent. I've never seen this sword intent before, so I don't know what it is. A purple-robed elder with a purple face said, have the people we sent out returned yet? I want to know what has caused these 3 supreme sword intents to cause such great ripples. What? An extremely shocked voice sounded out. A few experts from the dragon clan were conversing in different places, and hearing this voice, they felt quite confused. How could experts of their level be so shocked? The silver-horned elder asked, did something happen? The blue-robed elder calmed his surging emotions and said, I have something extremely important to tell you all. The dignified-looking elder said, speak. What happened? Why are you so shocked? The green-robed elder said seriously, the person who opened the third 10,000 swords heart is the demon dragon clan's young master. What? The elders looked incredibly shocked, and they felt a massive impact in their hearts. They never would have thought that the person they feared was someone from the dragon clan. One of the other experts, who had been about to drink a mouthful of tea, spat it out, stumbled and almost fell to the ground, dropped the book in his hand, and stood dumbfounded. The surroundings fell silent, and only after a while did everyone come back to their senses. The dignified-looking elder hurriedly asked, is this true? Someone from the primordial dragon clan can actually open the third 10,000 swords heart? Book 1, Chapter 238. The green-haired elder said seriously, it's definitely true. The news has already spread that our demon dragon clan's young master has opened the city of 10,000 swords' third refinement of the 10,000 swords heart. Not only that, but he has also defeated the chaotic sky evil sword's descendant and become the new chaotic sky evil sword's descendant. This terrifying ripple was caused by him. Hearing this, everyone fell into shock. They had felt that this was inconceivable, but now that the truth was in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. The silver-horned elder said, I've long since heard that the demon dragon clan's young master is not simple. After such a long time, the dragon egg hatched, and he's the strongest competitor for the position of Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan's young master. Who would have thought that he would become the Lord of 10,000 Swords and grasp 3 supreme sword intents? A black-clothed elder chuckled as he said, "Apologies everyone, but a peerless genius of the way of the sword has appeared in my bloodline. This has shocked me greatly." He was an expert of the demon dragon bloodline, and for such a powerful person to appear in his bloodline was a joyous occasion for the demon dragon bloodline. He would definitely be very happy. Just by relying on these 3 supreme sword intents, he would definitely not be weaker than Long Voidless. Even if they were to compete in Dragon Force, Long Voidless had the Desolate Ancient Dragon Star, so he had a slight advantage. However, even if Zhao Fu could not become the Dragon Clan's young master, just his identity of having opened the City of 10,000 Swords' 3rd refinement of the 10,000 Swords was enough for him to stand on equal footing with the Dragon Clan's young master. The white-robed elder lightly harumphed, "Congratulations! Such a shocking genius of the way of the sword has appeared in your bloodline. This is very enviable, and it means a lot to our Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan." The green-haired elder laughed as he said, "Before, we were quite afraid of the person who opened the 10,000 Swords' 3rd refinement of the way of the sword. Who would have thought that it would be someone from our dragon clan? Now, we don't have to worry at all." The dignified elder said, "We've all underestimated him." The blue-clothed elder said, "This demon dragon young master's origins have always been a mystery. What's clear now is that he's Long Wushui's successor." The black-clothed old man said, "We asked him about his identity before, but he was unwilling to tell us, so we did not force him. No matter who he is, he already has a pure demon dragon bloodline, and he is also the demon dragon young master." The dignified elder said seriously. "Now, it seems that his identity is becoming more and more extraordinary." The green-clothed elder smiled, "No matter what his identity is, he is now a member of our Desolate Ancient Dragon race. We must support him with all our might." The dignified old man nodded, "That's right. I reckon that the people of the City of 10,000 Swords are frantically trying to get him to join them." The news spread throughout the Dragon Land, and countless people fell into shock. Long Yunyun happily jumped up. "Young master is really too strong. I really like young master, I really worship young master." Long Qin smiled and said, "Young master has surprised us. We thought that he was just going out for a while. We didn't expect that he would cause such a big thing. Our dragon palace will become more noble and powerful with young master in the future. We will be worshipped by the dragon tribe." Long San chuckled and said, "Our master really has a good eye." The successor he chose not only became the demon dragon's young master, but also the master of 10,000 swords. Within the dragon god dragon bloodline's dragon palace, Long Hao said in shock, "This demon dragon's young master was hiding such terrifying sword strength. I really couldn't tell before, but if we compete in the sword, none of the dragon race will be a match for him." Long Huiling's expression was grim. Things had exceeded her expectations one after another, completely disrupting her plans. Now, it was almost impossible for her to become the Desolate Ancient Dragon race's young master. Long Hao looked at Long Huiling and asked, "Young master, what should we do now?" Long Huiling sighed and said, "Forget it. There's no need to do anything, there's no point in doing anything." Long Hao wanted to encourage Long Huiling as she still had a chance. However, thinking about Zhao Fu's terrifying strength, he could not help but sigh and understand that their young master could no longer compete with Zhao Fu. The Desolate Ancient Wood Dragon's young master, Long Qinghong, had a worried look on his face. He understood that Long Huiling had lost her chance. The Desolate Ancient Water Dragon's young master, Long Sui, said in fear, "This demon dragon's young master is too terrifying. Luckily, I didn't foolishly provoke him, or else the consequences would have been dire." The Desolate Ancient Thunder Dragon's young master, Long Lang, had an unsightly expression. The demon dragon's young master was a great threat to him, and he did not have any confidence in himself. He felt that he was no longer a match for the demon dragon's young master. Long Shiwu fell silent and continued to cultivate. There was no point in saying anything now. The Desolate Ancient Dragon race's young master selection was about to begin, and strength was the most important thing. Perhaps he could not compare to the demon dragon's young master in the way of the sword, but he definitely could not lose in terms of dragon power. Finally, his gaze turned back to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the sky in shock and knew that the reason for this change was that the 10,000 sword intent wanted to fuse the other two sword intents to form a higher grade sword intent. The 10,000 sword intent, Chaos Heaven sword intent, and Killing sword intent fused together would be incredibly powerful and could destroy yin and yang, making even celestials fear it. However, the key point was that Zhao Fu might not be able to control this sword intent because he did not have a deep understanding of it. If he had this sword intent, he would lose control and cause unknown consequences. More importantly, if he lost control of the sword intent now, Zhao Fu's identity would be exposed. Boom, a world-rending sound rang out as the three sword intents started to fuse. An extraordinary destructive sword energy spread out, causing many cracks to appear in the air. The heavens and earth were unable to withstand this sword energy. Everyone was shocked and felt an even more intense fear, causing their bodies and souls to tremble. Without hesitation, Zhao Fu circulated his power and started to suppress the power of the three sword intents, preventing them from fusing and not allowing that supreme sword intent to appear. The three sword intents were suppressed and their power started to weaken. The giant sword pillar also dimmed. Zhao Fu was still the owner of the three sword intents, and they were under Zhao Fu's control. The sword pillar's power continued to weaken and the terrifying ripples also weakened. The surrounding abnormal signs also gradually disappeared. Many experts were stunned. They were looking forward to the fusion of the three sword intents and wanted to know what kind of terrifying sword intent would be born. Why was Zhao Fu suppressing the three sword intents? You don't want that extremely terrifying sword intent. In the end, the sword pillar disappeared and so did the surrounding abnormal signs. Everyone recovered from their shock and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu tied the 10,000 sword spirits to his waist and walked down the platform. Now that he had achieved his goal, the 10,000 sword intent was extremely powerful and exceeded Zhao Fu's expectations. Zhao Fu was very satisfied with this sword intent and was very satisfied with Zhao Fu. There was also the 10,000 sword domain, which Zhao Fu had automatically grasped. This was actually quite simple and could be comprehended in the first few levels. Book 1, Chapter 239 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, Ling Hua smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming the master of all swords, Brother Tianba." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The female Jenner looked at Zhao Fu and thought for a moment before saying, "Congratulations." Now that Zhao Fu had 3 sword wills and was someone who had unlocked the 30,000 sword hearts, his status was much higher than hers. She no longer had the right to compare herself to Zhao Fu. She had seen Zhao Fu's power with her own eyes, and she was very impressed. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "No need. Didn't you tell me to quit earlier?" The female Jenner explained, "Who knew that you were hiding such powerful sword power? If I had known, I would definitely have supported you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right." The female Jenner asked curiously, "What is that sword will that is filled with killing intent?" "It's not any weaker than the Heavenly Chaos sword will. I've never heard of such a sword will before." Ling Hua also looked at Zhao Fu curiously. He was also very interested in this sword will. Zhao Fu replied, "This is my secret, I can't tell you." The female Jenner asked unwillingly, "You won't even tell me your name?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Perhaps you'll know when we meet again." Hearing this, the female Jenner felt a bit disappointed. 7th swordsman came before Zhao Fu and said, "Congratulations on becoming the master of all swords. I also acknowledge your power. Can I ask you to comprehend sword will in the future?" Zhao Fu felt that he did not have a deep understanding of sword will. Whether it was the killing sword or the sword will of all swords, he had only grasped it. If he reached a certain level of mastery over sword will, he would be able to fuse 3 sword wills together and obtain an even more terrifying sword will. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No problem." Ling Hua smiled and said, "I also want to comprehend sword will with Brother Tianba. You won't refuse, right?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Jian looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Can I do it too?" Right now, Zhao Fu had grasped 3 types of supreme sword intents. If he could obtain 3 shocking treasures from Zhao Fu, he would be able to obtain many great benefits from him. Zhao Fu said, "No matter who it is, as long as I'm free." The city lord of 10,000 swords flew down. 7th swordsman and the others immediately bowed. The city master of Wanjian City was a half-celestial being. No matter where he went, he was a very terrifying person. Zhao followed suit and bowed. At the same time, he became nervous, afraid that he would be exposed. In the past, Zhao immortal concealment token could only stop the prying of great experts. It could not stop terrifying existences like half-immortals. Fortunately, Zhao had obtained the wizard spirit mask in the past. Thus, he could avoid the prying of half-immortals. Even so, Zhao was still a little worried. The 10,000 Sword City Lord smiled and said in a gentle tone, "No need to be so polite." The other experts landed on the ground, and their gazes fell on Zhao body. It was as if Zhao was shining with golden light. The city lord of 10,000 Sword City looked at Zhao and said, "I want you to join the city of 10,000 swords. From now on, you will be the city lord of 10,000 Sword City." When the ordinary people heard this, they went into an uproar. The city lord of 10,000 Sword City had abdicated his position and let the demon dragon young master become the city lord of 10,000 Sword City. This was like ascending to the heavens in a single step and grasping the greatest power in the primal chaos world. Countless people could not even dream of this. However, Zhao was not tempted, he understood his identity. Moreover, he was not someone from the primal chaos world. Moreover, Zhao was very happy to be the young master of some faction. Being a young master in name would not affect him at all. However, Zhao was not very willing to become the leader of a faction. This would be very troublesome. Zhao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I don't have that intention." The city lord of 10,000 Sword City was not surprised. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Whenever you want to, the city of 10,000 swords will always welcome you." Zhao asked curiously, "Why do you want me to become the city lord of 10,000 swords?" The city lord of 10,000 Sword City explained with a smile, "As the person who opened the third level of the training of the heart of 10,000 swords, your reputation has already surpassed mine. In the future, even if your achievements are not as strong as the previous two, you will definitely far surpass me. Under your leadership, the city of 10,000 swords will become even better. Actually, regardless of whether you refuse or accept, you have become the city lord of 10,000 swords and have grasped the sword spirit. You are already considered a member of the city of 10,000 swords." Zhao did not care about this. After all, Zhao had obtained countless legacies, and those factions were all related to Zhao. When Seventh Swordsman heard this, he did not have any other thoughts. This was because not only had Zhao become the city lord of 10,000 swords, but he had also opened the training of the heart of 10,000 swords. The handsome young man said, "I'm curious, why did you stop the three sword wills from fusing? If the sword wills fuse, it is very likely that a sword will that surpasses the chaotic world will be born, and it might even shock the celestial realm." Many cultivators also looked at Zhao. They all felt that this was very strange. Zhao refusal to fuse the three sword wills made them feel quite disappointed. They really wanted to witness that ultimate sword will with their own eyes. Zhao explained softly, "Right now, my understanding of the sword will is not deep enough. I am still unable to control that sword will." "I see," the handsome young man said with a smile. "From now on, if you have any questions about the sword will, you can ask me. I will answer them one by one in detail." The beautiful woman in the red dress also smiled and said, "You can also find me. I am also free to answer your questions about the sword way at any time." The others also spoke up one after another. Almost all of them wanted to establish a relationship with Zhao. This scene was very rare, as these people were all almighties who had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Zhao smiled and nodded. "Thank you." The 10,000 Sword City Lord said, "Also, since you killed that Ming Tian, your identity might not be simple. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the 10,000 Sword City, we will do our best to protect you." The Chaos Sky Evil Sword was the second-ranked evil sword, and Ming Tian's talent was extremely high. His identity might be very terrifying, and now that he had died at Zhao hands, it would be very troublesome. The 10,000 Sword City decided to protect Zhao for no particular reason other than that Zhao was someone who had opened the third 10,000 sword heart refining technique. The 10,000 Sword City's people believed that everything they did was worth it. However, Zhao did not mind too much. After obtaining the desolate ancient dragon race's legacy, he almost never came to this place again. With the boundless heaven's secrets protecting him, no one would be able to find him. Xiaofu felt quite grateful towards the 10,000 Swords City and smiled as he said, I understand. The 10,000 Swords City Lord continued, there's also the matter of the first evil sword. Back then, the 6th 10,000 Swords Master personally killed the first evil swords master, resulting in a great enmity. Perhaps the first evil sword's successor will come to take revenge on you. The first evil sword? Xiaofu looked quite confused. This was his first time coming to the 10,000 Swords City, so he did not know much about it. The 10,000 Swords City Lord gave a simple explanation, and only then did Xiaofu understand that there was such a terrifying opponent. However, with Xiaofu's talent and power, no matter who came, Xiaofu would not fear them. Moreover, he had defeated the celestial fairy before, and he had not been as powerful back then. Book 1, Chapter 240 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. After finishing his conversation with the city lord, Xiaofu continued down, preparing to return to the dragon territory. Long Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, said respectfully, "Congratulations, young master." This time, Long Xing had brought Xiaofu to obtain the 10,000 sword domain, but he had never thought that Xiaofu would have such shocking talent in the way of the sword and become the lord of the 10,000 swords. Most importantly, he had a connection with a powerful person like the Demon Dragon clan's young master. In the future, his status would also rise, and this was an opportunity that others could not even dream of. He had never thought that it would fall into his hands, so Long Xing was naturally extremely excited. Xiaofu smiled and nodded as he threw a storage ring to him. "This is your reward." Long Xing respectfully bowed. "Thank you, young master." Feng Yao brought the people from the Cool Wind Sword sect to Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Congratulations, young master." The others looked at Xiaofu excitedly. This person in front of them was the Lord of the 10,000 Swords, a shocking genius in the way of the sword. He was someone that they could not normally come into contact with. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Feng Yao smiled and said, "Young master, I want to go back to the Cool Wind Sword sect and take care of some matters before coming to serve you." Xiaofu replied, "N." Xiaofu led the people down, and the sea of people moved to the sides, making a path for them. Countless people looked at Xiaofu excitedly. 2 hours later, Xiaofu and Feng Yao arrived at the entrance of the Cool Wind Sword sect. Xiaofu had originally planned to return to the dragon territory, but he had never thought that he would be going the same way as Feng Yao, so he had come to take a look. The Cool Wind Sword sect was a small sect with roughly 10,000 people, and it was located on a tall mountain. The Cool Wind Sword sect's entrance was like a mansion gate, and there were 4 disciples standing at the entrance. Seeing Feng Yao return, the disciple smiled and asked, "How was it, eldest senior sister? Did you get the complete Cool Wind Sword sect legacy?" Feng Yao nodded with a smile. "Go back and tell the sect master that I have something urgent to discuss with him." Hearing this, the disciples happily nodded and quickly turned around to return to the sect. Now that they had the complete inheritance of the Cool Breeze Sword sect, this was a very good thing. In the future, their strength would also become much stronger. Song of Wind and the others also walked in with smiles on their faces. When they arrived at the hall, many elders of the Breeze Sword faction were already gathered there, looking at Feng Yao with smiles on their faces. The leader was a middle-aged, scholarly man. He was the sect master of the Cool Wind Sword School, Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming smiled as he asked with certainty, "Feng Yao, did you really return to the Cool Wind Sword School's legacy?" Feng Yao replied with a smile. "Yes, sect master." Next, Feng Yao took out a cyan orb, which emitted a clear wind sword energy. Seeing the azure orb, Feng Beiming and the other elders relaxed and gave happy smiles. Feng Beiming said, "Feng Yao, you've done a great service this time. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be the next sect master of the Cool Wind Sword School." Feng Yao lightly laughed as she said, "Sect master? I might not be able to become the next sect master, but I've already become young master Mo Long's female attendant." Young master Mo Long? Feng Beiming and the others looked quite surprised. Feng Yao smiled as she said, "The person beside me is young master Mo Long, the current master of 10,000 swords." Immediately, Feng Beiming and the others looked at Xiaofu in shock. Their small sect had received news that this generation's master of 10,000 swords was extremely terrifying. He had opened the third 10,000 sword heart tempering in the city of 10,000 swords, and his status was extremely noble. However, they never thought that the master of 10,000 swords would appear in front of him. Feng Beiming and the others immediately became respectful and even bowed towards Zhao Fu. It was as if they could not offend an existence like Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu calmly said, "I'm just taking a look," and then taking Song of Wind away. Now, no one objected to this and instead fully supported it. After all, with a powerful backer like the master of 10,000 swords, who would dare to offend them in the future? Feng Beiming smiled as he said, "Young Master Mo Long, please sit for a while. We'll immediately prepare a banquet to entertain you." Zhao Fu said, "No need, I'll be leaving soon." Feng Beiming did not dare to insist and smiled as he said, "Then I'll have to ask young Master Mo Long to wait for a while." Zhao Fu nodded and sat by the side. Feng Beiming and the other elders called Feng Yao and the others to the side and told them what had happened. When they found out that Zhao Fu had grasped the Clear Wind Sword sect's highest sword intent and had even defeated a genius of the Way of the Sword, they were in disbelief. Was this really the power of their Clear Wind Sword sect? Was it really that powerful? They quickly came to a decision. Not only did they want to restore the Clear Wind Sword sect's legacy, but they also wanted Zhao Fu to pour in a portion of the Clear Wind Sword sect's sword intent. This would greatly increase the Clear Wind Sword sect's legacy. They left this matter to Song of Wind. They did not have the ability to ask Zhao Fu to do it. Song of Wind walked over and told Zhao Fu about this matter. This was a small matter, so Zhao Fu directly agreed. Feng Beiming and the others immediately thanked Zhao Fu. Following this, they came to the Clear Wind Sword sect's legacy ground. The legacy ground was located on a stone platform on a mountain peak. At the center was a 10 or so meter tall statue of an old man holding a sword, and it looked like it was fluttering in the wind. Feng Beiming took out an azure orb and threw it forward. The azure orb turned into a ray of light and shot into the statue. The statue gave off a faint azure light, and a cool breeze started to blow in the surroundings. The statue was currently restoring the Clear Wind Sword sect's legacy. Gradually, the azure light that the statue gave off became stronger and stronger, and the wind became stronger and stronger. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the statue gave off boundless azure light, covering the entire sky. A massive wave of legacy power flowed out and flowed towards the ground below. The Clear Wind Sword sect's people felt a wave of power enter their bodies, and the power within their bodies gradually became stronger. They all revealed delighted smiles. The azure light that the statue gave off quickly weakened. Feng Beiming bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "I'll have to trouble young Master Mo Long to inject the Clear Wind Sword intent into it." Zhao Fu walked in front of the statue and pointed out with his sword, causing a massive gust of wind to flow towards the statue. Feeling this powerful ripple, everyone felt quite startled. The statue absorbed the gust of wind, and the azure light it gave off became even more intense. The Clear Wind Sword sect's people felt a powerful sword energy enter their bodies, causing their strength to quickly increase, and their auras to become slightly sharper. Feng Beiming and the others felt the change in their strength and happily smiled. Moreover, with this Clear Wind Sword intent, they might be able to break away from their status as small sects and become slightly larger mid-grade sects. Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed something and stopped injecting the gust of wind into the statue. Coincidentally, the statue had finished absorbing the Clear Wind Sword intent, and just as Feng Beiming and the others were about to thank Zhao Fu flew in front of a mountain peak and drew the 10,000 sword spirits from his waist. Book 1, Chapter 241. Clang! Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand and slashed forwards, and a massive rainbow-colored sword light slashed forwards with astonishing power. The mountain immediately gave off an azure light, wanting to block that terrifying sword light. Boom! The azure light did not obstruct it at all, and the rainbow-colored sword light split the mountain apart. The mountain collapsed, causing boulders to tumble down and dust to fly everywhere. Feng Beiming and the others looked confused, not understanding why Zhao Fu would do this. Zhao Fu looked towards the center of the mountain and saw a space that was tens of meters wide. There were many treasures inside, but they did not attract Zhao Fu at all. This seemed to be where the Cool Wind Sword School hid their treasures. Zhao Fu did not reveal any expression and flew down to a square stone table. There was a small wooden box on it, and Zhao Fu opened it. Within it was a bronze shard that was as big as a leaf. It was the bronze shard that Zhao Fu had been looking for. Because he had sent the Cool Wind Sword intent into the legacy statue, his aura had covered the entire Cool Wind Sword school, allowing him to sense the bronze shard's existence. Feng Beiming and the others flew over to Zhao Fu's side and asked curiously, "Young Master Mo Long, what are you doing?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm sorry. I was a bit impatient, so I'll compensate your Cool Wind Sword school for your losses." Feng Beiming smiled as he said, "Young Master Mo Long, my Cool Wind Sword school owes you a great debt, so there's no need for that." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "How did the Cool Wind Sword school obtain this bronze shard?" After such a long time, Zhao Fu had finally obtained another bronze shard. Moreover, this bronze shard's information was very important, and he might be able to find other shards. Feng Beiming smiled as he said, "This bronze shard has been in the Cool Wind Sword school for a long time, but no one knows what it is or where it came from. Young Master Mo Long, do you know what it is?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt somewhat disappointed as he said, "It's best if you don't know about it." Although Feng Beiming and the others were curious, seeing Zhao Fu's expression, they did not continue asking. "I know there are more bronze fragments there." A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhao Fu raised his head and saw that it was a female sword girl. The sword heir had wanted to return to the fairy sword land, but she was attracted by a familiar ripple. She found that Zhao Fu was there. Seeing how much Zhao Fu cared about the bronze shard, the Jian heir felt quite curious. She knew Zhao Fu's personality, and if it wasn't something important, Zhao Fu wouldn't care about it. She did know about the bronze shard, so she spoke up. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked, "Do you know where this bronze shard is? If you are willing to tell me, I am willing to give you some precious items in exchange." The swordswoman chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in those things of yours. Tell me about the bronze fragments. It seems that many people have been collecting them recently." Zhao Fu said. "No." The sword girl smiled and said, "This bronze fragment is very important to you, right? Moreover, the bronze shard is very unusual." Zhao Fu frowned and said, "Are you willing to tell me about the bronze shard or not?" The sword girl lightly harumphed, "You're angry just like that? Let me tell you, our faction also has a bronze shard like this, and the aura it gives off is similar to the one in your hand." Zhao Fu's attitude softened as he said, "Then can you bring that bronze shard to me? I am willing to give you something you want in exchange." The sword girl thought about it and said, "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to obtain it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." The sword girl rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Your attitude has changed too quickly, I really don't want to help you." Zhao Fu smiled and explained, "This thing is very important to me, I'm sorry about what happened just now." The sword girl gave a satisfied smile and said, "I don't want anything else, but I want you to promise me something." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" The sword girl smiled and said, "Let me comprehend the 3 supreme sword intents within your body." To Zhao Fu, this was not a big deal. Even if he had to give her a trace of sword intent source, Zhao Fu would be willing, so he smiled and replied, "All right, I promise you." The sword girl also gave a happy smile. Thinking about the 3 supreme sword intents, she felt quite excited. Following this, Zhao Fu changed his mind and took Feng Yao to the Angel Sword Land. 2 days later, Zhao Fu and Feng Yao waited at a city. If the sword girl could obtain that bronze shard, that would be for the best, but if she could not, he would think of another way. No matter what, he had to obtain that bronze shard. The Angel Sword Land scenery was very beautiful. There was lush green grass and vegetation, and there were winding creeks. It was as beautiful as a painting, and there was something special about it, which was that there were sword-like mountains. The sword girl smiled as she walked into a room and looked at a valiant-looking, mature, and beautiful middle-aged woman as she said, "Mother, I'm back." The beautiful middle-aged woman was the Angel Sword Land's master, and she was called the Heavenly Sword. Not only was she beautiful, but the heavenly spirit sword intent she cultivated was far more terrifying than the sword girl's. She was even more powerful than ordinary higher beings and was a famous expert in the way of the sword. The Heavenly Sword smiled as she said, "You're back so quickly? You look so happy, did something good happen?" The sword girl smiled as she replied, "Mem. Also, Mother, I came to find you about this. The heavenly sword smiled as she said, I also came to find you about something. Are the rumors about the Lord of 10,000 Swords true? The sword girl nodded. He's a terrifying genius in the way of the sword, and the rumors about him are all true. I can confirm this with my own eyes. The heavenly sword's expression became serious. If the rumors were true, the Lord of 10,000 Swords' power would be incredibly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be the most powerful person in the way of the sword in the future. His appearance was a massive matter to many sword cultivators, and he might affect their fates in the future. The sword girl smiled as she said, Mother, I want that bronze shard in your hands. The heavenly sword asked curiously, why do you need that thing? It's useless to you. The sword girl said, I made a deal with someone else and need that bronze shard. The heavenly sword said seriously, no, that bronze shard is not an ordinary shard and cannot be exchanged easily. Also, who did you make the deal with? The sword girl thought about it and made a decision, saying, Mother, I won't hide it from you, I made a deal with the Lord of 10,000 Swords. As long as I give him the bronze shard, he will comprehend 3 powerful sword intents. I believe that the bronze shard is useless to us, so we can exchange it. The heavenly sword looked quite confused. She had been quite shocked about the Lord of 10,000 Swords and had never thought that her daughter had already made a deal with him. Book 1 ch. 242. This deal seemed to be a good one. The bronze shard was useless to her anyway. If her daughter could comprehend 3 supreme sword intents, it would be of great help to her daughter. However, the heavenly sword did not want to do this, and she smiled as she said, call the master of 10,000 Swords over. If he wants the bronze shard, he can come personally. The sword girl asked, Mother, do you agree to the trade? Heavenly sword smiled and said, no, but I have my own plans. The female sword girl nodded and said, then I'll call him over now. He's waiting in a city next to the sword ground. The heavenly sword nodded and smiled as she said, I also want to personally meet the master of 10,000 Swords. Jianer found Zhao Fu in the inn. Zhao Fu asked, did you bring the bronze fragment? The female sword girl shook her head. My mother said you should go by yourself. Zhao Fu frowned as he looked at Jianer and asked, if I go, I'll be able to obtain the bronze shard? Jianer replied, I don't know, but I think we should be able to obtain it easily because the bronze shard is useless to us. Zhao Fu thought for a moment. All right. I can go with you. Jianer gave a trace of a smile and said, come with me. They arrived at the fairy sword land. There were already a few beautiful women waiting in the hall. Apart from the heroic-looking Nu Tianjian, there was also a beautiful woman with a cold temperament called Nu Linghan, a voluptuous woman called Nu Lu, a gentle-looking woman called Nu Xiaoning, and a tall and beautiful woman with a delicate face called Concubine Mu. The last pair was a pair of sisters with seductive figures and pure temperaments. They were called First Lady Lian and Second Lady Ling. This was because they were all elders of the Angel Sword Land and wore white dresses. They gave off celestial auras and were as sharp as swords. The auras they gave off were also quite powerful, and none of them were lower than the higher being realm. Nu Lengan said in shock, I never expected that the master of 10,000 Swords would actually return to our world. News about him has already spread far and wide. Xiaoning said with a smile, I also want to meet this person. Now that he has grasped 3 supreme sword intents, he is known as the #1 person in the sword Dao. Niu smiled and said, I think Jianer is quite suitable for him. Why not marry Jianer to him? With his current conditions, no one would reject him. Most importantly, I heard that something happened between him and Jianer. It seems that Jianer made a bet to marry him. Imperial concubine Mu chuckled and said, let's see how that person is first. We can't let Jianer suffer. Woman 1 asked curiously, aren't you curious as to why he wants this bronze fragment? I heard that it's related to the origin race. Many people are collecting it. The heavenly sword said, there is no point in leaving this thing with us. No matter what he does, the most important thing is the 3 supreme sword intents. That is why I called him here. If we can obtain any one of them, it will be incredibly beneficial to us. The 2 female spirits sweetly smiled and nodded, Big Sister is still full of it. Those are the 3 strongest sword intents in the world. If we can comprehend some of them, not only will our strength increase, but we might even break through our current realms. At that moment, the sword heir brought Zhao Fu into the hall. Seeing that everyone was present, the sword heir smiled and called out, "Greetings, aunties." Zhao Fu also bowed and said, "Greetings, seniors." The beautiful women smiled and nodded, and their gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. They felt that Zhao Fu was not simple at all, and they could not see through Zhao Fu at all. The sword heir walked to the center of the beautiful women. Zhao Fu said, "I came to ask for a bronze fragment in senior's hands. I hope that senior can give it to me." The sword heir smiled as she replied, "No problem, but you'll need to stay in the fairy sword ground for a few days." With Zhao Fu's status, the beautiful women naturally did not dare to forcefully snatch it. Moreover, even if they tried, they would not be able to obtain it, as the three supreme sword intents were not ordinary sword intents. As such, the beautiful women wanted Zhao Fu to stay for a few days and find a way to obtain it during this time. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before asking, "Will senior really be able to obtain that bronze fragment by staying a few days?" The sword heir smiled as she said, "We won't lie to you." Zhao Fu continued to say, "Senior, please take out that bronze fragment and let me have a look." The sword heir smiled as she took out an ancient bronze fragment from her spatial ring and said, "Is this the one you're looking for?" Seeing this bronze fragment, the bronze fragment within Zhao Fu's body faintly sensed it and he felt at ease. He smiled as he said, "I agree to stay for a few days." The sword heir lightly laughed as she said, "Sword heir, take him away. He's now our sword ground's esteemed guest, so take good care of him." The sword heir nodded and brought Zhao Fu away. After Zhao Fu left, the beautiful women once again started to discuss. Now that they had personally seen Zhao Fu, they had obtained some simple information. On the way, many women wearing white dresses with swords at their waists looked curiously at Zhao Fu walking beside the sword heir. They had heard that the Lord of 10,000 Swords had come here, and they felt quite curious about what kind of person the Lord of 10,000 Swords was. They greatly worshipped the Lord of 10,000 Swords' power. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the women around him. Some people could not hold back their excitement and cried out, "Lord of 10,000 Swords." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Seeing how gentle and easygoing Zhao Fu was, the women became even more excited, and the surroundings became even more lively. They asked Zhao Fu all sorts of questions, such as whether Zhao Fu could show them his power, why Zhao Fu was so powerful, what kind of people Zhao Fu liked, and what kind of comprehension Zhao Fu had towards the way of the sword. The sword heir frowned and said coldly, "Be quiet, he's now our fairy sword ground's esteemed guest." Only then did the women fall silent. After coming to an exquisite house, the sword heir said, "You can stay here for a few days, if there's anything, just call me." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Can I have a look around?" The fairy sword ground was a very powerful faction, and perhaps he would gain something here, so Zhao Fu wanted to have a look around. The sword heir thought of the women outside. If Zhao Fu wanted to walk around by himself, he would be split up by those women, so she replied, "I can take you around, but you can't go by yourself." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After walking around, Zhao Fu indeed gained something. Zhao Fu came to a flat area made of stone, and there were beautiful fairies wearing white dresses and ribbons around their waists dancing in the air, giving off a formless sword energy. This was the fairy sword ground's cultivation ground, and cultivating here would become many times faster. However, it was useless to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu was not interested in cultivating. This place was called the Fairy Sword Domain, and it was a powerful domain, which was what Zhao Fu was interested in. Book 1, Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had already grasped a few major domains, and he was only 2 away from raising the evil immortal bloodline to stage 5. Only then would Zhao Fu be able to continue devouring various bloodlines. "How can I obtain your Deva Sword Domain?" Zhao Fu looked at the fairies in the sky and smiled as he asked. The sword heir asked in surprise, "You're very interested in our sword domain?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Mm." The sword heir said, "You'll have to rely on your own comprehension. As long as you stay in the sword domain and cultivate, you'll be able to comprehend the Deva Sword Domain." Zhao Fu said, "I'll stay here and comprehend it." The sword heir looked at the women around her and said, "I'll wait here then." Zhao Fu asked, "Are you all right?" The sword heir replied, I also want to see how you comprehend our faction's Deva Sword Domain." Zhao Fu closed his eyes and a formless perception spread out. The surrounding sword domain's power was drawn over, and traces of it flowed towards Zhao Fu. Within Zhao Fu's mind, a fairy was dancing with a sword. The sword heir looked at Zhao Fu from up close and could not help but smile. She felt that Zhao Fu was quite attractive and had a formless charm to him. Perhaps this was the charm of a genius in the way of the sword. Time gradually passed, and about an hour later, Zhao Fu opened his eyes in satisfaction. A formless sword energy spread out, and a fairy dancing with a sword appeared beside him. Because he had grasped the 10,000 sword legacy's power, this sword domain was quite easy for Zhao Fu to comprehend. The sword heir looked quite surprised. He grasped the Deva sword domain so quickly? Looking at the fairy dancing with a sword next to Zhao Fu, even though they were not as powerful as the fairy above them, it was indeed impossible for Zhao Fu to comprehend it in an hour. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It's getting late. Let's go back." The swordswoman did not pay much attention to how quickly Zhao Fu had comprehended the celestial maiden sword intent. Zhao Fu himself was an astonishing genius of the sword Dao, and she definitely could not compare to him. She gave a light grunt. Zhao Fu returned to the previous room, and the female Jianer also left. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the bed, familiarizing himself with the power of the sword domain that he had just comprehended. At present, all he needed was a powerful domain to break through to the 5th level of the evil immortal stage. Thus, Zhao Fu had been waiting for quite some time. Not too long later, the heavenly sword walked in and smiled as she said, "I have something to talk to you about." Zhao Fu asked in confusion, "What's the matter, senior?" The heavenly sword took out a piece of black wood that was 1/2 foot long and 3 fingers wide. There were many sword runes on it, and she said, "Use your 3 supreme sword intents to fuse into this piece of wood." This was a piece of 10,000-year-old connate sword wood that had been nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was a very precious treasure, and it could absorb sword intents to grow. It could absorb sword intents, no matter how powerful they were, and after absorbing sword intents, it would form a swordwood heart. This swordwood heart contained the source energy of absorbing sword intents, and the source energy of sword intents would become very gentle and anyone could absorb it. After much discussion, the beautiful women came up with this method, and they had specially obtained the 10,000-year-old sword rune wood to prevent it from being unable to withstand the 3 sword intents. Zhao Fu knew what the heavenly sword's goal was. It seemed that she wanted the 3 supreme sword intents, so he did not refuse. Zhao Fu stretched out a finger and pointed out, and the 3 sword intents turned into rays of light and shot into the piece of wood. Sensing how powerful the 3 sword intents were, the heavenly sword looked quite shocked. The black piece of sword rune would absorb Zhao Fu's sword intents, and the sword runes lit up. However, soon, the sword rune wood shattered with a bang. The heavenly sword sighed and said, "As expected from a supreme sword intent, even this 10,000-year-old sword rune wood cannot withstand it." The heavenly sword was about to leave in disappointment. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Senior, you want to obtain my 3 supreme sword intents? I have a way to give them to you." The heavenly sword said in delight, "What is it?" "If you give it to us directly, we do not have the ability to fuse with such a supreme sword intent, and it will instead be harmful to us." Zhao Fu smiled and explained the method. The heavenly sword felt somewhat hesitant. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Senior, don't worry, this method of mine is very gentle and can help you comprehend it. Otherwise, there would be no other way. This is a supreme sword intent, and not everyone can have it." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Senior, don't worry." The heavenly sword lightly nodded. In order to obtain the 3 supreme sword intents, everything was worth it. Zhao Fu went up and hugged the heavenly sword as they walked to the side. The next day, the heavenly sword faintly woke up in Zhao Fu's embrace. Thinking about what had happened the previous night, her face blushed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Senior, I didn't lie to you, right?" The heavenly sword nodded. She had indeed grasped 3 extremely powerful sword intents. Even though they were very weak, they were of great help to her and allowed her to comprehend even more powerful sword intents. However, this method was not easy to accept. The heavenly sword blushed and said in a small voice, "Don't tell anyone about what happened between us." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before asking, "There's one more thing I want to ask, Senior." The heavenly sword said, "Go ahead." Zhao Fu said, "Senior, how did you obtain that bronze shard?" Zhao Fu not only wanted to obtain the beautiful woman, the heavenly sword, but he also wanted to obtain some information from her. Perhaps she also knew about other bronze shards. The heavenly sword asked curiously, what do you want the bronze shard for? Xiaofu smiled and said, I can't tell you that. The heavenly sword said softly, I didn't pay much attention to the bronze shard at first, but I heard that it's related to that child of origin, so many people started to pay attention to it. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a pure demon dragon bloodline, I would have suspected that you're that child of origin. Xiaofu hugged the heavenly sword and smiled as he said, Senior, it's impossible for me to be that child of origin. Now that Xiaofu could not control the heavenly sword, he definitely would not tell her his identity. The heavenly sword said with a slight smile, you've grasped these 3 supreme sword intents, so I don't think that you're any weaker than that child of origin. Right now, your cultivation is too low, so you need to continue cultivating. Xiaofu nodded, I know. The heavenly sword continued to say, I obtained this bronze shard from the December merchant group. I heard that they still have a few pieces, but because of the child of origin, they are not selling them. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to obtain them. December merchant group? Xiaofu thought to himself, it seemed that he would have to go there in the future and obtain December's power. When cultivated to the extreme, December's power was an extremely powerful power. The heavenly sword said softly, get up. It's getting late, and it's best that no one finds out about us. Xiaofu smiled and nodded, Senior, I'll continue to help you comprehend sword intent tonight. The heavenly sword's face became red and she softly nodded. Following this, the two of them got up. Not long after the heavenly sword left, the heavenly sword's heir came to find Xiaofu. Yes. Yes. Book 1, Chapter 244 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Xiaofu looked at the sword heir and smiled as he said, what is it? The sword heir said somewhat embarrassedly, I want to comprehend 3 of your supreme sword intents, is that possible? The sword heir had made a deal with Xiaofu that as long as she could obtain the bronze shard, Xiaofu would help her comprehend 3 supreme sword intents. However, the sword heir had not obtained the bronze shard. Xiaofu thought of the sword heir's mother and smiled as he said, how about I give you a trace of sword intent as well? The sword heir did not understand what Xiaofu was talking about. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and pulled the sword heir into his embrace. The sword heir's face became slightly red and she frantically struggled, but she was unable to break free from Xiaofu's grasp. A few hours later, the sword heir's face was red as she hugged Xiaofu's arm and gave a trace of a smile as she said, I never thought that you would be so good-looking. The sword heir had been interested in Xiaofu, and when Xiaofu had wanted to take her, she had only struggled slightly before submitting to Xiaofu. Now that she had become Xiaofu's woman, she felt quite happy and did not feel angry. Xiaofu smiled as he said, what did you think I would look like? The sword heir smiled as she said, I thought that you would have a ferocious face or a valiant face, but I never thought that you would look so perfect. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, I've given you a trace of sword intent, which is much better than your comprehension. You can rely on this trace of sword intent to become even more powerful. The sword heir smiled as she said, thank you. Xiaofu smiled as he said, you can rely on that trace of sword intent to cultivate. I want to continue to walk around the fairy sword ground. The sword heir smiled as she nodded. After Xiaofu left the room, the sword heir returned to her residence. Within a secret room, the heavenly sword sat cross-legged on a circular stone platform. Her body gave off 3 rays of sword light, and she gave off a powerful sword aura, causing the air in the secret room to seem incredibly sharp. The other beautiful women sensed this energy ripple and came to this secret room. Looking at the female heaven sword sitting on the stage, they looked quite shocked. Imperial concubine Mu said in shock, Tianjian has already obtained those 3 supreme sword intents, and his power has greatly changed. Not only has he become much stronger, but he also gives us a very dangerous feeling. Niu asked curiously, didn't they say that the 10,000-year-old sword pattern couldn't withstand the 3 supreme sword intents? How did the sky sword obtain 3 supreme sword intents? The 2 female spirits said, I'm also curious. Looking at Heavenly Sword's rosy face and even more alluring aura, Heavenly Sword guessed something and gave a flirtatious smile. Nulung said with a hint of envy, this supreme sword intent is so strong. I really hope that we can also obtain this sword intent. Xiaoning said, let's wait for Sky Sword to finish cultivating and ask her how she can obtain sword intent. The other women nodded. Nulung smiled and walked to the side, wanting to verify her thoughts. The two female spirits asked, "Big sis, where are you going? Are you not going to wait for Heavenly Sword?" Nulung smiled and said, "Little sister, come with me." The two female spirits nodded in confusion. Zhaofu walked to the mountainside and heard that there was a fairy stone here, so he wanted to see what kind of stone it was. At that moment, Nulung and the two female spirits found Zhaofu. Zhaofu bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." Nulung looked at Zhaofu and smiled as she said, "We came to find you for a reason." Zhaofu asked, "What is it?" Nulung smiled flirtatiously and said, "How did you give Heavenly Sword the supreme sword intent? Give it to us." Zhaofu understood and smiled as he went up and hugged Nulung. The two female spirits' faces became red and understood why Heavenly Sword had not told them how she had obtained the supreme sword intent. Seeing their big sister like this, the two female spirits also wanted to obtain the supreme sword intent, so they quickly joined in. 2 hours later, Nulung's faces were red and she smiled as she left. They had obtained a trace of sword intent source and wanted to find a place to absorb and refine it just like Heavenly Sword. Zhaofu gave a satisfied smile. The two beautiful women were quite enchanting. Zhaofu looked towards the forest and said, "You can all come out." 4 or 5 women walked out with red faces. They had been cultivating here and had never thought that they would encounter their sex elder and Zhaofu doing such a thing. They had never thought that the fairy-like elder would become like this. Zhaofu looked at the women and found that they were all quite beautiful as he said, "Come here." The women looked at each other and walked towards Zhaofu. They knew what was going to happen, but looking at Zhaofu's perfect looks, domineering aura, and his identity as the Lord of 10,000 Swords, they could not refuse. Soon, it was night time and dozens of beautiful women lay by his side. A woman with an alluring aura smiled as she said, "Lord of 10,000 Swords, you're simply too enchanting. I like you so much, and even if I can't obtain anything, I want to be with you." Another beautiful woman smiled as she said, "Me too, I think I've fallen in love with you." A beautiful woman sighed, "It's a pity that our identities are too lowly and cannot be your women. It is our honor to be able to serve you." Zhaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Now that you've become my women, I won't mistreat you. There's some sword energy within your bodies, which will be very beneficial to you." Hearing this, the women sensed their bodies and looked delighted, and they immediately thanked Zhaofu. Zhaofu smiled as he said, "In the future, I might take you away to where I am, and I'll take good care of you." The women all gave happy smiles. The beautiful woman said emotionally, "Lord of 10,000 Swords, you're too good to us. We'll definitely serve you well in the future." The pure-looking woman said seriously, "In the future, I'll belong to the Lord of 10,000 Swords and will never let any other man touch me." The flirtatious-looking woman said, "Lord of 10,000 Swords, our sword land is also famous for our beauties, and there are many beautiful women here. Do you need us to call them over?" Zhaofu felt that the women from the Sky Maiden Sword land were all quite good and had a celestial aura, so he smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhaofu followed the women to where they lived. It was a very large building complex, and the disciples with ordinary statuses would live together. The disciples with slightly higher statuses would have their own rooms, and the women with even higher statuses would have their own courtyards. Zhaofu grinned as he entered. At that moment, female Heaven Sword slowly opened her eyes. She had only fused with traces of supreme sword intent, and her power had greatly increased. Female Heaven Sword gave a trace of a satisfied smile. Everything she had done had been worth it. Female Heaven Sword, Book 1, Chapter 245. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. Ning and the others walked in and sensed the powerful aura that the Heavenly Sword gave off. Nulung said with a smile, "Your power has increased by so much, it's so enviable." As expected from the power of the supreme sword intent. Nula looked at the Heavenly Sword, who had opened her eyes, and said anxiously, "Heavenly Sword, hurry and tell us how you obtained the supreme sword intent. Also, why did you hide it from us?" The Heavenly Sword thought about what had happened last night and blushed, "I don't want to hide it from you, but in order to obtain the supreme sword intent, you need to have sex with the master of 10,000 swords." Hearing this, the women's faces blushed. Nu Ning asked shyly, "Heavenly Sword, did you really have sex with him? How did it feel?" Now that things were clear, the heavenly sword calmly smiled and said, that feeling will make you fall. If you want to obtain the sword intent, you can go now. The women left out of curiosity and shyness. Following this, they sensed the changes in the sisters' power and understood that they had also had sex with Zhao Fu. They hesitated for a moment before going to Zhao Fu's room. However, Zhao Fu was not in the room, and they felt that this was quite strange. They sensed the sword ground and their bodies disappeared. They appeared in the sky and looked down at the chaotic scene in the garden, and their faces became red. This time, the Fairy Sword Land's reputation was going to be ruined by Zhao Fu. The Fairy Sword Land's women were all known for their purity, and their fairy-like auras attracted countless men's gazes. However, their otherworldly looks caused countless men to sigh. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Sword Land had led a wolf into the house. Nu Lu and the others sighed and left the garden before the people below discovered them. They planned to come and find Zhao Fu the next day. However, when they found Zhao Fu the next day, Zhao Fu was violating the Fairy Sword Land's disciples in a forest. The women could only leave. On the third day, Zhao Fu became even more unbridled and started to violate the Fairy Sword Land's disciples in the Fairy Sword domain. They couldn't take it anymore, so they appeared and chased the disciples away. Then, they called Zhao Fu to a hall. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "May I know why the seniors are looking for me?" Nulun glared at Zhao Fu and said somewhat angrily, "You did such a thing in our Fairy Sword Land, and you still have the cheek to say that?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Senior, this is a matter of mutual consent. You can't blame me." Niu stared at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "If you weren't the master of 10,000 swords, I would definitely teach you a lesson right now. Let's see if you still dare to act like this." Little Ning said, "There's no need to say anything else. Give us a few supreme sword intents and we won't pursue this matter. Then, please leave the Fairy Sword Land immediately." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. One day later, Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful women in his arms and said with a playful smile, "I've given you guys a few supreme sword intents now. I'll leave immediately." Nulung rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, "You should continue staying in the Fairy Sword Land for a few more days." Little Ning's face turned red, "I don't object either." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Then I'll stay for 2 more days. The desolate ancient dragon race's young master selection is about to begin, so I still have to rush back." Female concubine Mu smiled and said, "You're already the master of 10,000 swords, and your status isn't any lower than the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. Why do you still want to fight for that position? Most importantly, you're a genius in the sword Dao. Becoming the dragon race's young master is a waste of your talent." Zhao Fu explained, "I need the desolate ancient dragon race's legacy." Nulung said, "I heard that your race has a void dragon who has the support of the desolate ancient dragon star. Although you're a genius in the sword Dao, without the desolate ancient dragon star, you'll be at a disadvantage in terms of dragon power. Are you confident in becoming the desolate ancient dragon race's young master?" Zhao Fu said confidently, "Of course." Nulung said with a smile, "I believe in you. However, we need to refine and comprehend the supreme sword intents that you've given us, so we might not be able to watch your competition." Zhao Fu said without minding. N. At this moment, Little Ning said curiously, 3 supreme sword intents. One is the 10,000 sword intent, one is the evil sword intent, and what's the last one called? Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I can't tell you." Little Ning said coquettishly, "We've already had such a relationship with you, so we're also your women. Why aren't you willing to tell us?" Nulung said softly, "Tell us. We really want to know." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "This is my secret, so I really can't tell you." Seeing this, the women did not force him. Zhao Fu spent 2 days with the beautiful women and disciples, and he looked at Heavenly Sword in his embrace and said intimately, "Heavenly Sword, can you give me the bronze shard now?" Heavenly Sword took out the bronze shard and handed it to Zhao Fu as she asked, "What do you need the bronze shard for?" The other beautiful women also looked at Zhao Fu. Even though the bronze shard was useless to them, it was not an ordinary item, it was related to an origin artifact. Zhao Fu said with a slight smile, "Do you believe me if I say that I want to assemble an origin artifact?" Little Ning lightly laughed, "We don't believe you. You're not the legendary son of Origin, so how can you do it?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Then what do you want me to say?" Even if I say it now, you won't believe me. Imperial concubine Mu said, we won't ask you anymore. After you become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, you can return to the fairy sword land. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, I have things to take care of, so I might not return to the fairy sword land. Heavenly Sword asked, what else do you have to do? You're the master of 10,000 swords, and if you become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, with these two terrifying identities and your shocking talent, you should find a place to properly cultivate. Soon, your power will surpass ours, and we can become your women. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, aren't you now? Heavenly Sword rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, I won't say that my man is a little Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator. Also, now that the fairy sword land has become your harem, I wonder where you got your abnormal abilities from. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, don't worry, I'll come back after I take care of things. If you become my women, I won't mistreat you. Heavenly Sword hugged Zhao Fu and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu grinned as he left the fairy sword land. The fairy sword land had made great gains this time, obtaining the fairy sword domain, the bronze shard, and enjoying many women. In the end, the fairy sword land's legacy power was not weak, but Zhao Fu did not absorb it because only women could obtain it. Even though Zhao Fu could use the 8 forbidden blood technique to become a woman, Zhao Fu could not accept that, so he gave up on the fairy sword land's legacy. After returning to the dragon territory, the desolate ancient dragon race's young master selection started. Book 1, Chapter 246, Dragonland. Dragonland. Within a massive, colorful cave, there were rows of stone steps, and countless people from the dragon race were sitting on them. Some of them had smiles on their faces, some looked excited, and some looked calm. It was quite lively and noisy all around them. In the middle of the cave was a flat ground with a majestic image of the dragon ancestor. It looked like it was alive and made people revere it. There was no ceiling, and it was an open-air cave. This was the birthplace of the desolate ancient dragon ancestor. The desolate ancient dragon ancestor was the first desolate ancient dragon to be born in the primal chaos world. His power was enough to shock humans and gods alike. His body had 11 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, god, demon, and heaven. Becoming the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon race would allow one to obtain the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's legacy. This legacy contained 11 elements, and it was far more powerful than a single element. This was because it belonged to the dragon ancestor. It was said that the desolate ancient dragon ancestor had left the primal ancient dragon world with the origin race. No one knew where they went. It could be the celestial world or the bottomless ruins. The ancestral dragon cave was normally a forbidden area and would only be open during the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord selection. The method of selecting the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord selection was done from among the 11 young lords. If one wasn't the young lord of another young lord, they wouldn't have the right to go up. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was if one had the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline. Although the 11 young lords all had the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline, it was a weakened version of the bloodline. The true desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline still had 11 elements. Right now, the bloodline closest to the dragon ancestor's bloodline was the heavenly dragon bloodline. Therefore, among the 11 bloodlines, the heavenly dragon bloodline was stronger than the other dragon races. It was a pity that no one had obtained the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline for many years, so it had gradually become a legend. The young master of the primordial wood dragons, Long Qinghong, the young master of the primordial water dragons, Long Sui, the young master of the primordial thunder dragons, Long Lang, the young master of the primordial wind dragons, Long Feng, and the young master of the primordial divine dragons, Long Huiling. There was also a youth with a metal dragon horn on his head. He was the desolate ancient golden dragon young lord, and he was the desolate ancient dragon young lord. This was the desolate ancient ice dragon's young mistress, and she was called Long Qifeng. She had a cold expression and gave off an icy aura. There was a chubby, somewhat ugly young man wearing leather armor. He was the desolate ancient earth dragon's young lord, and his name was Long Tua. The last one was a beautiful woman with long, fiery hair and a fiery figure. She was the young mistress of the primordial fire dragon bloodline, and her name was Long Yenny. Out of the 11 lineages, 9 of the young masters had arrived. Only the primordial sky dragon lineage was left. The young master of the primordial demonic dragon lineage had yet to arrive. These two people were the people that everyone was looking forward to the most. Long Lang, who was standing on the stage, frowned and said unhappily, "Those two are really arrogant. They still haven't come yet and are making us wait for them." Dragon Wind said softly, "The two of them are the strongest competitors for the position of the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. Even if we don't wait for them, the elders of the various bloodlines will." Long Sui said, "I heard that the demon dragon race's young master has become the master of 10,000 swords, and his strength is world-shaking. I feel that we definitely won't be a match for him. It's a pity that we can only use dragon power in the ancestral dragon cave, or else he would definitely be this generation's young master." Long Tua said with a cold expression, "It's not that we don't have a chance. There are 9 of us while there are only 2 of them. If the 9 of us join forces, we might be able to defeat them. That way, the desolate ancient dragon race's young master will be born among the 9 of us." Hearing this, everyone started to hesitate. They were the young masters of the various dragon bloodlines and had prestigious statuses. Moreover, it would be quite embarrassing for so many people to join forces and attack 2 people. However, those 2 people's strength was too terrifying, and none of them had any hope of winning. Long Tua said, "Are you willing to be under them and take them as your masters?" Long Lang said, "I'll join. I don't like those 2 people, and this is a good opportunity to teach them a lesson." Dragon Wind said, "Even though it's not very honorable, it doesn't break the rules. I'll also join." Long Sui also joined. Long Qinghong looked at Long Huiling and asked, "Huiling, what do you plan to do?" Long Huiling said calmly, "You don't need to think about me, you can make your own decision." Long Qinghong thought for a moment before saying, "I'll also join." He was not interested in the dragon race's young master, but now that they were united, perhaps there was a trace of a chance. That way, they could help Long Huiling. The desolate ancient fire dragon's young master, Long Yenny, laughed as she said, "I'll also join." After thinking about it, Long Qifeng, the descendant of the desolate ancient golden dragon's young master and the desolate ancient ice dragon's young master, decided to join as well. They knew how strong the other 2 people were, and they could not just watch as those 2 people became the desolate ancient dragon race's young masters. In the end, only Long Huiling did not join, and she stood there calmly. Long Tua asked, "Long Huiling, why don't you join? I remember that you've always been plotting to become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master." Long Huiling said softly, "I'm no longer interested in becoming the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master had to join, I would not have come." Her words caused everyone to feel quite surprised. Long Sui asked, "I heard that you have a good relationship with the demon dragon race's young master. Did something happen between the 2 of you?" Long Huiling glanced at Long Sui, "No." Long Lang said as he laughed, "Now that we have 8 people, it's fine even if she's missing. Let's discuss how to deal with those 2 people." Long Tua nodded seriously. Everyone outside was also discussing fervently. "Why isn't the demon dragon race's young master here yet? I like him too much, he's brought glory to our desolate ancient dragon race. He's the first person from the dragon race to become the master of 10,000 swords. I support Long Voidless. Even though that demon dragon race's young master is powerful, without the desolate ancient dragon star, he's clearly not as strong as Long Voidless. I also support Long Voidless, no one is his match in terms of dragon power. I don't think Long Voidless can do it. I think that the demon dragon race's young master is stronger, and he'll definitely become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. You guys stop fighting, I think that the other young masters also have some chances. Don't be so confident." "That's right, I feel that the combined strength of the 9 young masters will definitely be more terrifying than the other 2. Who knows, one of the other 9 might become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. I support Long Huiling. She's simply too beautiful, and she's so powerful. Moreover, it seems that there are very few women among the desolate ancient dragon race's young masters." Many of the dragon race's higher-ups sat on the stone platform and were chatting and laughing. They were discussing the selection of the desolate ancient dragon race's young masters and who would become the next young master. The most popular ones were naturally Zhao Fu and Long Voidless. Book 1, Chapter 247. Swish, a huge crystal-colored light descended from the sky, and the many crystals scattered. A handsome young man dressed in white appeared on the field. It was Void Dragon. Long Shiwu stood at his original position, emitting a dense dragon force. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress the other 9 bloodline young masters. This caused the expressions of the 9 bloodline young masters to change. On the viewing platform, many experts from the Dragon Clan were also shocked. This Long Shiwu's strength was many times stronger than before. It seemed like he had put in a lot of effort for the desolate ancient Dragon Clan's young master selection. Long Shiwu glanced at the other young masters before retracting his gaze. He only had one opponent, the Demon Dragon Clan's young master. Long Shiwu didn't care about the others. Anger appeared on Long Lang's face. Later on, we will find him first. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Long Tua nodded solemnly. After a while, everyone became anxious. Now, only the Demon Dragon Clan's young master hadn't arrived. Long Yunyun called Long Xing over and asked, "Why isn't the young master back yet?" Long Xing replied honestly, "The young master told us to return first. He will stay in the Angel Sword ground for a few days. When the young master's selection begins, he will return by himself." Long Yunyun puffed up her cheeks. "I wonder what the young master is doing." Long Qin smiled and said, "There's no need to be so anxious. There's still some time before the young master's selection begins. In a while, the young master should be back." After waiting for another 10 minutes. Many experts on the viewing platform frowned. They had waited for far too long, and it was already time for the young master's selection to begin. At this moment, a person wearing a cloak slowly floated down from the sky. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the Demon Dragon Clan's young master, the person they had been waiting for a long time. Zhao Fu landed on the ground. Long Shiwu's eyes immediately turned to look at Zhao Fu. This was his first time seeing Zhao Fu. Based on his intuition, Zhao Fu was his greatest opponent. Long Shiwu felt some pressure in his heart. As for the other young lords of the 9 bloodlines, some of them had already met Zhao Fu, while others had never met Zhao Fu. However, they had all heard of the terrifying things Zhao Fu had done, and their faces grew very serious. The experts in the spectator stands all had smiles on their faces as they stared at Zhao Fu. When they heard that Zhao Fu had become the Lord of 10,000 Swords, they were filled with anticipation to meet Zhao Fu. And now, their wish was finally fulfilled. But what made them bewildered was that they couldn't see through Zhao Fu at all. They felt that Zhao Fu was extremely mysterious. With a confident smile, Zhao Fu faced everyone's gaze. An elder wearing a cloud robe came up and announced, "The young master's selection officially begins." Boom, an explosion sounded out as the entire dragon cave gave off countless rainbow-colored lights and a massive wave of ancient dragon energy spread out. Countless dragon images appeared in the sky and circled around the dragon cave, giving off massive sounds. This wave of dragon energy covered a great distance, and the many experts in the 10,000 Sword City sensed this powerful dragon energy and understood that the desolate ancient dragon race's young master's selection had begun. The abnormal signs gradually disappeared and the ground started to tremble as square-shaped metal pillars slowly rose up from the ground. The square-shaped metal pillars were 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. They were black and had 4 divine dragons imprinted on each side. There were also different marks of various sizes, most of which were dragon claw marks. The metal pillars were mainly used to test dragon energy, and only those with powerful dragon energy could participate in the selection. Boom, Long Lang clenched his fist, which gave off large amounts of violet lightning as he punched the metal pillar in front of him. Countless violet lightning bolts slammed into the metal pillar, causing sparks to shoot everywhere as a large crater appeared on the metal pillar. Seeing this scene, Long Lang gave a trace of a satisfied smile and retracted his fist. Long Lang was the first to act, and he immediately attracted everyone's gazes. Seeing him blast open such a large crater, everyone looked shocked. Long Lang was stronger than ordinary young lords. Long Spit vigorously slammed his palm against the metal pillar, and a powerful gale blew out as a 1-meter-long handprint appeared on the metal pillar. Long Spit usually looked quite low-key, but he was no weaker than Long Lang. The primordial ancient water dragon young Lord Long Sui's arm turned into a dragon claw and he vigorously swung forwards, sending out 5 blue claw marks that grabbed at the metal pillar in front of him. The claw marks on the metal pillar were not deep, which meant that Long Sui's strength was only average. Everyone immediately lost interest in Long Sui. Long Sui's expression did not change, he was clear about his own strength, and he did not think that he could become the primordial ancient dragon young lord. He had joined everyone else's group because he felt that it would be safer and more beneficial. Long Feng's palm slammed against the metal pillar, causing a powerful gale to blow out. The metal pillar was cut open by a sharp gale, and a large crater appeared. This crater was slightly smaller than Long Lang's, so Long Feng's strength was also slightly lower than Long Lang's. Of course, that was if Long Feng did not hide his strength. Long Insignia looked at Zhao Fu and waved her hand, causing a powerful wave of dragon energy to imprint on the metal pillar, creating an ordinary mark that was similar to the one Long Sui had made. This could not be said to be weak, as this was a mark that she had casually made. Her strength was definitely not weaker than Long Lang's, and she might even be slightly stronger. Boom! Boom! Primordial Ancient Ice Dragon Young Lord Long Qifeng and Primordial Ancient Fire Dragon Young Lord Long Yenny attacked at the same time, punching the metal pillar with shocking power. A wave of cold air and hot air spread out, making everyone feel as if they were in a land of ice and fire. Both of them left a large mark, and their strength was also very strong. Long Shiwu looked at Zhao Fu, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped on the metal pillar. Boom! A terrifying wave of dragon energy slammed into the metal pillar, causing it to directly shatter. Many fragments shot out with a powerful force. Everyone outside was shocked. Long Shiwu's strength was so terrifying that even the metal pillar could not withstand his strength. Long Shiwu was indeed a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Many dragon race experts smiled, this Long Shiwu did not disappoint them. The expressions of the other young lords became slightly ugly. Now, Long Shiwu's strength was much more terrifying than theirs, and only by working together would they have a chance. This made them even more determined to work together. After Long Shiwu shattered the metal pillar, he looked at Zhao Fu, wanting to see how strong Zhao Fu was. Not only him, but countless people also looked at Zhao Fu, wanting to see how strong Zhao Fu was. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Fu casually waved his hand, and a black light hit the metal pillar, leaving an ordinary mark. Countless people were astonished. That's it? Seeing this, everyone was extremely disappointed. They had high hopes for Zhao Fu, and recently, they had been talking about him. But now, Zhao Fu was not serious at all, and didn't take this matter to heart. However, no one thought that Zhao Fu was weak, because Zhao Fu had already become the master of all swords, and he even had 3 supreme sword intents. It was impossible for him to be weak. Book 1, Chapter 248 Dragon Void retracted his gaze in disappointment. He wanted to see Zhao Fu's strength. Shattering the metal pillar was also a challenge to Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu didn't accept it. Boom! An explosion sounded out, and countless colorful lights gathered in front of the young masters. A watermelon-sized crystal ball appeared. The crystal ball was called Dragon Blood Sphere, and it was used to test the bloodline of the dragon race. Long Lang was still the first. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and a small purple dragon appeared in it. Its body was covered in lightning, and the purple light was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the crystal ball stopped giving off a blinding purple light. This meant that Long Lang's bloodline was very high, and he was very strong. Looking at the scene before them, everyone revealed a shocked expression and began to discuss animatedly. This Long Lang looks quite strong. His bloodline is much stronger than ordinary young masters. Long Lang is one of the stronger ones. Long Lang's lightning dragon power is also very strong. I hope he will have a shocking performance. I have high hopes for Long Lang. It would be best if he becomes the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. Long Lang enjoyed their respectful gazes and words. His personality was the same, or else he wouldn't be at the front every time. Dragon Insignia also placed her hand on the crystal ball, and a white dragon appeared in it. Countless white lights shone out, and the light was even stronger than Long Lang's. Everyone's eyes were quickly attracted by Dragon Insignia, and they started to discuss her. Seeing this, Long Lang was very unhappy. Long Hao and the others saw everyone talking about their young master and revealed surprised expressions. Their young master's bloodline and strength were both very strong. Dragon Insignia didn't want this, but the bloodline wasn't under her control and was sensed by the crystal ball. Long Sui also stretched out a hand, and a yellow dragon appeared in the crystal ball. Countless yellow lights shone out, and the light intensity was no weaker than Long Hao's. Long Sui also stretched out a hand, and a dragon formed from water appeared in the crystal ball. Countless blue lights shone out. The light intensity was no weaker than Long Sui's. Everyone revealed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Long Sui, the weakest among them, to have a bloodline as strong as Long Sui and Long Lang. Long Sui also didn't expect this. Looking at that piercing blue light, he revealed a surprised smile. Long Lang was unhappy in his heart. Why was his bloodline grade the same as Long Sui's? This was all thanks to Long Sui's parents. His parents' bloodline grade was very high, and as their son, Long Sui's inheritor, he didn't need to put in much effort to obtain such a high-grade bloodline. This was also an advantage. Long Feng stretched out a hand and placed it on the crystal ball. A dragon formed from wind appeared within the crystal ball, and countless rays of azure light shone out. The green light was bright but not intense, which meant that the dragon race's bloodline level was higher than that of the average dragon race's young master. Long Feng sighed. He didn't have Long Lang's talent, and his parents' bloodline level was average, so his bloodline level wasn't very high. Long Qinghong stretched out a hand and placed it on the crystal ball. A wooden dragon appeared within the crystal ball and gave off boundless green light. The light was not very bright, and it was about the same grade as Long Feng's bloodline. Long Qinghong was expressionless. He had already expected this, and this was also the reason why he didn't want to become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. With such a bloodline level, it was almost impossible for him to become the dragon race's young master. Long Yenny stretched out a hand, and a fire dragon appeared within the crystal ball. Countless fiery lights emitted from it, and the light was intense. It was slightly weaker than Long Lang's, which meant that Long Yenny's bloodline level was only one grade lower than Long Lang's. Long Qifeng's light was the same as Long Feng's, bright but not intense. His bloodline level was only slightly higher than that of the average dragon race's young master. Long Shou placed his hand on the crystal ball, and a metal dragon appeared within the crystal ball. Countless rays of golden light shot out, and the light was dazzling. It was about the same as Long Lang's bloodline level. Long Shiwu also slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and a dragon formed from crystals appeared within the crystal ball. It gave off countless rays of dazzling light, and it was like a small sun that illuminated the entire dragon ancestral cave. People couldn't open their eyes at all, and they had to use their hands to block it. Just the light from Long Shiwu's crystal ball alone suppressed the other 9 young masters. Or rather, the other 9 young masters' bloodline levels added together couldn't compare to Long Shiwu's. Long Shiwu retracted his hand, and the light from the crystal ball gradually weakened. The crowd boiled up. The bloodline of the Sky Dragon bloodline is already relatively high, and Long Shiwu also has the support of the desolate ancient dragon star. His bloodline level is shockingly high. And Long Shiwu's bloodline level is definitely the highest I have ever seen. The desolate ancient dragon star can greatly strengthen one's bloodline. I feel that Long Shiwu's bloodline level is so high because of the desolate ancient dragon star. And even if he was an ordinary dragon with ordinary parents, it would be different if he had the desolate ancient dragon star. His bloodline would be purified by the dragon star. I feel that Long Shiwu's bloodline is already very close to the dragon ancestors. If he obtains the inheritance of the dragon ancestor, will he be born with the dragon ancestor's bloodline? Now that I look at it, I feel that Long Shiwu is definitely the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. No one can compare to him. Many of the experts' expressions did not change. They had already expected this and believed in Long Shiwu's strength. In the end, everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Only he had not tested his bloodline. Zhao Fu hesitated because this test was not under his control. However, if he did not test, he would not be able to go through with the selection. Long Lang urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly test your bloodline. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the crystal ball. Everyone stared at the crystal ball with wide eyes, wanting to see how high Zhao Fu's bloodline level was. The experts on the viewing platform became alert. They were also curious about Zhao Fu's bloodline level. As someone who had opened the 10,000 sword heart training for the third time, his bloodline level should not be low. However, the crystal ball quietly floated in midair and did not change at all. Many people were stunned. What's going on? Why isn't the crystal ball reacting? Could it be that the crystal ball is broken? The experts on the viewing platform were also confused. The crystal ball would show all bloodline levels, so why wasn't it showing? The black-robed elder asked. Is there a problem with the dragon blood sphere? The green-haired elder beside him frowned. It's impossible for there to be a problem with the dragon blood sphere. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. The dignified-looking elder said in a low voice, there are two reasons for this. The first is that the bloodline is either too low-grade or too high-grade. The second is that the person testing is not from the desolate ancient dragon race. Book 1, Chapter 249. The silver-horned elder asked, what do you think is the case? The blue-clothed elder thought for a while before saying, the first possibility is that his bloodline is too weak, it's almost impossible for it not to be detected. If his bloodline is too strong, it would be shocking. What kind of bloodline could the dragon blood orb not be able to detect? The second possibility is that he suddenly appeared in the primal chaos world. I suspected that he wasn't someone from the desolate ancient dragon race, but he has the desolate ancient demon dragon bloodline and obtained the demon ancestor dragon's legacy, so I didn't suspect anything. The blue-clothed elder said, I also feel that it's impossible that he isn't someone from the desolate ancient dragon race. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have such a pure bloodline and wouldn't have obtained the demon ancestor dragon's legacy. The dignified-looking elder said, if he's someone from the desolate ancient dragon race, we can eliminate the second possibility. The first possibility is that he's too weak, so his bloodline grade can't be that low. Finally, perhaps his bloodline grade is too high. Just as he finished speaking, the crystal ball turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the crystal ball exploded, revealing a massive rainbow-colored orb of light. It was like a real sun, giving off intense light that illuminated the entire world. The boundless aura made everyone feel as if they were countless ants looking up at the universe, and their souls were greatly impacted. It wasn't just the ordinary people who looked shocked. Many experts also had similar expressions. Their bloodlines had all submitted to this orb of light. Long Lang and the other geniuses looked at the rainbow-colored sun in shock. Long Voidless had already given them a big blow, but who would have thought that Zhao Fu would be even more terrifying and directly suppress Long Voidless? Long Voidless looked quite confused. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's bloodline grade would be so high. It was so high that even he felt a bit inferior. His bloodline was originally at the peak of the imperial bloodline, and after awakening the desolate ancient dragon star, it had reached the saint bloodline, giving him the right to look down on everyone else. However, even his saint bloodline was inferior to Zhao Fu's and had been completely suppressed. Just how high was Zhao Fu's bloodline grade? The massive orb of light in the sky gradually dissipated and the surroundings returned to normal. Is it the desolate ancient dragon ancestor? This bloodline is at the level of the primordial dragon ancestor. This is too terrifying. He directly crushed Void Dragon. I thought that Void Dragon's bloodline level was terrifying enough, but who would have thought that Zhao Fu would be even more terrifying? This is the highest level of bloodline in the history of the desolate ancient dragon clan. How can this young master Mo Long have such a high-level bloodline? Most importantly, he hasn't awakened the ancient desolate dragon star yet. With such a high-grade bloodline, awakening the ancient desolate dragon star is inevitable. And I think that if he doesn't awaken this time, he will definitely awaken when he becomes the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. Then, the young master of the demon dragon race might be the strongest expert of the desolate ancient dragon race. I feel that he is the son of the primordial ancestral dragon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a high-grade bloodline. That's impossible. If he's the son of the primordial dragon ancestor, how many years has he lived for? More importantly, he only has the bloodline of the demon dragon and no other bloodlines. This means that he is not a direct descendant. Can anyone explain why the young master of the demon dragon race has the same bloodline rank as the dragon progenitor? The experts of the dragon race all had looks of shock on their faces. They now understood the grade of Zhao Fu's bloodline. Even Void, who had a divine bloodline, had been suppressed, so Zhao Fu's bloodline must be above the divine bloodline. That was the source bloodline. Moreover, it was not an ordinary source bloodline. Ordinary source bloodlines could not compare to the primordial dragon ancestors. The dignified-looking elder looked at Zhao Fu in shock and said with a trembling voice, "Just who is he?" Now, many experts once again suspected Zhao Fu's identity. Even the demon dragon ancestor did not have such a high-grade bloodline, so how could he, the young master of the demon dragon race, have such a terrifying bloodline? As the most powerful people in the dragon race, even their bloodlines had not reached the divine bloodline. If they did not personally witness it, they definitely would not believe that Zhao Fu had source dragon bloodline. The experts could not guess Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu had already surpassed their imaginations. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the primordial dragon race, and if this news spread, it would shake the entire primordial world. The silver-horned elder said in confusion, who would have thought that the demon dragon race would have someone with source dragon bloodline? The azure-haired elder asked, "This matter is quite important, how should we deal with it?" The black-clothed elder said, "I don't think there's a need for a competition, let him become the young master of the primordial dragon race. Also, do your best to seal this news, we can't let others know that our race has given birth to someone with source dragon bloodline." The fire-haired elder nodded, I also don't think there's a need for a competition, just based on his bloodline, he should become the young master of the primordial dragon race. Just a child of origin appearing caused such a huge commotion. If another source dragon bloodline appears, the primordial world will be even more shaken. The silver-horned elder asked, could it be that his appearance has something to do with that child of origin? Too many things have happened recently. The number one evil immortal's descendant has appeared, the child of origin has appeared, and the heaven enlightening sun has appeared in the other world. This makes me feel somewhat uneasy. The dignified elder said, there's no need for us to interfere, he naturally knows his own bloodline grade. He most likely has his own plans for participating in the primordial dragon race's young master selection. The azure-haired elder nodded, I never thought that we would have underestimated him. We'll leave everything to him, we won't interfere at all. The silver-horned elder looked at Zhao Fu and Dragon Void as he said, with such a high-grade bloodline, he's not any weaker than Dragon Void's primordial dragon star. Now, let's see if Dragon Void can use the primordial dragon star's power to suppress the demon dragon race's young master. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, interrupting the countless people's conversations. At the center of the stage, countless rays of light shot out, the final selection had begun. After the first test of dragon power and the second test of bloodline, the dragon race's young masters all had the qualifications to become the primordial dragon race's young masters. The third test was to determine who would become the primordial dragon race's young master. Zhao Fu understood that some of his identity had been exposed, so he did not want to waste any more time. He calmly said to the dragon race's young masters, all of you, come at me together. Even though his tone was calm, it contained an invincible domineering aura that made everyone instinctively feel a trace of fear. The dragon race's young masters' expressions were quite unsightly. Facing such arrogant words, they did not feel angry. Instead, they felt even more nervous and fearful. To them, Zhao Fu was simply too terrifying. Dragon Void looked at Zhao Fu solemnly, and he did not feel as confident. In fact, he was not even sure if he could defeat Zhao Fu. Apex. Book 1, Chapter 250 Dragon Emblem said. I admit defeat. In the past, Long Huanling had wanted to become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race and had made plans for it. However, there had been a major accident, and that accident was Zhao Fu. The strength and potential that Zhao Fu had displayed made her lose all hope of becoming the young master. Now, she did not want to fight, which was why she did not join the others. Void Dragon retreated to the side, he did not want to join the others. Zhao Fu looked at Long Huanling and said, I want a part of your desolate ancient god dragon legacy's power. I will repay you in the future. Long Huanling nodded. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed, and countless traces of black dragon chi wrapped around Long Huanling's body. Long Huanling's body gave off large amounts of white light, and a powerful dragon power spread out. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a white dragon image was pulled out. It struggled to escape, but it was still pulled into Zhao Fu's body by that power. Long Huanling's face was pale as she lay on the ground. Her aura was weak. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and absorbed this desolate ancient god-dragon power, and his body gave off a white light. There was also a powerful aura. Everyone was shocked. Although they were from the same clan, it was extremely difficult for them to absorb the inheritance of another clan. It was practically impossible. However, Zhao Fu had done it easily. Everyone was curious about what terrifying abilities Zhao Fu had. After absorbing the desolate ancient god-dragon power, Zhao Fu looked at the remaining young masters. Boom! Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura as he appeared in front of Long Lang. His hand was covered in black dragon chi as he grabbed towards Long Lang. Long Lang was greatly shocked and punched out with all his strength, bringing out countless purple lightning arcs. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Long Lang was forced back by 10 or so meters. He only stopped when his feet touched the ground, and he looked at Zhao Fu seriously. The other young masters hurriedly scattered. Long Tua shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hesitate." Everyone understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was, so they immediately unleashed their full strength. Otherwise, they might not even have the strength to fight back. Long Tua's body gave off large amounts of thick yellow aura, Long Feng's body gave off large amounts of sharp green aura, Long Qifeng's body gave off large amounts of cold air, and the ground beneath her feet started to freeze. Long Yin's body gave off flames, giving off a high temperature. All the young lords released their powerful auras and charged towards Zhao Fu from all directions. Zhao Fu stood where he was and smiled contemptuously. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a black aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body. His cloak fluttered and a shocking black shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. Many young masters who rushed over were pushed back by this black shockwave. Long Lang's body gave off large amounts of purple lightning arcs as he leapt into the sky. The lightning arcs on his fist formed a dragon head made of purple lightning, and he rushed towards Zhao Fu. He arrived in front of Zhao Fu and punched out with all his strength, seeming as if lightning could destroy gods and demons. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed Long Lang's fist. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as terrifying purple lightning arcs wreaked havoc around Zhao Fu, causing the ground to crack as a terrifying lightning aura spread out. Even though this attack was terrifying, it did not cause any damage to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grabbed Long Lang's hand and pulled him back. Long Lang was given a big fright and immediately activated his defenses, causing many bolts of lightning to block in front of him. Bang! Zhao Fu punched Long Lang's stomach, sending him flying more than 100 meters away and causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Long Yi suddenly appeared beside Zhao Fu, his palm giving off a large amount of metallic light as he slashed towards Zhao Fu like a blade of light. Zhao Fu vigorously waved his other hand, sending out a black ray of light that slammed into the saber of light, shattering it. Zhao Fu then twisted his body and kicked the dragon descendant away. Long Yi pressed his hands against the ground, causing a massive wave of energy to spread out. A few dragon claws made of mud stretched out from the ground and grabbed onto Zhao Fu's legs. Long Qifeng stood by the side and sent out a palm, causing a massive wave of cold air to surge towards Zhao Fu, causing the ground to freeze. Long Yanni stood by the side and sent out a palm at the same time. A massive wave of flames ferociously surged towards Zhao Fu, causing the ground to be charred black due to the high temperature. The cold air and flames simultaneously hit Zhao Fu from both sides, inundating Zhao Fu's body. The collision of heat and cold gave off a shocking aura, causing white smoke to rise up. However, this was not the end. Long Feng pressed his palms together and a massive wind spun around Zhao Fu, fusing the cold air and flames into it. It formed an ice and fire vortex, giving off monstrous power as it attacked Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying black energy exploded out, blasting away the massive ice and fire vortex. The massive ice, fire, and wind power quickly sent Long Feng, and Long Yanni flying back. Zhao Fu stood in the middle and was not injured at all. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock, he was simply too powerful. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not have an advantage. Long Qinghong half squatted on the ground and one of her hands turned into a green dragon claw. She grabbed at the ground, causing massive trees to grow up around Zhao Fu, and their trunks vigorously smashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand, sending out a massive black arc of light that instantly cut down the trees. In the next second, Zhao Fu's body appeared in front of Long Qinghong and he grabbed Long Qinghong's head with one hand, looking like a demon dragon's claw grabbing onto Long Qinghong's head. Long Qinghong immediately exploded out with power to resist. His body gave off an intense green light and countless sharp roots grew out of the ground, stabbing towards Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and that shocking power pressed down on the tree roots. The massive power caused the tree roots to shatter and fly in all directions. Zhao Fu grabbed Long Qinghong's head, causing a pained expression to appear on Long Qinghong's face. Long Huiling hurriedly cried out, "Don't hurt him." Zhao Fu looked at her and raised his hand, drawing out a green dragon from Long Qinghong's body and absorbing it into his body. Long Qinghong seemed to have been heavily injured and his aura became incredibly weak. He did not have the strength to continue fighting. He was the first young lord of the dragon race to be defeated by Zhao Fu. Swish, Zhao Fu's body immediately disappeared and appeared in front of the timid Long Sui. Long Sui looked at Zhao Fu in fear and immediately said, "Don't attack me, I'll hand over my legacy power." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and grabbed at the air. A blue water dragon was drawn out of Long Sui's body and flew into Zhao Fu's body. Long Sui also became weak and did not have the strength to continue fighting. Book 1, 251. He was the second young lord to be defeated by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's sharp gaze looked towards Long Lang. Long Lang's expression fell, and his body exploded out with a large amount of lightning, covering the surrounding 10 or so meters. The lightning caused the ground to crack open, giving off a massive sound. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and countless traces of black dragon chi formed a black dragon sword in front of his palm, giving off a shocking power. Xing, Zhao Fu pushed out with his hand, and the black dragon sword flew towards Long Lang. It left behind an afterimage, and it seemed unstoppable. Boom, Long Lang controlled the lightning around him to slash towards the incoming dragon sword, but they were instantly dispersed by the sword energy, and the dragon sword continued to fly towards Long Lang. Long Lang immediately dragon formed, turning into a dragon man and giving off a powerful aura. Bang, even though he had turned into a dragon man, Long Lang was still sent flying, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. However, he was not weak, and his constitution was quite powerful, so he still had the strength to fight. Long Tuo's hands turned into dragon claws, and he vigorously slammed them against the ground as he shouted, "Earth Dragon Prison!" The ground started to tremble, and stone pillars stretched out with Zhao Fu at the center, forming a circle. There were 8 stone pillars with dragons carved on them, and a massive gravitational force pressed down on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu looked at Long Tuo and twisted his body. He easily broke free from the gravitational force. Long Tuo pressed his hands against the ground again. Rumble, 12 stone pillars once again stretched out with Zhao Fu at the center, forming a second stone pillar circle outside the first one. The gravitational force became even stronger, pressing down on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu forcefully took a step forward. He once again broke free from the gravitational force. Long Tuo's expression was unsightly, and an even greater aura flame ignited around his body. He pressed against the ground with all his strength, and a massive wave of power spread out. Rumble, a massive explosion sounded out as 24 stone pillars with dragons engraved on them stretched out, forming a third ring of stone pillars. An even more terrifying pressure weighed down on Zhao Fu's body, causing the air to seem to freeze. The dragon descendant flew into the sky and gave off boundless metallic light, turning into a massive metallic dragon saber. It gave off massive power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu, who was at the center of the stone pillar. It seemed to be able to destroy the ground, and its power was incredibly terrifying. One of Zhao Fu's hands turned into a black dragon claw as he punched the ground. A powerful force instantly spread out, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to shatter. The gravitational force that was pressing down on Zhao Fu's body also instantly dissipated. At this time, the dragon descendant turned into a huge dragon blade and chopped down towards Zhao Fu from the sky. A huge wave of black dragon chi surged out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a huge black semicircle cover, blocking the incoming dragon saber. Roar! Long Lang gave off a massive dragon roar as his body gave off countless traces of purple lightning, forming an enormous ball of lightning. It gave off a destructive aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Boom! The ball of lightning flew towards Zhao Fu and caused a massive explosion, causing countless massive arcs of lightning to strike the defensive barrier. Long Qifeng and Long Yanni opened their mouths and breathed out massive flames and icy currents, attacking towards Zhao Fu. The dragon descendant stretched out a hand, causing countless shattered boulders to fly up, bringing with them waves of power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body was inundated by the attacks. Massive sounds continuously sounded out, and the terrifying aura caused people to feel despair. The young masters continuously attacked, hoping that they could injure Zhao Fu. After a while, the young masters stopped to catch their breath. They had used up a large amount of energy in their attacks. The light mist dissipated, revealing Zhao Fu's body, but he was not injured at all. The young masters' expressions became quite unsightly. They had not been able to injure Zhao Fu even after going all out with their attacks. Long Sui inwardly rejoiced. Even though it was shameful to admit defeat, this demon dragon young master was an undefeatable existence, and stubbornly staying to fight was an idiotic action. Long Qinghong's expression was serious. He had personally experienced Zhao Fu's power, and he had already developed a trace of fear towards Zhao Fu. Long Huiling's expression did not change, as if he had already expected this. Long Shiwu seriously observed Zhao Fu, wanting to understand Zhao Fu better before the final battle. Long Yanni's expression was unsightly as she looked at Long Qifeng and called out, "Let's use our final move." Long Qifeng nodded seriously. Roar! Roar! Two massive dragon roars sounded out as Long Yanni turned into a massive fire dragon, while Long Qifeng turned into a massive ice dragon, hovering in the sky. The fire dragon gave off massive flames, causing half of the ancestral dragon cave to turn fiery red. The immense heat seemed to be able to melt steel, and the people in the distance could feel this heat, causing their bodies to continuously sweat. The ice dragon gave off large amounts of chilling aura, causing half of the ancestral dragon cave to become ice red. Countless traces of chilling aura covered the ground, and the people in the distance were affected, causing them to shiver. The two dragons formed two worlds, one of which was a world of fire and the other of which was a world of ice. The auras of ice and fire caused people to feel terror, and their bodies became uncomfortable under the hot and cold auras. This scene was quite shocking. Boom! The fire dragon and ice dragon brought with them the power of the two worlds as they smashed towards Zhao Fu. Everything in the surroundings collapsed, and it seemed as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. It was incredibly terrifying, and a shocking shockwave spread out. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands, and they gave off countless traces of black demonic qi, which turned into two demon dragons that quickly grew and rushed towards the fire dragon and ice dragon. The ice dragon and fire dragon charged towards the demon dragon, and they charged towards the two demon dragons with immense power. The two demon dragons ferociously gave off large amounts of demonic qi and shot towards the fire and ice dragons. They were like two demon dragon spears as they shot into the fire and ice worlds and bit the fire and ice dragons, causing the two dragons to howl in pain. The demon dragon that bit the ice dragon and fire dragon wantonly devoured their power. The ice dragon and fire dragon struggled in pain, but they could not break free. Their power continued to weaken, and finally, the ice dragon and fire dragon disappeared. The ice dragon and fire dragon fell from the sky, smashing two large craters in the ground. Their legacy power had been absorbed by Zhao Fu, and their bodies had been quite injured. Now, they did not even have the strength to crawl on the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they looked at Zhao Fu in fear. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu holding back, they would have been devoured alive. This young Lord Demon Dragon was simply too abnormal, and they were not a match for him at all. Even if they worked together, it would be useless. Now, two more dragons had been defeated, and there were only 4 left. Zhao Fu gave a faint smile as he looked at the remaining 4 people. The 4 people's expressions were quite unsightly, and they did not dare to make the first move. Now, there were only 4 of them, and it seemed that they had no hope of defeating Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 252, Roar, Roar. 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 4 massive dragons' roars sounded out as the 4 of them turned into 4 massive divine dragons. One gave off many violet arcs of lightning, one gave off a large amount of earth-colored aura, one gave off an azure wind, and one gave off a metallic light. 4 powerful auras wreaked havoc on the battlefield, making everyone feel as if they were standing in front of an abyss, causing them to feel terror. Boom, the lightning dragon opened its mouth and spat out a massive pillar of lightning, which gave off a terrifying aura as it blasted towards Xiao Fu incredibly quickly. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and turned it into a demon dragon claw. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the massive pillar of lightning smashed into Xiao Fu's hand with shocking power. Arcs of lightning spread out around Xiao Fu, lighting up the surroundings. Xiao Fu blocked the lightning dragon's attack with a single hand. Boom! The earth dragon gave off immense power as it suddenly smashed towards Xiao Fu. Its terrifying power could collapse a large mountain. Xiao Fu vigorously punched out, bringing with it a ferocious force. Bang! The fist and earth dragon collided, causing a massive gale to blow out. The ground instantly cracked, and in the end, the massive earth dragon was sent flying. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a wind dragon flew into the sky, giving off a large amount of azure light, causing half the sky to turn azure. The surroundings were densely packed with azure wind blades, giving off incredibly sharp auras as they slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu looked at the wind blades that covered the heavens and earth as he opened his mouth and shot out a black beam of light, which contained terrifying demon dragon power as it shot towards the countless wind blades. Bang! The azure light barrier was pierced by the black beam of light, and the wind dragon in the sky was sent flying by the black beam of light. The countless azure wind blades turned into an azure aura and dissipated. A metal dragon appeared behind Xiao Fu and raised its massive dragon claw as it slammed towards Xiao Fu. The power it contained could shatter the ground. Xiao Fu raised a hand to cover his head. When the dragon claw struck Xiao Fu's body, the ground beneath Xiao Fu's feet shattered, but Xiao Fu was not injured at all. His body released a large amount of demonic qi and shot towards the metal dragon, turning into a black rope that wrapped around the metal dragon's body. The metal dragon was given a big fright and immediately flew into the sky. However, the black ropes binding him made it so that he could not fly, and he immediately started to struggle. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a condescending smile as he appeared above the metal dragon's head and stomped down. Boom! The huge metal dragon was stomped on the ground, creating another huge crater. Countless rocks flew out, and smoke and dust filled the air. Xiao Fu extended his hand and grasped downwards. A massive force pulled out a metallic dragon phantom and absorbed it into his body. That metal was heavily injured, its aura weak as it lay on the ground, without the strength to fight. The remaining 3 dragons looked at Xiao Fu, who was standing on the metal dragon's head, with ugly expressions. Roar! The lightning dragon gave a heaven-shaking roar and countless bolts of violet lightning appeared, covering the surrounding thousands of meters and giving off terrifying lightning power. The lightning dragon used all of its strength to rush at Xiao Fu, seeming like it was punishing the heavens and earth. Xiao Fu stretched out a dragon claw, which was surrounded by countless traces of demonic qi, and pressed downwards. Boom! A massive demon dragon claw appeared in the air and gave off boundless demonic might as it pressed the lightning dragon's body against the ground. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, causing cracks to appear in the ground. The lightning power could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Xiao Fu's body leapt up and disappeared, appearing above the lightning dragon's head. The lightning dragon coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Fu with an unwilling expression. Xiao Fu condescendingly laughed and grabbed out with his hand. A lightning dragon phantom was pulled out and fused into Xiao Fu's body. The lightning dragon became weak and no longer had the strength to fight. Xiao Fu's sharp gaze looked at the earth dragon. The earth dragon took a step back in fear, seeming to instinctively do so. Xiao Fu's body turned into an afterimage as he charged at the earth dragon. The earth dragon gave off a large amount of yellow aura in fear, which flooded out in all directions. The ground trembled as a semicircular barrier of earth gave off a powerful and heavy aura. Xiao Fu's body gave off a demonic light and gave off a powerful aura as he quickly shot forwards. Bang! 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 Massive sounds rang out as Xiao Fu shot out like an arrow, quickly piercing through the barriers and causing countless chunks of earth to fly everywhere. Xiao Fu pierced through all of the barriers and appeared in front of the earth dragon. The earth dragon opened its mouth and ferociously bit at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu swung his dragon claw, sending out 5 massive black arcs of light that slashed at the Earth Dragon's head, forcing it back 3 or 4 steps. The Earth Dragon still wanted to attack. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, and a massive force grabbed the Earthen Dragon. The massive force caused the Earthen Dragon to feel immense pain, and it roared. Its body violently struggled, but it was unable to break free from that formless hand. Zhao Fu vigorously gripped with his hand and a yellow dragon phantom came out of the Earth Dragon's body before being absorbed by Zhao Fu, causing the Earth Dragon to immediately become powerless. After dealing with this Earth Dragon, there was still a Wind Dragon left. Zhao Fu looked at the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon looked at Zhao Fu in fear. This demon dragon young master was so powerful that it was terrifying. Even the 8 young masters working together would not be a match for him. Zhao Fu prepared to attack. The Wind Dragon said, "I'm willing to hand over the Wind Dragon legacy power within my body. There's no need to continue fighting. Now that the situation could not be changed, continuing to fight would only cause humiliation." As such, the Wind Dragon did not continue to fight. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a satisfied smile and grabbed at the air. The Wind Dragon felt a suction force pull out his legacy power, and a Wind Dragon phantom flew out and quickly flew into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes. Now that he had obtained the 8 young masters' legacy power, he needed to properly digest it. Many rainbow-colored lights and streams of dragon power spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and countless people felt a massive pressure. The bloodlines within their bodies started to become afraid, and they all looked shocked. Zhao Fu sensed the massive dragon power within his body and gave a smile. Finally, his gaze fell on Dragon Void's body. Now, he only had his dragon power left. As long as he absorbed his dragon power, even if he did not obtain the dragon ancestor's power, he would obtain a power similar to the dragon ancestor's power, just much weaker. After all, this was the dragon ancestor's power fused from the 11 bloodlines' legacy power, so there were still some differences between it and the true dragon ancestor's power. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Dragon Void's expression became serious. Now, it was time to decide who would become the desolate ancient dragon clan's young master. He did not have full confidence in this battle, and the power that Zhao Fu had displayed gave him an unfathomable feeling. Book 1, Chapter 253, Battle. Zhao Fu said. "Let's begin." Void nodded. The two of them came to the other side. Because of the battle just now, there was much damage. Everyone became even more excited. They had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and both of them were incredibly powerful. One had become the master of 10,000 swords, while the other had the desolate ancient dragon star. Both of them would definitely have a world-shaking battle, and no one knew who would become the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord. Who do you think will become the desolate dragon young master and lead the entire desolate dragon race? Of course it's that demon dragon young master. Everyone has seen his strength. Even the 8 young masters combined aren't his match. That's right. I also think that demon dragon young master will become the desolate dragon young master. Not only is he strong, but his bloodline is also terrifyingly high. Is that so? I think that Void will become the dragon young master. He has the desolate dragon star and is blessed by the heavens. Moreover, who has seen Void's strength before? I also think that Void will become the dragon young master. I believe in the power of the desolate dragon star. It is our race's fate star. Perhaps it can suppress demon dragon young master's bloodline. Yes, the desolate dragon star does have the ability to suppress bloodlines. As long as one belongs to the desolate dragon race, he will definitely be suppressed. Now, let's see whether demon dragon young master's bloodline is stronger or Void's desolate dragon star is stronger. Many experts of the dragon race had serious expressions as they looked at Zhao Fu and Void. They were also very interested in this battle. Boom, an explosion sounded out. Zhao Fu understood how strong Void was. He directly released the demon dragon's immense power. A demonic flame ignited on Zhao Fu's body and terrifying demonic might spread out like a gale. Boom, Void also understood how strong Zhao Fu was. He released the power of a sky dragon. Crystal flames ignited on his body and a powerful draconic might spread out. The demonic energy emitted by one person covered half of the dragon cave, and there was a faint image of a domineering demonic dragon inside. The crystal dragon energy emitted by another person also covered half of the dragon cave, and there was a faint image of a powerful and noble crystal dragon. Two terrifying auras collided, causing shockwaves to spread out in all directions. Just the auras that the two of them were giving off were enough to cause the surrounding area to tremble. It was several times scarier than the battle between the 8 bloodline young masters. Xiao, the sound of the air being torn rang out as Zhao Fu and Dragon Void shot towards each other like two streaks of light. Zhao Fu and Dragon Void waved their fists and attacked each other with frightening strength. The dragon race's body was the strongest, so it could be said that this was a battle of physical strength. Bang bang bang, huge explosions sounded out as the terrifying forces continuously collided with each other. The ground around them continuously cracked open, creating large craters. Rocks flew everywhere and a violent gale wreaked havoc. Bang, Zhao Fu's fist slammed into Void Dragon's chest, causing Void Dragon's body to fly back dozens of meters before stopping. Void stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack as his body shot towards Zhao Fu like a cannonball. Looking at the incoming Dragon Void, Zhao Fu vigorously punched out, and a black fist energy containing terrifying power blasted towards Dragon Void, causing the ground to continuously crack. Void's fist destroyed the incoming fist energy and his body continued to speed up. He suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Zhao Fu in the next second. His fists contained immense power as they punched towards Zhao Fu's back, and a crystalline energy flowed out. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and a black dragon inscription barrier immediately appeared, covering Zhao Fu's body. Bang, the black dragon inscription barrier instantly shattered, and the crystalline energy caused Zhao Fu's body to fly backwards, leaving a wide crack in the ground. Zhao Fu waved his hand, destroying that energy, and his body also stopped. Void was somewhat shocked. Such a terrifying attack had not caused much damage to Zhao Fu. This demon dragon young lord's physique was indeed more terrifying than his. Zhao Fu looked at Void, and his gaze became cold. His hands turned into demon dragon claws, and he waved them forwards. 10 black arcs of light containing immense power slashed towards Void. Void stood in his original position, and a crystal wall appeared in front of him. The shocking black arcs of light slashed against the crystal wall, causing it to shatter. Zhao Fu's body appeared behind the crystal wall, and he punched out with all his strength. The terrifying force seemed to be able to destroy everything in its surroundings. Void's other hand turned into a crystalline dragon claw, and he also punched out with all his strength, causing a massive force to surge forwards. Bang, a loud sound rang out, and the two fists collided. The surrounding space cracked, and the terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. Void took 3 steps back, and Zhao Fu took 2 steps back. Zhao Fu wanted to continue attacking. Void's eyes narrowed, and 2 slender crystalline beams shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately dodged to the side, and the crystalline beams landed on the ground, instantly turning it into crystals. Void's eyes looked towards Zhao Fu, and 2 more crystalline beams shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately used his defensive barrier to block, and the crystalline beams passed through Zhao Fu's barrier. Not only did the barrier start to crystallize, but Zhao Fu's body also started to crystallize. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side. Void's eyes shot out 2 more crystalline beams. Zhao Fu opened his mouth, and a black beam of light shot out with immense power. Bang, the 2 of them clashed, causing an explosion, and light scattered in all directions. Zhao Fu's body continued to charge towards Void. Void also opened his mouth and spat out a crystalline energy, causing the ground and space to crystallize at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Fu hurriedly retreated. Void didn't retreat but instead charged towards Zhao Fu. A dragon claw gave off a crystalline light, and it grabbed towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu punched forwards. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, and both of them retreated by 5 or 6 meters. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and demonic energy appeared, turning into a black dragon that quickly grew and charged towards Void. Void didn't move, and he once again spat out a crystalline energy that floated forwards. The surroundings quickly crystallized, and it looked extremely shocking. If an ordinary person didn't even have the chance to react, they would have turned into a crystal statue. The black dragon didn't have any intention of dodging, and its body gave off a large amount of black light as it ferociously charged towards Void. Bang, the black dragon sent Void flying, and it used a black light to block the crystalline energy. Although the surroundings had crystallized, it seemed to have wrapped around the black dragon. Void coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. He had to use even greater power to defeat Zhao Fu. Peak. Book 1, Chapter 254, Seal. Roar. Dragon Void raised its head and gave a massive roar as a powerful aura spread out. Crystal scales started to grow on its body, and it finally turned into a tall and beautiful crystal dragon person. Zhao Fu quickly rushed towards Dragon Void. Dragon Void grabbed at the air, and the area around Zhao Fu started to crystallize and quickly spread towards Zhao Fu. It was as if there were two hemispheres that were about to form. Zhao Fu exploded out with a powerful aura and pushed outwards with both hands, wanting to break free from the crystal ball. Dragon Void grabbed at the air again, and the crystal ball closed with great power, trapping Zhao Fu within it. The crystal ball continued to quickly crystallize and spread towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released a black dragon inscription barrier and a powerful wave of dragon power, blocking the corrosion of the dragon power. Dragon Void stretched out its claws and suddenly raised them upwards. The massive crystal ball flew into the sky and gave off an intense crystal light. Bang! The crystal ball violently exploded, and a shocking power spread out, causing countless crystals to shoot in all directions. Zhao Fu was slightly injured, and he stood in the sky. Dragon Void looked at Zhao Fu in the sky seriously. This was only a light injury. Zhao Fu, who was standing in the sky, slapped down towards Dragon Void with a dragon claw, and a massive wave of black dragon power covered the sky as it shot towards Dragon Void. Dragon Void's claws tore at the air, tearing apart the black dragon power that covered the sky. However, at that moment, the 5 demon dragon heads gave off terrifying power and rushed towards Dragon Void. It was one of Zhao Fu's arms that had grown 5 dragon heads. Dragon Void did not panic, and a crystalline light shot out from his mouth, bringing with it immense power as it shot towards the 5 dragon heads. Bang! The 2 waves of power collided, and a shocking shockwave spread out. The light continuously smashed into the 5 demon dragon heads, and the 5 demon dragon heads gave off black demonic chi to resist the corrosion of the crystal light. Suddenly, the 5 dragon heads circled around the crystal light and continued to bite at nothingness. Dragon Void punched out a few times, sending the 4 dragon heads flying. However, one of the demon dragon heads managed to bite Dragon Void's leg. Dragon Void's entire body was crystallized, making it abnormally tough. The sharp dragon teeth only managed to bite in a little. Bang! The dragon beast swung its arm and flung Void away. Void's body smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Boom boom boom, the 5 demon dragon heads opened their mouths and 5 black beams of light containing massive power shot towards Dragon Void. They were incredibly fast and gave off shocking sounds. Bang bang bang, numerous explosions sounded out as the 5 black beams of light shot onto the ground, causing massive explosions. Countless black rays of light spread out as sand and gravel spread out. But after the ripples spread out, there was no sign of emptiness. Zhao Fu turned his head and saw that Void's dragon claw had become huge and was grabbing towards him with terrifying strength. Roar! A huge black dragon head grew out from Zhao Fu's back and charged towards Long Su with a ferocious aura. Pooh! Dragon Void's dragon claw grabbed onto the black dragon's head and 5 crystal arcs of light tore the black dragon's head apart. The dragon claw followed the black dragon's body and went for Zhao Fu's back. Zhao Fu's body bowed and 2 more black dragons grew out from Zhao Fu's back. They brought with them a powerful aura and bit towards Dragon Void from both sides. Dragon Void snorted coldly and its body emitted a dazzling crystal light. It was like a dragon claw formed from light. It instantly grabbed towards Zhao Fu and tore away the dragon heads. Zhao Fu's back was hit by a huge force and his body rapidly fell to the ground. Bang! Zhao Fu's body landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to collapse. In the sky, Dragon Void gave off shocking power as it continued to attack Zhao Fu, leaving behind a crystalline ray of light. Zhao Fu stood up from the ground and a powerful dragon force spread out. Zhao Fu's entire body turned into a black dragon man. He opened up a dragon claw that gave off an intense black light. Bang! The 2 dragon claws clashed with a powerful force and gave off a loud sound. Both of their bodies flew back more than 10 meters. In the next second, both of their bodies disappeared and reappeared in the middle. Dragon Void's claw clawed towards Xiao Fu's chest. Xiao Fu leaned to the side and punched towards Dragon Void's abdomen. Dragon Void also dodged to the side and avoided Xiao Fu's attack. Dragon Void then swung its dragon tail towards Xiao Fu with a powerful force. Xiao Fu blocked with both hands in front of him and the crystal dragon tail forced Xiao Fu back 4 or 5 steps. Dragon Void's body continued to pounce towards Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu also rushed up. Dragon Void's claw slammed into Xiao Fu's chest. Xiao Fu allowed it to attack for a while, but he continued to punch with all his strength, which was imbued with dragon force, into Dragon Void's chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Dragon Void was sent flying and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Dragon Void's eyes coldly looked at Xiao Fu and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth as he slammed his claw onto the ground. Swish, 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 countless sharp crystal spikes shot out from the ground, bringing with them immense force as they shot towards Xiao Fu. They were incredibly fast and covered the surrounding 1,000 meters. Xiao Fu immediately flew into the sky, but the crystal spikes quickly grew and chased after Xiao Fu. Boom! 2 crystal rays of light shot out from Dragon Void's eyes, giving off immense power as they shot towards Xiao Fu, bringing with them a gust of wind. At this moment of danger, Xiao Fu spread out his hands and a demon dragon spiraled around Xiao Fu's body, giving off a powerful demonic might. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 beams of light and crystal spikes simultaneously hit Xiao Fu, resulting in an intense explosion. Countless rays of light and shards scattered in all directions. Ripples spread out and the demon dragon next to Xiao Fu dissipated, but Xiao Fu was not injured at all. Xiao Fu looked at Dragon Void and a shocking demonic aura spread out. Countless demon dragons rushed out from Xiao Fu's body, giving off a ferocious aura as they rushed towards Dragon Void like a massive black river. Dragon Void put his claws together and raised them. Countless crystals condensed into a 6-meter-long crystal sword that gave off a terrifying dragon's power. Boom! The crystal sword slashed forwards and a massive crystal sword light containing immense power slashed towards the Black River. With a single slash, the Black River was split apart and everything around it turned into crystals. Suddenly, a huge black dragon sprang out of the ground and swallowed Dragon Nothingness with its huge maw. Everyone was shocked. Dragon Void had been eaten just like that. The black dragon flew in the sky and gave off boundless demonic light and a massive aura as it refined Dragon's nothingness. Xiao Fu stretched out a dragon claw, increasing the black dragon's power. Book 1, Chapter 255, End of Book 1. Within the black dragon's stomach, Dragon Void gave off a crystalline light to protect his body, but the demonic energy continuously corroded him, causing his body to start to turn into a black crystal. Roar! Dragon Nothingness roared out and released all of his power. Countless crystalline lights shot out and pierced through the black dragon's body, causing his stomach to burst open. The black dragon also turned into countless traces of black dragon chi and dissipated. Xiao Fu opened his mouth and a black beam of light containing immense power shot towards Dragon Void incredibly quickly. Dragon Void also opened his mouth and shot out a crystalline beam of light containing shocking power towards Xiao Fu. Bang! The 2 beams of light collided in midair and a massive shockwave spread out like a wild gale. Xiao Fu looked forwards and the black beam of light in his mouth became even more intense and shot towards Dragon Void with even greater power. Dragon Void's beam of light also became even more intense and gave off shocking power. The 2 beams of light continuously collided in the sky and powerful shockwaves spread out, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The winds and clouds swirled and the terrifying aura caused everyone's bodies to feel as if they had fallen into icy water, causing them to tremble. Bang! In the end, Xiao Fu's power was a bit stronger and the massive black beam of light hit Dragon Void's body, sending it flying. Dragon Void coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his body was covered with blood. His injuries were quite severe. Xiao Fu's body rushed towards Dragon Void. Boom! Dragon Void turned into a divine dragon made of crystals and his body gave off a crystalline light, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Boom! Dragon Void spat out a massive crystalline beam of light that contained destructive power towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's body gave off boundless demonic light and a few dragon inscription barriers appeared, protecting Xiao Fu's body. Bang! Xiao Fu's body was sent flying by the beam of light and only stopped after flying quite a distance. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He had suffered some injuries. The crystal dragon that Dragon Void had turned into quickly rushed towards Xiao Fu, its claws containing terrifying power as they grabbed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu punched forward. Dragon claws collided with dragon claws. Their strength was about the same. The crystal dragon clawed at Xiao Fu again. Xiao Fu dodged and dodged the claw. The crystal dragon rushed down towards Xiao Fu. The huge dragon head smashed into Xiao Fu's body, knocking Xiao Fu's body down from the sky, creating a crater. The crystal dragon continued to dive downward with a powerful aura. Xiao Fu stood up from the ground and a huge amount of black demonic qi surged out from Xiao Fu's body. It was like a huge black pillar of qi smashing towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon did not have any intention of dodging. It directly collided with the huge black pillar with a powerful force. The black pillar dispersed with one strike, but the black aura did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to surge towards the crystal dragon's body, forming black ropes that wrapped around the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon's expression changed and it vigorously struggled. Its massive power broke a few of the black ropes, but there were still many that it could not break free from. Xiao Fu gave a cold smile as he raised his hand and pressed down. A massive force pulled the black ropes and smashed the crystal dragon's body down. The crystal dragon smashed into the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. Countless sand and stones were blasted away like shockwaves, and a massive hole appeared in the ground. Blood flowed out of the crystal dragon's mouth as it madly struggled. It broke free from the black ropes and gave off a powerful aura as it smashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu also gave off a powerful force as he smashed forwards. Bang! Xiao Fu's body was knocked back by the massive crystal dragon, and the ground continuously cracked. The crystal dragon's power was still quite terrifying. Massive waves of demonic qi flowed out of Xiao Fu's body, forming a massive demon dragon's head, and only then was it able to block the crystal dragon's attack. The crystal dragon vigorously swung its claws, sending out 5 massive arcs of light that ferociously crushed the black dragon's head, causing it to turn into countless traces of black aura and dissipate. The crystal dragon then raised its claws and slammed them towards Xiao Fu with massive power. Xiao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and the crystal dragon's claws slammed into the ground, leaving behind a massive dragon claw print and causing the ground to violently tremble. The crystal dragon raised its other claw and slammed it towards Xiao Fu with great power. Xiao Fu once again dodged, and a few massive demon dragons flew out from Xiao Fu's body, wanting to bite the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon roared in pain and flung away the black dragon that was biting it. The black dragon then continued to rush towards dragon nothingness. The crystal dragon spat out a terrifying crystal-colored beam of light that swept to the side. The crystal-colored beam of light was incredibly terrifying, and it instantly split apart the black dragon's bodies. The black dragons turned into countless traces of black aura and dissipated. Bang! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu vigorously punched the crystal dragon's abdomen. The massive power sent the crystal dragon flying into the sky. The crystal dragon opened its mouth in anger and pain, and a crystal-colored beam of light ferociously shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu immediately dodged to the side, but the crystal dragon vigorously slammed down with its claws, smashing Xiao Fu into the ground. The ground cracked open, and Xiao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crystal dragon raised its other dragon claw and slapped down with great force. Xiao Fu did not hesitate, and his body gave off boundless black light as he turned into a massive demon dragon. He gave off powerful dragon power as he sent the crystal dragon flying, resulting in a massive explosion. Seeing that Xiao Fu had also become a demon dragon, the crystal dragon gave off great power as it rushed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu also gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon grabbed at Xiao Fu with one claw, and Xiao Fu grabbed at the crystal dragon. The two dragon claws collided, and the crystal dragon bit towards Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu slapped the crystal dragon down with one claw and bit the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon struggled with all its might, broke free, and smashed into Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu's dragon claws gave off great power as they grabbed at the crystal dragon's body, sending it flying. He then spat out a black beam of light that shot out with great power, hitting the crystal dragon's body. An explosion sounded out as the crystal dragon was sent flying. The crystal dragon was slightly injured, and it furiously spat out a crystal-colored beam of light that quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, dodging the crystal beam of light. The crystal dragon immediately spat out another beam of light, and Zhao Fu once again dodged. He also spat out a black beam of light that quickly shot towards the crystal dragon, and the crystal dragon also dodged. Both sides continuously spat out black beams of light in the sky. Either the crystal dragon was sent flying by the black beam of light, or the black dragon was sent flying by the crystal beam of light. Overall, the black dragon had a greater advantage, and its injuries were lighter, and its recovery speed was faster than the crystal dragon's. Book 1, Chapter 256, Seal, Boom. The crystal dragon opened its mouth and shot out an enormous crystal-colored beam of light that contained the power of a crystal world, giving off a massive aura. Boom. The black dragon also shot out an enormous black beam of light that contained destructive power as it ferociously shot towards the crystal dragon. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two beams of light collided in the air, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Countless rays of blinding light blasted out, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. However, the shocking shockwaves were still terrifying. The instant the light dissipated, the black dragon appeared in front of the crystal dragon and gave off a powerful aura as it leapt at the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon was unable to react in time and was bitten by the black dragon. The sharp dragon teeth sank into the crystal dragon's body, causing the crystal dragon to howl in pain and madly bite at the black dragon's body. The black dragon's claws pierced through the crystal dragon's body, causing crystal blood to flow out of the wound. The crystal dragon wanted to use its claws to grab the black dragon, but the black dragon did not give it a chance. Its claws grabbed onto the crystal dragon's body and twisted outwards, making it so that the crystal dragon's claws could not reach it. The crystal dragon's claws could not reach the black dragon, so it used its head to bite at the black dragon's body. It gave off crystal light that corroded the black dragon's body, causing the parts of the black dragon's body to start to crystallize. The black dragon ferociously bit the crystal dragon's body and slammed against it, causing it to fall towards the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two massive dragons heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater and causing many cracks to spread out. The ground violently trembled as countless rocks and sand were blasted out in all directions. After the dust settled, the black dragon was on top of the crystal dragon's body. Blood flowed out of the crystal dragon's mouth, and it seemed as if a few of its bones had been broken. Bang! The black dragon raised its claws and slammed them against the crystal dragon's head, causing the crystal dragon's head to smash into the ground, causing the ground to once again crack open. The black dragon raised its claws and prepared to attack the crystal dragon again. The crystal dragon furiously looked at the black dragon and exploded out with terrifying power, sending Zhao Fu's body flying away. In the sky, a boundless, ancient, desolate, and vast dragon power spread out, unstoppably covering the heavens and earth. Sensing this power, countless desolate ancient dragon race members felt their blood boil and their hearts beat wildly as they looked up into the sky in shock. The sky seemed to freeze as a massive golden star giving off boundless golden light and bringing with it the world's most powerful dragon energy slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to freeze, and all creatures felt suffocated. Even from far away, they could sense this terrifying dragon power. They could also see the golden stars in the sky, flickering with resplendent starlight. The people from the 10,000 Swords City and the various large factions looked at the golden star in the sky with serious expressions. They understood that the primordial dragon race's young lord selection was incredibly intense, and even their fate star had descended. It was a pity that the primordial dragon race refused to allow non-members of the dragon race to enter the ancestral dragon cave. Otherwise, they would have liked to go in and take a look. This was the primordial dragon race's clan star. It was golden and there seemed to be 11 dragons within it. The power it gave off was incredibly terrifying, but it was slightly smaller than the Heaven Awakened World's sovereign star, and its power and aura were weaker. Everyone was excited. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The ancient Desolation Dragon star that had descended was indeed powerful. Now that Dragon Void had summoned the ancient Desolation Dragon, would the demon dragon race's young lord still be a match for it? Dragon Void's body, which was also known as the Crystal Dragon, automatically flew up into the sky and stopped below the dragon star. Endless power of the stars poured into Dragon Void's body, instantly healing its injuries. The power it had consumed also recovered quickly, and it even became stronger. Jiaofu lay on the ground and looked at Dragon Void seriously. The ancient desolation Dragon Star's descent made Jiaofu feel a great deal of pressure, and things had become quite difficult to deal with. The crystal dragon gave off a massive amount of Dragon Star energy as it flew towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon vigorously leapt up, giving off a massive amount of dragon energy as it rushed towards the crystal dragon. Looking at the demon dragon charging over, the crystal dragon gave off a trace of condescension. Its power was now far greater than before, and it gave off a massive aura as it rushed over. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the two dragons collided in the air. The crystal dragon did not retreat at all, and the black dragon's body retreated to the ground. The crystal dragon gave a trace of a smile as it opened its mouth, and a massive crystal light containing immense power shot towards the demon dragon on the ground. The demon dragon immediately flew to the side, dodging this attack. Boom! The massive crystal light hit the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. The terrifying crystal light blasted open a massive crater in the ground. After dodging the attack, the demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out a black ray of light that ferociously shot towards the crystal dragon. A crystal semicircle appeared in front of the crystal dragon, and when the black ray of light hit the semicircle, it only caused many cracks to appear on the semicircle and was not able to shatter it. Dragon Void gave off a massive wave of power, and the countless crystals in the sky formed massive rhombus-shaped crystals. Each of them was 10 or so meters long and 3 meters wide, and there were 100 or so of them. Boom, boom, boom! The massive rhombus-shaped crystals brought with them waves of powerful force and were incredibly fast as they shot towards the demon dragon like a hot knife through butter. The demon dragon was unable to dodge so many massive crystals, and it gave off a massive amount of dragon energy. 5 massive black dragon inscription barriers appeared, giving off an incredibly firm aura. Bang, bang, bang! Massive sounds rang out as the crystals at the front smashed into the defensive barriers and shattered, causing many cracks to appear on the defensive barriers. The crystals at the back instantly shattered the defensive barriers, and the crystals landed on the demon dragon's body, causing the black dragon to roar in pain. The crystal dragon grinned. Now that the situation had changed, he was on the stronger side, and he wanted Jiaofu to suffer the same damage and pain. Boom! The crystal dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed at the black dragon, and a terrifying aura flooded towards the black dragon like a river. The demon dragon furiously looked at the crystal dragon and gave off a massive roar as its body gave off a black blood-red flame. Terrifying waves of power flooded out like a black ocean, and the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this power and started to twist. Sensing this power, everyone felt their blood become icy cold, and they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Their bodies and souls felt immense terror. The heavens and earth started to change as countless black clouds spread out, giving off powerful ripples that were not any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon star. Countless people looked incredibly shocked. Was this the power of that bloodline? It was not any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon star's star power, and it was incredibly shocking. The crystal dragon, who had been charging over, sensed this immense power, and his expression became serious as he stopped. Peak. Book 1, 257. Boom! The black dragon gave off a massive aura as it ferociously charged at the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon was not to be outdone and also gave off a powerful aura as it charged at the black dragon. Bang! Bang! Sounds rang out as the black dragon's claw slammed against the crystal dragon's body and the crystal dragon's tail slammed against the black dragon's body. The black dragon slammed against the crystal dragon's body, knocking the crystal dragon back. The crystal dragon immediately leapt over and slammed its claw against the black dragon's body. The two dragons intensely fought in the sky and terrifying auras spread out, causing people to feel fear. Bang! The crystal dragon drew on the desolate ancient dragon star's power and sent Jiaofu flying like a mountain. The black dragon opened its mouth and countless traces of black light condensed into a black orb of light, giving off a destructive power. The black dragon stretched out its head and spat out the black orb of light, which quickly flew towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon gave off a powerful aura and countless crystals formed a massive crystal wall in front of it. Bang! The black orb of light exploded and the terrifying explosive force caused the crystal wall to explode, but it did not harm the crystal dragon. Suddenly, an even larger black orb of light flew in front of the crystal dragon and exploded. Countless traces of black light spread out and the crystal dragon was also sent flying by the explosion. The black dragon on the ground once again opened its mouth and countless traces of black light condensed into a black orb of light that flew towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon furiously swung its claws and 5 powerful claws slashed forwards, shattering the black orb of light and causing it to dissipate into motes of black light. The black dragon on the ground gave off countless traces of demonic chi and split into 3 massive black dragons. The 3 black dragons ferociously charged at the crystal dragon from 3 different directions. The crystal dragon spat out a massive crystal beam of light that gave off a shocking aura as it tore through the air and pierced through the black dragon's body, causing the black dragon to turn into countless traces of demonic chi and dissipate. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars sounded out as the remaining 2 demon dragons leapt in front of the crystal dragon. One bit towards the crystal dragon's throat while the other bit towards the crystal dragon's abdomen. The crystal dragon swung its tail and sent one of the black dragons flying with a powerful gale. However, the other black dragon bit the crystal dragon's body and the intense pain caused the crystal dragon to howl. At that moment, the 3rd black dragon bit onto the crystal dragon's body. Roar! The crystal dragon roared towards the sky and a powerful crystal shockwave spread out, blasting away the 2 black dragons and causing the surrounding space to crystallize. The 2 black dragons that had been blasted away also crystallized, but they immediately opened their mouths and 2 black beams of light ferociously shot towards the crystal dragon, giving off shocking auras. Bang! The 2 black beams of light hit the crystal dragon's body and sent it flying, causing the crystal dragon to explode out. Crystal dragon coldly looked at the desolate ancient dragon star in the sky. The desolate ancient dragon star gave off a powerful aura and a thin golden pillar of light landed on crystal dragon's forehead. It was as if something had been opened and an extremely terrifying power flowed out of crystal dragon's body. A vertical eye appeared on the crystal dragon's forehead and the surrounding space quickly crystallized. It was as if it had become a crystalline space, looking both beautiful and terrifying. The crystal dragon's vertical eye looked at the 2 black dragons and a massive power covered the 2 black dragons' bodies. One black dragon quickly turned into a crystal. The other black dragon gave off powerful power to resist, but its body quickly crystallized. The black dragon opened its mouth and countless rays of black light shot out. A massive black hole appeared in front of it and gave off a powerful suction force. It sucked the crystal dragon's power into the black hole, causing the black dragon's body to stop crystallizing. The vertical eye on the crystal dragon's forehead opened and an even more powerful crystal power flowed forwards. The black hole quickly absorbed the crystal power but still slowly crystallized. The black dragon's body gave off a large amount of demonic chi as it flew out from the black hole, giving off a powerful aura as it flew towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon's vertical eye immediately looked at the incoming black dragon. The black dragon's surroundings and body started to crystallize, but the black dragon continued to give off a powerful aura as it rushed towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon stopped in the air and opened its vertical eye, causing the black dragon's surroundings to crystallize even faster. More than half of the black dragon's body had become crystal. The black dragon gave off a powerful aura as it continued to rush towards the crystal dragon. In the end, its body completely crystallized. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a massive black hole appeared in the sky. A black dragon drilled out and sent the crystal dragon flying with terrifying power. The crystal dragon was sent flying and was slightly injured. Its expression was cold as the vertical eye on its forehead continued to look at the black dragon. The black dragon's surroundings immediately started to crystallize. The black dragon immediately went back into the black hole. The crystal dragon's vertical eye stared at the black hole and quickly turned the black hole into crystal. However, black holes appeared beside the golden dragon, and there were dozens of them. The crystal dragon understood that the black dragon would come out from within, so it immediately gathered a wave of power in the vertical eye on its forehead. Dozens of crystal lights shot out, piercing through the black holes and causing them to all crystallize. Suddenly, an incredibly massive black hole appeared behind the crystal dragon, giving off a massive suction force that sucked the crystal dragon's body down. The crystal dragon's body exploded out with immense power, and its body gave off countless crystal lights. Everything covered by the crystal lights started to crystallize, including the massive black hole, and the suction force gradually weakened. A black hole suddenly appeared beside the crystal dragon, and a black dragon once again drilled out. It opened its mouth and a massive black light shot at the crystal dragon's body, sending it flying. The crystal dragon immediately counterattacked, and its forehead gave off many crystal lights. A massive crystal ring covered Zhao Fu and gave off a powerful sealing power, making it so that the black dragon could not retreat. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the crystal dragon sent the black dragon flying with massive power. The massive power caused the black dragon to cough up a mouthful of blood. The crystal dragon continued to rush at the black dragon and clawed at the black dragon's body, opening up 5 gashes. The black dragon's expression was savage as it bit towards the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon immediately looked at the black dragon with its vertical eye, and a massive wave of crystal power corroded the black dragon's body, causing it to crystallize once again. Boom! The black dragon unleashed a powerful force and sent the crystal dragon flying. The crystal dragon also spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to look at the black dragon with its vertical eye. The black dragon's body continued to crystallize. As its body continued to crystallize, the black dragon was also injured. However, ordinary dragon power could not withstand such terrifying crystalline power. The demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood emitted a black light and formed watermelon-sized balls that quickly flew towards the crystal dragon. Book 1, 258. The vertical eye on the crystal dragon's forehead gave off an intense crystalline light as it looked at the black dragon. The air around the black dragon quickly became a thick layer of crystals. Swish, 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 sounds of the air being torn could be heard as the orbs of blood were not affected by the crystallization and quickly shot towards the crystal dragon, leaving behind traces in the air. Chi, 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 the orbs of blood easily pierced through the crystal dragon's tough body, causing crystalline blood to fly everywhere. The crystal dragon looked quite confused as blood leaked out of its mouth. These orbs of blood contained Zhao Fu's essence blood, so they were naturally not affected by the crystallization. They could easily break through the crystal dragon's defenses, and Zhao Fu, who had used his essence blood, would be slightly weaker. Boom! The black dragon opened its mouth and a massive black ray of light containing immense power shot towards the crystal dragon, bringing with it a gust of wind. A semicircular crystal barrier appeared in front of the crystal dragon, blocking the black ray of light. The black dragon leapt up from the ground and its massive claws tore apart the barrier that was covered with cracks. Its claws continued towards the crystal dragon, leaving 5 gashes on the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon ferociously bit down on the black dragon's body. The black dragon struggled free and spat out another black ray of light, sending the crystal dragon flying. Roar! The furious crystal dragon gave a massive roar as the desolate ancient dragon star in the sky gave off an even more intense golden light, and a massive amount of the desolate ancient dragon star's power entered the crystal dragon's body. A crystalline ray of light shot out from the crystal dragon's vertical eye and quickly shot into the sky, forming a thin pillar of light. At that moment, all creatures in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers felt an extreme sense of terror. Their hairs stood on end, and they reacted and prepared to run. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the thin pillar of light spread out. Everything in the world instantly crystallized, and even time seemed to freeze. The defensive magic formation was immediately activated, and a wave of dragon energy formed a massive wall of light, blocking the crystal light. However, the terrifying power still seeped out, causing some of the people at the front to crystallize. That terrifying power made everyone feel incredibly small and fearful. The light dissipated, and everyone looked ahead in horror. They saw that the area in front of them seemed to have been sealed by a crystal, forming a huge crystal. This power was beyond everyone's imagination. If it weren't for the protective spell formation, everyone present would have been turned into crystals. Dragon Nothingness, who had the support of the ancient dragon star, seemed invincible. Even 100 ordinary dragon race young lords combined might not be a match for him. The crystal dragon hovering in the sky looked coldly at the crystal-sealed black dragon. Normally, a living being sealed like this would immediately die without any chance of survival. Roar! A massive dragon roar sounded out, causing the crystal dragon's expression to change. Everyone looked over and saw a black dragon within the crystal, giving off a large amount of blood-red aura. A terrifying power surged out in all directions, and the blood-red aura seeped into the thick crystal. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive crystal shattered and collapsed. The black dragon opened its mouth and countless traces of blood-red chi condensed into a fist-sized blood-red orb that gave off a pure source energy. It turned into a ray of light and shot towards the crystal dragon in the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red orb exploded, and the terrifying blood-red energy sent the crystal dragon flying back. This caused many of the crystal dragon's scales to fall off, and it looked quite wretched. The black dragon ferociously looked at the crystal dragon, and its body was bleeding. Boom! The crystal dragon furiously looked at the black dragon. The ancient dragon star's power continuously flowed into the crystal dragon's body, causing its injuries to quickly recover. The power it gave off became more and more terrifying, and it was as if the entire world was afraid of it. The black dragon also gave off large amounts of blood-red chi, which formed a blood-red fog around it. This bloodline power surpassed everything else, and it caused countless creatures to submit. Boom! The crystal dragon gave off an intense crystalline light, and the surrounding space quickly crystallized. It was as if the entire sky had been crystallized, and the crystal dragon gave off the power to crystallize the heavens and earth as it rushed towards Xiaofu below. Boom! The black dragon also gave off immense power as it rushed towards the sky, seeming to destroy everything. The surrounding blood-red fog followed behind it. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two dragons clashed together with terrifying power. An enormous orb of light instantly spread out, causing everything to shatter. It was as if nothing could stop this power. The protective wall of light was instantly destroyed, and a terrifying shockwave swept out towards countless people. Countless people defended with all of their might, but some were still sent flying by this power. After a while, the terrifying shockwave subsided, and the people outside looked quite wretched. Their hair and clothes were in disarray, and there was dirt and rocks all around them. A massive crater had appeared on the ground, and the two dragons had disappeared. The ancient dragon star in the sky had also disappeared. Everyone started to guess. That battle was so marvelous, both of them are so powerful. I wonder who won? Even though I was slightly injured, I feel quite happy. After witnessing such a powerful battle, no matter who it is, they deserve to be the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. I think so too. Both of them have the right to be the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. One has the ancient dragon star, while the other has an incredibly powerful bloodline. It's hard to choose between them. I believe that young master Mo Long will win this battle because the desolate ancient dragon star has disappeared. Not necessarily. Look, young master Mo Long has also disappeared. The ancient dragon star is controlled by Dragon Voidless, and since Dragon Voidless is no longer under his control, the ancient dragon star will naturally disappear. I think that Dragon Voidless will win because Dragon Voidless used the ancient dragon star's power to recover, while young master Mo Long's injuries are not light. I support young master Mo Long because he's the Lord of 10,000 Swords. He can only use dragon force in this battle. If he uses 10,000 swords power, he will definitely win. Long Lang, Long Huiling, and the others had already retreated outside. If they had not retreated, they would have been heavily injured. Looking at the crater in front of them, they had to admit that the two people were far stronger than them. Long Huiling's expression didn't change, as if he had already expected this. Long Lang frowned. He didn't want Zhao Fu to win because the grudge between him and Zhao Fu was even greater. If Zhao Fu became the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race, his days in the future would be even more difficult. Long Tua sighed inwardly. He originally thought that he had a slight chance of becoming the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race, but the reality was so cruel. With his strength, there was no chance at all. Long Sui had a look of envy on his face. If only he had 1/10 of their strength. Book 1, Chapter 259, Battle. Long Yunyun and the others were completely focused. They hoped that Zhao Fu could win. If Zhao Fu became the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord, not only would his status increase, but the Dragon Palace's status would also rise. Most importantly, they would be able to save Long Wushui at any time. Long Ye and the others who were fighting with Zhao Fu for the position of Demon Dragon Race's young lord felt very complicated. Zhao Fu was much stronger than them, making them feel even more helpless. Some people wanted Zhao Fu to win because he was from the Demon Dragon race, while others did not want Zhao Fu to win. The Dragon Race's experts silently watched. No matter who won, they would support them. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as countless rocks and dirt were sent flying. A crystal dragon burrowed out from the ground, its body covered with many wounds. Everyone waited for a while, but when they did not see the other black dragon, they understood that Dragon Void had won. Many people immediately cheered and shouted, their faces full of excitement and agitation. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a black dragon charged out from the crystal dragon's side and slammed its claws onto the golden dragon's head, smashing the crystal dragon to the ground. The black dragon's claws gave off a powerful suction force, absorbing the crystal dragon's legacy power into its body. The crystal dragon was powerless to resist and could only allow the black dragon to absorb its legacy power, causing it to become weaker and weaker. This sudden event caused the surroundings to fall silent. Seeing the crystal dragon powerlessly crawl on the ground, it was confirmed that the black dragon had won. Countless people once again cheered. Zhao Fu had successfully won and become this time's Demon Dragon Race's young lord. Long Yunyun happily jumped up and clapped her hands. Everyone else smiled happily. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would first become the Demon Dragon Race's young lord, then the 10,000 Swords Master, and now the Desolate Ancient Dragon Race's young lord. If Long Wushui knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed. They believed that Zhao Fu's future achievements would definitely be higher than their master's. Their Dragon Palace's status in the Dragon Clan was now the most distinguished. From now on, anyone who saw them would have to be respectful and courteous. A smile finally appeared on Long Huiling's calm face. She had made the right bet this time. After knowing that she had no hope of becoming the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, she gave up on the idea of becoming the young lord and supported Zhao Fu to become the young lord. She even gave Zhao Fu all kinds of help. Right now, their relationship was very good, and this would be very beneficial in the future, because the Desolate Ancient Dragon race would definitely listen to him. Looking at Long Huiling's smile, Long Qinghong finally understood what she was thinking. She sighed and didn't say anything else. Long Lang's expression was unsightly. Before, he didn't want Zhao Fu to become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, but now that Zhao Fu had become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, his days would not be good. He wouldn't even be able to resist, and he might even lose his identity as the young lord of the Lightning Dragon Clan. Long Yenny smiled. She had lost to Zhao Fu and accepted it wholeheartedly. Now that Zhao Fu had become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, she became interested in Zhao Fu and planned to understand Zhao Fu in the future. The azure-robed elder smiled as he said, "The result was as we expected. That terrifying bloodline was even more powerful than the Desolate Ancient Dragon Star. We also hoped that he would become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan." The silver-horned elder said in surprise, "I'm still quite surprised." He suppressed Long Shiwu's Desolate Ancient Dragon Star with his bloodline power, and Long Shiwu's Desolate Ancient Dragon Star is also extremely terrifying. It's a pity that he still lost. The red-haired elder nodded, yes. In actuality, Long Shiwu wasn't weak at all, and the Desolate Ancient Dragon Star was also extremely powerful. However, they met someone even more powerful. The violet-robed elder asked, "Now that he has become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, I wonder if it's possible for him to awaken the Desolate Ancient Dragon Star. If that's the case, our Dragon Clan will have 2 Desolate Ancient Dragon Stars, which is of great significance to the entire Dragon Clan." The black-robed elder smiled as he said, "With his bloodline, his potential, and the fact that he has become the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan, I think that awakening the Desolate Ancient Dragon Star is inevitable." The azure-robed elder also chuckled as he said, "The demon dragon bloodline really has a lot of face now. Such a shocking genius has appeared, and it was given to him for free. I'm so envious." The blue-horned elder sighed, "Out of all the young lords, our young lord is the most useless. It's our water dragon bloodline's fortune that he has 1/10 of the demon dragon bloodline's young lord." The news of Zhao Fu defeating the powerful Long Shiwu and becoming the young lord of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Clan quickly spread. Countless people were greatly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such powerful 10,000 sword force, but his draconic power was also so terrifying. Even with the support of the desolate ancient dragon star, he had still lost. Now, he was the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon clan and the master of 10,000 swords. Very few people had such exalted statuses. With these two factions supporting him, basically no one dared to offend him. However, for someone to have 3 supreme sword intents and the desolate ancient dragon clan's legacy, his future accomplishments were terrifying. He would definitely be an expert that would shake the entire primordial world. Some people felt that Zhao Fu had a chance of becoming the child of primordial world. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had defeated the child of primordial world. The people of the city of 10,000 swords were not too surprised. They had personally witnessed how powerful Zhao Fu was. It was just that Zhao Fu's relationships had become complicated, and it was impossible for him to become the city lord of 10,000 swords. It was a pity that he had such powerful talent in the way of the sword. No matter what, he was the person who had opened the training of the heart, and the city of 10,000 swords would fully support him. They were also willing to believe that he could make the city of 10,000 swords even more powerful and prosperous. Seventh swordsman felt quite dispirited. The distance between him and Zhao Fu was growing further and further, and he was unable to catch up. When the women of the Angel Sword Land heard about this, they all smiled. Zhao Fu had not disappointed them and made them feel incredibly proud. With these two statuses, even if they said that they were Zhao Fu's women, no one would say anything. Moreover, Zhao Fu had become the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon clan and the master of 10,000 swords. The Angel Sword Land would also receive the protection of these two factions, and they would naturally receive many benefits. As Zhao Fu continued to grow, the Angel Sword Land would also receive more and more benefits. Finally, they looked back at Longxiu. The dignified elder said, "Now that he has defeated Longxiu, let's let him receive the primordial ancient dragon ancestor's legacy." The other elders nodded. The dignified elder and the other elders flew into the sky, giving off a massive aura. The dignified elder looked at Zhao Fu on the ground and said, "I now announce that you are the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon clan and prepare to receive the primordial ancient dragon ancestor's legacy." Zhao Fu turned back into his human form and smiled as he stood where he was. Longxiu also turned back into his human form and retreated far away in disappointment. All of this should have belonged to him, but he had been defeated by Zhao Fu. He had used all of his power to summon the desolate ancient dragon star. He did not feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Perhaps the young lord of the demon dragon clan was more suited to be the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon clan. Book 1, Chapter 260 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micur. The dignified-looking elder stretched out a hand and a massive wave of dragon power spread out, causing 11 different colored dragon seals to appear on the ground. The primordial dragon ancestor's legacy could only be opened by the leaders of the 11 bloodlines. The 11 dragon seals were in different locations, and Zhao Fu stood at the center of them. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as 11 dragon seals appeared on the ground and a massive wave of dragon power spread out. The 11 dragon seals gathered towards the center and formed a massive golden dragon seal, and a shocking dragon's might spread out. Boom! An even louder sound rang out as a shocking golden ray of light shot into the sky, and an enormous golden dragon gradually appeared in the sky, giving off boundless golden light. This golden divine dragon was incomparably huge, occupying the entire sky as if it was made of gold. The dragon's body was strong and powerful, and it had 4 thick dragon claws. Its scales were golden and shiny, and it had 3 golden eyes. Its horns were like a crown on its head. It gave off an ancient and boundless dragon power, ruling over this world and making it so that no creature could resist. All of the dragon race's bloodlines seemed to stop flowing, and they instinctively submitted to this massive golden dragon. This was the primordial dragon race's primordial dragon ancestor, the origin of everything. Many of the dragon race were greatly affected, including the leaders of the dragon race. Zhao Fu was less affected because he now had 11 types of dragon power and could be said to be the closest to the primordial dragon ancestor's legacy. Even those far away could sense this massive wave of primordial dragon ancestor's power, and they understood that the new primordial dragon race young master was about to obtain the primordial dragon ancestor's legacy. The golden dragon in the sky looked at Zhao Fu on the ground and gave off a massive aura as it dove down towards Zhao Fu, giving off terrifying ripples. All of the dragon race's members looked quite confused. What was going on? Normally, when the primordial dragon race young master obtained a legacy, the dragon ancestor's third eye would shoot out a legacy beam of light. Why had the dragon ancestor flown down? Everyone could not understand. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the dragon ancestor poured into Zhao Fu's body like a flood. Waves of extremely terrifying dragon power spread out and Zhao Fu's body gave off a golden light. In the end, the golden dragon completely entered Zhao Fu's body, and the shocking aura disappeared. Everything returned to silence, and Zhao Fu stood there, giving off a golden glow. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Zhao Fu automatically flew into the sky and turned into a huge demonic dragon, circling in the sky. Boom! It was as if the entire world's power was furiously gathering, pouring into Zhao Fu's body. The ripples grew stronger and stronger, first covering the dragon's domain, then reaching the city of 10,000 swords. In the end, most of the central region of the chaos world was affected. Sensing this massive ripple, countless powerful factions revealed shocked expressions. What happened? Why was there such a terrifying fluctuation? These ripples are about to cover the center of the primal chaos world, and they're still expanding. This ripple contains primordial dragon power. It should be caused by the primordial dragon race. Primordial dragon race? What kind of earth-shattering event happened to them? I heard some news. It seems the primordial dragon race is currently in the process of selecting a young master. Such terrifying ripples could be related to that. The primordial dragon race is the most powerful dragon race in the chaos world, but they rarely cause such ripples. Something terrifying must have happened. I'm going to go see what's going on. This is definitely no small matter. I'm also curious about what's going on with the primordial dragon race, so I'm going to take a look as well. I don't know why, but I feel a faint sense of unease, as if something terrifying is about to appear. You feel the same way as well? I feel the same way as well. That terrifying feeling makes me feel uneasy. I'm definitely going to see what's causing this feeling. The many experts transformed into rays of light and shot towards the primordial dragon race. They all took this matter very seriously. Countless people sensed powerful auras flying through the air, and they felt fear in their hearts. They understood that many experts were flying towards the primordial dragon race. As more and more experts rushed over, things became even more lively. In the place where the evil dragon was sealed, Long Wushui sensed the shocking ripples, as well as the changes in his bloodline. A grave expression appeared on his face. What had happened to the primordial dragon race, the shaman earth? A group of people wearing shaman robes were sitting in a circle on the ground. In the middle of them was a multicolored, ancient-looking turtle shell. It had already cracked open, and it lay quietly on the ground. This was the shaman turtle shell, and it had been nourished by the shaman essence blood. It was extremely rare, and there was no way to raise it now. The current turtle shells were all left behind from the primordial era, and they were bound to the shaman race. If anything terrifying happened to the shaman race, the turtle shell would give them a warning. Every time the shaman turtle gave a warning, the shaman race would avoid huge losses, allowing the shaman race to survive from the primordial era. The shaman race took this warning very seriously, and they didn't dare to be careless. This time, when the turtle gave a warning, the shaman race's various experts immediately gathered. An elderly woman said, "Our shaman race is about to face a major change. Have you seen anything from the turtle shell?" The disheveled old man said, "No, in the past, we could still get some hints from the turtle's warning, but now there is no hint. This means that this matter is extremely important, and it might affect the entire shaman race." A voluptuous woman said, "Just now, a massive ripple came from the distance, and the turtle's shell immediately changed. I think it's related to this matter." The elderly woman asked, "Do you know where this ripple came from?" The voluptuous woman replied, "From the primordial dragon race." Everyone's expressions changed. The primordial dragon race was not weaker than the shaman race, and if this matter was related to the primordial dragon race, things would become very troublesome. They also had some enmity with the primordial dragon race, which was the enmity between Long Wushui and the shaman spirit. Back then, Long Wushui had intruded into the shaman land, causing many losses and casualties. Afterwards, the shaman spirit had personally suppressed and sealed him, and because the shaman spirit had some misgivings about the primordial dragon race, he had not killed Long Wushui. A gentle-looking young man said seriously, "I just received very bad news. The evil dragon's legatee has become the primordial dragon race's young master." What? Everyone was greatly shocked. They had not expected this at all. They were also very surprised. Hadn't the evil dragon been sealed? How could there be a legatee? Book 1, Chapter 261. The young man continued to say, "Those terrifying ripples were caused by him." Hearing this, everyone felt even more shocked. The elderly woman said with a headache, "If that's really the case, then it's quite a headache. No wonder the black turtle warned us." Now that her legatee has become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, there might be a massive war between our witch race and the desolate ancient dragon race. The disheveled-haired elder nodded seriously. As the legatee of the evil dragon, he will definitely take revenge for his master. Moreover, to be able to become the legatee of the evil dragon, he's definitely a villain who has done all sorts of evil things. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't harm the witch race. A muscular bearded man said seriously, "Right now, we can immediately prepare to deal with the desolate ancient dragon race's attack and prevent them from suddenly attacking and catching us off guard." Everyone nodded. A gentle-looking woman said, "I wonder if we can resolve the enmity between our two races and avoid this war, such as releasing that sealed evil dragon." The voluptuous woman immediately cried out, "No, once that evil dragon is released, it will definitely take revenge on the witch race. Moreover, even if you release it, it won't be grateful at all." The gentle-looking woman replied, "But if it becomes the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, it will also undo the seal. Long Wushui will eventually be released." The feminine-looking young man nodded and said, No matter what, the evil dragon will come out. The seal has been gone for so long, and its power has become very weak. With the desolate ancient dragon race's abilities, it should be easy for it to be undone. The reason why they didn't do it before was because they were wary of us." A skinny middle-aged man said, "That's right, the desolate ancient dragon race is wary of us, which is why they didn't undo the seal. Otherwise, they would have done so long ago. However, now that the evil dragon has become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, the entire desolate ancient dragon race has to listen to his orders." The elderly woman said worriedly, "Once the war starts, who knows how many people will die?" The muscular man said coldly, "We don't have to worry, our witch race is not any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon race. If they want to fight, we'll fight. There's no need to fear them." The feminine-looking young man agreed, "We indeed don't need to fear them. Let's prepare for a full-scale battle." The elderly woman sighed and said, "It's not that we're afraid of the desolate ancient dragon race, but if our two races fight, both sides will suffer great losses. Millions of witch race people will die, and the witch race will decline." Hearing this, everyone agreed with him. This was the result of the battle between the two races. Boundless power continued to pour into the black dragon's body in the sky. The black dragon continued to circle in the sky, and the power it gave off became more and more terrifying. The surroundings were locked down by this terrifying dragon power, and the countless people present felt intense terror. Many of the experts flying over felt the vast ripples spreading out, and they became more and more shocked. Things seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Roar, a massive dragon's roar sounded out, shaking the entire world. Countless people's expressions changed, and they rushed out to look in the direction of the primordial dragon race. After the black dragon let out a loud dragon roar, its body seemed to start molting. The black dragon scales fell off bit by bit, and the black dragon skin also opened up, revealing the golden dragon skin underneath. An ancient and vast draconic force spread out, drowning everything like an apocalyptic flood. Nothing could stop it. Countless primordial dragon bloodlines and souls submitted to this draconic power. Before receiving the inheritance, the golden dragon had given them this draconic power, and now, this feeling was more than 100 times stronger because they were about to face a true primordial dragon. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as boundless golden light illuminated the heavens and earth. The black dragon's skin completely fell off, revealing its golden body. It looked just like the golden dragon from before. It had a powerful body, powerful dragon claws, 3 eyes, and a dragon horn on its head like a crown. It gave off an extremely terrifying draconic power, and it looked like the true ancestor of all dragons. Countless primordial dragon people uncontrollably knelt on the ground. The primordial dragon experts felt their bloodlines submit, and they looked incredibly shocked as their hearts violently thumped. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Now, Xiaofu no longer had the demon dragon's bloodline and instead had the true desolate ancient dragon's bloodline. It did not have any impurities, and it was as if it was the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline. As such, everyone felt that Xiaofu was the dragon ancestor. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, those who had obtained the primordial dragon ancestor's legacy would at most have a trace of the primordial dragon ancestor's bloodline's power. However, now, Xiaofu had completely become the primordial dragon ancestor. Not only was his bloodline the same as the primordial dragon ancestors, but his legacy was also the most complete. He also had the same abilities as the primordial dragon ancestor, and it was possible to say that he was the primordial dragon ancestor's reincarnation. Seeing the boundless golden light and sensing the heaven-toppling draconic power, the experts who had been charging over all stopped and looked incredibly shocked. Even their bloodlines felt afraid. That's origin dragon blood. The primordial world had actually given birth to someone with origin dragon blood. This news was enough to shake the entire primordial world. After all, the origin dragon race was simply too rare and had disappeared for countless years. What was more important was that this origin dragon blood had been born from the primordial world. Even though the experts had never seen this person with origin dragon blood before, they could sense how terrifying he was. From today onwards, the primordial dragon race would welcome its most glorious moment. Sensing this suffocating draconic power, the countless experts in the distance looked incredibly shocked, and their hearts thumped. They had never thought that they would see the birth of someone with origin dragon blood in their lifetime. The shaman world. Everyone's faces were pale as they stared in the direction of the primordial dragon race. They had just been discussing how to deal with the primordial dragon race and had never thought that the primordial dragon race's young lord would be so shocking and have origin dragon blood. In the history of the primordial dragon race, only the primordial dragon ancestor had pure origin dragon blood. Now, the primordial dragon race's young lord had such pure origin dragon blood. In the future, he would also become a mighty existence like the primordial dragon ancestor. The elderly woman felt terror within her heart and said with a trembling voice, "We've underestimated this matter. It's likely that our shaman race will face extinction." The skinny man's face was pale as he said, "The black tortoise shell did not give any hints, so it was because of this. This is definitely the greatest calamity our shaman race has ever faced." The voluptuous woman said fearfully, "If we don't deal with this properly, our shaman race will truly perish. Facing such an existence, I feel that there's nothing we can do, unless our shaman race also gives birth to someone with origin dragon blood." Book 1, Chapter 262, Seal, Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The boundless golden light in the sky dissipated and turned back into Xiaofu's appearance. He did not give off any aura and looked just like an ordinary person, but everyone knew that he was someone with terrifying origin dragon bloodline. The dragon race's experts felt quite surprised. Why had he not awakened the desolate ancient dragon star, with such a powerful bloodline and powerful legacy, as well as the dragon race's massive fate? Awakening the desolate ancient dragon star should have been inevitable. So why had he not awakened it? Now that the abnormal signs had disappeared, it definitely could not be awakened. The experts felt quite disappointed. If he had the desolate ancient dragon star and the desolate ancient dragon star, Xiaofu's potential would be even more terrifying. Xiaofu flew down from the sky. The dragon race's experts smiled as they went over. Even though Xiaofu had not awakened the desolate ancient dragon star, they were already satisfied with the origin dragon bloodline. The dignified-looking elder chuckled as he said, "How do you feel?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Very good." The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "Your bloodline is now comparable to the desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline, and I believe that you won't be any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon ancestor in the future. Our dragon race is willing to take you as our leader and listen to all your arrangements." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "There's no need. I just need a title." The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "That won't do, you're the desolate ancient dragon race's hope. You just need to stay in the desolate ancient dragon race and we'll do our best to help you grow. Right now, it's not suitable for you to go around." Seeing that these leaders were determined not to let him leave, Zhao Fu decided that he could only leave stealthily, so he replied, "I know." The dignified-looking elder laughed as he called out, "Let's celebrate for 9 days. Congratulations to young Lord Demon Dragon for becoming the young lord of the entire dragon race." Everyone immediately started to cheer, and countless people had smiles on their faces. This matter was indeed worth celebrating. Young Lord Demon Dragon had inherited everything from the desolate ancient dragon ancestor and was perhaps the most powerful young lord in history. With him, the desolate ancient dragon race would become different. Boom, boom. Boom, waves of powerful auras surged over as people appeared in the sky. There were many of them, and they were all experts from various places. There were people from the city of 10,000 swords, as well as people from the fairy sword land. The gazes of countless experts landed on Zhao Fu. Since such a big thing had happened to the desolate ancient dragon race, they naturally had to come and take a look. They were also curious about what kind of person the person who possessed the source dragon blood was like. Everyone in the city of 10,000 swords was shocked. They did not expect that not only did Zhao Fu open the 10,000 swords tempering heart for the 3rd time, but his dragon power was also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he had the origin dragon blood. With the origin dragon blood and the 3 supreme sword intents, he was undefeatable. The Angel Sword Lands people all smiled. They believed that Zhao Fu would become the dragon race's young master when he returned, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu would obtain the origin dragon blood. Now, Zhao Fu's status was far more noble than theirs. In actuality, they did not know that Zhao Fu already had the desolate ancient dragon blood, which was why he could easily obtain the origin dragon blood. Back then, the golden dragon had entered Zhao Fu's body and instantly devoured the 11 legacy powers. A massive wave of ancestral dragon power had exploded out, changing Zhao Fu's legacy and bloodline, allowing Zhao Fu to leave the demon dragon bloodline and become a desolate ancient dragon ancestor's bloodline. If Zhao Fu did not have the origin dragon bloodline, he would at most have obtained some origin dragon blood. He definitely would not have such pure origin dragon blood. The dignified-looking elder frowned and said, "Why have you all come to the desolate ancient dragon race?" A muscular big man loudly laughed as he said, "We've come to congratulate your dragon race for obtaining the origin dragon blood." The chubby woman chuckled as she said, "Congratulations, congratulations. With this origin dragon blood, your desolate ancient dragon race might become the most powerful race in the primal chaos world in the future. We're quite envious." The green-clothed elder laughed as he said, "Being the most powerful race in the primal chaos world is a bit of an exaggeration, but there will definitely be one in the top 3. The desolate ancient dragon race will become prosperous in the future. I can't help but feel envious." The pretty-looking woman smiled as she said, "With this origin dragon blood, he has the qualifications to become a primal chaos child. Perhaps he will become a primal chaos child in the future." Hearing these words, the dignified-looking elder gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Since you've come to congratulate our race, please join in the celebration." The various experts nodded and descended. With such an origin dragon blood, the desolate ancient dragon race would definitely become incredibly terrifying in the future. If everyone wanted to have a good relationship with the desolate ancient dragon race, there would definitely be many benefits. The celebration lasted for 9 days, and the entire desolate ancient dragon race was incredibly lively. People continuously came to offer their congratulations, and everyone in the world was discussing this matter. It could be said that this was the biggest matter in the desolate ancient world, and even the Heaven Awakened world heard that someone with the origin dragon blood had been born in the primal chaos world. After the banquet concluded, the various chiefs came to find Zhao Fu. The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "We've made a decision. Even though your master has caused a lot of trouble, she's still a member of the desolate ancient dragon race, and with a legatee like you, we've decided to undo the seal and release her." Zhao Fu felt quite startled. If that evil dragon was released, he would be in trouble, so he immediately said, "There's no need for that. My master has done many evil things and deserves to be punished. Moreover, the seal will be automatically undone in 100 years, so there's no need to trouble the various chiefs." The various chiefs all looked quite confused. They had thought that Zhao Fu would be quite happy, and they had never thought that he would not let them undo the seal. The dignified-looking elder thought about it. Right now, they all treated Zhao Fu as their leader, and it was because of Zhao Fu that they were willing to undo Long Wushui's seal. They did not want Long Wushui to cause trouble everywhere. Right now, the desolate ancient dragon race needed to rest and wait for Zhao Fu to become a dragon celestial. The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "All right, I'll leave this to you. I'll leave this to you. Also, if you want to undo your master's seal, you can let us know at any time." Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "There's something else we need to discuss with you." Zhao Fu felt strange as he asked, "What is it?" The dignified-looking elder smiled as he said, "We want you to marry some of our dragon race's women." The other chiefs also smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. This was their true goal. Zhao Fu now had origin dragon blood, which would be passed down. His children would also have origin dragon blood, just that it would not be pure origin dragon blood. However, it was still origin dragon blood, which was incredibly important to the desolate ancient dragon race. It could allow the desolate ancient dragon race to have a few more shocking geniuses. Zhao Fu thought about it before smiling as he said, "Sure." The various chiefs all felt at ease, and the dignified-looking elder said, "They are the most outstanding women in our race, and they're waiting outside. We'll immediately call them in for you to take a look." This scene made it seem as if the various chiefs were brothels, which was quite amusing. These were all terrifying experts, and the dignified-looking elder was a half-step celestial. Book 1, Chapter 263 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales 11 Beautiful women walked in. They were the most outstanding women in the 11 clans, and only they could give birth to Zhao Fu's children. Among them were some of Zhao Fu's acquaintances, such as the divine dragon young master Long Huiling. She stood there calmly, and her identity and talent were both shocking. However, she had been brought here because she was the most likely woman to give birth to a son. Apart from her, there was also the ice dragon young master Long Qifeng, the fire dragon young master Long Yeni, and Long Qingzhu, who had fought with Zhao Fu over the demon dragon young master. Zhao Fu did not know the remaining 7 women. The one with the flirtatious aura was called Long Xiaoqing, the well-built woman was called Auntie Long, the quiet woman was called Long Xiangxiang, the cold-looking woman was called Long Shanru, the tall and alluring woman was called Long Yu, the androgynous-looking woman was called Long Yuya, and the gentle woman was called Long Roshui. Their expressions were all different. Some were excited and interested in Zhao Fu, while others had cold expressions because they had been forced to come. The dignified elder smiled as he asked, "What do you think? If you're not satisfied, we'll pick some more for you." Zhao Fu looked at the women and smiled in satisfaction as he said, "No need, I'm very satisfied." The dignified elder smiled as he said, "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." After the clan leaders left, Zhao Fu looked at Long Huiling and said, "If you're not willing, I won't force you. I'll talk to the other clan leaders." Long Huiling had helped him before, so Zhao Fu did not want to force her. Long Huiling looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Are you interested in me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Of course." Long Huiling nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not say anything else. As for the others, Zhao Fu did not ask. A day later, the women's faces were red as they leaned against Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Long Huiling smiled as she said, "I never thought that you'd look like this." Long Yeni also smiled as she said, "With this face of yours, I wonder how many women will fall for you." Zhao Fu chuckled, "I'm about to leave this place." Long Huiling asked in surprise, "Haven't you been staying in the Dragonland? The various clan leaders also requested us to give birth to your children as soon as possible." Zhao Fu teased, "I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I can't stay in the dragon territory forever. As for whether or not I can have children, I'm not sure, but I've tried my best." Long Huiling blushed and patted Zhao Fu lightly. Long Qifeng looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What are you going to do? Will he come back?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I can't tell you about it. I should be back, but I don't know how long it will take." Long Huiling said softly, "Can you take me with you?" Long Yeni also said, "I will also follow you." Zhao Fu smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. I can't take you with me, so it's better for you to stay in the dragon's territory than with me. Also, I've left some dragon essence power in your bodies, and as long as you slowly absorb it, it'll be of great help to you." Hearing this, the women did not insist. Long Huiling's face was red as she hugged Zhao Fu and said, "Then you need to properly compensate us." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the room fell into chaos. A few days later, Long Yunyun and the others came to find Zhao Fu and asked when Zhao Fu would undo the seal and release Long Wushui. However, Zhao Fu gave all sorts of excuses and said that he would do his best to save Long Wushui. Of course, that was impossible. Zhao Fu could not release Long Wushui right now, as it would be too troublesome. After dealing with the matters in the dragon race, Zhao Fu planned to take Aracena and the others to stealthily leave the dragon's territory. However, he found that there were higher beings standing guard nearby. Now that Zhao Fu was the most important person in the primordial dragon race, the various chiefs did not want anything to happen to Zhao Fu, so they sent higher beings to guard the dragon palace. This made it impossible for Zhao Fu to take so many people with him. In the end, he could only leave Aracena and the others here and wait for Zhao Fu to take care of things before taking them away. Zhao Fu used the shaman spirit mask and celestial concealment medallion to easily avoid the higher being's senses and stealthily left the dragon's territory. Zhao Fu's next target was the shaman land. He had said that after dealing with the dragon race, he would head there. The shaman land's faction was not any weaker than the primordial dragon race and 10,000 Sword City, and his legacy would be of great help to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the outer world's supreme emperor star. Zhao Fu's stealthy departure almost caused a massive commotion in the dragon race, and the various chiefs hurried to the dragon palace. In the dragon palace, Zhao Fu had left behind a message to explain why he had left. Only then did nothing happen, or else the entire primordial dragon race would madly search for Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu was the primordial dragon race's supreme treasure, and they could not allow anything to happen to him. The various chiefs hid this information and acted as if Zhao Fu had always been in the dragon's territory in order to prevent others from harming Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu flew towards the shaman land. It felt quite good to be by himself, and he felt quite relaxed. If he brought so many women with him, it would be quite troublesome. After flying for a while, Zhao Fu found an alliance city to rest. The people here were discussing his matters, but there was nothing they could do about it. The matter of the origin dragon bloodline was simply too important. Zhao Fu smiled and did not bother with them, but Zhao Fu heard that some strange things had happened here. Some people had strangely died, and their essence blood had been sucked dry. There was even a coin-sized hole between their eyebrows. Most importantly, these people had all knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together in front of their chests, looking like they were praying. No one could figure out the reason for this, and some people guessed that it was some sort of evil being causing trouble. Others said that it was an evil god, but before things were clear, everyone tried to avoid going out at night. Zhao Fu was just passing by and did not pay too much attention to this matter. At night, Zhao Fu had a good meal and took a bath. He planned to rest for the night and continue on his way the next day. However, just as Zhao Fu was sleeping, a strange aura seeped in from outside, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu immediately came back to his senses and looked quite helpless. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this matter, as he had just been passing by. However, now that the evil creature had come, Zhao Fu had no choice but to get involved. Looking out of the window, Zhao Fu said, "Come out." That thing was given a big fright and immediately fled. Zhao Fu leisurely walked out of the house and saw a large mass of blood qi fleeing. There was not just one of these masses of blood qi, but 10 or so of them. The auras they gave off were quite strange, and they could disappear and hide at any time. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to discover these masses of blood qi, but Zhao Fu was simply too powerful, and these masses of blood qi could not hide at all. What is this? Zhao Fu curiously flew towards one of the masses of blood qi. Book 1, Zhao Fu. After sensing Zhao Fu's presence, the orb of blood-red qi immediately disappeared. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing a formless barrier to cover an area in the air. The orb of blood-red qi immediately appeared and ran around in panic, but it was unable to escape. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he came before the orb of blood-red qi and stretched out his hand. The orb of blood-red qi turned into countless traces of blood-red qi and dissipated, revealing a 30-centimeter tall human head. This human head had messy hair and a savage expression. Its skin was green, and its ears were very long and pointy. There was a meter-long tentacle in its mouth, and it gave off an evil and strange aura. Zhao Fu looked at the thing in front of him curiously and did not know what it was. Seeing that it could not escape, the human head exploded, causing blood and flesh to splatter on the barrier. The other orbs of blood-red qi sensed danger and ran in all directions. Zhao Fu smiled and did not hurry to give chase because he could sense all of the orbs of blood-red qi. Now, Zhao Fu's range was incredibly large and could cover the surrounding 100 kilometers. Unless the orbs of blood-red qi instantly flew out, they would not be able to escape. After waiting for 10 or so minutes, Zhao Fu sensed that all of the human heads had run out after hiding for a while. They were quite courageous. However, none of the human heads dared to stay in the region where Zhao Fu was and instead headed elsewhere in the city. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu disappeared. A blood-red qi orb lightly floated to a room and paused for a moment. After sensing that there was no danger within the room, it flew in and passed through the door. Within the room, there was an honest-looking middle-aged man sleeping soundly. He did not notice that a human head had appeared next to him, and the human head gave an evil smile as it gave a strange sound, as if it was chanting a curse. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, and his expression was wooden. He got off the bed and knelt on the ground, and he clasped his hands together. The strange sound from the human head's mouth became even faster, and it gave off a faint blood-red light. The middle-aged man seemed to see something, and his wooden expression became excited and devout. At that moment, the tentacle in the head's mouth stretched towards the middle-aged man's forehead. Just as the tentacle was about to enter the middle-aged man's forehead, Zhao Fu appeared beside the head and grabbed the tentacle. He then vigorously pulling the tentacle out of the head. The human head gave a pained cry, and the kneeling middle-aged man immediately came to his senses. He looked at the blood-red head in front of him with a look of terror, not knowing what had just happened. The human head savagely looked at Zhao Fu before turning and running. Only then did the middle-aged man realize that there was another person standing beside him. It seemed that this person had saved him. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, that person immediately disappeared. Within an underground room, a person wearing a blood-red cloak stood on a blood-red altar. In front of him was a statue that was 1 meter tall. It was as tall and skinny as a human, and it wore a cloak. There were many tentacles coming out of its mouth, making it look strange and terrifying. The man in the blood-colored cloak cursed coldly. "Bastard!" He put away the statue in front of him and prepared to leave the city immediately. His tracks had already been discovered, so he definitely had to leave, or else it would be very dangerous. It was a pity that his plan was going to fail, but as long as he had that statue, he would definitely become a famous expert in the future. Many heads flew in from above and fused into that person's body, and that person prepared to leave. Zhao Fu appeared in that space and smiled as he asked, "What is that thing?" That person's expression fell. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would silently appear. He did not hesitate to fly to the side, and 10 or so heads flew out, giving off evil auras as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of sword energy spread out. 10 or so swords condensed, and he pushed out with his hand. The 10 or so swords gave off immense power as they shot out, piercing through the 10 or so people's heads and causing them to fall from the air. By now, that person had already escaped. Zhao Fu flew out unhurriedly, and looking at the escaping person, he smiled as he said, "You're quite bold, even if you don't die to me, you'll die to someone else." A sword appeared by Zhao Fu's side, and it gave off immense power as it shot forwards incredibly quickly. That person sensed immense danger and immediately turned and shot out a tentacle from his mouth, clashing against the flying sword. The flying sword was sent flying back and became chaotic, no longer under Zhao Fu's control. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. What kind of power is this? That person continued to quickly escape, having sensed how terrifying Zhao Fu was. He definitely was not a match for Zhao Fu, and he thought to himself, "Why am I so unlucky? Why has such a powerful person come to such a remote city?" Zhao Fu stretched out a finger and tapped out, sending a wave of sword intent into it. Only then did the chaotic sword regain control and continue to fly towards that person. That person turned and stretched out a tentacle from his mouth, giving off a strange power as it shot towards the flying sword, wanting to use the same method as before to block it. Xiaofu lightly laughed and the flying sword shot out a sword light that slashed out, slicing apart that person's tentacle and causing blood to fly everywhere. That person held and continued to desperately run. Xiaofu controlled the flying sword to continue flying towards that person. That person called out, "Don't force me, or else you'll regret it." Xiaofu did not care about that person's threat at all, and the flying sword gave off immense power as it continued to fly towards that person's back. That person looked furious as he threw out the statue and shouted, "Primal Chaos Spirit, Ruler of Chaos, Mighty Chaos God, please protect your believers." Boom, the statue exploded out with boundless blood-red light that quickly spread out like a barrier of light. The massive power sent Xiaofu's flying sword flying, causing it to lose control and become chaotic. It was not just Xiaofu's sword that went berserk, everyone in the surrounding thousands of meters also went berserk, biting, smashing, and howling like madmen. Xiaofu frowned as he looked at the statue floating in the air and finally understood what it was. This was a godly spirit statue. Most of the godly spirits in the outer world were born from the primal chaos and were innate godly spirits of this world. There were very few of them, but they were incredibly powerful. They were completely different from the godly spirits in the Heaven Awakened world. Xiaofu had never seen a godly spirit in the outer world before, so he did not know what it was. However, the godly spirits in the outer world had long since disappeared, so how had he encountered one today? Xiaofu was within the statue's range of influence, but with his willpower, he was completely immune to the statue's influence. Book 1, Chapter 265 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 That person called out, "Look at those people falling into madness, why aren't you going to save them?" Xiaofu looked quite startled and lightly laughed, "You think I'm a good person?" That person looked quite surprised as he asked, "You didn't chase after me because I killed people?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "No matter how many people you kill, it has nothing to do with me. Also, you're definitely going to die." That person coldly harumphed and controlled the people on the ground to ferociously charge at Xiaofu like human-shaped beasts. Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Xiaofu's body, pressing down on the incoming people to the ground like a massive gravitational force. Sensing the power that Xiaofu had exploded out with, that person looked incredibly panicked. Swords appeared around Xiaofu, giving off powerful sword energy as they pointed at that person, and Xiaofu stretched out a finger. Xing, 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 many swords shot forward at high speed, emitting sword cries. Boom, the statue gave off an intense blood-red light that lit up the surroundings, and the strange and evil power caused people to feel a chill down their spines. The flying swords that Xiaofu shot out were affected by the blood-red light and became uncontrollable. Xiaofu immediately sent in an even more powerful sword intent, and only then were the flying swords not affected. They continued to fly towards that person, cutting that person into 10 or so pieces. However, the 10 or so pieces of corpses quickly reformed into a human body and quickly escaped. Xiaofu felt quite surprised and controlled the flying swords to cut that person into many pieces. However, the pieces of corpses once again reformed and continued to escape. This person could not be killed. Xiaofu frowned and looked at the statue giving off intense blood-red light in the air. It seemed that this statue gave that person undying power, and if he wanted to deal with that place, he had to deal with the statue. Boom, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, and a massive formless hand giving off a powerful aura grabbed towards the statue. The statue gave off a large amount of blood-red light, forming an enormous blood-red orb of light. It gave off a massive amount of chaotic power and blocked Xiaofu's formless hand. Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slowly clenched it. The invisible hand also clenched the blood-red ball of light. The blood-red ball of light gradually became smaller. The blood-red ball of light struggled with all its might, but it was unable to withstand Xiaofu's immense power. It continued to shrink until it was only 2 meters wide. Bang, Xiaofu stretched out his hand and clenched it. The ball of blood shattered and the statue inside was grabbed by Xiaofu. Because Xiaofu didn't care about that person, he had already disappeared. Xiaofu wasn't interested in him, so he didn't chase after him. The people on the ground who had fallen into a frenzy also regained their senses and looked around in confusion. After picking up the 1-meter-tall statue, Zhao Fu examined its aura and found that it contained a trace of godly spirit source energy. This trace of godly spirit source energy was filled with chaos, and it was most likely the chaos god source energy. Zhao Fu wondered how that person had obtained it. Right now, godly spirit source energy required a large amount of devout soul power to grow. As such, that person had controlled the head to tempt others into becoming devout before absorbing their soul power. That person seemed to have obtained the statue not too long ago, so the godly spirit source energy wasn't very powerful. That was why Zhao Fu had been able to easily subdue it. Zhao Fu looked at the godly spirit source energy, and he didn't know if it was a remnant of a godly spirit's power or if a godly spirit had left behind a portion of its power. If it was a remnant of a godly spirit's power, Zhao Fu would not hesitate to absorb it. The outer world's divine power was quite different and was quite powerful. It was one of the top-tier powers in the outer world, and Zhao Fu didn't want to give it up. However, if it was a power left behind by a godly spirit, and Zhao Fu devoured it, he would definitely offend that godly spirit. The person running away stopped and looked hatefully in Zhao Fu's direction. That statue had belonged to him, and he had obtained it deep within a nearby barren mountain. The Chaos God was one of the ancient times 4 evil gods, and his power was unfathomably terrifying. The person desperately wanted this power because with this power, he would definitely become a peerless expert. Without any hesitation, he became a believer of the Chaos God and helped the statue become more powerful, and his own power would also become more powerful. Originally, he had planned to take things one step at a time. First, he would use the cover of the night to devour some soul power. As long as he became stronger, he would not need to hide and could openly devour the people in this city. Then, he would move on to the next city. Following this cycle, he would soon become a powerhouse. However, he had met Zhao Fu today. The head had sensed that Zhao Fu's soul power was very powerful and wanted to devour Zhao Fu's soul power, which was why this had happened. Now that he had the Chaos Divine Domain, he had a portion of the Chaos God's power that would allow him to not die and increase his power. He still had a chance to take back the statue. This person still didn't know what was behind Zhao Fu. If he knew, he would understand that no matter how powerful he became, it would be useless, as Zhao Fu's power would always be more than 100 times greater than his. The person turned and left. After everyone heard about what had happened, they felt incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a few simple words before returning to the room from before. Looking at the statue in his hand, Zhao Fu decided to absorb the Chaos God's divine power. This divine power was quite special and tempting, and Zhao Fu simply couldn't give it up. As for offending the Chaos God, so be it. A wave of energy covered the statue, causing it to shatter inch by inch. A mote of blood-red light appeared within the statue. This was the Chaos God's source energy. Under Zhao Fu's control, the mote of blood-red light flew into Zhao Fu's forehead, and a terrifying chaotic intent exploded out within Zhao Fu's mind. It ferociously swept through Zhao Fu's mind like an ocean, and Zhao Fu immediately stabilized his mind and suppressed this chaotic intent. Only then did Zhao Fu find that ordinary people definitely couldn't absorb and fuse with the Chaos God's source energy. One had to at least have a peak saint-grade constitution and a powerful will, or else they would be controlled by this chaotic intent and become a berserk monster. Even so, the effects were still quite powerful. Zhao Fu could clearly sense that the heaven-awakened world's divine power within his body was going through great changes, and it was evolving towards an innate godly spirit. Zhao Fu's source energy also became stronger, which was something that very few things could do. Finally, Zhao Fu's #1 evil celestial bloodline was greatly stimulated, making it so that Zhao Fu didn't need the final domain, and Zhao Fu's bloodline directly broke through to the 5th stage. Zhao Fu didn't expect this at all, and he wasn't prepared for it. The evil, twisted, and berserk aura spread out, causing abnormal signs to appear in the heavens and earth. Book 1, Chapter 266, End of Book 1. The surrounding heaven and earth power quickly gathered here, and the sun and moon dimmed. Clouds swirled as a formless pressure covered this place. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion, not knowing what was going on. The expressions of some of the more powerful people nearby fell because they sensed an incredibly dangerous aura, and they hurriedly ran away. Zhao Fu's body continuously gave off a blood-red light and an evil and bloody aura, causing the weather around him to go through massive changes. The sky darkened, and a terrifying aura weighed down on everyone's bodies, making it difficult for them to breathe. Boom, a huge rumbling sound rang out as an incomparably huge insect appeared in the sky. This insect was extremely long and filled the entire sky. Its body was made up of all kinds of insects, including scorpions, centipedes, dragonflies, ants, spiders, flies, beetles, earthworms, and so on. It looked incredibly terrifying, and the crazy, twisted, bloody, and perverted aura it gave off filled this world, causing everyone to fall into boundless terror. The massive, ugly, and terrifying insect slowly swam about in the sky, absorbing the heaven and earth power around it. As it absorbed the heaven and earth power around it, the power that the massive, ugly insect gave off became greater and greater. SSS, the ugly insect raised its head and gave a massive hiss, which seemed to corporeal sound waves that pierced through the entire world, causing everyone's ears to ache. Countless people looked towards Xiaofu in shock. A terrifying aura flooded towards them, easily covering everything and making it so that nothing could resist. Under this power, everyone's hair stood on end, and their bodies continuously trembled as if their souls were filled with terror. Everyone felt quite familiar with this evil and bloody aura, and they understood that it was caused by the first evil celestial's bloodline. Everyone's expressions became serious. The first evil celestial's legatee has grown so quickly? I thought it would take him at least 100 years to break through to stage 5. I never thought that he would grow so quickly either. Back then, the first evil celestial took 500 years to raise his bloodline to stage 5, but this person has only used a few years. I don't know what kind of person that person is. If he continues to grow like this, it will be too terrifying. Who knows, he might even trigger something similar to what happened to the first evil deity in the past. The expert from back then has already ascended. Do we still have the ability to stop him? I can vaguely sense that a great calamity is about to befall the primal chaos world. The son of the essence, the blood of the essence, and the successor of the evil immortal have all appeared. Only when the world is in danger will such terrifying people be born. Yes, I also feel that something big must be happening in the primal chaos world. I have been feeling somewhat worried. I don't think much about it. The Heaven Awakened world has given birth to such a terrifying Heaven Awakened son. Why can't our outer world give birth to an even more terrifying son of chaos? I think you're right. The chaos world should be giving birth to a child of chaos to fight against the child of heaven awaken. It'll definitely be very useful in the future war. I'm not in a hurry right now. The first evil immortal has a huge grudge against the Eastern Alliance. Even if this successor wants to cause trouble, he will first cause trouble to the Eastern Alliance. The ugly worm arrived in the sky, and its terrifying aura continuously spread out. Everyone in the city was so scared that they collapsed to the ground, their bodies covered with cold sweat. This was the most terrifying thing they had ever experienced in their lives. Xiaofu looked at the ugly worm in the sky. The ugly worm gave off a powerful aura as it dived towards Xiaofu and fused into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu's first evil immortal bloodline had successfully reached the 5th stage. Xiaofu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally continue to devour worm blood and strengthen the first evil immortal bloodline's power. At the same time, the 8 forbidden blood arts would become even more powerful. Because Xiaofu had fused with the Chaos God's essence, something unexpected happened. This was a part of the Chaos God's godly soul, and the Chaos God had split off many of these godly souls. After fusing with the godly soul, Xiaofu understood the Chaos God's goal. The Chaos God was an amalgamation of chaos, and he liked chaos and wanted to see the world fall into chaos. He had a premonition that the primal chaos world was about to face great chaos, so he split off many of his godly souls to lead the world into chaos. Now that the Chaos God was not in the primal chaos world, Xiaofu was not worried about him. He wanted to devour the other godly souls as well, as the Chaos God's godly souls would be of great help to Xiaofu. Xiaofu got off the bed and immediately flew away. Not too long later, many experts came to this city. Sensing the dense and terrifying aura in the surroundings, everyone knew that the evil immortal's successor had caused the abnormal signs here. One of the delicate-looking young men sensed something, and his expression changed. He disappeared and reappeared on the blood-colored altar. The others also arrived, and when they saw the blood-colored altar, their expressions became serious. The delicate-looking young man who had arrived first frowned and said, "The Chaos God has come out again. The primal chaos world will once again fall into chaos." A young woman nodded. "Every time the primal chaos world falls into chaos, the Chaos God will appear ahead of time and add fuel to the fire. It's simply disgusting." A 17 or 18-year-old young man asked, "What should we do? Should we spread the news?" The short-haired elder said seriously, "Of course. Moreover, we have to kill the Chaos God's followers as soon as possible to prevent them from making the situation worse." The delicate-looking young man asked curiously, "I'm quite curious, why did the Chaos God and the evil immortal's successor appear here?" The young man said, "Could it be that the Chaos God's follower is the evil immortal's successor? The evil immortal's successor will definitely cause a catastrophe, so the Chaos God is helping the evil immortal's successor." Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. The short-haired elder said, "There is indeed such a possibility, but if that's the case, things will become even more troublesome." They did not know that Zhao Fu was not a follower of the Chaos God, and Zhao Fu had devoured the Chaos God's divine soul. If the Chaos God saw Zhao Fu, he would most likely want to kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was not afraid of the Chaos God because he believed that his power would surpass the Chaos God's in the future. When that time came, he would devour the Chaos God's main body and obtain all of his power, becoming the new Chaos God. This news quickly spread, and everyone knew that the Chaos God had reappeared. There was also news about the evil immortal's successor, and everyone started to discuss it. The discussion was no less heated than the origin dragon blood. Book 1, Chapter 267 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Zhao Fu flew to a secret place and started to devour all sorts of insect bloodlines. Zhao Fu took out the blood bottles and shattered them with a wave of his hand. The blood formed a lake of blood and fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's consciousness came to the space within his body and looked at the densely packed insect beasts. He stepped out and a massive wave of bloodline power pressed down on the insect beasts, forcing them into the blood lake below and quickly refining them. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and sensed his bloodline continuously becoming stronger, and he gave a trace of a smile. After 4 days, Zhao Fu had only refined the insect bloodlines, and the evil celestial bloodline had reached another limit. Zhao Fu needed to further comprehend the evil celestial power before he could raise the evil celestial bloodline to stage 6. The evil celestial bloodline had 8 stages in total, and Zhao Fu was now 3 stages away. Once he completed these 3 stages, Zhao Fu would be able to obtain the same power as the first evil celestial. Zhao Fu felt that after fusing so much legacy power, he would not be any weaker than the first evil celestial, and might even be stronger than him. In order to raise the bloodline to stage 6, Zhao Fu had to familiarize himself with all of the bloodlines in his body. This was not difficult, but it would take some time. Zhao Fu wanted to go to the sorcerer land, so he did not spend too much time on this. 5 days later, Zhao Fu came to a tribe with a smile on his face. After traveling for so long, he had finally reached the sorcerer land. This was the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer land was usually dominated by tribes, and each tribe would have at least one sorcerer. Under normal circumstances, the more sorcerer tribes there were, the higher their status would be in the sorcerer race. There were not many cities in the sorcerer land, so the sorcerer race preferred to live in tribes. The sorcerer race wore coarse hemp clothes or animal skins. They also had bone or stone accessories, and some people had paint on their faces. As Zhao Fu walked, he looked around curiously. At that moment, a few people holding spears stopped Zhao Fu. The one in the lead was a woman with braided hair, a seductive figure, and a pair of canine teeth. She said, "Take out your pass." Zhao Fu was puzzled. "What's a pass?" The woman was not surprised. She explained, "A pass is a token that allows you to enter the witch land. Now, the witch land has ordered that only those with a pass can enter the witch land. Those without a pass are forbidden from entering the witch land." The Wu land was worried that the dragon clan would attack at any time, so the Wu land entered a state of alert. Zhao Fu replied, "I've just arrived here, so how do I get a pass?" The lady replied, "The pass can only be obtained from a magus. Come and save my child." A man rushed over with a child in his arms. The child seemed to have been bitten by a wild beast, and his whole body was covered in blood. The woman hurriedly said, "Take him to the sorcerer." The woman glanced at Zhao Fu. You should come along too. Also, let me remind you that it's very difficult to obtain a pass, you need the approval of a sorcerer. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thank you. The woman did not say anything else and immediately ran over to the man. She carried the child and ran away, and Zhao Fu followed behind her. The woman ran into a large tent, but she did not see a sorcerer, so she hurriedly sent someone to call a sorcerer. There were many types of sorcerers in the witch race: battle sorcerers, commander sorcerers, and healing sorcerers. Battle sorcerers were responsible for fighting, and commanders had the highest status. They were responsible for leading a tribe and were responsible for healing countless people. Seeing that the child's aura was becoming weaker and weaker, the woman started to feel quite worried. Zhao Fu walked into the tent and said, I can save him. The woman felt quite delighted. Then I'll have to trouble you. The woman placed the child on the bed, and Zhao Fu examined the child's injuries. After confirming that it was just a wild beast bite and that there were no other problems, he prepared to take out some medicine to treat the child. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that he had obtained the shaman spirit's legacy and knew how to use sorcerer's healing methods. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to take a look, so he decided to use sorcerer's healing methods. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a grass-like rune appeared on his palm. It gave off countless rays of golden light that shined on the child's body, and the child's injuries immediately became better. The power that Zhao Fu used was called the Sorcerer Grass Seal, and it could heal all sorts of illnesses and injuries without using medicinal herbs. The woman felt quite surprised as she asked, You're also a sorcerer? Zhao Fu thought about it and replied, I guess so. The child's injuries were quickly healed, but because he had lost too much blood, he was still unconscious. The man thanked Zhao Fu gratefully before leaving with his child. The woman looked at Zhao Fu curiously as she said, You shouldn't be someone from our witch race, so why do you have our power? Zhao Fu replied, I obtained one of your witch race's legacies, so I obtained our power. The woman understood and smiled as she said, Since you have a sorcerer's legacy, it should be quite easy for you to obtain a passage pass. Also, why do you need a passage pass? Zhao Fu wanted to know more about the witch land, so he smiled as he replied, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you about this right now. I can't tell you about this for the time being. Can I ask you something? The woman cheerfully smiled as she said, You don't seem like a bad person. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you everything I know. Zhao Fu asked, Why did the witch race suddenly become so vigilant? I've never heard of a passage pass before. The woman said somewhat angrily, It's all because of that desolate ancient dragon race's young master. He might start a war with our witch race at any time, so we need to strengthen our defenses. Zhao Fu gave a strange smile. He had never thought that this matter would be related to him. He did not plan on letting out Long Wu Shui, nor did he want to attack the witch land. The woman looked at Zhao Fu and asked in confusion, What are you smiling about? Do you think our witch race is too cowardly? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Perhaps you've misunderstood, the dragon race won't attack. The woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, Do you think I'd lie to you? You have no idea what's going on. That desolate ancient dragon race's young master's master has been sealed by us for countless years. Back then, his master had enmity with our witch race, and as her legatee, I have to take revenge for her. Zhao Fu could not tell her that he was the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, so he did not continue explaining. He smiled as he asked, When will the witch race start their mega sacrifice? The witch race's mega sacrifice was a very big ceremony, and the witch race would choose a shaman's son to be the witch race's young master. Zhao Fu's goal was to obtain the shaman spirit's legacy, which had fused his legacy with the witch race's legacy. If he wanted to obtain her legacy, he would have to become the young master and obtain all of the witch race's legacy. Book 1, Book 2, Chapter 268 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 The woman replied, In order to fight against the dragon clan's young master, our witch clan will soon hold a mega sacrifice. I wonder if such a terrifying person will be born in our witch clan. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, I understand. The woman looked at Zhao Fu, What? Don't tell me you're also participating in the mega sacrifice? Zhao Fu lightly smiled and replied, I'm participating in the witch clan's mega sacrifice. The woman smiled and said in surprise, I didn't think that you'd really be a mega son. There are many Magus sons in our witch clan, I wonder what level you're at. Zhao Fu asked curiously, there are many? And there are levels? The woman nodded, every tribe will choose a Magus son. Someone like you who obtained the legacy of a witch clan powerhouse will also become a Magus son. Zhao Fu smiled and said, then how do we determine the level? At that moment, an elderly woman walked in and said, it depends on the witch seal within the Magus son's body. Seeing the elderly woman walk in, the woman smiled and bowed respectfully, sorcerer. The elderly woman nodded and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, who are you? The woman explained, he's a Magus son who obtained our witch clan's legacy. He wants a pass to go to the witch land to participate in the Magus sacrifice. The elderly woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, if you want a pass, I can give it to you, but you have to tell me where you come from. Zhao Fu frowned, I'm also a Magus son of the witch clan. Can't I have this identity? The elderly woman said seriously, if it was before, it would have been possible, but now the situation is dire. Everyone who enters the witch land must have a pass. Since Zhao Fu did not want to reveal his identity, he could only use other methods to obtain a pass. Seeing how troubled Zhao Fu was, the woman said, sorcerer, he just saved a child who doesn't seem to be pregnant, and he's a Magus son. Give him a pass. The sorcerer thought about it and looked at Zhao Fu and said, all right. I can give you a pass, but I have a request. Zhao Fu asked, what request? The shaman said, the person beside me is the shaman's son of our white wolf tribe, Lang Qing. I want to accompany you to the witch tribe's holy land. Zhao Fu smiled and said, no problem. Also, do you trust me that much? The sorcerer calmly said, your strength shouldn't be weak. If you wanted to harm Lang Qing, you could have done so at any time, you wouldn't have waited until now. Since you saved the sorcerer, I can see that you're not a bad person. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Lang Qing and said, I indeed didn't have any intentions of harming her. Lang said, Lang I, Lang 2, I 7. Lang Magus Lang. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not say anything. The elderly woman took out a command medallion with a wolf engraved on it and handed it to Zhao Fu. This is the White Wolf tribe's command medallion. If you go to other tribes, you just need to take out this command medallion and you won't be stopped. Zhao Fu took the token and said with a smile, many thanks. The old woman said, I'll have to trouble you to go out for a while. I have something to say to Lang Qing. Zhao Fu nodded and left the tent. Watching Zhao Fu leave, Lang Qing asked curiously, why did the wizard want me to go with him? I was going to bring a few of my friends to the witch tribe's holy land. The sorcerer said seriously, he's very strong. I'm worried that you'll encounter some danger when you go to the sorcerer tribe's holy land. You'll be safer with him. When Lang Qing heard that, he did not speak anymore. The wizard continued, this time, Magus Priest, don't let our tribe down. Try your best to get a good ranking, so that our white wolf tribe can have a good reputation. Lang Qing smiled and nodded. Wizard, don't worry. I will do my best. The shaman revealed a smile and handed a palm-sized white wolf statue to Lang Qing. This is the white wolf spirit of our white wolf tribe. It will be of great use to you if you accept it. Lang Qing nodded with a smile and accepted the white wolf statue. Following that, Lang Qing walked out of the tent and looked at Zhao Fu outside. He said with a smile, you continue to wait here. I'll go find my friends and go to the witch tribe's holy land together. Zhao Fu lightly nodded in agreement. After about an hour and a half, Lang Qing brought 2 men and 3 women towards Zhao Fu. One of the men had a strong figure and was called Lang Yi. The other was handsome and was called Lang Wuli. Among the 3 women, the one with a hot figure was called Lang Lulu, the one with a gloomy temperament was called Lang Xia, and the one with a gentle temperament was called Lang Yueqing. Lang Wuli looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, do you still want to bring him along? I don't think he's that strong. Lang Qing said, that's what the wizard said. I originally wanted to go with you guys. Lang Lulu said with interest. He looks very mysterious with his cloak. I wonder what he looks like. Lang Yueqing said with a smile, since the wizard said to bring him along, then let's bring him along. Lang Qing brought a few people over to Zhao Fu and smiled as he introduced them and asked, how should I address you? Zhao Fu replied, you can just call me Wu Ling. Lang Qing smiled as he replied, do you have anything to prepare? If not, let's set off now. Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. The group left the tribe together, and they chatted as they walked. Zhao Fu walked at the back by himself and did not blend in with them. After all, Zhao Fu was an outsider. Zhao Fu was not interested in chatting, and he could slowly comprehend the bloodline that he had fused with. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a massive wild boar rushed out and looked at the group with a savage gaze before giving off a ferocious aura and rushing over. Just as the others were about to attack, Lang Qing smiled and said, "Leave it to me, I want to try out the white wolf spirit I obtained." Lang Qing stretched out a hand and a white light shot out as a massive snow-white wolf appeared in front of the group. Its fur was very soft, and it had an elegant and noble figure and a sharp gaze. When the wild boar saw the white wolf spirit appear, it immediately felt a sense of fear and turned around to flee. The white wolf lightly leapt to the wild boar's side and slapped the wild boar to the ground with its paw, killing the wild boar. Lang Xian smiled as he said, "The white wolf spirit is so powerful, it's too easy to deal with wild beasts with such strength." Lang Qing stretched out his hand in satisfaction, and the white wolf turned into a ray of light and flew into Lang Qing's arm. The white wolf spirit was the white wolf statue. It could fuse with the body of the sorcerer tribe. It was not a physical body, but a battle spirit body. The sorcerer tribe became a beast spirit. Every sorcerer tribe member had one or more beast spirits. When beast spirits fused with people from the sorcerer race, they would become a part of the sorcerer race's body and would become stronger along with the sorcerer race. They would also have some of the sorcerer race's attributes and abilities. Beast spirits would not die, and if they were heavily injured, the people from the sorcerer race would also be affected. Book 1, Chapter 269. After getting rid of this wild boar, the sky had already darkened. The few of them started a bonfire and started roasting the wild boar meat. Zhao Fu did not say anything and sat there, slowly comprehending his bloodline. Long Lulu smiled and said, "Lang Qing, what do you think your ranking will be in this Magus Priest?" Lang Qing thought for a while and said, "Right now, our white wolf tribe is ranked 283445. We can probably advance by a few hundred ranks." Lang Yuqing smiled and said, "Advancing by a few hundred ranks is a huge improvement. You will be more powerful than many of the magi in the tribe." Lang Qing said with some dissatisfaction, "Only advancing by a few hundred ranks. My ideal result would be advancing by 1,000 ranks. With such a huge improvement, our tribe will also receive quite a lot of rewards." Lang Yi smiled and said, "You are the most talented among us, we believe that you can do it." Lang Wuli nodded and said with a smile, "This time, our tribe's Magus Priest rewards will all depend on you." Participating in the witch tribe's Magus Priest rewards were not only given to Magi sons, but the tribe would also receive rewards. The higher one's ranking was, the more rewards they would receive. Lang Qing smiled and said, I will definitely work hard." Lang Wuli took the roasted wild boar meat that was stuck on a branch and handed it to Lang Qing and said, "This wild boar meat is roasted, try it." Everyone already knew that Lang Wuli had other thoughts towards Lang Qing, so they did not care too much about it. They picked up the branch that was stuck on the ground and started eating the wild boar meat. Lang Qing did not think much about it and took a few bites of the wild boar meat that Lang Wuli handed to her. She then noticed Zhao Fu, who was sitting quietly at the side. She also took a piece of wild boar meat and handed it to Zhao Fu and said, "This is for you." Zhao Fu looked at her and took the wild boar meat and said, "Thank you." Lang Qing smiled and said, "Why haven't you spoken? If I hadn't paid attention, I would have almost forgotten about you." Zhao Fu replied, "I have always been comprehending, you don't have to mind me." Lang Qing said, "After all, we are on the same path, how could I not mind you? Furthermore, it was a Magus request." Lang Wuli said uncomfortably, "Lang Qing, don't mind him. He is following us like this, so it's good that he has our protection." Zhao Fu did not explain too much about why he would need their protection. Lang Lulu looked at Zhao Fu and curiously asked, "You? Lang Magus, why are you wearing a cloak?" Zhao Fu nodded. Lang Lulu smiled mischievously and said, "But I just want to see what you look like." Lang 52, of Lang Lang Qing also looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite curious about him. Boar meat Zhao of Lang Fu of, and said, 1-2 of. Zhao of Lang Lulu snorted lightly, looking a little unhappy. Lang Lang of Tu of Both Hua. Fu of, Lang Lang Fu of. Lang of. Lang 1 Lang in, dragon. 2 of 10 Fu, 10 5 Lang of, I of Lang of. We of, I of. Of. Lang Qing said mockingly, it's true that we are of a small tribe, but are you from a big tribe? Everyone was at the outskirts of the sorcerer land, and the tribes here were all small tribes. Large tribes and some of the more powerful tribes were at the center of the sorcerer land. My tribe is definitely stronger than yours, the arrogant youth said angrily. Lang Qing was not to be outdone and said, we'll know after we compete. The youth called out, fine. Let's compete. I want to see the strength of your small tribes. The youth stretched out his hand, and a black light shot out. A 6-meter-tall black bear appeared in front of everyone, giving off a ferocious beast aura. This was the youth's beast spirit. Looking at the powerful black bear, Lang Yuqing said worriedly, how about we not compete? Lang Qing said resolutely, no, I want to compete. After speaking, Lang Qing stretched out his hand, and a white light shot out, turning into a white wolf. The two beast spirits looked at each other as if they were enemies, and they glared at each other and growled. The white wolf was the first to attack, and it quickly rushed towards the black bear. The black bear also ferociously rushed over, and the two beast spirits collided. The black bear slapped the white wolf with its paws, while the white wolf bit onto the black bear's body. The black bear vigorously pushed the white wolf back, and the white wolf once again leapt over. The black bear ferociously bit onto the white wolf's body, sending it flying. The white wolf quickly leapt towards the black bear and bit onto the black bear's arm. The black bear used its claws to attack the white wolf, while the white wolf used its claws to attack the black bear. The two beast spirits started to fight intensely. Lang Qing looked at the youth and called out, do you dare to have a sorcerer's son duel? The youth took out a bone blade and said, why wouldn't I dare? An imprint appeared between Lang Qing's eyebrows. This imprint looked like a wolf, and it was wrapped in a circle and had a rune. This was a sorcerer child seal, and it was said that sorcerer child seals were split into different grades. One rune was the lowest grade sorcerer child seal, 2 runes were of a higher grade than 1, and 3 runes were of a higher grade than 2. The highest grade had 9 runes, and only the most powerful sorcerer race factions had them. Apart from this, there was also a legendary 10th rune. The youth also had a black bear imprint between his eyebrows, and he only had 1 rune. The two imprints flew towards each other and collided, turning into countless motes of light. The Sorcerer's Son duel was a battle approved by the Sorcerer's Seal, and no one else could help, or they would suffer a backlash from their own Sorcerer's Seal. Lang Qing quickly rushed in front of the young man and thrust his spear towards the young man's chest. The young man leaned to the side and slashed at Lang Qing. Lang Qing retracted his spear and blocked the incoming saber. He then pushed forward and pushed the young man away. The youth retreated a few steps and felt quite angry. He slashed down with his saber, and a massive black saber light containing immense power ferociously slashed towards Lang Qing. Lang Qing did not retreat or dodge, and he held his spear as he rushed forwards. The spear shot out a white light and stabbed forwards. Bang! The black saber light was deflected by the spear, and Lang Qing's body rushed in front of the youth, the sharp spear tip stabbing towards the youth's head. The youth was shocked, and he hurriedly rolled to the side, somewhat pathetically dodging the attack. Lang Qing gave a trace of a smile, while the youth became even more angry. Boom! A powerful aura spread out from the youth's body, and many black tattoos spread out from between the youth's eyebrows. The youth's power immediately increased. This was one of the sorcerer race's exclusive abilities, and they could use sorcerer seals to increase their power. Lang Qing did not hesitate, and the white tattoos on his eyebrows started to spread out, and the power in his body also became stronger. The youth waved the saber in his hand, and a massive black saber light slashed towards Lang Qing. Lang Qing raised his spear, sending the black saber light flying. The youth appeared in front of Lang Qing, raised his saber, and vigorously slashed at Lang Qing. Lang Qing held his spear horizontally, blocking the youth's saber strike, and kicked the youth away. Apex Book 1, Chapter 270 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. The young man fell to the ground and angrily climbed up, holding his machete as he rushed at Lang Qing. The spear in Lang Qing's hand stabbed forward and a sharp beam of light shot towards the young man. The young man dodged to the side and rushed in front of Lang Qing. His blade shone with countless rays of black light as he slashed at Lang Qing with all his might. Lang Qing sent some of his power into his spear, causing it to give off a white light as he slashed forwards with great power. Bang! The saber and spear clashed together, resulting in a massive sound. A massive shockwave spread out like a wild gale. Lang Qing then vigorously attacked, forcing the young man back 5 or 6 steps. Seeing that Lang Qing had a great advantage and would not lose to the young man, Lang Wuli and the others let out a sigh of relief and stopped worrying. The expressions of the people by the young man's side were quite unsightly. They could tell that the young man was not a match for him. However, the young man was not willing to accept this. He stretched out a hand and gave off a powerful aura, and the black bear that was fighting with the white wolf roared and knocked the white wolf away. It quickly ran towards the young man and entered his body. Boom! A massive aura exploded out from the young man's body. The young man had fused with his beast spirit, causing his power to become even more powerful. The young man's appearance also went through some changes. Bear fur grew on his body and his hands became like bear claws, making him look even more ferocious. The white wolf quickly ran over and entered Lang Qing's body. A powerful aura spread out from Lang Qing's body and his body went through changes, growing white wolf ears and a wolf tail. The sorcerer race could fuse with beast spirits to obtain even greater power. This was one of the sorcerer race's abilities. Boom! The young man slashed out with his saber and a massive black saber light turned into a black bear that ferociously leapt at Lang Qing, causing the ground to crack and giving off shocking sounds. Lang Qing raised the spear in his hand and swung it forward with all his might, creating a white arc of light that struck the pouncing black bear's body. The black bear's body collapsed. The young man appeared by Lang Qing's side and slashed towards Lang Qing. Lang Qing quickly dodged backwards, dodging this attack. The young man immediately changed his attack, and his saber gave off a black saber energy as it slammed towards Lang Qing like a bear's claw. Lang Qing immediately used his spear to block in front of him. The saber struck the spear, causing Lang Qing's body to retreat 4 to 5 steps. The youth did not even have time to be happy when a white light wolf appeared behind him and bit the youth. Because the youth had fused with the beast spirit, his defense had been greatly strengthened, but that white light wolf still bit through his body. The young man cried out in pain and slashed out with his saber, cutting the white light wolf apart, turning it into many white specks of light that scattered. However, Lang Qing had already arrived in front of him. He forcefully thrust his spear towards the youth. The spear pierced into the youth's body, causing blood to flow out. The youth panicked and immediately retreated. Lang Qing planned to continue attacking. An old man at the side shouted, "Wait, we admit defeat." Lang Qing looked at the youth in front of him. The young man's expression was unsightly. He now understood that he was not Lang Qing's match, and if he did not admit defeat, the battle would only end when he died. Otherwise, the effects of the Wu Sun duel would not disappear, and the young man did not want to die here. The youth admitted defeat and said, "I admit defeat." Lang Qing lightly laughed, "Don't think that just because you come from a decent tribe, you're very strong. There are many people more powerful than you." The youth fell silent and did not say anything. Right now, he could not beat others, so there was nothing to say. An old man walked over and said, "Wu Sun, let's hurry and leave." The youth continued to show off to everyone. Lang Qing's body returned to its original form, and he smiled. Lang Lulu and the others walked over. Lang Yi smiled as he said, "I never thought that your strength would improve by so much." Xianxia said softly, Your strength has surprised us, but it's a good thing for our tribe. You should be able to obtain good results in the Wu Sun duel." Lang Lulu smiled as she said, "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to beat him. Arrogant people like you need to be taught a lesson." Lang Qing smiled as he nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the battle. Zhao Fu stood there and continued to comprehend his bloodline. He did not care about this battle at all, as he was too weak and did not have any interest in it. Lang Qing looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite dissatisfied. She had just defeated a Wu Sun, so why was Zhao Fu not reacting at all? She called out, "Wu Ling." Zhao Fu looked at her and asked, "What's the matter?" Lang Qing looked at Zhao Fu and did not bother to say anything. Lang Lulu also felt quite dissatisfied as she said, "You're always like this? It's as if you're not on our side." Long Luli also said, "If you want to leave, please leave immediately. We won't protect you." Lang Qing hurriedly said, "Don't say that. The Wu Sun told us to leave together, so don't go against his words." Lang Qing looked at Zhao Fu and said, "We'll protect you all the way to the Wu clan's sacred land. If you don't want to communicate with us, we won't force you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Actually, you don't need to protect me, I can protect myself." Lang Luli looked at Zhao Fu and said bluntly, "So you're saying that you're very strong? Do you want to spar with me?" Lang Yuqing said, "Don't be like this, everyone should be more friendly." Lang Qing also said somewhat angrily, "Lang Luli, don't say such things. We're on the same team now, so you should treat the Wu spirit like a friend." Lang Luli was somewhat angry, but he still nodded and did not want to continue arguing with Zhao Fu. The group left this place and continued forward, arriving at another tribe. This tribe was very big, and apart from some tents, there were also buildings made of stone. There were also many people, and there was a teleportation array here that could allow long-distance teleportation. This was also the reason why Zhao Fu and the others had come. Because the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was not the aura of the Wu clan, and because Zhao Fu wanted to comprehend and fuse with every bloodline in his body, his aura had become very chaotic. Coupled with the fact that Zhao Fu had taken the cloak with him, he looked very suspicious. As such, they were unsurprisingly stopped by the tribe's guards. A man with a scar on his face said, "Please take out your pass." Zhao Fu took out the pass that the White Wolf tribe's sorcerer had given him and handed it to the man. The man took the pass and examined it carefully, then looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Please take off your cloak and let me see what you look like." Zhao Fu frowned, "Wasn't it just me who had the passage medallion? Why do I need to take off my cloak?" The man said unhappily, "This is a pass from a small tribe. I think you're a bit suspicious, so quickly take off your cloak to prove your identity. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Volume 1, Chapter 271. Lang Qing knew that Zhao Fu did not want to reveal his appearance and said, "He's also a wizard and came to participate in the Magus ceremony. He's not a suspicious person." The scarred man looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Really? Then it proves that you're a wizard." Lang Qing said to Zhao Fu, "Wizard spirit, just show me your wizard seal." Hearing this, Zhao Fu also felt helpless. He stretched out a hand, and countless golden rays of light radiated. "Get out of the way, get out of the way!" Shouts rang out. A group of people rode horses into the tribe. The person in the lead was a handsome man dressed in white. Everyone around them made way and began to talk, as if this man had a noble identity. The scarred man did not have time to care about Su Bai and walked over with his people. Lang Qing was also a little curious. She did not know the identity of this person, so she asked the person next to her, "Who is he?" The person next to her replied, "He's a wizard of the Xian bird tribe. I heard that he went to investigate the young master of the desolate ancient dragon clan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to see him." Lang Qing and the others also showed excited expressions when they heard this. The Xian bird tribe was one of the 8 major tribes of the witch tribe. The wizard of their tribe was indeed not comparable to the wizard of their small tribe. They did not even have the chance to see such a sublimated noble person. Everyone watched the group leave, and the surroundings returned to normal. Lang Qing smiled and said, "Let's go, too." Everyone smiled and walked to the side. No one cared about what had just happened, nor did they pay attention to the level of Zhao Fu's wizard seal. All their attention was attracted by the wizard of the Xian bird tribe. Now, they were also talking about the wizard of the Xian bird tribe. Zhao Fu followed behind them silently. Walking to the tribe's teleportation array, they quickly teleported to another tribe. Lang Qing smiled happily and said, "We're finally here." Lang Lulu chuckled and said, "We've waited for a few months." Lang Yi also smiled and said, "It's better to be careful. Let's find that place first." Lang Wu glanced at Zhao Fu. "That's our business. Do we need to bring him along?" Lang Qing said, "Now that Wu Ling is our teammate, let's take him with us." Lang Xia said, "Bringing him along is not a problem, but if we obtain treasures, he will only be able to obtain a small portion." Wolf Shaman also said, "We worked hard to get that thing. We can't let him have it." Lang Qing looked at Zhao Fu and asked, Wu Ling, do you have any objections? Zhao Fu said calmly, I don't want it. Lang Qing let out a breath and said helplessly, it's fine now, let's go. Half a day later, everyone arrived at a valley. A few months ago, Lang Qing's group had obtained a map that recorded the location of a treasure trove. That treasure trove was located in this valley. Lang Qing glanced at the map and said, it's here, let's go in. After walking into the valley, a group of monkeys that were 2 meters tall let out ear-piercing cries and attacked them. Some used rocks and wood to smash them, while others ferociously pounced over. Lang Qing immediately said, attack. Their bodies shot out rays of white light and turned into massive white wolves. These were all their beast spirits, and Lang Qing's white wolf was the largest and gave off the most powerful aura. After appearing, the white wolf started to attack the monkeys. A white wolf opened its mouth and bit down on a monkey that was pouncing over, while another white wolf waved its paw and tore apart a monkey's body with its sword. Another white wolf rushed towards the group of monkeys. The monkeys attacked with all their might, continuously throwing things at the group. Some pounced on the white wolves, biting and beating them. They were not weak and could smash rocks, but to the white wolves, they were not much of a threat. Lang Qing and the others took out their weapons and easily killed the monkeys that were charging at them. Lang Qing's spear could pierce through a few monkeys, while Lang Ye's weapon was an axe. With a swing, he could split a monkey in half. Lang Xiao's weapon was a bow, and an arrow could easily pierce through a monkey's body. Lang Shaman used a saber, sending the monkeys flying. Lang Lulu and Lang Yueqing used swords, and with each slash, they easily reaped the monkeys' lives. Zhao Fu did not do anything and just stood there. After a while, the group of monkeys retreated, and there were over 100 monkey corpses on the ground. The white wolves went close to the corpses and opened their mouths, sucking in a monkey's image, which was then sucked in by the white wolves. The white wolves chewed as if they were eating meat. Beast spirits could also eat other creatures' souls, and they could grow by devouring other creatures' souls. After the white wolves ate the monkeys' souls, they turned into rays of white light and returned to the group's bodies. Everyone was quite dissatisfied with Zhao Fu standing there and not helping at all. They had planned to give him some things, but now they did not want to. They felt that no matter how weak Zhao Fu was, he should at least help. Lang Lulu lightly harumphed and said, I find that you're quite annoying. Lang Lulu had been a bit interested in Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu's way of doing things made her completely lose interest in Zhao Fu. Lang Shaman looked at Zhao Fu and said, we shouldn't have brought him here. Lang Qing was quite dissatisfied with Zhao Fu's actions, but he still said, forget it. Zhao Fu did not mind, there was no need for him to do anything in this battle, so he just stood there and comprehended his bloodline. Everyone continued onwards and came to a rock. There was a creature lying on the rock basking in the sun. It had a dragon-like head and no horns, and its body was like a lizard's. Its scales were like metal and it was dozens of meters long. This was called the Golden Dragon, and it gave off a very powerful aura, making it so that no creature dared to come close. Lang Qing said in a small voice, the entrance to the treasure trove is guarded by this golden dragon. That golden dragon is quite powerful, so let's try and see if we can lure it away. Everyone nodded. The golden dragon was quite powerful, and they did not want to fight it head-on. How could they lure it away? They immediately thought of using beast spirits. Beast spirits were quite fast and would not be disappointed, and it was much safer than using people to lure it away. Lang Qing said, my beast spirit is the strongest, so use mine. No one else objected. Lang Qing let out White Wolf and had White Wolf walk towards the golden dragon from the other side and give a provocative howl. The golden earth dragon lazily opened its eyes and looked at the white wolf before it. There was a trace of contempt in its eyes. The difference between the two sides was quite big. White wolf was only 10 or so meters long, while the golden dragon was dozens of meters long. Facing this sort of gaze, White Wolf felt quite humiliated. It opened its mouth and powerful energy condensed a white orb of light, which shot out with great power. Apex. Book 1, Chapter 272. Facing such a powerful attack, the Earth Gold Dragon became serious. It raised its dragon claw and vigorously swung out, sending the white orb of light flying. The orb of light crashed into the ground in the distance, causing an intense explosion and causing countless traces of white light to shine out. Roar! The Earth Golden Dragon angrily crawled up from the ground and raised its head to the sky to give a massive dragon roar that rang through the entire valley. There was a several-meter-wide hole in the ground below it, which was most likely the entrance to the treasure trove. Lang Qing said in a serious tone, "With my beast spirits, I might not be able to lure the golden dragon away. Everyone, release your beast spirits." Seeing that the golden dragon was so powerful, the group did not hesitate and released their beast spirits. They walked out from the side and stood around the white wolf. Seeing the beast spirits appear, the golden dragon charged at the beast spirits with a powerful aura. Several of the beast spirits immediately retreated backwards quickly. The golden dragon chased ferociously from behind, its massive body knocking down all the trees in its path, causing the ground to tremble. The sound it gave off was quite shocking. Seeing the golden dragon getting further and further away, Lang Qing immediately said, "I wonder how long the beast spirits can last. Let's go into the hole quickly. With such a powerful creature guarding it, there should be many good things inside." The group nodded and quickly ran out, running towards the hole. In less than 2 minutes, the group had reached the hole very quickly and were about to enter. The golden earth dragon sensed their presence and immediately stopped. Its 4 dragon claws exerted force as it leaped, creating a large crater in the ground. The golden earth dragon's body leaped into the sky like a rapidly descending mountain, landing near Lang Ye's group. The ground shook and a gale blew out as a terrifying aura covered the surroundings. Under this terrifying aura, Lang Yi and the others' faces turned pale and their hearts filled with fear. The golden dragon's large green eyes looked at them disdainfully like it was looking at bugs. Lang Qing immediately said, "You guys leave quickly, I'll hold it back." The group hesitated. If Lang Qing stayed behind alone, it would be too dangerous. Lang Qing hurriedly said, "If you don't leave, none of you will be able to leave. If I go alone, I might be able to escape." The few of them made up their minds and were about to escape from this place. That powerful golden dragon seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. It immediately crawled on the ground, not daring to release any of its aura. Its body didn't even dare to move. It was like a pitiful little beast. Everyone was astonished. How did the terrifying Earth Golden Dragon become like this? Following the golden dragon's gaze, he saw a black-cloaked man walking over at a leisurely pace. Is the golden dragon a fear spirit? Everyone thought in doubt. This golden dragon belonged to the dragon clan, so it was naturally afraid of Zhao Fu. Even if Zhao Fu didn't emit a terrifying aura, the golden dragon would still feel extreme fear just by relying on the 2 types of supreme dragon bloodlines. Zhao Fu walked in front of him. The Earth Golden Dragon was even more afraid. Its head was pressed against the ground, and its body was trembling slightly. The few of them looked at Zhao Fu with a dignified expression. After getting along with Zhao Fu for so many days, only now did they realize that Zhao Fu wasn't simple. Zhao Fu chuckled, "What's wrong? Aren't you going in?" Lang Qing looked at Zhao Fu and asked seriously, "Who the hell are you?" Now, Zhao Fu just walked over and didn't release any aura at all, yet that powerful golden dragon became so afraid. Zhao Fu wasn't an ordinary person. They had all underestimated Zhao Fu before, and now they understood why the shaman wanted her to bring Zhao Fu with her. It turned out that she had already expected such a thing. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I won't tell you." Lang Lulu asked, "Then how did you make such a powerful golden dragon afraid?" Zhao Fu said jokingly, "Maybe it's because I look terrifying that it's afraid of me." The others evidently didn't believe him, and Lang Lulu rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "I wonder why you've been hiding your appearance and identity." Lang Qing said, "Since you're not willing to tell us, we won't force you." After saying this, he said to the others, "Let's go in together." The few of them entered the cave, but Zhao Fu didn't go in. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to comprehend his bloodline. After an hour or so, Lang Qing and the others walked out with smiles on their faces. It seemed that they had gained quite a bit. Lang Qing took out 10 or so treasures and smiled as he said, "These are the most valuable treasures in the treasury, you can take them all." Zhao Fu didn't mind and said, "I don't need these things, you can take them yourselves." This showed how extraordinary Zhao Fu was. They were all quite tempted by these treasures, but Zhao Fu wasn't interested at all. This was a clear disparity between them. Lang Lulu, who had never liked Zhao Fu, now started to fear Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu turned to look at Di Jin and said calmly, "You can go now." Hearing this, the golden dragon immediately turned and ran, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. It could be seen how afraid it was of Zhao Fu. Lang Qing distributed the treasures to the others and smiled as he said, "Now that we've obtained the treasures, let's continue to the witch race's sacred land." The others responded with smiles on their faces. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the others came to a large tribe. As expected, Zhao Fu was once again stopped by a pair of guards. This place was quite close to the witch race's sacred land, and the guards were all wearing armor and gave off powerful auras. The captain was a short-haired, valiant-looking man, and he smiled as he said to Zhao Fu, "Take out your pass." Zhao Fu sighed. After being stopped so many times, was he really that suspicious? Zhao Fu took out his pass and handed it to the man. The valiant-looking man looked at it and asked, "Why have you come to the witch race?" Zhao Fu replied, "To participate in the mega sacrifice." The valiant-looking man felt quite surprised. "Then you're also a sorcerer?" Zhao Fu nodded. The valiant-looking man handed the pass to Zhao Fu and said, "It's very rare to see a sorcerer like you. Which witch race expert's legacy did you obtain?" Zhao Fu calmly replied, "I can't tell you that." The valiant-looking man lightly laughed and said, "Why? I don't think there's a need to hide it. People will know that you're going to the witch race's sacred land. Moreover, if you reveal your identity in advance, you'll receive the support of some experts. Otherwise, with your identity, it'll be very difficult for you to gain a foothold." Zhao Fu said, "Thanks. I don't plan on staying in the witch race, I'll leave after the mega sacrifice." The valiant-looking man smiled and said, "All right. I won't make things difficult for you." Lang Qing and the others looked at Zhao Fu and found out some things about Zhao Fu from him. Is he only here to participate in the mega sacrifice? Normally, sorcerer children came to the mega sacrifice for the tribe. Sorcerer children who did not belong to a tribe would choose to join a tribe, and many tribes would welcome such people. As such, Zhao Fu felt quite strange. Book 1, Chapter 273. The valiant-looking man laughed as he said, "I'm even more curious about you now." Zhao Fu said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." The guard next to the valiant-looking man said with a cold expression, "Without our permission, do you think you can leave?" The valiant-looking man looked at the guard, and the guard immediately lowered his head and did not say anything. Zhao Fu said calmly, "If I want to leave, no one in your tribe can stop me." Hearing these arrogant words, everyone felt quite shocked, and the guards looked at Zhao Fu unkindly, as if he was looking down on them. The valiant-looking man laughed as he said, "How about we have a competition?" Zhao Fu looked at him and said, "You're not a match for me." The valiant-looking man lightly laughed as he said, "But I just want to give it a try. Are you willing? If you're not, I won't force you." Zhao Fu said calmly, "Then I'll give you a chance." The valiant-looking man laughed as he said, "There are too many people here, so it's not convenient to have a competition. How about we compete in shaman power?" Zhao Fu nodded as he said, "Up to you." Boom, an explosion sounded out as a powerful shaman power exploded out from the valiant-looking man's body. His body burned with a blue aura flame, and the blue aura flame condensed into a goat above the valiant-looking man's head. This powerful aura caused the surrounding people to look over, and the pedestrians made way for them. Some people came over out of curiosity. The valiant-looking man was quite confident in his power, and he knew that Zhao Fu was not simple. As such, he released his power with all his strength. Lang Yi and the others looked quite serious. This valiant-looking man's power was slightly stronger than theirs. As a shaman, Lang Qing also felt quite a bit of pressure. The people in the surroundings were also discussing. Sensing the aura that the valiant-looking man gave off, they approved of his aura. Within this tribe, he was definitely one of the stronger people. The valiant-looking man laughed confidently as he said, "I'll have to trouble you to show your powerlessness." Zhao Fu looked at the valiant-looking man and took a step forwards, and a formless power spread out. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out in the handsome man's mind, and his body trembled violently. He saw a wizard's mask that was as large as the sky pressing down on him, and his soul was greatly impacted. He felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance and inferiority. In the eyes of the crowd, however, it was a different scene. They saw that the valiant man was frozen in place, looking at the sky in shock, his body not moving at all. Zhao Fu retracted his gaze and walked to the side. The valiant man's body also went limp, and he sat on the ground, his blood seemed to have stopped flowing. A few guards saw that Zhao Fu was about to leave and were about to stop Zhao Fu. The valiant man hurriedly shouted in awe, "Let him go." The guards had strange looks on their faces, but they didn't stop Zhao Fu. The people in the surroundings were confused. They didn't know what had just happened. Why did the valiant-looking man look like he couldn't bear it when that person took a step forward? What kind of special power did that person have? Lang Qing and the others were also filled with confusion, and they followed behind Zhao Fu. Now, they were even more certain that Zhao Fu's strength was terrifying, and their attitude towards Zhao Fu became more respectful. They followed behind Zhao Fu, not daring to say anything. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu said, "You don't have to mind me. I'll be the same as before." Lang Qing pouted slightly, "How would we dare? You could have come to the sorcerer land by yourself, so why did you come with us? We thought that you didn't dare to come alone and needed our protection." Zhao Fu said, "I promised your tribe's wizards to come with you, and to repay the favor of the pass, I can guarantee that you won't suffer any harm on the way." Everyone looked embarrassed. They had thought that they would be protecting Zhao Fu, but in the end, it was Zhao Fu who was protecting them. Thinking about it along the way, they felt that Zhao Fu was right. If they didn't encounter any danger, Zhao Fu wouldn't help them. However, if they encountered danger, Zhao Fu would immediately take care of it. Lang Lulu said, "No wonder you didn't want to talk to us. It turns out that you're so powerful that you don't want to come into contact with people like us." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I didn't mean that. I've been comprehending something and don't have time to talk to you." Lang Lulu smiled and said, "Really?" Zhao Fu nodded. Lang Lulu happily smiled and said, "I misunderstood you before, so I apologize." Lang Yuqing smiled and said, "I also apologize to you." Zhao Fu said, "No need, I didn't care about that." Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, their relationship became much more harmonious. After leaving the tribe, the group continued towards the sorcerer race's sacred land. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu and the others, who were walking on a small path, stopped. They saw two figures appear in front of them, fighting intensely and giving off terrifying auras. Zhao Fu and the others recognized one of them. He was the sorcerer's son of the mystic bird tribe, Xianxia. The other person had a ferocious look on his face. Even though they had never seen him before, he was very powerful and was most likely a sorcerer's son of the same tribe. Lang Qing looked at the two people fighting and asked Zhao Fu, "Should we stay away from the battle between the two sorcerer's sons?" These two people had terrifying statuses, and Lang Qing and the others could not afford to offend them. They did not want to get involved in order to avoid getting into trouble. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's rare to see two sorcerer sons fighting, so you can watch. It'll be of some help to you." Now, Zhao Fu was the leader, and since Zhao Fu said that he would stay and watch the two sorcerer sons fight, they had no objections. No matter what happened, Zhao Fu would be there to support them. Clang, the ferocious-looking man slashed out with his saber with shocking power, and a powerful saber energy turned into a monster with a tiger's body and a human's face, rushing towards Xianxia with terrifying power. Lang Qing looked at the monster and immediately said, "He should be the sorcerer's son of the Pauper Tiger tribe." "That monster is the Pauper Tiger." Zhao Fu asked, "What's his name?" Lang Qing replied, "His name is Hu Ming, and I heard that he's very violent and likes to kill." Xianxia used a sword, and he stabbed out with his sword. A few ripples spread out, and a sharp sword energy shot out, piercing through the Pauper Tiger's body. Hu Ming slashed out with his saber again, and a huge black saber light slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately used his sword to block, and a pair of green wings appeared in front of him, giving off a green light and forming a formless defensive barrier. Bang, the ferocious saber light hit the barrier, but it turned into many black spots and dissipated, not causing any damage to Xianxia. Hu Ming rushed in front of Xianxia and slashed out with all his strength. The terrifying saber light shattered the barrier, and Xianxia's body was sent flying more than 10 meters. Boom! Boom! Book 1, Chapter 274. Xianxia was not injured and said coldly, "Hu Ming, I already said that you are not as strong as me. You should just stay in the Qionghu tribe." Hu Ming said angrily, "I want to see how strong you are." Clang, Hu Ming slashed at Xianxia with his saber again, bringing with it a black saber wind. He slashed at Xianxia fiercely, as if he wanted to cut Xianxia into pieces. Xianxia raised the sword in his hand and a huge green bird appeared behind him. It looked like a crane with a crown on its head and 3 beautiful green feathers on its back. Boom, the mystic bird flapped its pair of wings with all its might, and a huge green sword wind blew forward ferociously. Boom, the two winds collided and an even more powerful storm spread out. The wind raged and seemed to tear everything apart. Finally, the black wind was blown away and the green sword wind continued to blow towards Hu Ming. Hu Ming immediately blocked with his saber. The saber gave off countless black lights and formed a huge black shield. Xianxia came in front of Hu Ming and slashed down with his sword. A green sword light flew forward and the shield was destroyed. Hu Ming was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Roar!" Hu Ming shouted angrily. A huge force burst out and a huge poor tiger appeared behind Xianxia. It opened its mouth and bit towards Xianxia. Xianxia slapped out with his palm and a huge green palm print with great power slapped towards Hu Ming. Bang, the two collided and a shockwave spread out. Both of them took 5 or 6 steps back. Hu Ming quickly rushed towards Xianxia with a strong aura. Xianxia spun the green sword in his hand and rays of green sword light flew towards Hu Ming. There were many of them and they were so densely packed that it seemed impossible to block them. Hu Ming slashed with his saber and the black saber light slashed forward like a black crescent moon. Bang bang bang, the green sword light was cut into pieces by the black crescent moon and turned into countless green air currents. However, the power of the black crescent moon was quickly weakening. Xianxia slashed out with his sword and destroyed the fragile black crescent moon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Countless green rays of light shot out from behind Xianxia. A huge bird claw with a powerful aura grabbed towards Hu Ming. Hu Ming immediately used his saber to block in front of him, blocking that huge bird claw. Xianxia flew in front of Hu Ming in an instant, the sword in his hand emitting a strong green sword light, exuding an extremely strong power. Boom, Hu Ming was cut down from the sky by the sword and smashed heavily on the ground. He landed near Zhao Fu and the others. Hu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He had sustained serious injuries. He looked angrily at Xianxia, who was standing in the sky. From the results, he knew that he was no match for Xianxia. Lang Lulu smiled and said excitedly, "Xianxia is so strong. No wonder he is one of the 3 geniuses of the witch tribe. That Hu Ming is much weaker." Hearing this, Hu Ming was furious. He turned to look at Lang Lulu and vented his anger on her. The *TCH, you're courting death." Boom, Hu Ming jumped up from the ground and rushed in front of Lang Lulu with a terrifying aura. He punched forward with the power to shatter the void. He could not defeat Xianxia, but he did not believe that he could not kill a weak woman. Lang Lulu looked at Hu Ming who was rushing towards her. Her body stiffened and she felt a strong sense of fear. Was she going to die? Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of her. It was Zhao Fu. His punch did not emit any shocking power. It was like an ordinary person's punch. Bang, the 2 fists collided and made a loud sound. Hu Ming's body flew backwards and fell on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked shocked. Lang Lulu looked at Zhao Fu who was standing in front of her. Her heart was filled with joy and gratitude. It was Zhao Fu who had saved her. Xianxia, who was standing in the sky, was also surprised. Although Hu Ming was seriously injured, he was not an ordinary person who could defeat him. This person was not simple. Lang Qing and the others were shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to send a shaman son of one of the 8 big tribes flying. His power was beyond their imagination. Hu Ming looked at Zhao Fu and said fiercely, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Why should I tell you?" Hu Ming said angrily, "Then do you know who I am? You actually dared to injure me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Of course I know, but as a shaman son of one of the 8 big tribes, your power is quite weak." Hu Ming angrily shouted, if I wasn't seriously injured, would I have lost to you? Just you wait, I'll definitely make you regret it. Now that Hu Ming's body had no strength left, he understood that he was not Zhao Fu's match. Moreover, Xianxia was standing next to him, so he turned and ran. Zhao Fu did not chase after him because this was the witch race. Zhao Fu could not kill Hu Ming here. Xianxia flew down from the sky and cupped his hands as he smiled and said, how should I address you? Zhao Fu lightly laughed and replied, my name is Wu Ling. Xianxia smiled and asked, then you're also here to participate in the witch ceremony? Zhao Fu nodded. Xianxia smiled and said, I'm a little surprised that you're so strong. I think I have another strong opponent. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you flatter me, but I will become the young tribe leader of the witch race. Xianxia's expression was a little awkward. He did not think that Zhao Fu would be so direct. He also thought that Zhao Fu was very strong, but he himself was not weak either. He smiled and said, we'll have to wait for the witch ceremony to find out. Zhao Fu nodded. Xianxia asked again, you don't look like a member of the witch race. Which witch race expert did you obtain the inheritance? I think that expert's strength is also very famous, right? Xianxia could roughly guess Zhao Fu's identity. He also understood that since Zhao Fu was so strong, he must have obtained a strong inheritance. With such a strong inheritance, he must be very famous in the witch race. If he knew about this expert, he would know about Zhao Fu's background and how dangerous he was. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you'll know when the witch ceremony starts. Xianxia was a little disappointed. He knew that Zhao Fu would not reveal his identity, so he did not force him. He planned to go back and investigate Zhao Fu. After chatting with Zhao Fu for a while, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lang Qing and the others looked at Zhao Fu excitedly. They did not think that Xianxia, one of the three geniuses of the witch race, would be standing in front of them and chatting politely with Zhao Fu. To them, this was something they did not even dare to think about. Their status was too low. Zhao Fu could chat with Xianxia, and he did not lose to him at all. In their hearts, they were sure that Zhao Fu's strength was definitely not weaker than the son of the witch race of the 8 big tribes. Thinking about being with such a person for so many days, they felt that it was incredible. Book 1, Chapter 275 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 After walking for a while, the sky darkened. They sat by the fire and roasted the wild boar meat. Zhao Fu was still the same, sitting by the side without saying anything, comprehending his bloodline. After the wild boar meat was roasted, Lang Lulu smiled and handed a piece to Zhao Fu. Today, Zhao Fu had saved her, so Lang Lulu was not only grateful, but she also somewhat liked the mysterious Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu reached out and took the wild boar meat, thank you. Lang Lulu smiled and lightly nodded. Lang Qing said, we're about to reach the witch race's holy land, Wu Ling, what will happen after that? They all looked at Zhao Fu, because Zhao Fu had only agreed to be their teammate, and if they reached the witch race's holy land, it would be time for Zhao Fu to leave. Zhao Fu replied, of course I'm going to participate in the witch sacrifice. Lang Lulu asked with concern, will we be separated from there? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure about that, we'll have to wait for the witch race's holy land to know. Lang Lulu stood up from the ground, blushing, and said softly, Wu Ling, come with me, I have something to talk to you about. Zhao Fu nodded. The two came to an open space, and Zhao Fu asked, what's the matter? Lang Lulu threw herself into Zhao Fu's arms, I want to stay by your side, I don't want to be separated from you. Zhao Fu chuckled, understanding what she meant, and did not hesitate. The people by the fire waited for a while, and when Zhao Fu and Lang Lulu did not return, they felt a bit strange. Lang Yuqing said softly, I'll go and take a look. The people nodded. Lang Yuqing walked to the open space, and seeing the scene in front of him, his face turned red. Seeing that Lang Yuqing had also come, Lang Yuqing smiled and joined them. At first, Lang Yuqing was a bit hesitant, but he was directly pulled over by a force. After a while, seeing that Lang Yuqing did not return, the people seemed to understand something. Zhao Fu could not be in danger, so something else must have happened. At this moment, a faint voice floated over, and the few of them finally understood what had happened. Lang Xian stood up and asked, Lang Qing, do you want to go? Lang Qing blushed. Lang Shaman looked at Lang Qing, hoping that Lang Qing would not go. If he did, it would mean that Lang Qing had that kind of relationship with Zhao Fu. Lang Yi fell silent. For an expert like the shaman Li to fancy the women of their small tribe, it was already a great fortune. They would bring a great opportunity to the tribe. Lang Qing said with a red face, "I'll go take a look." Lang Shaman's heart immediately fell to the ground and he felt immense pain as he said, "Can Lang Qing not go?" Lang Qing blushed and did not know how to reply. Lang Qing had a good impression of Zhao Fu from the start. Lang Xia said, "I'll leave first." To Lang Xia, Zhao Fu would bring her a lot of benefits. She didn't mind becoming Zhao Fu's woman. Without hesitation, Lang Qing apologized and followed Lang Xian. Lang Shaman felt pain in his heart and his eyes became wet. He could not accept this result. Lang Yi comforted him, "Don't be too sad. We've been together for so long. Even though you like Lang Qing, even without the shaman spirit, it would still be impossible. Lang Qing only treats you as a friend." Lang Shaman felt even worse and tears flowed out of his eyes. Late at night, the sky was filled with stars. The four women lay beside Zhao Fu and smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu did not hide his appearance from them, they did not think that Zhao Fu would be so perfect. Lang Qing happily hugged Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu's face. "Are you still willing to separate from us?" Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "No need." Lang Xia asked, "Shaman spirit, was what you said to Xianxia before true?" Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "What?" Lang Xia said, "If you become the young tribe leader." Zhao Fu nodded. Lang Xia revealed a smile, "I believe that you have the ability to fight for the position." Lang Qing reminded, "It is almost impossible for outsiders to become the young tribe leader, because it requires the purest bloodline and shaman power." Zhao Fu had the power to refine tens of thousands of blood, so he naturally did not have to worry about this. He smiled and said, "Yes, I know." Seeing that Zhao Fu was so confident, the women also believed in Zhao Fu. The next day, the group arrived at the holy land of the witch tribe. There was a majestic holy city here, and there were many people bustling about. Lang Qing and the others looked at the tall and luxurious buildings around them and felt excited. People from their small tribe rarely saw such buildings. Zhao Fu and the others walked towards the shaman registration area. Because every tribe would receive all kinds of rewards, they had to verify the identity of each tribe's shaman son. The group came to a building, and there was a wooden staff inside. There were many runes engraved on it, and it gave off a mysterious feeling. There was a 3-meter wide ring on the ground, and there was an ordinary-looking young man beside it. This was the registration area for shaman sons. There were many buildings like this, and because there were many shaman sons participating in the shaman ceremony, the Green Wolf tribe was ranked in the 200,000. The youth looked at Zhao Fu and the others and smiled as he said, "Go into the ring, the shaman staff will automatically record your information." Lang Qing said, "I'll go and record it first." Zhao Fu nodded. Lang Qing walked into the ring, and the ring immediately lit up. The wooden staff also gave off many rays of light, and a powerful aura spread out. At the top of the wooden staff, a 1-meter-long white wolf appeared, and a line of small words appeared below it. White Wolf Tribe, rank 283445, White Wolf Tribe Shaman Son, Wizard Seal Level 1, Grade Excellent. The white wolf and the small words fused together, forming a ball that flew into Lang Qing's body. The youth beside him smiled and said, "Now that you've registered, you can leave the ring." Lang Qing sensed the ball in his body, smiled, nodded, and left the ring. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What is that ball?" Lang Qing smiled and said, "That thing is the key to enter the shaman holy land. Without it, you can't enter the shaman holy land." Zhao Fu nodded and walked into the ring. The ring once again lit up, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu curiously. Because the shaman staff would show the grade of the shaman son and the grade of the shaman seal, they wanted to see how high Zhao Fu's grade was and how high his shaman seal was. After waiting for 2 minutes, everyone looked at the staff curiously, "Why isn't there any reaction?" The youth also looked at the staff curiously, "Why isn't there any reaction?" There were only 2 reasons. The first was that there was a problem with the shaman staff, and the second was that the person was not a shaman son. The shaman staff had just been used, so it was not a problem with the staff. The youth looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Which tribe?" Are you from? Jiaofu replied, I don't have a tribe. Book 1, 276. The young man explained, you're not a mega son of our clan, so you're not qualified to participate in the ceremony. Jiaofu said, although I don't have a tribe, I obtained the legacy of a witch tribe expert and became a witch son. The young man asked curiously, is that so? Then you are qualified, but why can't the wizard staff be displayed? Jiaofu didn't know what went wrong. The young man said, go try somewhere else. Perhaps there's something wrong with my magic staff, so I can't register special witches. Jiaofu nodded. After they left, they found another registration point. The result was still not displayed. Lang Qing asked in confusion, why can't the wizard staff display your information? There's no way the staffs at both registration points are broken. The others also looked at Jiaofu. Jiaofu frowned. I don't know either. Lang Qing smiled and said, then let's go to a higher level registration point. Perhaps your information will be displayed there. Jiaofu replied. The few of them walked to a higher level registration point. There were more people there, but it should be able to show that Jiaofu was a special kind of witch child. They walked to an even bigger registration point. There were quite a few people here, and they had already formed a line. Jiaofu and the others walked to the end of the line and prepared to line up. After waiting for a while, a burly man directly strode into the building. He did not intend to queue up and planned to directly register. This caused everyone to be dissatisfied. They were all following the rules and queuing up, and someone shouted, can you not follow the rules? Line up. The burly man said in disdain, rules are made for weaklings like you. I don't need to follow rules. Hearing this, everyone felt quite angry, and someone cried out, then you're stronger than us? Do you want to have a competition? You're too arrogant. You're really asking for a lesson. If you say we're weak, I don't think you're strong either. Boom, the big man exploded out with a powerful aura, forming a might that weighed down on everyone's bodies. The noisy surroundings immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at the big man in fear. They had never thought that the big man would be so powerful. Looking at the silent crowd, the burly man laughed disdainfully and walked towards the ring. No one dared to stop him. Everyone was unwilling to accept this, but in reality, they were no match for the burly man. As such, they could only endure it. Otherwise, nothing could be changed. Challenging the burly man was equivalent to seeking death. Excuse me, I'll try first. A voice rang out. The muscular man was displeased. He turned around and saw a man in a black cloak behind him. The burly man's face turned cold, if you have the guts to say it again. Jiaofu smiled and said, excuse me, please. I want to see if I can register here. The burly man snorted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Jiaofu. His hand carried a ferocious aura as it grabbed towards Jiaofu. Bang, the burly man was sent flying by a formless energy. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. Jiaofu smiled as he asked, do you have any objections? The burly man lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. He had not even seen how Jiaofu had attacked before he had been sent flying. This meant that Jiaofu's strength was far greater than his, and facing such an expert, he did not dare to have any objections. The others did not have any objections either. Jiaofu walked into the ring, and the ring gave off light, but it still could not display Jiaofu's information. Jiaofu frowned. If it could not be displayed, he would not be able to obtain the orb and enter the witch race's holy land. Seeing that the sorcerer's staff could not display any information, everyone else felt quite curious. Jiaofu looked at the man next to him and asked, why can't my information be displayed? The man was the person in charge of registering here, and he looked quite confused as he asked, are you sure you're a witch child? As long as you're a witch child, it will definitely be displayed. Jiaofu said, I obtained a witch race expert's legacy and became a witch child. The man asked, which expert? Jiaofu hesitated and wondered if he should reveal his identity. At that moment, a figure walked in and coldly laughed as he said, you're still here? It was Hu Ming. Seeing Hu Ming come here, everyone felt quite fearful. This was a witch child of the 8 great tribes, an existence that they all looked up to. Jiaofu looked at Hu Ming and said, why wouldn't I dare? Hu Ming angrily laughed as he said, now that my injuries have healed, do you want to compete again? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I won't compete with someone who has been defeated by me because there's no need to waste time. Everyone looked quite shocked. Who is this person? He actually defeated one of the 8 witch children, Hu Ming. Hu Ming said furiously, it's not up to you to refuse. Hu Ming gave off a powerful aura and prepared to attack Zhao Fu. A tall, slender, and extremely beautiful woman in green clothes said softly, Hu Ming is a disgrace to the 8 great shamans. Hearing this, Hu Ming turned to look at the woman and said, Dai Yi, this has nothing to do with you, so don't interfere. Dai Yi looked at Zhao Fu and said, I don't want to interfere, but you were defeated by an unknown person. Aren't you a disgrace to the 8 witch children? I'll recommend that the poor tiger tribe abolish you. Hu Ming explained, unconvinced, it's not that I'm weak, I was heavily injured during my battle with Xianxia, which was why I lost to this person. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have lost. Everyone understood that it was because of Hu Ming's heavy injuries that that person had the chance to defeat Hu Ming. Dai Yi looked at Zhao Fu and asked, who are you? Even though Hu Ming was heavily injured, he was not someone an ordinary person could defeat. Dai Yi was quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu said, there's no need for me to tell you. Dai Yi lightly laughed, you're still so confident facing us 2 witch children, you must have something to rely on. Zhao Fu calmly replied, I still have things to do and don't have time to chat with you. Right now, the most important thing for Zhao Fu was to register and obtain the right to enter the Holy Land. If he could not enter, he would not be able to obtain the legacy. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to leave, Hu Ming immediately stopped Zhao Fu and said, you want to leave? Do you have my permission? Zhao Fu felt quite angry, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as he said, don't seek death. Hu Ming coldly said, I think you're the one seeking death. Just as the 2 of them were about to fight, Xianxia lightly laughed as he walked in, Shaman Ling, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. Everyone looked quite shocked, they had never thought that Xianxia, one of the 3 geniuses of the witch race, would also come, and that he knew the cloaked person. Things had become even more interesting. Book 1, Chapter 277. Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia, who was walking in, and nodded. Hu Ming said coldly, this is between me and him. You better not get involved. Xianxia said disapprovingly, what if I want to get involved? Hu Ming said angrily, I am not your match, but don't go overboard. Our poor tiger tribe will not let anyone bully us. Now that Hu Ming mentioned the poor tiger tribe, Xianxia was a little hesitant. Dai Yi said with a smile, Xianxia, I think you should leave him alone. I also want to see what gives him the guts to do this. Zhao Fu laughed lightly and said, you don't have to worry about me. Hearing this, Xianxia did not say anything. Hu Ming turned to look at Zhao Fu and said coldly, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. I will let you die a little more comfortably. Zhao Fu said with a smile, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Hu Ming was furious. He released a strong aura and rushed in front of Zhao Fu. He threw a punch at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Hu Ming disdainfully. Now that there was no restriction that Zhao Fu could only use shaman power, Zhao Fu's strength was at its peak. He stretched out a finger. A terrifying force crashed towards Hu Ming. Hu Ming's expression changed and he quickly dodged to the side. The strong force continued to crash behind him. Behind Hu Ming stood Xianxia, who had just come in. Xianxia felt the force and his face turned serious. He immediately put up a defensive barrier. Bang, a dull sound rang out and the barrier shattered. Xianxia's body retreated 2 steps, but he was not injured. Everyone present was shocked. Xianxia had actually been pushed back by a casual point. Dai Yi was also very shocked. How could this person be so strong? Xianxia was one of the 3 geniuses of the witch tribe. He was stronger than her. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu even more seriously. Now that they had fought, he realized that he had underestimated Zhao Fu. Hu Ming's heart sank. He had originally thought that Zhao Fu would only be able to defeat him when he was heavily injured, but now it seemed that his strength was truly very strong. Zhao Fu apologized to Xianxia. Just now, Zhao Fu had attacked Hu Ming, but he had attacked Xianxia instead. He turned to look at Hu Ming. Go to a wider place. Hu Ming hesitated and didn't have much confidence. The person in front of him might really be stronger than him. Everyone looked at Hu Ming. Hu Ming could only bite the bullet and agree. Okay, let's go outside. Zhao Fu nodded. When the two of them arrived at the empty space in front of the registration point, the news spread quickly. When the crowd found out that Hu Ming of the 8 Great Shaman Science was going to duel with someone, they immediately gathered around. The area was filled with people, and it looked very lively. Lang Yi and the rest also looked at Zhao Fu, revealing excited smiles. Zhao Fu looked at Hu Ming and said, "I'll give you another chance to attack. If you don't, you won't have another chance." Hu Ming ignored Zhao Fu's words and raised his hand, causing a black ray of light to shoot into the sky. A massive figure appeared in the sky. It had a tiger's body and a human face on its head. It was covered with black fur and gave off a massive might that weighed down on everyone's bodies. The surrounding people could sense Hu Ming's immense power, and they all acknowledged Hu Ming's power as one of the 8 great shamans. The poor tiger ferociously looked at Zhao Fu below and raised its massive tiger claws, bringing with it a berserk gale as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. The ground was torn apart by this power, and it looked quite terrifying. Zhao Fu stood where he was without moving, and a wave of power spread out, forming a thick black dragon inscription barrier. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the massive tiger claws slammed into the dragon inscription barrier. The ground within a 10-meter radius instantly cracked, and a powerful gale spread out. However, the barrier under the tiger claws was not damaged at all, and there was not even a single crack. Everyone looked shocked. Zhao Fu said condescendingly, "With this kind of power, you can't defeat me." Hu Ming was infuriated and controlled the poor tiger in the sky. It raised its claws and gave off an even more ferocious power as it clawed towards Zhao Fu, leaving behind 2 black claw marks. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the 2 tiger claws clawed at the defensive barrier below. The terrifying power caused the ground to shatter, causing rocks to fly everywhere. However, only a thin crack appeared on the defensive barrier, which quickly healed. Roar! Hu Ming angrily roared. The massive poor tiger opened its mouth and gave off a ferocious aura as it bit towards Zhao Fu. When its mouth bit down on the black dragon inscription barrier, it seemed as if it could shatter steel. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not move, allowing the poor tiger to bite. Under the powerful bite, some cracks appeared on the barrier, but it was still very difficult to destroy the barrier. Hu Ming tried a few more times, but he could only summon the poor tiger back and fuse it into his body. An even more powerful power exploded out from his body. Hu Ming's hands turned into tiger claws, and black fur grew on his body. Swish! Hu Ming instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. His claw gave off a power that could pierce through mountains as it struck the barrier. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Many cracks finally appeared on the defensive barrier, but it was still not broken. Bang! Hu Ming once again attacked with all his strength, bringing with it a shocking power as it struck the barrier. The barrier was finally broken. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hu Ming was one of the 8 great shamans, and if he could not break a person's defense with his full strength, it would be too embarrassing. Hu Ming was overjoyed. Now that he had successfully broken Zhao Fu's barrier, he could now attack Zhao Fu. Bang! In that instant, an even more powerful power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. A black semicircle barrier spread out, sending Hu Ming flying. This semicircle barrier was 10 meters wide and half a foot thick, and it gave off an even sturdier aura than before. Hu Ming's heart fell into the valley, and his expression became ugly. The people in the surroundings were also shocked. They did not expect Zhao Fu to unleash an even sturdier defense. Ah! Hu Ming cried out, bringing with him a powerful aura as he charged in front of the barrier. He punched the barrier, giving off a loud sound. Under Hu Ming's continuous attacks, cracks gradually appeared on the barrier. This gave Hu Ming a trace of hope that he could break Zhao Fu's defense. Bang! 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 Hu Ming's fists gave off a black light, bringing with them a powerful force as he continuously attacked the barrier. The cracks became bigger and bigger, making Hu Ming even more confident. He continued to attack the barrier. Bang! Hu Ming punched the defensive barrier with all his strength, shattering it once again. Book 1, Chapter 278, Seal, Hu Ming smiled and destroyed Zhao Fu's defensive barrier again. Boom, an explosion sounded out as an even more powerful force attacked, causing Hu Ming's expression to freeze as he hurriedly retreated. A 30-meter-wide defensive barrier was formed, it was thicker than before, and the aura it gave off was even stronger. Hu Ming looked dumbfounded. How could he unleash an even stronger defense? Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. The feeling that Zhao Fu gave them was that he was unfathomable, and no one could predict just how powerful he was. Dai Ye's expression was serious. She did not know how strong Zhao Fu was, but he was definitely stronger than her. Xianxia's expression was also serious. Zhao Fu's strength was definitely not weaker than his, and it was even possible that he was stronger than him. In any case, he would not be able to do such a thing. Boom. Boom, Hu Ming's expression was ferocious as he raised his hands, and waves of black shockwaves spread out. The massive aura caused everyone's hairs to stand on end, and an intense fear arose in their hearts. A black ball of light the size of a fist appeared between his hands, and the terrifying power from the surroundings continuously poured into it. The black ball of light became bigger and bigger, and the power it gave off became stronger and stronger. The last black ball of light was more than 30 meters long, and it gave off an extremely terrifying aura, as if it had the power to destroy everything. The people in the surroundings felt this power and started to retreat one after another to avoid being affected. Boom, Hu Ming vigorously waved his hands forward, and the gigantic black ball of light gave off a powerful pressure as it quickly flew towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the gigantic black ball of light collided with the defensive barrier and exploded. The terrifying power destroyed everything in its surroundings, causing countless rocks and sand to fly everywhere. A shocking shockwave spread out, covering the entire city in an instant. The many experts in the city immediately felt this powerful shockwave. Smoke and dust scattered, and a 100-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. Zhao Fu stood in the air, not injured at all. Everyone swallowed their saliva in shock. This person was too strong, Hu Ming shouted angrily, if you have the ability, don't defend and fight me head-on. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, as you wish. In that moment, Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Hu Ming. His leg gave off immense power as he kicked towards Hu Ming, hitting his abdomen and sending him flying backwards. Zhao Fu's leg was so fast that it seemed as if he was about to explode. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Ming's face was filled with anger. He immediately climbed up and rushed towards Zhao Fu with a powerful force. Arriving in front of Zhao Fu, Hu Ming fiercely clawed at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu dodged to the side. Hu Ming's other claw clawed at Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's body to retreat. Hu Ming immediately pounced forward like a black tiger. However, Zhao Fu suddenly stopped and punched out with shocking power towards the incoming Hu Ming. Hu Ming quickly placed his hands in front of him to block. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, and Hu Ming's body was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by the punch before he stopped. Boom, a powerful aura exploded out from Hu Ming's body. 2 black poor tigers leapt out from his sides and quickly ran towards Zhao Fu from the left and right. The 2 poor tigers leapt and opened their mouths, biting towards Zhao Fu from the left and right. Zhao Fu opened his hands and easily grabbed the heads of the 2 poor tigers. He gripped tightly and the 2 poor tigers exploded, turning into countless black auras that spread out. At that moment, Hu Ming rushed in front of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu looked at Hu Ming with disdain, causing Hu Ming to be startled. A wave of power came out from Zhao Fu's body to protect him, and the terrifying power once again sent Hu Ming's body flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Ming ferociously looked at Zhao Fu and crawled on the ground. All of the muscles on his body bulged, and black fur continuously grew out of his body. His body started to change, and he gave off an incredibly powerful power. Many black winds appeared in the surroundings, and the ground started to crack. In the end, his body completely turned into a poor tiger, and he gave off a terrifying aura. Boom, Hu Ming shot out like a black ray of light, bringing with him a black whirlwind. The ground was destroyed by the black whirlwind, creating a ravine. In that instant, Hu Ming rushed in front of Zhao Fu, and a terrifying power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, causing Hu Ming's body to become sluggish. Zhao Fu's hand gave off a powerful aura as he grabbed Hu Ming's throat. He gripped tightly, causing Hu Ming to howl and his body to become powerless. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The difference in strength between the two sides was not small, and Hu Ming was completely suppressed by that person. Butterfly looked in front of her in shock. If she had fought with that person, she would have suffered the same fate. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu seriously. He could finally confirm that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than him. Even though he could defeat Hu Ming, it would not be so easy. Lang Qing and the others smiled. The power that Zhao Fu had displayed made them believe in Zhao Fu even more. Zhao Fu looked at Hu Ming, who had turned back into his human form, and asked, "Who's looking to die now?" Hu Ming looked at Zhao Fu in terror. He now knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was. This person was even more terrifying than Xianxia. How could he find him? Now that Zhao Fu had his hand on his neck, he could take his life at any moment. Hu Ming thought about the poor tiger tribe and said furiously, "Try and kill me if you dare." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "I've killed people with more noble statuses than you. Do you think that I won't dare to kill a mere sorcerer's son like you?" Hearing this, Hu Ming became even more afraid. Just who was this person? However, Zhao Fu tightly gripped Hu Ming's neck, causing him to be unable to breathe. His legs flailed about, and he sensed an aura of death. He was about to beg Zhao Fu for mercy. "Stop." A white-clothed middle-aged man with a scholarly aura appeared. He gave off an extremely powerful aura. He was a higher being expert. Not only him, but other experts also appeared here one after another. They were all attracted by the explosive force. Zhao Fu was not so stupid as to dare to kill Hu Ming in the sorcerer race's holy land. He had just wanted to teach him a lesson, but seeing that the sorcerer race experts had come, Zhao Fu threw Hu Ming to the side. The scholarly middle-aged man looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you? Why are you fighting here?" Zhao Fu calmly smiled and said, "I'm a sorcerer's son who came to participate in the sorcerer ceremony. I didn't want to fight here, but this person came to find trouble with me, so I had no choice but to fight." The scholarly middle-aged man looked at Hu Ming, and Hu Ming tactfully lowered his head. This battle had indeed been caused by him. Book 1, End of Book 1, 279. The scholarly-looking middle-aged man asked, "You don't look like someone from the witch race. Whose legacy did you obtain to become a witch son?" Zhao Fu replied, "I can't tell you that." The scholarly-looking man felt quite surprised. What special identity does that person have? Why can't you tell me? Zhao Fu replied, that person's identity is indeed special." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu curiously. With Zhao Fu's strength, that expert was most likely incredibly powerful, and everyone tried to guess who it was. After all, such a powerful person was definitely very famous. The scholarly-looking man's expression became serious, and he could sense that this matter was not simple. Zhao Fu thought that if he could not register, this expert might have a way to deal with it. As such, he bowed and said, "Senior, I have something that I need your help with." The scholarly-looking man asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu said, "I don't know why I can't register here. Does Senior know why?" The scholarly-looking man felt quite confused. This sort of thing rarely happened. Normally, any witch son would be able to register successfully, so what was so special about this person? The scholarly-looking man said, "Go in and try. I'll see if there's any problem." Zhao Fu nodded and went back into the room. He stood at the center of the ring, which gave off a light, but the sorcerer magic staff did not give off any ripples. The scholarly-looking man waved his hand, and a ray of light shot into the sorcerer magic formation. His expression became serious, as he found that there was a problem. The person in front of him surpassed the sorcerer magic staff's senses. If that was the case, the matter would become very serious, because the sorcerer staff said the three great sorcerer scions could all sense things, but this person had surpassed the sorcerer staff's ability to sense things. This meant that this person might be more powerful than the three great sorcerer scions of the sorcerer tribe. Through the sorcerer magic staff, he confirmed that Zhao Fu was a witch son and qualified to participate in the witch ceremony. Who could have such a terrifying legatee? The scholarly-looking man looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Just whose legatee are you?" A beautiful woman with an alluring figure and wearing a red dress walked in. Looking at the scholarly-looking man's serious expression, she asked in confusion, "What is it?" The scholarly man replied, "He's beyond the perception of a mega spell formation." The beautiful woman in the red dress looked at Zhao Fu in shock and said, "In the history of the witch tribe, there were only a few people who could surpass the witch array's perception." The scholarly man said, "Yes, that's why I wanted to ask whose successor he is." The red-robed woman looked at Zhao Fu, "Then who exactly are you?" Everyone was also looking at Zhao Fu. They were extremely shocked. They didn't think that the person in front of them would be so terrifying. In the history of the sorcerer tribe, there was no doubt that he was the person who controlled the sorcerer tribe's lifeline. Xianxia was shocked. He had underestimated Zhao Fu. Hu Ming was also a little afraid in his heart. Zhao Fu actually had such a great background, then if he offended Zhao Fu, the outcome would not be good. Lang Yi and the rest looked at Zhao Fu in astonishment. Things had exceeded their imagination. Zhao Fu didn't want his identity to be revealed, so he said, "I can't tell you." The scholarly man and the beautiful woman in the red dress were put in a difficult position. They really wanted to know Zhao Fu's identity, but if Zhao Fu didn't want to say, they couldn't force him. After all, Zhao Fu's background was very terrifying. Zhao Fu asked, "Is there any other way to enter the witch tribe's holy land to participate in the Magus ceremony?" The scholarly man said, "Actually, it's not very difficult." The scholarly man stretched out a hand, and a green energy condensed in his palm, forming a ball of light with a green bird inside. The scholarly man threw the ball of light towards Zhao Fu and said, "This is my windbird tribe's totem proof. As long as you fuse this into your body, you can enter the Holy Land." Zhao Fu took the ball of light and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." After putting away the ball of light, Zhao Fu brought Lang Yi and the others and left. News of someone defeating the 8 great witch sons and surpassing the detection of the sorcerer formation quickly spread, shocking everyone. Now, the witch race was facing a crisis. They had to face the threat of the desolate ancient dragon race, as well as the terrifying desolate ancient dragon race's young lord. No one in the witch race could compare to the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord. Now that such a person had suddenly appeared, the witch race's experts felt incredibly delighted. When the other witch sons heard this news, they felt immense pressure. Someone who exceeded their expectations had appeared, making them feel quite helpless. This was especially so for the 8 great shaman scions. They had been the ones who had received the most attention and were the most likely candidates to become the young chief of the sorcerer race. However, now that Zhao Fu had appeared, he had completely suppressed the 8 great shaman scions and became the most likely person to become the young chief. After all, only someone like Zhao Fu, who surpassed the detection of the magic staff, had a slight chance of resisting the dragon race's young lord. The 8 great witch sons could only be crushed by the dragon race's young lord. However, they had never imagined that Zhao Fu was the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord. In the courtyard, there was a young man in white with a masculine aura. He was the Yuan Long tribe's witch son, named Yuan Mia. He was one of the 3 geniuses of the witch race and was also the strongest among the 8 great witch sons. He was also the one who had the highest chance of becoming the young lord. Yuan Miao looked at Xianxia and asked, "You've interacted with him before. Can you tell what kind of person he is?" Xianxia thought about it and said in a low voice, "The aura he gives off is very complicated. It's overbearing, dignified, noble, sharp, bloodthirsty, evil, holy, and gentle. It's as if he's a combination of all kinds of powers and personalities. However, with his personality, he's easy to get along with. Also, he's here to inherit the young lord's legacy. He sounds very confident. I think he has the ability to become the young lord." Yuan Mia sighed, "From your description, I can understand the difference between me and him. I don't think I can compare to him." An ugly, fat young man next to him said coldly, "You're the strongest among the 8 great witch sons. Without meeting him, you've lost your confidence. What a waste of talent and power." His name was Frog Cow, and he was one of the 3 geniuses of the witch race. He belonged to the evil frog tribe, and the people of the evil frog tribe were all very ugly. Yuan Mia said unhappily, "Frog Cow. Do you think I'm really that weak? I know that I'm definitely not the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord's match. I also hope that someone stronger than me will become the young lord of the witch race. Only then will I be able to resist the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord." Xianxia sighed, "Previously, I personally went to gather information about the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord. The rumors about him are all true. He's even more terrifying than we thought. Not only does he have the origin dragon blood, but he also has 3 supreme sword intents, Book 1, Chapter 280 right now. There is a good chance that he will become the son of chaos and rule over the entire primal chaos world. If we can't stop such a person, our witch clan will definitely be exterminated. Yuan Mia nodded. Right now, the higher-ups of the witch clan have been having a headache over this matter. This is also one of the reasons why the witch clan is so vigilant. My original confidence has been completely destroyed by him, and I still don't have any thoughts about the junior chief position. Xianxia said worriedly, I also don't have any thoughts about the junior chief position. As long as someone is stronger than me and can fight against the desolate ancient dragon clan's junior chief, I will approve of him. The frog cow coldly harumphed, I won't be like you guys. Even if the desolate ancient dragon clan's junior chief comes, I won't be afraid. Even if I die, I will heavily injure him. Yuan Mia said, I think you still don't understand how terrifying he is. In the future, if you meet him and can injure him, I'll consider you powerful. However, it's very likely that you will easily die at his hands. The frog cow laughed, I believe that with my strength, I won't be able to injure him. Yuan Mia said provocatively as he laughed, right now, that shaman spirit's strength is unfathomable, and he might be able to fight against the desolate ancient dragon clan's junior chief. If you have the ability to defeat him, if he can't, then don't even think about fighting against the desolate ancient dragon clan's junior chief. The frog cow laughed as he said, I'll go find him now. Within the room, Lang Qing sat in Zhao Fu's embrace as she laughed and said, You've given us too much of a surprise. Meeting you is like a dream. Lang Lulu sat on the other side of Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, Your identity is so terrifying, so why did you take a fancy to us? Also, will you abandon us? The women looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite worried. After all, Zhao Fu's identity was very different from theirs. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, Don't worry, I've never abandoned a woman before. I will take care of you. Lang Lulu happily nodded, we will also properly serve you. Boom, a powerful aura spread out, causing countless people in the inn to feel shocked and feel a sense of danger. Shaman spirit, come out. A man's voice rang out. The women looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu frowned. He brought his people out of the room and saw an ugly and fat man in front of the inn. There were already a lot of people who knew Frog Cow's identity. They were curious as to why Frog Cow was looking for that person. Someone predicted that something would happen. Zhao Fu looked at the Frog Cow and asked, What's the matter? The Frog Bull smiled and said, I am the Frog Bull tribe's Wu Zi. I want to have a match with you. Lang Qing stood beside Zhao Fu and told Zhao Fu about Bullfrog, letting Zhao Fu know that Bullfrog was one of the 3 geniuses of the witch tribe. Zhao Fu frowned. I don't have time to spar with you. Frog Bull laughed insolently and said, But I want to compete with you. Zhao Fu said coldly, You can still make it if you scram now. The surrounding people were shocked and guessed who Zhao Fu was. He actually dared to speak to Frog Bull like that. Some people quickly recognized Zhao Fu as the person who had defeated Hu Ming. Only then did everyone understand what was going on. Hearing this, Frog Bull said angrily, If you have the ability, come to the arena. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The 2 of them came to the arena. Countless people heard that Zhao Fu was going to fight Bullfrog again and ran over excitedly. They wanted to see the battle between the 2 of them. Xianxia and Yuan Mia also came. They also wanted to see how strong Zhao Fu was and how he would defeat Frog Bull. Frog Bull was clear about Zhao Fu's strength, so he used his full strength from the start. He crawled on the ground and his body swelled up like a toad, emitting a powerful and disgusting aura. Zhao Fu stood at his original position without moving. Boom, Frog Bull leapt forward and his body shot forward like a cannonball, causing the ground to cave in. One of Zhao Fu's hands emitted a black light and pushed forward with a powerful force. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. Frog Bull was blocked by one of Zhao Fu's hands and a strong wind spread out in all directions. Frog Bull twisted his body and kicked towards Zhao Fu with a powerful force. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and blocked Frog Bull's kick. Frog Bull's body retreated and opened its mouth to spit out a yellow chi bullet towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and pushed out with his hand, sending a massive wave of energy towards the frog cow. Frog Bull used both of his hands to block in front of him, and his body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by the huge force. Zhao Fu's body then appeared on Frog Bull's body and kicked towards Frog Bull's back. The fat on Frog Bull's back became bigger. Bang! Frog Bull was sent flying by Zhao Fu's kick, but the fat on his body blocked most of the force, causing him to not be injured. However, his expression became serious because he understood that Zhao Fu's strength was indeed terrifying. Zhao Fu's face was cold as he quickly rushed towards Frog Bull. He arrived in front of Frog Bull and punched towards Frog Bull with a powerful force. Frog Bull immediately used both of his hands to block, but he was unable to block at all. His body continuously retreated and his hands felt immense pain. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Frog Bull's body. A huge yellow frog appeared behind Frog Bull and its tongue shot out like a spear, bringing with it a blurry scene. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the tongue that was shot over. Then, he used his strength to fling the huge frog away. Frog Bull crawled on the ground and with a powerful force, it fiercely charged towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand to block, blocking Frog Bull's body. He felt as though he had been hit by a ferocious beast and his body also took a step back. Frog Bull pushed against Zhao Fu's body and retreated. Zhao Fu coldly snorted. He placed one leg on the ground and pushed forward with one hand, causing Frog Bull's body to fly away. His other hand gave off a black light and slapped forward. A black palm carrying a terrifying force struck Frog Bull's body. Bang! A muffled sound came out as Frog Bull's body was sent flying and it spat out a large mouthful of blood. Frog Bull looked at Zhao Fu angrily. Many yellow stripes spread out from its body and an even more powerful force spread out. Swish! Frog Bull's body disappeared and in the next second, it appeared behind Zhao Fu. It opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's arm gave off a black light and slashed backwards, bringing with it a sword light that cut Frog Bull's body in half. However, Frog Bull's body turned into countless amounts of yellow liquid that splashed out. Zhao Fu immediately activated his defensive barrier and blocked the yellow liquid. The yellow liquid was like acid, it corroded Zhao Fu's black barrier and quickly dissolved Zhao Fu's barrier. Zhao Fu looked at Frog Bull that appeared on the other side. Frog Bull's strength was indeed much stronger than Hu Ming. Peak Book 1, Chapter 281. Zhao Fu looked at the Frog Bull and revealed a smile. "You're a little powerful." The Frog Bull snorted coldly and charged towards Zhao Fu at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. After charging in front of Zhao Fu, he slapped towards Zhao Fu with a powerful force. Zhao Fu moved to the side and dodged the attack. The Frog Bull twisted his body and kicked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the kick. The Frog Bull used his other leg to kick towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu used his other hand to grab his leg. Bang! The Frog Bull's body exploded once again, and countless amounts of yellow liquid splattered. An invisible force blocked in front of Zhao Fu, blocking the yellow liquid. However, in the next second, the Frog Bull's body appeared behind Zhao Fu again. Its body swelled up, and a huge explosion sounded out. A large amount of yellow liquid splattered, and some of it stained Zhao Fu's body. The liquid that landed on the ground dissolved the ground, and very quickly, holes appeared on the ground. The Frog Bull revealed a smile. This person was stained with so much of his yellow liquid. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. The others looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked. However, the yellow liquid on Zhao Fu's body only dissolved a part of Zhao Fu's cloak, but it didn't harm Zhao Fu at all. This was because Zhao Fu's physique was already abnormally strong. Zhao Fu had a disdainful smile on his face. "You think that thing can harm me?" The Frog Bull was astonished. He didn't expect that the frog melted water that he was very confident in would not be able to harm him. This was almost impossible. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and said, "I'm going to get serious too." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of qi spread out. Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared in front of the Frog Bull. He punched towards the Frog Bull with a powerful force. The Frog Bull loudly roared, and its palm carried a similarly powerful force as it struck towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The two hands clashed together, and a muffled sound rang out. Frog Cow's body retreated a few steps, and Zhao Fu appeared behind Frog Cow again. He punched Frog Cow's back, and Frog Cow was sent flying. Xiao Fu appeared beside Frog Cow, and his fist carried a terrifying power as it struck Frog Cow's stomach. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Frog Cow's body smashed into the ground. A powerful force spread out, causing the ground to crack. The frog bull spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly spread out. Xiao Fu felt danger and immediately dodged to the side. Xiao, a blood-red tongue shot out with astonishing power, seeming as if it could pierce through tough steel. It shot out as fast as light. The frog cow retracted its blood-colored tongue and lay on the ground, looking at Xiao Fu with a fierce expression. Its body swelled up, becoming twice as large as before, and it emitted an even more powerful aura. Xiao, the frog bull opened its mouth, and its blood-colored tongue once again shot out black. It shot towards Xiao Fu at an extremely fast speed, like a ray of blood-colored light. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful energy spread out, forming a black defensive barrier in front of him that gave off a powerful aura. Bang! The blood-colored tongue actually pierced through the tough defensive barrier and continued towards Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu's body leapt into the air, dodging this attack. The frog bull quickly retracted its tongue, and it raised its head to look at Xiao Fu in the sky. Its tongue once again shot out. Xiao Fu's expression became cold. He stretched out a finger, and a sharp sword light shot out. The blood-colored tongue and the sword light clashed, and the black sword light sliced the tongue apart. The frog bull felt pain, and it immediately retracted its tongue. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand, and a black demonic claw with a terrifying aura slammed towards the frog bull. The frog bull hurriedly dodged to the side, and the demonic claw slammed into the ground, leaving a claw mark. Xiao, the frog bull once again shot out its tongue. The blood-colored tongue gave off a large amount of blood-colored light, and it shot towards Xiao Fu with a powerful force. Xiao Fu raised his sword finger, and a powerful force entered his sword finger. The sword finger gave off a black sword light, and a shocking aura spread out. Clang! Xiao Fu slashed forward with his sword finger, and a black crescent containing terrifying sword energy slashed forward. Boom! The two clashed again, and a shockwave spread out. The blood-colored tongue was slashed apart by the black crescent, and blood splattered everywhere, causing the frog bull to cry out in pain. Xiao Fu was about to rush towards the frog bull. The frog bull gave off a powerful force, and a gigantic yellow frog appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth extremely quickly, and swallowed Xiao Fu's body before stopping in midair. The frog bull's expression became serious, and it looked at the gigantic frog in the sky. It did not know if this attack could heavily injure it. Bang! A massive sound rang out, and the gigantic frog exploded, causing a wild gale to blow in all directions. Xiao Fu's body once again appeared in front of everyone, and he was not injured at all. Boom! A powerful aura exploded out from Xiao Fu's body, and he rushed towards the frog bull on the ground like a surging river. The frog bull felt such a powerful aura, and it felt a bit afraid. It immediately retaliated, and it opened its mouth. Countless amounts of energy condensed, forming a watermelon-sized yellow ball of light. It gave off a shocking aura, causing people to feel fear. Xiao Fu rushed in front of the frog bull, and he opened his hand. A massive wave of energy flowed out, and a black ball of light appeared in his palm, giving off a destructive aura. The ball of light in the frog bull's mouth shot towards Xiao Fu, while the black ball of light in Xiao Fu's hand gave off a ferocious aura as it shot towards the frog bull. Bang! The two balls of light collided, resulting in an intense explosion. A terrifying explosion spread out, and a huge crater was formed on the ground. Countless rocks shot out like bullets, and smoke and dust spread out in all directions. Xiao Fu and the frog bull were both sent flying. The frog bull fell to the ground, blood flowing out of its mouth and body, and it seemed to be heavily injured. Xiao Fu stood in the air and was not injured at all. Looking at the frog bull on the ground, Xiao Fu stretched out a hand, and a sharp black sword light condensed in his palm, aiming at the frog bull on the ground. The frog bull immediately said in fear, "I admit defeat." After fighting for so long, the frog bull had not been able to injure Xiao Fu. He already understood how strong Xiao Fu was, and even if there were 10 of him, he would not be a match for Xiao Fu. Although he still had some techniques that he had not used, there was no point in fighting against Xiao Fu. The surrounding people were not surprised, because from the start of the battle, it could be seen that Xiao Fu was much stronger than the frog bull. The frog bull had always been suppressed by Xiao Fu, and it was difficult for him to deal with the situation. However, this person's strength was too terrifying. The frog bull, one of the three geniuses of the witch race, could not resist at all, let alone ordinary witch sons. Apex Book 1, Chapter 282. Xianxia and Yuan Mia had already expected this result. They were happy about Frog Bull's defeat because he proved that Xiao Fu's power was terrifying. It was more likely that he would be able to resist the desolate ancient dragon clan's young master. The stronger Xiao Fu was, the happier they were. Xiao Fu looked at Frog Bull and said, "Do you think that everything will be fine if you admit defeat?" Frog Bull's expression was ugly. "What do you want?" Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "What did you just say at the inn?" "Say it again." Frog Bull was furious, but facing Xiao Fu's power, he could only give in and said, "I'm not as strong as you. I asked for it. I'll scram now." This time, he had indeed underestimated Xiao Fu's power and overestimated his power. He had thought that as one of the three geniuses of the witch tribe, his power and talent were top-notch. No matter how strong the others were, they would not be much stronger. But reality slapped him in the face. His power and talent were not worth mentioning to others. He could not even defeat the person in front of him, let alone the desolate ancient dragon clan's young master who had the dragon's blood. That person was even scarier than the person in front of him. Frog Bull did not know that the person in front of him was the desolate ancient dragon clan's young master. It was too embarrassing to stay here. Frog Bull climbed up from the ground and quickly left. He did not want to stay here any longer. Everyone looked at Xiao Fu in the sky and became excited. They thought that Xiao Fu would definitely be the witch tribe's young master. Yuan Mia did not have the ability to compete with him. Xiao Fu descended from the sky. Xianxia and Yuan Mia smiled and walked over. Yuan Mia smiled and said, "I'm Yuan Mia from the Yunlong tribe." Xiao Fu had not heard of his name before. But seeing that he was with Xianxia and that his aura was very strong, he should be one of the 8 witch sons. He smiled and nodded, "I'm Wu Ling." Yuan Mia smiled and said, "I've heard of you. Now that I've seen you, you are indeed extraordinary. I will also support you to become the witch tribe's young master." Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Even the number 1 genius of the witch tribe, Yuan Mia, supported that person. That person would definitely become the young master. Otherwise, it would be too surprising. Xiao Fu smiled and said, "Your strength is also not bad." Yuan Mia smiled and said, "I would like to invite you to a restaurant for a drink. How about we have a good chat?" Now, Yuan Mia wanted to know more about Xiao Fu. He also wanted to build a good relationship with Xiao Fu. In the future, he would be the young clan head. Building a good relationship would be of great use. Xiao Fu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded out, shaking the entire city. A silver beam of light shot into the sky, and a massive aura spread out like a flood. Under this powerful aura, everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They felt a chill as if their flesh was being cut. That aura was coming from the registration point. Everyone looked in that direction and understood that something big had happened there. Xiao Fu frowned when he sensed this power. The beam of light formed a silver-white pillar of light and countless traces of power gathered in the sky, forming an enormous vortex that gave off a shocking aura. Yuan Mia said, "Let's go and see what's going on." Xianxia nodded. Xiao Fu already understood what was going on, but he still decided to go and take a look. This abnormal sign not only attracted the attention of Xiao Fu and the others, but it also attracted the attention of the sorcerer race's experts, who immediately went to that place. Countless people stood in front of the registration point. The surrounding heaven and earth power continued to fuse into the silver-white pillar of light, and the aura it gave off became more and more powerful. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive 3-eyed figure appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful sorcerer power. A line of large words appeared: Immortal Sovereign Shaman Spirits Legatee, Sorcerer Seal Grade 10, Talent Surpasses Perception. Looking at the large words in the sky, the surroundings burst into an uproar. The various experts all looked shocked. They had never thought that an Immortal Sovereign's Legatee would appear. Immortal Sovereign Shaman Spirit was the last person from the sorcerer race to ascend to the celestial world, and she had a might that could shake the heavens and earth. Under her leadership, the sorcerer race had become incredibly powerful, and this was a golden age for the sorcerer race. It was a pity that after immortal sovereign shaman spirit ascended, no one from the sorcerer race could replace her, and the sorcerer race was not as powerful as before. If there was an immortal sovereign, they would not have to fear the primordial dragon race, but the primordial dragon race would be afraid of them. Now that the immortal sovereign's legatee had appeared, this was an incredibly good thing for them. Perhaps they could rely on the immortal sovereign's legatee to defend against the primordial dragon race's young master. As the immortal sovereign's legatee, this person definitely had potential and strength. The sorcerer's seal displayed was all level 10, which was above the 8 shaman science. After all, the 8 shaman science sorcerer seals were only level 9, while his was level 10. His talent surpassed the staff's perception, so it could not be displayed. This indirectly proved his potential. Everyone smiled excitedly. The sorcerer race had the immortal sovereign's legatee, so they were not that worried about the primordial dragon race. Perhaps the immortal sovereign had already predicted this would happen. The abnormal signs in the surroundings started to disappear, and a person wearing a silver-white cloak walked out. From her figure, she seemed to be a woman, and she was the immortal sovereign's legatee. The various experts immediately surrounded her passionately, and she was even more popular than Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had only deduced that someone's talent surpassed the staff's perception, while this person was the immortal sovereign's legatee with a level 10 sorcerer seal, and her talent also surpassed the staff's perception. It was evident that they valued the immortal sovereign's legatee. Zhao Fu looked at her and hit his aura. He was also the immortal sovereign shaman spirit's legatee, and he had obtained it from where Long Wushui was sealed. He did not know where this person had obtained the legatee. Zhao Fu's sorcerer seal was also level 10. She did not know what had happened, but Zhao Fu did not react at all in the ring, while she could cause such a huge commotion. Many experts invited her to a guest room and spread the news. Very quickly, the various tribes of the sorcerer tribe knew about this, and the various experts also rushed over. The atmosphere of the sorcerer tribe became lively, and it was not as oppressive as before. Zhao Fu did not care about this, and stayed in the inn to comprehend sorcerer power. The only threat now was this immortal sovereign's legatee. He could only use sorcerer power in the sorcerer tribe's holy land, and Zhao Fu had to control it well. Xianxia and Yuan Miao were in a difficult position. They had originally supported Zhao Fu, but now there was another immortal sovereign's legatee, and her status and potential were even more shocking. Now, the limelight was completely suppressed by Zhao Fu. But they had seen Zhao Fu's power with their own eyes, and understood how powerful Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu still had a good chance of becoming the young tribe leader. In the end, they chose not to offend either side, and supported both sides. Most of the other sorcerer's sons supported the immortal sovereign's legatee, and many people had already predicted that the young tribe leader would definitely be one of the two. Book 1, Chapter 283. A few days later, the sorcerer tribe's mega ceremony officially began. Countless people came to the front of a vast forest. There were many rectangular platforms that were 10 meters tall. On them were sumptuous fruits and food. Many masked sorcerers in sorcerer robes danced primitive dances on them. The various tribe leaders stood in front of the stone platforms, followed by the sorcerer's sons of the various tribes. Behind them were countless commoners. The scene was very lively and grand. The crowd was led by an old woman with a wooden staff. It seemed like she had the highest status. The forest in front of them was where the ancestors of the sorcerer tribe had lived. Now, it was surrounded by all sorts of arrays and restrictions. It had become the holy land of the sorcerer tribe. The powerful sorcerer tribe had also left behind countless inheritances and treasures. It was very attractive. Zhao Fu stood at the front while the other celestial lord's successor stood at the side. Because Zhao Fu and she had the greatest potential, as the representatives of the sorcerer's sons, they had to stand at the front. Otherwise, Zhao Fu did not want to attract so much attention right from the start. Zhao Fu knew a little about the identity of the other celestial lord's successor. She was a pure sorcerer tribe member. It was said that she was related to the celestial lord by blood. Her name was Wu Ying. The old woman looked at the forest in front of them with a deep gaze. Her voice was hoarse as she shouted, "We will not forget our ancestors." Today, we will worship our ancestors and pray for their blessings." With that, the old woman bowed. All the tribe leaders bowed as well. Everyone else bowed as well. Xiaofu was no exception. If he was the only one who did not bow, it would be too obvious. Boom! Countless beams of light shot out of the air from the forest. They shot towards the people standing in front of the forest with a huge aura, forming a path of light. The old woman shouted, "Begin the mega ceremony." The old woman and the tribe leaders walked to the side and looked at Zhao Fu and the rest who were standing behind them. Zhao Fu and the rest walked forward and followed the path of light into the forest. Sorcerer's sons entered the forest continuously. The elegant middle-aged man asked, "I wonder who will be the young tribe leader this time." The beautiful woman in the red dress smiled and said, "If there are no accidents, the young tribe leader will be chosen between Wu Ling and Wu Ying. But personally, I think Wu Ying will win." The handsome young man chuckled and said, "I also think more highly of her. She is the descendant of the Celestial Reverend, and her aptitude is beyond our perception. She has a level 10 wizard seal, and her bloodline is related to the Celestial Reverend. She can be said to be the perfect successor to the young clan leader." The old woman also nodded, "Indeed, there is no one more outstanding than her." The elegant middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "On the surface, she is indeed the most suitable person, but I have a faint feeling that this Wu Ling is not simple. His origin is too mysterious, and I didn't get any information from him. He is deliberately hiding his identity." The cold-looking beautiful woman said, "You're right about that. I'm also curious as to why he's hiding his identity. Is there something you don't want to tell us? Also, the strength that this person has displayed is unfathomable. Perhaps he will become the young master of the sorcerer tribe. But is it good to let someone like him become the young master?" The old woman replied, "It's nothing. Since he has the qualifications, we can't stop him." The elegant middle-aged man sighed, "Indeed, there's no point in talking about him now. Let's see how they perform in the Holy Land." Zhao Fu entered the forest and looked around before saying to Lang Qing, "Follow me." Lang Qing was also a sorcerer child of a tribe and was qualified to participate in the mega ceremony, so he happily smiled and nodded. Wu Ying looked at Zhao Fu, who was leaving, and a serious expression appeared on her face. She had heard some information about Zhao Fu, and she cared about Zhao Fu a lot. After all, Zhao Fu was also a strong candidate to become the young master. She had been trying to sense Zhao Fu's strength from the beginning, but she was still unable to sense Zhao Fu's strength. If even she could not sense Zhao Fu's strength, then Zhao Fu's strength would definitely be terrifying, and he would definitely not be weaker than her. An enchanting woman walked over to her side and smiled as she asked, "What is it?" She was the sorcerer child of Luoshi tribe, and her name was Shi Yumeng. She was also one of the 8 great sorcerer children, and she had become Wu Ying's friend in the past few days. Wu Ying said, "I feel that the sorcerer spirit is very strong." Shi Yumeng laughed lightly, "Yes, we've heard of him before, but I still think that you will become the young master of the sorcerer tribe." Wu Ying said softly, "Maybe not." Shi Yumeng said, "Then why don't we catch up to him and have a competition to see who is stronger? I think only he is a threat. If we get rid of him, no one will be able to stop you." Wu Ying thought for a while, "Now that the mega ceremony has just started, it's not very suitable. Let's save our battle for last." Xianxia, Yuan Mia, and Frog Cow stood at the side. They were originally the 3 great geniuses of the sorcerer tribe, and were loved and worshipped by countless people. But now, it was as if they had lost their light. Wu Ying and Zhao Fu had stolen the limelight, and very few people paid attention to them. "What should we do next?" Xianxia looked at Wu Ying and asked. Frog Cow said, "Anyway, it's impossible for us to become the young master. Let's go and do our own things. There are many good things in this sacred ground." Previously, after Frog Cow was defeated by Zhao Fu, he lost his arrogance and became low-key. Yuan Mia nodded, "Their battle should be at the end. We don't need to do anything now." The people standing outside the sacred ground used a secret technique, causing the image of everyone to be shown in the sky. Lang Qing followed behind Zhao Fu and asked, "Sorcerer spirit, where should we go now?" As Zhao Fu flew in the sky, he sensed his surroundings. "I also don't know. Let's see what treasures there are first." "Xiao, At this moment, a huge black vine shot out from the ground. With a powerful aura, it shot towards Xiao Fu and Lang Qing at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, causing a massive formless hand to grab the vine. The vine vigorously twisted and grew, looking like a black python. When the black vine realized that it could not escape from Xiao Fu's hand, it immediately grew rows of 3-meter-long spikes. The spikes were blood red and emitted a cold, steel-like light. With a force, they shot towards Xiao Fu. A defensive barrier appeared around Xiao Fu's body, covering Xiao Fu and Lang Qing's body. The densely packed spikes hit the defensive barrier and made sounds, but they did not cause any damage to Xiao Fu. Not only Xiao Fu was attacked, the other sorcerer's sons were also attacked in different ways. Some were grass that grew on the ground. They suddenly grew quickly and wrapped around a sorcerer's son's body. Some were trees that came to life and opened their mouths to swallow a sorcerer's son. Some flowers suddenly flew out. They were as sharp as blades and cut people's bodies. Book 1, Chapter 284 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Maudlals 123 Every tree, flower, and blade of grass in the forest seemed to be alive and gave off a dangerous aura. Those who were attacked were not in mortal danger. These plants would not kill the Magi sons, but they would devour their blood. This was the first blood sacrifice of the Magi priests, using the blood of the Magi sons to worship the Holy Land. Countless plants had absorbed the blood of the previous Magi sons, and the Magi sons were the strongest and had the highest potential in each tribe. By absorbing their blood, these plants had the effect of restraining shaman power. If one was caught by these plants and did not break free immediately, they would lose a large amount of blood, and their bodies would be automatically teleported out. Swish, 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 the originally soft grass on the ground immediately became taut and shot out like swords. The few of them hurriedly used their defensive barriers to block, but the grass swords were extremely sharp. One by one, the grass swords pierced through the defensive barriers, causing the few of them to retreat in fear. Whoosh, a large tree behind them came to life, and countless branches stabbed towards the few people. They were not prepared, and their bodies were pierced by the countless branches. The branches immediately absorbed their blood. The few people hurriedly broke free and attacked the branches. Beams of cold light slashed on the branches, cutting them apart. This enraged the large tree, and it crazily grew branches towards the Magi sons. The few people also started to fight with the large tree. A delicate-looking young man held a saber and carefully walked in the forest. Suddenly, a wall-climbing grass quickly extended from the ground. The young man swung his saber, and with a cold light, he cut the wall-climbing grass in half. However, 2 wall-climbing vines suddenly extended from the left and right, binding his legs. The young man immediately swung his saber, wanting to open the vines that bound his legs, but another wall-climbing grass shot out and wrapped around his arm. The young man tried to break free. A few more wall-climbing grass shot out and wrapped around the young man's body, tying him up. The young man struggled but could not break free. At that moment, the leaves of the wall-climbing grass cut the young man's body like blades, absorbing his blood. The young man's aura slowly weakened, and he finally fell unconscious from excessive blood loss. A ball of light spread out from his body and enveloped the young man's body. The young man's body slowly disappeared. That ball of light was the ball of light that had been obtained during registration. Other than using the ball of light to enter the Holy Land, the ball of light also had the function of protecting the Wu Sun. The young man disappeared from where he was and the climbing weeds quickly retreated as well. The surroundings returned to peace. He turned to look at Xiao Fu. Seeing that its spikes could not reach Xiao Fu, the massive black vine quickly grew and whipped towards Xiao Fu with great force, bringing with it a gust of wind. Xiao Fu lightly laughed and smashed his hand against the ground, smashing the vine to the ground. The vine quickly crawled back up and gave off a powerful aura as it shot towards Xiao Fu like a python. Clang, Xiao Fu raised a hand, and his palm gave off a black sword light as he slashed out, sending out a terrifying black sword light. Chi, the black vine was slashed apart by the black sword light, causing black liquid to fly everywhere, and a fist-sized blood jade floated in the air. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the blood jade flew in front of Xiao Fu. Many plants could absorb Wu Sun's blood and could suppress shaman power. They could also condense shaman blood jade within their bodies, which could increase one's shaman power and change one's constitution. What was important was that there were no side effects. Zhao Fu looked at the shaman blood jade in his hand before handing it to Lang Qing. This thing was not very useful to him. Lang Qing happily received the shaman blood jade. This shaman blood jade was not very useful to Zhao Fu, but it was very useful to her. She said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I already said that I wouldn't mistreat you. In the future, I'll make some things to increase your potential and power." Lang Qing sweetly smiled as she said, "You're too good to me." Zhao Fu said, "Let's keep going. We'll kill a few more plants and help Lang Lulu and the others obtain a few shaman blood jades." Lang Qing smiled as she nodded. Wu Ying had also been attacked, and she was also flying in the sky. In actuality, even though there were many plants on the ground, it was relatively safer. After all, flying in the sky would attract the attention of countless powerful plants, and they would prioritize attacking people in the sky. If one did not have great power, flying in the sky would be seeking death. What had attacked Wu Ying was a 100-meter-tall chrysanthemum-shaped flower. It sprayed out countless amounts of white pollen that flew towards Wu Ying like sand. The pollen was poisonous, and just breathing in a bit would cause a Wu Sun to fall unconscious. Wu Ying stretched out a white hand, and a silver-white spiral force spread out, sucking in all the pollen that was flying towards her, forming a 2-meter-wide flower ball. Every petal of the massive flower became sharp, and the flower brought with it a wave of power as it shot towards Wu Ying. Wu Ying did not move, and a silver-white barrier of light appeared around her body. Bang, the petals slashed against the barrier, but the barrier was not damaged at all. Instead, the petals shattered. It could be seen how powerful Wu Ying was. The massive flower was not willing to give up, and it gave off an even more powerful aura as it whipped towards Wu Ying, as if it could shatter a mountain. Wu Ying stretched out a hand, and a silver-white beam of light containing terrifying power flew out. Bang, the silver-white beam of light hit the massive flower, piercing through its body. A massive sound rang out as the massive flower collapsed, and a fist-sized shaman blood jade flew out. Wu Ying glanced at it, but she was not very interested in it. Xianxia was also flying in the sky when he was attacked by a massive bamboo. This bamboo was very tough, and Xianxia's attacks could only cause some damage to it. He had to use a lot of power to kill it. Yuan Mie encountered a massive mushroom. This mushroom did not seem to have any attack power, but it gave off a dangerous stench. This stench could not be blocked by normal barriers, and after inhaling it, mold would appear on one's body, causing great harm to one's body. Frog Cow had also encountered a vine, but he wasn't as strong as Zhao Fu, so he had to spend some time to kill it. He put away the shaman blood jade that he had obtained, as this grade of shaman blood jade was still somewhat useful to him. Frog Cow had encountered a vine, but he didn't have the strength to deal with it. Almost all of the 8 great shamans chose to fly in the sky, and they were attacked by the powerful plants. The others also flew in the sky, and some were injured, while others were heavily injured, and their blood was absorbed by the powerful plants. End of chapter 28-22. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.